Apocalypse. I'm the only one in the world with a system. Option 1. A luxurious villa worth hundreds of millions. Option 2. Choose any female celebrity to be your partner. Option 3. The ability to stop time. Reborn in a world on the brink of destruction. At the moment of death, Qin Hao awakens the most powerful apocalypse conquest system. Facing a choice from a novice gift pack, he decisively selects. Chapter 1. The danger and opportunity brought by mouse. Fine. It's been a week already. It seems I truly must remain here forever. Qin Hao gazes out at the lifeless figures shambling outside, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Indeed, he is not of this world, but hails from another parallel universe. Ironically, he had merely vented his anger online at a scoundrel who he thought was about to renounce worldly ties, only to find that he truly became a family man. And then he met with an accident. Good people do not live long, and calamities linger for millennia. However, this no longer matters. After all, he has arrived in another world. Upon entering this world, he coincidentally witnessed the outbreak of the apocalypse. Before his eyes, a person transformed into a zombie, followed by the second, the third, and soon, the 100th. Zombies began to swarm everywhere. As for the cause of the apocalypse, it is equally inconsequential. What truly matters is to survive in this world of desolation. Fortunately, the person Qin Hao has become is a reclusive otaku, and his room is stocked with various foods suited for such individuals. This has allowed him to sustain himself for a week. However, now, only one last piece of bread remains. If that is consumed, he fears. Forget it. No need to dwell on such thoughts. I should eat the bread to fill my stomach. Qin Hao withdrew his gaze from the window and headed to the kitchen to retrieve a backpack. Opening the backpack, swoosh. A mouse leapt out, startling him. He quickly pulled out the last piece of bread within. Indeed, that bread had already been gnawed by the wretched mouse, taking a significant portion. You've eaten my bread. I will roast you one day. Qin Hao glared at the mouse with resentment, but dared not take action. If he made a sound, it would surely attract the zombies outside, and that would spell trouble for him. He then turned his gaze back to the remaining bread, hesitating. Eating it could lead to sickness due to the mouse bites, yet not eating would leave him hungry. To eat or not to eat? That is the question. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, his stomach voiced its strong protests. Damn it, at this hour, must I be picky? Even expired food must be swallowed down. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and made his final decision. However, just then, a series of zombie groans echoed outside. Qin Hao immediately froze, not daring to take another bite of the bread. There was no choice. Although the zombies outside lacked awareness, their hearing was remarkably acute, and even the slightest sound could draw their attention. The groans continued, seemingly halting at the door of the room. Oh no, I swear on the life of that scoundrel Lin, who deserves to be shot 1,000 times, that there is absolutely no one inside. I beg you, please leave. Qin Hao felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, fervently shouting in his mind. It was futile. Moreover, judging by the sounds outside, more zombies had gathered and were now stationed at the door. What the hell is going on? I have made no noise. Why have I still attracted the attention of these zombies? Qin Hao's face darkened, and he bitterly smiled, cursing the damn zombies. Did they possess the ability to see through walls? However, he would soon uncover the truth. Squeak, squeak. A clear sound resonated in Qin Hao's ears. Turning to look, he found it was the mouse. Under Qin Hao's incredulous and furious gaze, the mouse suddenly turned and scurried into the bedroom. Then, crack, a deafening sound erupted. It was evident that the floor-length mirror inside the bedroom had shattered into countless pieces. Damn it! Aside from these two words, Qin Hao found himself at a loss for anything else to say. But fortunately, those words encapsulated all his current emotions. Bang! Bang! Just as he had imagined, the zombies outside began to madly pound on the door. In just a brief moment, cracks started to appear on the door. Damn it! I've barely managed to hold on until now. And am I really going to perish because of a mouse? Qin Hao's heart brimmed with resentment. He swore to the heavens that if he were granted another chance, he would not coexist peacefully with that mouse. Instead, he would seize it at once, roast it, add a touch of cumin and chili powder, and feast upon its flesh. Bang! Bang! The zombies continued to batter the door. With their frenzied assault, more cracks emerged, spreading further outward. Simultaneously, the door began to wobble precariously. One could easily imagine that it would not be long before the door could no longer withstand the pressure and would ultimately shatter completely. At that moment, the zombies outside would surely surge in, devouring him as if he were mere sustenance. Qin Hao rapidly contemplated his options. Yet, in despair, he realized he had only two choices: either jump to his death or be devoured by these zombies. No, he had a third option. That was to fight them to the death. Even if he ultimately fell at their hands, he would take several of them down with him. Damn it, you wretched zombies. If you leave me no path to survival, I will ensure that I take a few of you with me in death. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, speaking with venomous resolve. However, the next moment, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The ultimate dominance system of the apocalypse is binding the host. Ding! The ultimate dominance system of the apocalypse has successfully bound the host. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it now? After a brief pause, a smile immediately appeared on Qin Hao's lips. What is this? A golden finger, the quintessential tool for life's turnaround. The beginning of a miraculous rebirth. As a seasoned reader of online novels with over 20 years of experience, no one understood this better than him. In fact, from the moment he arrived in this world, he had been anticipating the emergence of a golden finger. Yet, a week had passed and none had appeared, leading him to accept the reality that golden fingers belonged solely to others. However, he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise to manifest now. Indeed, while a golden finger may be late, it would never be absent. Open. Qin Hao hesitated not for a moment. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been opened. The host may make a final choice from the following three options. 1. A luxurious villa worth hundreds of millions. 2. Choose any female celebrity as your partner. 3. The ability to stop time. Chapter 2. Time stop and the slaying of the first zombie. Simple, direct, violent, true to the system. It presented the choices before him right from the outset. The excitement in his heart was palpable. However, Qin Hao would not squander time on mere exhilaration, for the zombies outside could breach the door at any moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he focused his attention on the three options laid out before him. The first choice offered a luxurious villa worth hundreds of millions. Had the apocalypse not yet unfolded, possessing such a property would undoubtedly ensure a life of bliss amidst chaos. Yet now, it seemed less significant than a mere packet of instant noodles. The second choice involved selecting a female celebrity as a companion. Undoubtedly, this is the ultimate fantasy for many men. In a different time, he would have been thrilled, torn between Demi Mi and Reba. But now, in the face of impending doom, adding another woman to his life would only complicate matters. Clearly, only those who think with their lower halves would make such a foolish choice. That left him with the final option, the supernatural ability to stop time. As a reclusive individual, he had indulged in numerous games and films featuring time manipulation, particularly the romantic films from the islands, which had captivated him endlessly. This familiarity also instilled in him a profound appreciation for the terrifying power of time-stopping abilities. Once activated, everything would become frozen in place, while he, as the wielder of this power, could act freely, as if he were a deity, reveling in the sheer delight of it all. I choose the ability to stop time, Qin Hao declared decisively. The moment the words left his lips, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge regarding the use of this ability flooded his mind. Could it be that he had acquired the power to stop time so easily? Though he pondered this, a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. Before long, a data panel materialized before him. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8, normal, 10. Speed, 8, normal, 10. Intelligence, 10, normal, 10. Ability, time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration, 1 minute. Range, 5 meters around the host. Cooldown period, 10 minutes. Task none. Qin Hao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Aside from his intelligence, both his strength and speed were inferior to that of an average person. However, this is a common affliction among many recluse males. He then shifted his focus to the ability itself. According to the description of the time-stopping power, It seemed that merely enhancing his intelligence would allow him to extend both the duration and the range of the ability. The question now was how to increase his intelligence. At that moment, a series of loud bangs echoed as the relentless assault of the zombies caused the cracks in the door to multiply and widen. Eventually, unable to withstand the pressure, the door splintered apart, revealing the menacing figures of the zombies. They quickly noticed Qin Hao in the room. With frenzied howls and roars echoing around him, the zombies surged forward, lunging at Qin Hao. Normally, facing 7 or 8 zombies would instill fear even in the strongest of men, leading them to meet their demise at the hands of these creatures. However, Qin Hao remained calm, a predatory smile gracing his lips. After all, as one endowed with the power to stop time, he could effortlessly dictate their fates. Time stopped. Without hesitation, Qin Hao activated his ability. Instantly, everything fell silent. Even the air ceased to flow. The zombies, mid-lunge, were frozen in place, their actions suspended in time. At that moment, only Qin Hao remained unaffected, free to act as he pleased. What a remarkable sensation it was to wield the power of time-stopping, he thought, unable to contain his admiration. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more. Ping. The first task is now issued. I do not wish to remain a mere bystander. Begin by slaying your first zombie. Ping. Please eliminate 1 zombie. Upon completion, you will receive a reward from 3 options. Wow, a task has appeared, he exclaimed, astonished. The prospect of earning a reward upon completion was exhilarating. Although he was unaware of what the reward would be, he recalled the initial 3-choice beginner's package and felt confident that this reward would be equally satisfying. Realizing this, a wave of excitement washed over him. Surely, completing this task would yield an impressive reward. Thus, without further ado, Qin Hao picked up a nearby fruit knife and made his way towards the nearest zombie. For most, confronting a zombie, even with a weapon in hand, would evoke paralyzing fear, rendering them incapable of mounting any resistance. Just 2 days prior, Qin Hao had witnessed 2 armed individuals fall victim to a single zombie. The reason was simple. Despite wielding weapons, they lacked the courage to engage, ultimately cornered and fatally bitten. But now, with the zombies frozen in place, all he needed was a surge of courage to strike them down. Curse these zombies. The tides of fate have turned, Qin Hao thought. You sought to claim my life, but now it is my turn to vanquish you. With that resolve, he swung the fruit knife with determination, plunging it into the zombie's skull. Thud! The knife pierced effortlessly, far easier than he had anticipated. Perhaps the transformation into a zombie had rendered their skulls less resilient than those of living beings. Were it a human, such a strike would have guaranteed death. Yet, who knew if zombies were the same? Thus, Qin Hao did not relent. Drawing the knife back, he continued to thrust it repeatedly into the creature's head, puncturing it with countless holes until a grotesque pool of viscous fluid surrounded him. Only then did he cease his assault. Simultaneously, the system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. Ping. Congratulations, host, you have slain 1 zombie. Ping. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. I do not wish to remain a mere bystander. Begin by slaying your first zombie. Ping. Congratulations, host. You have earned a 3-choice task reward. Please select 1 from the following options. 1. A box of pickled vegetable instant noodles. 2. 1 trillion huaxia coins. 3. The weapon Long Danqiang, wielded by Zhao Zilong from the 3 kingdoms. Behold, the rewards have arrived. So timely, so effortless, so delightful. Chapter 3. 2 tasks. Double the joy and rewards with the 3-choice reward now in hand. There was no time to waste. He would make his final selection without hesitation. Qin Hao directed his attention solely towards the 3 choices presented before him. The first option was a box of sauerkraut instant noodles. Although sustenance held significant importance, the acquisition of extraordinary abilities rendered food a trivial concern. Moreover, he particularly detested sauerkraut instant noodles. The second option was an astronomical sum of 100 billion huaxia coins. Indeed, this figure was beyond his wildest imagination. However, in this apocalyptic world, 100 billion huaxia coins was merely a number. Only a fool would choose such an option. Lastly, there was the third choice, the weapon known as the Longdan Spear, wielded by the legendary warrior Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was a figure akin to a deity during the Three Kingdoms period, renowned for his prowess with a long-dance spear, which inspired fear and trepidation in the hearts of many, having severed the heads of countless valiant heroes. It was evident that the long-dance spear possessed immense power, aptly described as terrifyingly formidable. Given the current circumstances, possessing a reliable weapon would undoubtedly enhance his efficiency in dispatching zombies and significantly bolster his safety. Additionally, he yearned to experience the sensation of wielding a weapon as magnificent as the long-dance spear. "I choose the long-dance spear," Qin Hao declared, and as soon as his words fell, a silver spear appeared in his hand, measuring 2 meters in length and shimmering with a cold gleam in the sunlight. A gentle swing imparted a sensation of cleaving through space. Truly, it was the weapon of the legendary Zhao Zilong, undeniably impressive. As a man of limited education, he could only express his admiration with a simple exclamation of impressive. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears once more. "Ding! A new task has been issued. I am no longer a mere bystander, starting with the elimination of 10 zombies. Ding! Please slay 10 zombies. Upon completion, a 3-choice reward will be granted." No way, he thought, having just completed one task only to be presented with another. To be precise, this was not merely a task, but rather a reward delivered to him on a silver platter. Since it had been offered, there was no reason to hesitate. He would certainly complete this task and claim the new round of 3-choice rewards. Opening the data panel, Qin Hao wished to observe the changes following the task assignment. As he spoke, the data panel reappeared. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8, normal human 10. Speed, 8, normal human 10. Intelligence, 10, normal human 10. Superpower, time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration is 1 minute, with a range of 5 meters around the host. Cooldown period for time stop is 10 minutes. Task, I am no longer a mere bystander, starting with the elimination of 10 zombies, 0-10. As expected, upon acquiring an unfinished task, it would be displayed on the data panel. Just then, the mechanical prompt sounded again. Friendly reminder, half of the 1-minute duration for the host time stop ability remains. If utilized again, a cooldown of 10 minutes is required. Very well, he thought. I cannot afford to waste any more time. I must eliminate all the zombies before the remaining 30 seconds elapse. Otherwise, once the time stop ability ceases, the remaining zombies will undoubtedly swarm towards me. Although I now possess the long-dance spear, facing several zombies at a distance of 3 to 4 meters still poses a significant threat. To the remaining zombies, you are destined for the Western Paradise. Qin Hao mused silently, no longer hesitating as he brandished the long-dance spear against the remaining zombies. With a swift thrust, he pierced the skull of one zombie, twisting the spear slightly, causing its head to explode. The destruction was absolute. Without a second glance, Qin Hao swung the long-dance spear in a perfect arc, effortlessly impaling another zombie's head. As with the first, a gentle twist resulted in a similar explosive demise. Within moments, after a series of thrusts and twists, all 7 zombies before him lay in shattered remains, undeniably dead. After dispatching these zombies, Qin Hao turned and swiftly entered the bedroom. Near the shattered floor mirror, a mouse remained motionless. This mouse had nearly cost him his life. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks revenge without delay. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear, cleaving the mouse in two. Like the zombies outside, it too is thoroughly dead. Simultaneously, the minute limit for the time stop ability had expired. Outside the bedroom, the sound of collapsing bodies echoed. Qin Hao stepped out to find that all the zombies had fallen to the ground. This time, there was no notification for the 3-choice reward, as he had yet to slay the requisite 10 zombies. For the next period, Qin Hao chose not to venture outside, but instead remained in the bedroom. For at least the next 10 minutes, he had no intention of leaving. Despite possessing a system and extraordinary abilities, he was still bound by numerous limitations due to the early stages of his journey. At this moment, he understood the necessity of cautious development. A man must be adaptable, capable of bending and straightening as the situation demands. Just then, the system's prompt resonated once more. Ding! I am no longer alone, starting with the acquisition of a subordinate. Ding! Please acquire a subordinate. Upon completion of the task, a three-choice reward will be granted. Listen to that, he thought. Another task had arrived. Yet, what did it mean to acquire a subordinate? If he ended up with an untrustworthy subordinate possessing strength, it could very well lead to his demise. If he were to take on a subordinate, it would certainly have to be a woman. After all, women are generally weaker than men, making them easier to control. Realizing this, Qin Hao cast his gaze towards the window across the way. Yesterday, he had glimpsed a stunning silhouette, but today it was nowhere to be found. Perhaps something had happened. In this apocalyptic world, misfortune and death were all too common. However, in the next moment, that familiar silhouette reappeared at the window. Even from a distance, it was evident that this was a woman of exceptional beauty and physique, undoubtedly scoring above 90. Previously, his sole focus had been survival, with no thoughts of women, but now, equipped with a system and extraordinary abilities, he found himself contemplating more than mere survival. Most importantly, this was a task issued by the system, a task that must be completed. So, beautiful lady, wait for me. Your heroic savior shall soon arrive, riding the clouds of fortune. Chapter 4. An odd reward. Although Qin Hao yearned to appear in the room opposite and engage in an extraordinary tale with a beautiful woman, reason held him back. After all, the 10-minute cooldown had yet to elapse. Should he venture out now, he would likely become food for the zombies outside before he even reached the ground floor. There was no alternative but to remain hidden. At that moment, the sounds of zombies echoed outside the bedroom. Carefully, he opened a crack in the door and peered out, confirming the presence of a zombie wandering among the lifeless bodies of its fallen kin. At present, I am unable to utilize my time-stopping abilities, and yet here you are. Cursed zombie. This is somewhat lacking in martial ethics, thought Qin Hao with a bitter smile. Nevertheless, it would be unwise to remain inactive. After all, the commotion caused by this solitary zombie is likely to attract more of its kind. Should additional zombies appear and discover him, it would indeed be a dire situation. With only one zombie present, it is prudent to resolve this matter swiftly to prevent any future complications. Having dispatched several zombies previously, Qin Hao now felt emboldened. Furthermore, with the Longdan gun in hand, he felt no fear. He intended to act decisively. Gripping the Longdan gun tightly, he gently opened the bedroom door and cautiously stepped outside. Clearly, this zombie sensed something amiss. The moment Qin Hao appeared behind it, the zombie abruptly turned around, their gazes meeting. What could have been a rather romantic encounter was met with no hesitation from Qin Hao, who aimed the Longdan gun and, like a dragon unleashed, pierced through the zombie's mouth. The creature had no time to react before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, utterly devoid of movement. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly this easy? Yet he understood that the combination of a surprise attack and the formidable power of the Longdan gun made this outcome inevitable. After neutralizing this threat, Qin Hao intended to return to the bedroom and wait out the next 10 minutes. However, he soon heard a faint but unmistakable sound, the raspy breathing of another zombie emanating from a nearby room. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed that if he could eliminate 2 more zombies, he would complete the task of slaying 10 zombies and be rewarded with a selection of 3 options. He opened the data panel with a mere thought, and it immediately appeared before him, visible only to him. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8, normal human, 10. Speed, 8, normal human, 10. Intelligence, 10, normal human, 10. Ability, time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration, 1 minute. Range, 5 meters around the host. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Task 1. I am no longer a salted fish. Begin by slaying 10 zombies, 810. Task 2. I am no longer alone. Begin by acquiring a subordinate, 01. Indeed, just 2 more zombies needed to achieve the 10 required for a reward. Excitement surged within him. Arriving at the doorway, he glanced left and right, noting the absence of any zombies. By entering that room and swiftly eliminating the zombies within before causing any further commotion, he could avoid attracting more attention. With this in mind, Qin Hao stepped out of the room, bolstered by the courage gained from the recently defeated zombie. He soon reached the entrance of the room. Pushing the door open gently, he was greeted by the sight of 2 zombies. A female zombie lay on the table, while a male zombie, clung tightly to her from behind. Without a doubt, before the apocalypse, they had been an inseparable couple. It was evident that even in death, they could not bear to part. However, their current position was particularly cruel to the single and, frankly, quite revolting. Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words and chose to end their existence without uttering another syllable. As he entered the room, he inadvertently startled the two zombies, who turned their attention toward him, emitting excited growls. Suddenly, a sound of something snapping echoed as the male zombie lunged toward Qin Hao with reckless abandon. Without hesitation, Qin Hao unleashed the Longdan gun, which swiftly pierced the male zombie's skull. As he withdrew the weapon, a nauseating liquid splattered forth, and the male zombie crumpled to the floor, devoid of breath. Next, the female zombie, undeterred by her companion's demise, charged at Qin Hao with the same fervor. Qin Hao took a step back, increasing the distance between them while deftly maneuvering the Longdan gun to strike at the female zombie's head with a perfect arc. The weapon pierced through her skull with ease, akin to slicing through tofu. Like the male zombie, she too met her end, lifeless on the ground. Immediately, the system's notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 10 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. I am no longer salted fish. Begin by slaying 10 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 3-choice task reward. Please select one of the following options. 1. 10 attribute points. 2. A top-tier socialite from the heavens. 3. A spatial ring of 10 cubic meters. Rewards once again, as effortlessly as ever. Though, the nature of this reward seems rather frivolous. Qin Hao's attention was instantly drawn to the second option, a top-tier socialite from the heavens. Such a choice promised extraordinary allure, both in physique and appearance, undoubtedly a paragon among women. Moreover, after undergoing specialized training, this socialite would possess not only unparalleled beauty, but also an irresistible charm and enticing skills that other women could only envy. However, he realized that for someone who had not been exposed to the world, this choice would hold unimaginable appeal. Thus, he dismissed it entirely. Chapter 5. The Ultimate Beauty. Are you prepared? Ridiculous. While the allure of the top-tier socialite was undeniable, she had likely been with countless others, rendering her unworthy of sharing his dragon bed. Most importantly, his standards for a partner had risen significantly. Having eliminated the second option, only the first and third remained. The first option, 10 attribute points, would undoubtedly enhance his physical capabilities, allowing for significant improvements in his overall conditioning, especially in light of his current circumstances. Allocating these points to intelligence would enhance the duration and control of his abilities, proving crucial in his quest to recruit that exceptional beauty as a subordinate. The third option, a spatial ring of 10 cubic meters, was well understood by this avid reader. It was a legendary item worth its weight in gold. Possessing such a ring would greatly simplify his life, allowing him to store the Longdan gun when not in use and retrieve it effortlessly when needed. It was an invaluable asset for both everyday life and adventures. However, a practical concern lingered. This option would not provide immediate assistance for his impending endeavors. Ultimately, I choose the 10 attribute points. Qin Hao decided after careful consideration. Please assign the 10 attribute points. The system's voice chimed once more. All points allocated to intelligence. Without hesitation, Qin Hao confirmed his allocation. The system proved to be remarkably efficient. As soon as these words escaped his lips, a warm current flowed through his mind, and he felt an immediate clarity. He opened the data panel, a display visible solely to him, which reappeared once more. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8, normal human, 10. Speed, 8, normal human, 10. Intelligence, 20, normal human, 10. Special ability, time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration is 5 minutes. Range is 10 meters around the host. Cooldown period for time stop is 10 minutes. Task, I am no longer alone, starting from acquiring a subordinate, 01. Just as he had imagined, with an increase of 10 attribute points, his intelligence had reached 20. The time stop ability had also evolved. Previously, its duration was 1 minute. Now, it extended to 5 minutes, and the effective range expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters. What astonished Qin Hao was that the cooldown period remained unchanged at 10 minutes. He was aware that, as the duration and range increased, it would typically consume more mental energy, thus requiring a longer recovery time. Yet, the reality was quite different. System, why has the cooldown time not changed? Qin Hao could not help but inquire. Host, although each use of the special ability consumes more mental energy, the increase in intelligence also enhances recovery capacity, which is why the cooldown time remains unaffected, the system explained. This explanation seemed quite reasonable, and he was thoroughly satisfied with it. Meanwhile, the system's mechanical voice echoed once again in his mind. Ding! A new task has been issued. Say goodbye to mediocrity, beginning with the elimination of 100 zombies. Ding! Please eliminate 100 zombies. Upon completion of the task, a reward of your choice will be granted. Very well, another task had arrived. It felt akin to having just picked up a sesame seed, only to be presented with a watermelon, and then another 10 watermelons. He only hoped it would not bear any relation to mediocrity. However, it was no longer important. Oh, system, you are simply marvelous. If there were an audience present, he would have been unable to resist singing a tune. With the duration of his special ability enhanced and the 10-minute cooldown having elapsed, it was time to recruit that exquisite beauty across the way as his subordinate. Without further hesitation, Qin Hao grasped his Longdan gun and exited the room. He did not return to his own quarters. Instead, he descended the staircase directly. As long as he did not encounter a horde of zombies, he would refrain from using the time stop ability, as its duration was limited, and he needed to maximize the effectiveness of those precious 5 minutes. Proceeding stealthily and cautiously, he aimed to avoid attracting the attention of any other zombies. Yet, as fate would have it, he encountered 3 zombies on the 3rd floor while descending from the 6th. These 3 were engaged in devouring a corpse, which had evidently belonged to a survivor not long ago. This was the reality of the apocalypse. One moment a person could be alive, and the next they could become a zombie or merely a lifeless body. You shall perish. Qin Hao did not choose to evade, but rather launched a proactive assault. Before the 3 zombies noticed him, he swiftly approached, shaking the Longdan gun in his hands, and thrust it directly into the skull of one zombie. The weapon pierced through effortlessly. As he dispatched this zombie, the other 2 immediately turned their attention to him. With guttural growls, they charged towards Qin Hao, evidently drawn in by the allure of fresh prey. However, within moments, the 2 zombies met their demise at his hands. After the 3 zombies fell, Qin Hao pressed onward, continuing his descent. After eliminating a few more isolated zombies, he finally reached the ground floor. Before his eyes lay dozens of zombies, with many more lurking nearby. Naturally, these zombies took notice of Qin Hao. With excited and bloodthirsty howls, they surged towards him. Time stop. Without hesitation, Qin Hao activated his special ability. As he spoke the command, the surrounding zombies froze in place. Those that had been charging towards him became as motionless as statues upon entering his 10-meter range. Wasting no time, Qin Hao brandished his Longdan gun and sprinted towards the adjacent building. With the zombies no longer pursuing him, he effortlessly entered the neighboring structure. After approximately a minute and a half, he arrived at the door of the exquisite beauty's room. As for the motionless zombies in the hallway, Qin Hao made quick work of them. Additionally, he had acquired a backpack filled with provisions taken from a convenience store on the 1st floor, along with some safety gear. Exquisite beauty, my first subordinate. Are you ready? Qin Hao stood at the entrance, filled with anticipation. As a reclusive individual, he had never encountered such a stunning beauty before, and now he not only had the chance to interact with her, but might also experience some extraordinary events thereafter. Most importantly, this was merely the beginning. One could only imagine that his future life would be replete with sweetness. Chapter 6. A simple yet satisfying happiness. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to push the door open, only to find it locked from the inside. With a decisive swing of his Longdan gun, he struck the door lock, and with a resounding snap, it broke apart. The strength of the Longdan gun was indeed formidable. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately greeted by a breathtaking sight. Before him stood a figure. Though he could not see her face, her tall stature and long, slender legs rendered her utterly captivating. Moments later, he found himself before this figure. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as fair as snow. Even when compared to the hottest female celebrities from before the apocalypse, she would hardly pale in comparison. Dressed in a pristine white shirt and a black skirt, her uniform accentuated her allure and charm. Ah, so this is the fabled allure of uniforms, Qin Hao thought, realizing she was not merely a 9 out of 10 beauty, but rather well above the 95 mark. He inhaled deeply. With such a beauty as a subordinate, his future life would undoubtedly be delightful. However, he did not linger, but rather advanced to lift her into his arms. Soft and smooth, the tactile experience was undeniably pleasant, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that lifted his spirits. This beauty was indeed exceptional. Qin Hao marveled once more as he carried her out of the room. With the door lock broken and the need to find a relatively safe location before his ability wore off, he headed for the adjacent room, which he had pre-selected as a temporary refuge. Upon entering the neighboring room, he locked the door behind him and reluctantly placed the exquisite beauty onto the sofa. He then took a moment to appreciate her once more. Yet, this time, his admiration was cut short as the exquisite beauty began to regain consciousness. As Lu Qianqian regained her senses, she was startled to see Qin Hao staring at her, unblinking. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling as she instinctively moved away from him. "I am your humble servant," Qin Hao replied instinctively. "Apologies, I've watched too many live streams, so my reactions have become conditioned," he added, attempting to clarify. Lu Qianqian frowned, her expression darkening. Her discomfort stemmed not solely from Qin Hao's words, but from the realization that she was in an unfamiliar room with an entirely strange man. However, upon discovering that her clothes were intact, and she felt no immediate discomfort, she let out a slight sigh of relief. "Where is this? What has happened?" Confusion and unease filled her heart. Yet, Qin Hao dismissed her concerns, stating nonchalantly, "Rather than pondering where we are or what has transpired, you should be more concerned about what will happen next, such as what I might do to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qianqian retreated to the corner of the wall, leaving her with no escape. "Is it really that dramatic?" Qin Hao remarked, somewhat exasperated. Enough with the small talk, he continued, getting straight to the point. "You are a rare beauty, and your looks and figure grant you the right to accompany me. Therefore, I wish to have you as my subordinate. If you agree, I can ensure not only your sustenance, but also your absolute safety." This was a task assigned by the system, and he needed to complete it promptly. Lu Qianqian was taken aback. "Subordinate? You mean to be your woman?" she thought, feeling that it was too forward. Moreover, the promise of food and safety felt utterly ludicrous to her. "Do not jest," she replied coldly, disbelief etched on her face. "In this apocalyptic world, zombies are everywhere, and humanity has turned cruel and bloodthirsty. You probably lack even the ability to protect yourself, let alone me." Clearly, she did not regard Qin Hao seriously. "You may want to take a look outside," he suggested, not bothering to explain further. "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. Nevertheless, she approached the door and gently opened it, peering through the crack to see the corridor filled with zombies. Each one lay motionless on the ground, their heads pierced and lifeless. "Did you kill these?" Lu Qianqian turned back, disbelief in her eyes. "What do you think?" Qin Hao responded, pulling out some food from his backpack. "Canned meat, Texas-style chicken, pure milk, and mini sausages. I'm hungry now and wish to eat something. You could take this time to think it over." With that, he began to feast on the canned meat and chicken, occasionally sipping milk or enjoying the mini sausages, exaggerating his enjoyment with audible sounds of satisfaction. At that moment, Lu Qianqian noticed the Julong gun in the corner, recalling the bullet holes in the zombies' heads. It was evident that it was this young man before her who had dispatched them. The fact that he could take down 7 or 8 zombies alone and appeared so unfazed indicated that he was no ordinary individual. She couldn't help but glance at Qin Hao again, her gaze drifting to the food in his hands. Canned meat, Texas chicken, and her favorite mini sausages. She hadn't seen such delicacies since the apocalypse began, let alone tasted them. Most importantly, she was now ravenous, her stomach pressing against her back. Eager to share a meal with Qin Hao, in this desolate world, he still had access to such delights, which clearly reflected strength. He possessed power, but did not oppress the weak, leading her to believe he might not be a villain. Upon realizing this, Lu Qianqian looked at Qin Hao once more. A man of strength, kind-hearted, and rather handsome. Didn't he perfectly align with her ideal of a partner? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a peculiar glint appeared in her eyes as she gazed at him. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had finished his meal, naturally letting out a satisfied belch. Beauty. Let us return to our earlier discussion, he said, turning to Lu Qianqian. Do you agree to my proposal of having you as my subordinate? I agree. Lu Qianqian replied without hesitation, having already come to a resolution in her mind. Excellent, Qin Hao said with a smile, feeling pleased. Though this happiness felt somewhat cheap, it was nonetheless a refreshing relief. Meanwhile, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a subordinate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task I am no longer alone by acquiring a subordinate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned a choice of one reward from the following three options. 1. A delectable beggar's chicken. 2. 10 attribute points. 3. A spatial ring of 10 square meters. Chapter 7. Another frustrating task since you have agreed to be my subordinate. I will fulfill my promise. You may consume the food in my backpack at any time, Qin Hao said, handing it to Lu Qianqian. Master, may I really eat the food inside? She asked, her excitement evident. Of course, he affirmed with a nod, adding seriously, but you must repeat your previous address. Master, Lu Qianqian obediently echoed. That sounds delightful, Qin Hao thought to himself, satisfied. Master, if you like it, I shall call you that from now on, Lu Qianqian eagerly offered. That is perfectly fine, Qin Hao agreed, thinking it a charming request from such a splendid beauty. After all, having a stunning girl address him as master was an exhilarating experience. Now, you may indulge yourself, he said. Yes, master, Lu Qianqian replied, eagerly opening the backpack. She pulled out a sausage, tore off the packaging, and took a bite, her eyes lighting up. Then, she forgot all semblance of ladylike decorum and began to devour it voraciously. Indeed, beauties have a penchant for sausages. Meanwhile, Qin Hao shifted his focus to the three reward options, eager to finalize his choice. The first option, a beggar's chicken, was merely food, and since sustenance was no longer a concern for him, it was not within his scope of interest. The second option, 10 attribute points, seemed promising, as applying them to intelligence would likely enhance the duration and range of his abilities. This was a solid choice. The final option, a spatial ring of 10 square meters, had not been chosen last time due to his urgent need for enhanced abilities, but it had reappeared now, since it was available again. He could not afford to let it slip away. After all, possessing such a ring would significantly ease his future endeavors. I choose the spatial ring, Qin Hao declared. As soon as he spoke, a small silver ring materialized on his right index finger. Wearing a ring on the index finger signifies one's single status, indicating that one does not belong to any woman. Indeed, he does not belong to any single woman, for he is destined to belong to every woman that may come into his life. The Longdan gun swiftly transformed into a beam of light, entering the spatial ring at the mere thought of Qin Hao. As an avid reader, he was well aware of how to utilize the spatial ring without requiring communication with the system. Master, what has happened? Lu Qianqian inquired, having noticed the fleeting glimmer. She halted her swallowing motion, her gaze lingering on the peculiar sight. The image of a sausage in her hand was rather suggestive. No, master. There was a long spear in the corner just now. How did it vanish from the room? Lu Qianqian questioned, puzzled. Not only will that spear disappear from the room, but so will you, Qin Hao replied, a glint of intrigue dancing in his eyes as he looked at Lu Qianqian. She appeared bewildered and perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed her, as she found herself in a confined space, slightly larger than a school dormitory. The walls were unidentifiable, resembling neither stone nor jade, leaving their material a mystery. However, her attention was drawn to the Longdan gun, which was unexpectedly present in this strange space. As doubts swirled in her mind, the dizzying sensation struck her again, and she discovered she had returned to Qin Hao's presence in the room. Master. Just now, Lu Qianqian began, but Qin Hao shook his head, his expression grave. Enough, there's no need for curiosity. This is a secret of mine, and it is not yet time to share it with you. As she had just become his subordinate, he was reluctant to reveal his secrets, especially not to others. "I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have asked," Lu Qianqian said, sensing the gravity of the matter. "It's nothing," Qin Hao replied with a casual smile. The reason he had placed Lu Qianqian into the spatial ring was to test whether it could indeed accommodate a person, and the outcome pleased him immensely. This meant he could venture anywhere he desired, accompanied by Lu Qianqian and potentially more beautiful subordinates. Ding! I am no longer alone since acquiring 5 subordinates. Ding! The host must acquire 5 subordinates. Upon completing the task, a reward of 3 options will be granted. The system's notification chimed unexpectedly, leaving him speechless. System, I was merely reflecting on things, and you issue such a task. Was this deliberate? Yet, this apparent intent did not evoke any resentment toward the system within him. Master, I am full now, Lu Qianqian announced while packing her bag. Qin Hao nodded, momentarily taken aback as Lu Qianqian approached him with a bashful expression, biting her lip, a gesture that was utterly enchanting, especially coming from such a stunning beauty. Master, would you like to take a bath together? Lu Qianqian asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Although she was a woman, she was astute enough to recognize that the term subordinate was merely a euphemism, as she was essentially one of his women. Having made the decision to consent, she was prepared for what might ensue, especially after witnessing Qin Hao's mysterious abilities. However, as soon as she spoke, Qin Hao was momentarily dumbfounded. The suddenness of her proposition was overwhelming. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to refuse Lu Qianqian's advances. Who would be foolish enough to turn down such tender affection? Qianqian, right? Qin Hao took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Since you have extended the invitation, I shall accept, for it would be rude to decline the invitation of a beautiful woman." As he spoke, he gently wrapped his arm around Lu Qianqian's shoulders. "Of course, we shall bathe together." However, after that encounter, Chapter 8, another task. Must it come so frequently? An hour and a half later, Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian lay motionless on the bed. Lu Qianqian felt utterly exhausted, while Qin Hao, aside from a light sheen of sweat, felt relatively untroubled. Admittedly, she was quite remarkable. After resting for a moment, Lu Qianqian turned over, pointing at the crimson stain on the sheets, her cheeks flushed. "Qianqian, this is something I truly did not anticipate," Qin Hao exclaimed in disbelief, though his heart swelled with joy. "Master, before the apocalypse erupted, many men pursued me, but I believe they were merely after my body, which is why I never entertained their advances. I have never been in a relationship," Lu Qianqian explained. "Master, is my viewpoint too extreme?" "No, absolutely not," Qin Hao countered without hesitation. "On the contrary, it is a rational and wise choice. If other exquisite women shared your perspective, it would be even better. Master, while I'm unsure about the thoughts of other beauties, one of my close friends certainly shares my sentiments." A hint of dejection crossed Lu Qianqian's features as she sighed. "If it weren't for me, she would not have come to this city. Had she not come here, she wouldn't have to live in constant fear of zombies or those perverse individuals." It was evident that Lu Qianqian had a close bond with her friend, as her guilt was palpable. Yet, her reasoning seemed somewhat naive. "Qianqian, it is not only our city that is overrun with zombies. Nearly every city has succumbed to this fate. Thus, there is no need for you to bear such guilt," Qin Hao remarked dismissively. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianqian's spirits lifted slightly. "Master, while that may be the case, I still feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. If she were to perish here," Lu Qianqian paused, casting a contemplative glance at Qin Hao. "Master, may I ask you for a favor?" Lu Qianqian pondered for a moment before speaking. "Go ahead," Qin Hao encouraged. "Could you save my friend? She is also an extraordinary beauty, equally remarkable in both figure and appearance. If you rescue her, I can persuade her to become one of your subordinates," Lu Qianqian implored, placing all her hopes in Qin Hao. "Tell me about your friend," Qin Hao said, unable to suppress a smile. The system had just issued a task regarding acquiring subordinates, and now Lu Qianqian was revealing her friend's situation, an opportunity that felt serendipitous. "My friend is named Chen Zihan. During the onset of the apocalypse, she was tutoring in the Xinghe Bay Villa community, which left her trapped inside the villa. Yesterday, I used the walkie-talkie I found to contact her. However, the device has now run out of battery, and I can no longer reach her. Nevertheless, I am certain she is still alive. Thus, my dear master, although Lu Qianqian did not finish her words, the expression of anticipation on her face spoke volumes. Rest assured, regardless of whether your friend is alive, we must visit the Xinghuan Villa community. Qin Hao stated with certainty. Just moments ago, he had received a new task from a system. Ding. Conquer this city, starting with the possession of a villa community. Ding. Please, host, occupy a villa community. Upon completion of the task, a reward of 3 choices will be granted. Given the necessity to occupy a villa community, the Xinghuan Villa community, being the most luxurious and grand in Changyuan City, is undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Coincidentally, he also requires a suitable place to stay. Thank you, my master. Lu Qianqian expressed her gratitude. However, I must inform you that it is getting late, and we can only depart tomorrow. After all, the nights in this apocalyptic world are fraught with peril. Qin Hao remarked, I understand, my master, but still, thank you. How do you intend to show your gratitude? Qin Hao did not finish his sentence, for Lu Qianqian had already leaned in. Although her mouth was numb, she felt it was her duty to assist her master. Half an hour later, are you all right? Qin Hao noticed Lu Qianqian's swollen cheek and felt a pang of guilt. It was his peculiar preferences that had led him to overstep. And master, I am fine. I can still manage, though speaking is somewhat difficult. Lu Qianqian explained. To prove her words were true, she rose from the bed and took a few steps back and forth. Despite the slight discomfort, it was inconsequential compared to her swollen red lips. Alas, what a pity. If you wish to accompany me, then so be it. Qin Hao acquiesced. After all, in moments of danger, he could always employ his time-stopping ability. Having Lu Qianqian along would not be a burden. Moreover, if necessary, he could simply store her in his spatial ring. I also wish to slay zombies like you and become a formidable person. Before stepping out, Lu Qianqian stated earnestly, there is no other choice. In the future, the master will likely have more beautiful subordinates, and she must prepare herself. She intends to be more than just a pleasing ornament, but a powerful ally capable of alleviating her master's troubles. Very well, no problem. Qin Hao promptly agreed. Once his beautiful subordinate became powerful, it would spare him many troubles, so he had no reason to refuse. However, he did not anticipate that immediately after he spoke, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Mutual progress begins with leading subordinates to slay 10 zombies. Ding. Please lead your subordinates to slay 10 zombies. Upon task completion, a reward of 3 choices will be granted. Is this for real? Another task? Is this frequency normal? Perhaps more tasks should come my way. After all, each additional task means another reward of 3 choices. Chapter 9. A violent beauty is still beautiful. With the sound of the system prompt, Qin Hao realized he had accepted several tasks upon entering this room. The question arises, how many tasks are there now? For a moment, Qin Hao found himself at a loss. Nonetheless, this was not an issue. He opened the data panel. As soon as he spoke, a data panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8, normal person 10. Speed, 8, normal person 10. Intelligence, 20, normal person 10. Ability, time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration is 5 minutes. Range is 10 meters around the host, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Task 1. Farewell to the Sloth, starting from slaying 100 zombies, 15,100. Task 2. I am no longer alone, starting from acquiring 5 subordinates, 15. Task 3. Conquer this city, starting from possessing a villa community, 01. Task 4. Mutual progress, starting from leading subordinates to slay 10 zombies, 010. It is evident that he already possessed 4 tasks. 4 tasks mean 4 untapped rewards of 3 choices. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly complete the tasks and claim the rewards. Only then would they truly belong to him. Come, let me lead you to confront those zombies outside. Qin Hao, with his Longdan gun in hand, eagerly stepped out of the room. Naturally, Lu Qianqian closely followed. As they exited the room, they deliberately created some noise, which immediately attracted the sound of footsteps and the groans of zombies. Before long, a dozen zombies appeared in their line of sight. Of course, these zombies also noticed the pair and immediately lunged toward Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian with frenzied roars. You wish to slay zombies, did you not? Now, these zombies are yours. Qin Hao grinned at Lu Qianqian, although she had resolved to follow Qin Hao in slaying zombies. The sudden appearance of a dozen zombies far surpassed her expectations. Master this. Lu Qianqian could not articulate her thoughts, for Qin Hao had already activated his time-stopping ability. It would be foolish to let such a remarkable beauty subordinate perish. Allow me to assist you. Qin Hao advanced toward the motionless zombies without hesitation. With each shot from his Longdan gun, he pierced their knees, ensuring that even after the time-stop ability wore off, these zombies would be incapacitated. He deliberately left the opportunity to slay them for Lu Qianqian, as her kills would grant him immediate rewards. After incapacitating all the zombies in front of him, Qin Hao did not pause, but ascended the stairs. Within the limited duration of his ability, he aimed to eliminate as many zombies as possible, ideally clearing out the entire floor. Fortunately, this building had only 6 stories. He swiftly moved upstairs, dispatched the zombies there, quickly descended, and eliminated those on the lower floors. Afterward, he secured the entrance door and returned to Lu Qianqian's side. At this point, 4.5 minutes had elapsed, leaving half a minute remaining. With nothing else to occupy him, Qin Hao could not help but observe Lu Qianqian from head to toe. Although she remained motionless, like a puppet, even in such a state, her beauty was captivating and exquisite. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself recalling certain romantic films from Japan that featured time-stopping themes. Nostalgia is a fleeting sentiment. Reality can transform at any moment, allowing one to savor life as experiences anew. Qin Hao scolded himself harshly. Finally, 5 minutes had elapsed. In the next instant, both Lu Qianqian and the zombies reverted to their normal states. Particularly, the zombies fell lifelessly to the ground, one after another. Yet, their instincts remained intact. Even in their prone positions, they fervently crawled toward Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian. Now is your moment to shine, Qin Hao declared as he handed Lu Qianqian the Longdan gun. Yes, Master, Lu Qianqian replied, taking a deep breath as she approached the advancing zombies. This was a task she had requested, and with her master by her side, she felt compelled to avoid disappointing him. With resolve, Lu Qianqian stood before a zombie and plunged the Longdan gun into its skull, effortlessly piercing through. The creature was dead beyond any doubt. Following this, Lu Qianqian's confidence surged. Dispatching zombies was not as daunting as she had imagined. With each encounter, the unmistakable sound of the Longdan gun echoed as it penetrated the heads of the zombies. Observing Lu Qianqian in action, it was evident that her fear had dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating passion for the task at hand. It was as though she had unleashed the violent demon within her. Nevertheless, this was indeed advantageous. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, individuals like Lu Qianqian possessed the qualifications to survive. It was undeniable. Even as she exhibited her fierce side, her beauty remained captivating, drawing the gaze of all. Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a profound sense of happiness at having such a stunning subordinate. Meanwhile, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leading your subordinate to slay 10 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of mutual progress by leading your subordinate to slay 10 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 3-choice task reward. Please select from the following options. 1. Original stockings from your favorite celebrity. 2. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. 3. 3 free ability refreshes. So Lu Qianqian had indeed slain the requisite 10 zombies, thus earning the 3-choice reward. However, the nature of this reward seemed rather intriguing. Chapter 10. Another unexpected delight. There was nothing more to say. The process of claiming rewards had become repetitive. Yet, Qin Hao found no irritation in the routine. Quite the opposite. He wished for such moments to be as fulfilling as his innate talents. But alas, he could only indulge in such thoughts. Returning to the 3-choice reward. The first option, original stockings from his beloved celebrity, was undeniably peculiar. The question arose, was it for Demi Mi or Reba? But mattered little. He had no such peculiar tastes. The second option, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, would have garnered attention parked outside the Art Academy, attracting numerous notes and potential interactions. However, in this apocalyptic landscape filled with zombies and debris, even the finest vehicle would be rendered useless. Thus, he was left with the final option, 3 free ability refreshes. As the name suggests, these refreshes would allow him to reuse his abilities, significantly extending their duration, equating to a total of 20 minutes of power, especially in perilous situations. This was akin to a life-saving talisman, a guarantee of survival. Nothing could be more vital. I choose the 3 free ability refreshes, Qin Hao decided without hesitation. He opened the data panel, and as he spoke, the interface reappeared for his eyes alone. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8, normal, 10. Speed, 8, normal, 10. Intelligence, 20, normal, 10. Ability, time stop, duration increases with intelligence. Currently lasting 5 minutes within a 10-meter radius, cooldown of 10 minutes. Items, 3 free ability refreshes. Task 1. Bid farewell to mediocrity by slaying 100 zombies, 7,100. Task 2. I am no longer alone, having acquired 5 subordinates, 1-5. Task 3. Dominate this city by owning a villa community, 0-1. Indeed, the item category had been added to the data panel, now including the 3 free ability refreshes. Wait a moment. There seemed to be an issue with the progress of the first task. He had initially slain 15 zombies and just recently dispatched around 40 more. Yet the tally showed 70. Could it be that the zombies defeated by Lu Qianqian also counted toward his task? System, what is happening? Qin Hao inquired directly. Host, since Lu Qianqian is your subordinate, her zombie kills are counted as yours, naturally advancing your task progress, the system explained. However, this explanation felt overly simplistic, reminiscent of a cause and effect reasoning. Nevertheless, Qin Hao appreciated it. After all, this was indeed an unexpected delight. Master, I have slain all the zombies, Lu Qianqian announced as she returned to Qin Hao's side, her face alight with anticipation, eager for praise. Well done, you have performed admirably, and I am exceedingly satisfied. Qin Hao praised generously, not hesitating to show affection as he gently kissed her forehead. Master, Lu Qianqian blushed, yet her excitement and joy were unmistakable. Master, this is just the beginning. I will grow stronger and slay even more zombies, she vowed eagerly. I believe in you. Qin Hao nodded, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. This was spurred by another notification from the system. Ding. Continue progressing by leading your subordinate to slay 100 zombies. Ding. Please lead your subordinate to slay 100 zombies. Upon completion, you will receive a 3-choice reward. These tasks under the system seem to flow effortlessly. Let us move forward and clear this area thoroughly, aiming to eliminate all the zombies within. The zombies they faced now could walk and run. He turned to Lu Qianqian. Since her actions could enhance the progress of 2 tasks simultaneously, it was only fair to give her the opportunity to defeat as many zombies as possible. Master, I have no issues, Lu Qianqian affirmed confidently, aware of her role as both a subordinate and a companion. She would not let him down. Then let us set forth, Qin Hao said, leading Lu Qianqian downstairs. Earlier, he had avoided the zombies in the rooms below due to time constraints, but now it was time to confront them. At the threshold of one room, he kicked the door open. Suddenly, the zombie lunged at her with bared teeth and claws. Lu Qianqian did not retreat. Instead, she advanced 1 step, gripping the Longdan gun tightly, and with a swift motion, plunged it into the zombie's skull. Following this, she faced another room, confronting 2 zombies simultaneously. With a swift flick of her weapon, both zombies fell to the ground before they could even approach her. Then, faced with 3 zombies, Lu Qianqian's momentum remained unimpeded. Observing her decisive and cold demeanor as she dispatched the zombies with the ease of slicing through vegetables, Qin Hao could not help but take a deep breath. Setting aside all else, in terms of individual prowess in slaying zombies, it seemed I am no match for this formidable beauty before me. However, having such a powerful companion is quite a delightful experience, and Qin Hao felt no qualms about it. All right, let us return. After eliminating the remaining zombies, Qin Hao led Lu Qianqian back into the room. Yet, as they entered, two young men stealthily emerged from the corner of the upper floor. Their expressions indicated they had clearly noticed Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian, as well as the multitude of fallen zombies scattered about. Brother Long, what happened to all these zombie corpses? Did those two just now kill them? One of the slender youths asked, his face a mix of complexity. Upon hearing this, the tall and robust Wang Long immediately shook his head dismissively, saying, "Look at those two. They appear too frail to have killed so many zombies. Clearly, they have no connection to this. But Brother Long, if they are not responsible, then who killed these zombies?" The slender youth, Chun Lin, questioned in confusion. "I do not know who eliminated these zombies, but one thing is certain. It was definitely not those two just now. Furthermore, I can assure you that whoever did this has already left this place," Wang Long asserted confidently. "Why is that?" Chun Lin asked. "You're truly a dimwit. If that strong individual were still here, do you think they would remain indifferent to that beautiful woman?" Wang Long scoffed. "Ha ha, Brother Long is wise. We ought to eliminate that man and claim the woman for ourselves. Just imagining such a stunning beauty is enough to drive me wild." At that moment, Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian had returned to the room. "Master, we seem to have forgotten something." "What is it?" "We initially planned to go out and search for some food, but we ultimately forgot about it." "Well, I just remember that now. Should we go look for it now?" "No, it's too late for that. We are about to have guests. Didn't you hear any sounds?" "Master, I heard nothing." It was evident that Lu Qianqian genuinely had not heard anything. Yet, why had Qin Hao heard the dialogue of two men? What was happening? Could he be hallucinating? "System, what's going on?" Qin Hao inquired once more. The system's explanation came promptly. "Host, this is due to your intellect enhancement. With an increase in intelligence, not only do you become smarter, but your auditory and olfactory senses also heighten, allowing you to hear sounds others cannot." "Really? That is quite a benefit," Qin Hao exclaimed, momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by excitement and joy. Nevertheless, he could not afford to dwell on this, as the footsteps of the two men drew nearer. Even Lu Qianqian had begun to hear them. "Master, there are footsteps. Someone is coming," she whispered. Qin Hao nodded and approached the door, retracting the bolt that had already been secured. "Master, what are you doing?" Lu Qianqian asked, perplexed. "I am merely welcoming our guests," Qin Hao replied with a faint smile. As soon as he spoke, the footsteps halted at the door. After a brief silence, there was a loud bang. The door swung open forcefully, and a figure stumbled in, almost tripping over itself. "Damn it, I didn't even lock it." Wang Long cursed under his breath. "Brother Long, are you all right?" Chun Lin rushed forward to support him. Their eyes then fell upon Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian, their attention fixated on Lu Qianqian's exquisite features and tall, alluring stature. She was truly a paragon of beauty. "Beautiful lady, come with me. I promise you will live comfortably in this apocalyptic world," Wang Long said, swallowing hard with greed. "Indeed, beautiful lady, follow me, Brother Long. Otherwise, we may not let you go," Chun Lin added, echoing his companion. Throughout, they had not spared a glance at Qin Hao, as they considered him nothing more than a dead man, unworthy of their attention. In the past, facing such a situation, Qin Hao would have remained unfazed. But this time was different. "She is my subordinate. If you wish for her to accompany you, should you not seek my consent first?" Qin Hao said coldly. Wang Long and Chun Lin finally turned their disdainful gazes toward him, their expressions filled with contempt and mockery. "You little brat, if you had remained silent, you might have lived a while longer. Now, you are clearly courting death," Wang Long hissed like a venomous snake. "You brat, kneel before Brother Long. He might grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you will suffer a fate worse than death," Chun Lin shouted angrily, brandishing a dagger threateningly. "You dare to show disrespect to the master? I advise you to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you will surely regret it," Lu Qianqian interjected, her expression darkening with fury. They may insult her, but disrespect toward her master was absolutely intolerable. "What, master? I never expected such a stunning beauty to have such connections. Rest assured, after I eliminate this scoundrel, I shall take your place as your master," Wang Long said, licking his lips, his gaze toward Lu Qianqian that of a predator eyeing its prey. "Beautiful lady, you would do well to recognize your situation. From now on, Brother Long is your master," Chun Lin continued, dutifully playing the role of the sycophant. Master, they are utterly ungrateful. Please, Lu Qianqian began, her voice filled with indignation. But Qin Hao silenced her with a glance, for in his mind, the system's notification had sounded once again. To dominate the world, one must eliminate all enemies, especially those who offend the host and seek to kill the host. They must be eradicated with the force of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Ding! A new mission has been issued, to become the strongest ruler, starting by eliminating the enemies before me. Ding! Eliminate the enemies at hand. Upon completion, rewards will be granted from 3 options. Very well. So they are not here to cause trouble, but rather to present rewards. Since they have so graciously offered their rewards, I shall graciously accept. I had intended to give you a chance, but now you shall remain here forever. In other words, you will die here. Qin Hao has resolved to exact vengeance in kind, not merely for the trifling reward of a choice among 3, but rather as a consequence that those who seek to take life must bear. The laughter of Wang Long and Chun Lin erupted, a cacophony of mirth that, however, did not afford them the chance to ridicule Qin Hao further. In an instant, time halted, and with a mere thought, Qin Hao cast the surroundings into an absolute stillness once more. Although the Longdan gun alone could suffice to eliminate them, why employ a less secure method when a more assured ability was at hand? Qin Hao did not rush to confront Wang Long and Chen Lin, but instead surveyed the upper rooms again. Once assured that no other survivors remained aside from the 2 of them, he returned to the room. The limit of his time-stopping ability was nearing its end. It was time to act. In the next moment, Qin Hao appeared before Wang Long and Chun Lin. He seized Wang Long's right hand and plunged the dagger he held deep into Chun Lin's chest. Equally, he drove the dagger from Chun Lin's hand into Wang Long's heart. After these actions, the limit of his ability had expired, and both Wang Long and Chen Lin, along with Lu Qianqian in the distance, regained their freedom. Damn it! How dare you strike me? Long go I? The expressions of disbelief exchanged between Wang Long and Chun Lin morphed into fury, and in their rage, they each thrust their daggers deeper into one another. Ultimately, they collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. Clearly, they could not comprehend how, in the blink of an eye, the daggers had found their way into their chests. As they fell, the system's notification resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the enemies before you. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of becoming the mightiest ruler beginning with the defeat of these foes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward for the 3-choice task. Please select from the following options. 1. A zombie minion. 2. Doubling the capacity of the spatial ring. 3. The ability to control magnetic fields. Look, another reward has arrived. One cannot deny that this recurrence is steeped in familiarity. Chapter 12. Contacting best friend Shinzahan as before, with the 3-choice reward now in hand, it was time to make a final decision. The first option, a zombie minion, was dismissed without a second thought. The second option, doubling the capacity of the spatial ring, although beneficial for storing more items, was unnecessary as the current capacity sufficed. The third option, the ability to control magnetic fields, akin to the powers of Magneto, promised immense strength. Envisioning such capabilities, including the childhood dream of flight, was thrilling. In comparison, the first 2 options were utterly worthless, lacking any merit whatsoever. I choose the ability to control magnetic fields. Qin Hao made his decision with remarkable swiftness. As soon as the words left his mouth, a warm current spread throughout his body, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge regarding the manipulation of magnetic fields surged into his mind. Longdan gun appear with a mere thought. A radiant light flickered from the spatial ring in his hand. In the next instant, the Longdan gun leaned against the wall. Qin Hao gestured towards it, slowly lifting it upward. Come to me, he uttered softly. An invisible force acted upon the Longdan gun, and to the astonishment of both Qin Hao and the incredulous Lu Qianqian, the gun gently detached itself from the wall, floating gracefully into the air, standing as if a master of the skies. Master, this Lu Qianqian's expression was one of shock and reverence. It's nothing, just a routine operation. Qin Hao shrugged casually. You see, True masters are always so humble. As dusk descended, they had a light meal before it was time to rest. Yet, this night differed significantly. Sleeping beside a stunning beauty was an entirely different experience than being alone. However, before they could retire, they needed to change rooms. After the previous ordeal, the double bed had endured too much, teetering on the brink of collapse. Although relocating was a hassle, Qin Hao bore no resentment towards it. 5 minutes later, they arrived in a new room, evidently freshly renovated, with walls as pristine as a woman's skin and murals that appeared untouched by time or dust. The furniture was also newly furnished, yet the room's original occupant was nowhere to be found. It mattered little. This room belonged to them for the night. Qian, return to your previous room and fetch that intercom, Qin Hao instructed. But, Master, the battery is dead, and the intercom is unusable, Lu Qian replied, disheartened. Yet, a moment later, a smile broke through. Master, I understand now. I will retrieve the intercom immediately. Lu Qian returned with the intercom, having replaced the battery. Although Qin Hao had never used one before, a brief examination allowed him to grasp its operation, a testament to the enhanced intellect he had gained. What channel is your best friend on? Never mind, just contact her. Qin Hao handed the intercom back to Lu Qian. Understood, Master. Lu Qian responded, initiating contact with her friend Chun Zihan. Zihan, are you there? It's Qian. There was no reply from her friend, but instead, other voices emerged. Qian, I'm not Zihan, but your beloved uncle. Get lost, you barefoot uncle. This beauty would surely prefer a delicate young man like me. Do you even know? Nowadays, young beauties favor fatherly figures. By the way, little beauty, how about letting me be your daddy? Lu Qian furrowed her brow. Previously, such jesting remarks would have gone ignored. But now, as the masteress woman, they were an affront to her dignity. She cannot endure it. Can you all refrain from such lewdness? Show some respect. Lu Qian retorted angrily. Yet, her words only exacerbated their ridicule. Beautiful lady, you'll know if my mouth is clean if you give it a try. I assure you, my mouth is the cleanest. How about you come with me? Scoundrels, how dare you treat a lady this way? Behave, or let your daddy take care of you. Little sister, though I'm an uncle, I'm gentle. Come, be my adorable little sister. I'll be your wise brother. How does that sound? Hearing their audacious taunts, Lu Qian trembled with indignation. You have done well. A group of individuals who strike fiercely online, yet cower in reality, are but keyboard warriors, unworthy of your concern. Instead, continue to reach out to your close friend. Qin Hao halted Lu Qian, asserting that the most effective approach to dealing with such keyboard warriors is to regard them as mere air, or, if one possesses the means, to eliminate them entirely. After all, the internet is their primary battleground. However, Qin Hao's words incited an imbalance among these keyboard warriors, leading to their ire. How infuriating! Others have beautiful companions, yet they are left with nothing but their own hands. Cursed be the one who stands in their way. They demanded the beauty's attention, threatening dire consequences. How dare you lay your hands on my daughter? Rest assured, should our paths cross, I shall ensure your demise. Young man, if you value your life, release the young beauty. Such a delicate flower is beyond your grasp. Amidst these voices, a delightful tone emerged, filled with surprise. Qian, is that really you? Upon hearing this, Lu Qian was overwhelmed with joy. Master, that is my close friend Chen Zihan's voice. How wonderful, my friend is alive. After briefly informing Qin Hao, Lu Qian quickly responded to Chen Zihan over the intercom. Zihan, it's me. I'm still alive. How are you? Qian, though I wish to spare you worry, I must confess that I fear there may be no chance for us to say goodbye in the future. Zihan, what on earth is happening? Please don't frighten me. Qian, rest assured, I am unharmed. However, I am out of food and starving. Tomorrow, I must venture out to find sustenance. It may be our last communication. This is the reality of a post-apocalyptic world, where many survivors who cling to life will ultimately perish in the quest for food. Under normal circumstances, such words would evoke despair. Yet Lu Qian responded with excitement. That is wonderful news. Realizing her reaction might be misconstrued, she quickly clarified, Zihan, please don't misunderstand. I want to assure you that tomorrow, the master will take me to find you. From now on, He will not only secure our food, but also shield us from the fear of zombies. Indeed, tomorrow, Qin Hao would appear before Chen Zihan, and he would gain another beautiful ally. Master? Qian, what are you saying? How can you casually refer to someone as master? And who exactly is this master you speak of? Chen Zihan's voice was filled with confusion. Though separated by the intercom, one could easily imagine her astonishment, her mouth agape. Mouth agape? I must have overthought this. Qin Hao mused. As expected, others began to voice their discontent as well. What do you mean by master? This is truly hurtful. Cursed be the rogue who has brainwashed this beauty. Quickly, leave that scoundrel and come to your father. However, Lu Qianqian heeded Qin Hao's counsel and ignored the keyboard warriors. Continuing her conversation with Chen Zihan. Zihan, I cannot explain everything now, but you must understand that the master is incredibly powerful. The zombies are but trivial adversaries in his presence, so trust me and believe in him, all right? Very well, Qianqian, I trust you. Though Chen Zihan remained puzzled, she acquiesced. By the way, Qianqian, I must go. The zombies are increasing outside. If they hear any noise, I will truly be in trouble. After cautioning Lu Qianqian, Chen Zihan's voice faded away, indicating she had logged off. Yet the cacophony of others grew louder. Cursed be the rogue who has deceived yet another beauty. If I ever encounter you, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. I am losing my mind. I'm the father of those two beauties, and you, scoundrel, have the audacity. Amidst these outcries, an unexpected voice chimed in. Sister Qianqian, do you desire a gentle and understanding younger sister? I wish to be with you. Master, I am a remarkable beauty. Could you assist me as well? I am a warm and cuddly little kitty, meow. Master, I once worked at Tianshang Renjian and was the top performer. Let me be your woman. To these declarations, Qin Hao merely shook his head, suspecting that they were all mere pretenders. Just as he contemplated shutting off the intercom, a voice, clear and melodic yet tinged with disdain, rang out. You individuals truly bring shame upon women. Do not presume that the so-called master is merely playing with you. Even if he desired to seek you out, he likely lacks the capability. You must understand, in this world overrun by zombies, no one can move freely or act at will. Therefore, I implore you to maintain your dignity and refrain from trampling upon the honor of women. Her words resonated powerfully, silencing the intercom. It was not only her eloquence that commanded attention, but also her identity. Indeed, the audience recognized her voice. She was Lin Mushi, the renowned beauty and CEO of the Tongji Group, a well-known advocate for women's rights, and a stunningly beautiful woman. Wow, I cannot believe our Lin Beauty is still alive. Lin Beauty, you are the woman of my dreams. I have squandered countless tissues over you. My esteemed Miss Mushy, where are you? Allow me to rescue you and become your devoted admirer. Forget those two women. Lin Beauty, let me be your father. Before the apocalypse, these keyboard warriors had never imagined they would have the opportunity to converse with Lin Mushy, and now they seized this rare moment. Yet Lin Mushy paid them no mind and continued. And what of this so-called master? Why do you not speak? Have my words struck a chord? If I have indeed hit the mark, then cease your charade and stop deceiving us innocent women. It was evident that the term innocent had little relevance for Lin Mushy. She was truly an intriguing woman, and Qin Hao couldn't he help but chuckle. Lin Beauty, do you imply that you doubt my capability to appear where I claim? Qin Hao inquired. Indeed, do not presume I am unaware. Individuals like you are merely indulging in idle chatter, lacking the ability or courage to confront the zombies outside. Lin Mushy replied dismissively. Very well, provide me with your address, and tomorrow I shall demonstrate my abilities. However, I must insist that when I appear before you, you shall follow me and serve as my subordinate. Qin Hao spoke directly from his heart. Initially, he had worried about his 5 subordinates, but now Lin Mushy had emerged, and he was determined to accept her into his ranks. Certainly, there is no issue. I am currently at the highest echelon of Tonsiren Group. You had better truly appear here tomorrow. Otherwise, you shall no longer be present within the intercom. Lin Mushy promptly acquiesced, following the completion of their wager. The intercom was instantly filled with a cacophony of excitement. Could it be that our dream lover is destined to become that scoundrel's woman? Someone should swiftly emerge to punish that rogue. Lin, the magnificent beauty, rest assured that your father is within Tong's Iron Group. Should that villain appear here, I will deliver 2 powerful blows to vanquish him. My lord, I'm not far from Tong's Iron Group. Could you perhaps rescue me as well? I'm a man, yet if my lord saves me, I can assume any position that pleases him. However, both Qin Hao and Lin Mushi could no longer hear their words, as they had turned off the intercom for different reasons. Lin Mushi did so to conserve battery power, hoping to retain the chance of rescue from officials or heroes. Qin Hao, on the other hand, simply wished to avoid the drivel of keyboard warriors. After all, for him, neither food nor supplies were concerns any longer. 5 kilometers away, in the high-tech zone, a 20-story edifice stood tall. This was the Tong's Iron Group building. On the highest floor, in a luxurious office of approximately 200 square meters, Lin Mushi found herself alone. Yet, at this moment, she had lost the assertive and domineering demeanor she had displayed over the intercom. Instead, she resembled a frightened fawn, retreating to the innermost recesses of the office's cloakroom. For the sound of zombies had begun to echo in her ears, and it was not merely 1 or 2. It was evident that her prior exclamations had attracted the attention of the undead outside. Bang, bang, bang. With an ear-splitting clamor, the zombies began to pound forcefully against the office door. The noise grew increasingly louder and more frantic, suggesting that there were at least 10, if not more, zombies outside. Fortunately, the door was sufficiently sturdy. Despite the considerable number of zombies, breaching the office door remained a formidable challenge. To Lin Mushi's relief, after their futile attempts and the subsequent silence, the zombies seemed to have temporarily abandoned their desire to enter. Though the door was robust, it could not withstand the relentless battering of the zombies. The most pressing concern was the absence of food. If no one appeared to rescue her, she feared she might perish from starvation rather than at the hands of the undead. As Lin Mushi contemplated this, her thoughts turned to the individual on the intercom, and she shook her head in disgust. He was merely an inept individual seeking verbal gratification, perhaps now curled up under his bed like a dead dog. Relying on such a person was utterly foolish. A smirk of disdain and mockery appeared at the corners of Lin Mushi's mouth. As for their wager, if he truly were to appear, I would not only consider being his subordinate, but even his woman, should he choose to execute me on the spot. What matter would it be? At that very moment, in a different locale, within the Xinghuan Villa community, in the central villa, Chen Zihan lay motionless on her bed. Deprived of sustenance, she resorted to this method to conserve energy. Why did Qianqian refer to that individual as my lord? Had she truly chosen to become that person's woman in order to survive? Chen Zihan recalled Lu Qianqian's words. She did not look down on her friend, but felt a twinge of concern regarding the reliability of the person Qianqian had mentioned. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one could encounter all manner of individuals. She hoped that person had not deceived Qianqian. Otherwise, not only would Qianqian's safety be compromised, but it would also lead to her utter despair. Furthermore, Qianqian had stated that he would come to find her, amidst the ruthless, bloodthirsty zombies. Would he truly be willing to risk such danger? Well, to take 1,000 steps back, even if he did dare to venture here, he would likely develop an interest in me, just like other men. If such a scenario were to unfold, would I not be betraying Qianqian? With nothing else to occupy her thoughts, Chen Zihan found herself mulling over these matters. However, if that individual truly arrived and insisted that I become his woman, how should I respond? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. If I refuse, what if he were to kill me in a fit of rage? Would that not be a significant loss? Yet if I acquiesce, it would mean sharing a man with my friend. Not only would that betray Qianqian, but it would also be rather perverse, would it not? Strangely, when Chen Han pondered this final point, an inexplicable flicker of anticipation arose within her heart. Time passed swiftly, especially when joyous events occurred. When Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian opened their eyes, daylight had fully emerged, and the sun was already high in the sky. It was inevitable. They had gone to bed early, but had struggled to fall asleep. My lord, you should lie down a little longer. I will go prepare something for us to eat. Lu Qianqian said, her speech hindered as she began to rise. Qianqian, I apologize, Qin Hao remarked, noticing the swelling of Lu Qianqian's lips, feeling a pang of guilt. He resolved to be more cautious next time. "My lord, it is only right for me to do these things," Lu Qianqian replied, her cheeks flushed, as she hobbled out of the bedroom. The side effects were rather exaggerated. 20 minutes later, they had finally finished breakfast. "My lord, when shall we set off?" Lu Qianqian inquired eagerly. "We can depart at any time," Qin Hao replied casually. This was one of the advantages of the apocalyptic world. Wherever they went, they could call home. "My lord, there seems to be a dilemma." "What dilemma?" "My lord, we have promised to assist my friend, while also committing to meet the beautiful CEO Lin Mushi. How shall we choose?" "That is not a problem," Qin Hao chuckled. "It seems you do not particularly enjoy going out. Otherwise, you would know that our route to Xinguan Villa community conveniently passes by Tongshiren Group. However, this means your friend will need to remain at the Villa community a bit longer." "My lord, that is fine. I will inform Zihan to prepare for concealment and await our arrival," Lu Qianqian responded joyfully. She had initially feared she might not see her friend today, but it appeared she had been overly concerned. "Once we arrive at the Villa community, I will certainly persuade Zihan to become my lord's subordinate," Lu Qianqian added. "I believe you will succeed." Qin Hao nodded approvingly, feeling that it was ideal for Lu Qianqian to persuade Chen Zihan. Moreover, Lu Qianqian's involvement in such matters provided him with a unique experience. "All right, gather your things. We shall set off." Then, an astonishing scene unfolded that left Lu Qianqian in disbelief. In her mind, her lord would undoubtedly make use of the remaining food in the room. However, to her surprise, Qin Hao took not a single morsel, but instead packed all the sports and health items without exception into the backpack. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Qianqian felt warmth in her heart, overwhelmed with gratitude. "My lord, thank you." Lu Qianqian was no fool. She understood that Qin Hao was considering her, and, of course, their future together. Indeed, no man takes pleasure in utilizing such things. Wearing socks while washing one's feet can hardly be deemed comfortable. Enough said, let us proceed. Qin Hao waved his hand and descended the stairs. The two soon arrived downstairs. Even through the door, they could discern a considerable number of zombies. At least around 30 or so. One could only imagine the dire fate that awaited if these zombies were to surround them. Fortunately, Qin Hao possessed the extraordinary ability to halt time. It seemed that the task of eliminating 100 zombies was nearing completion. A thought flickered in his mind as he opened the data panel. As soon as he uttered his intention, a data interface, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8, normal, 10. Speed, 8, normal, 10. Intelligence, 20, normal, 10. Ability 1. Time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration, 5 minutes. Range, 10 meters around the host. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Ability 2. Magnetic control. Targets and range increase with intelligence. Current target, 1. Range, 10 meters around the host. No cooldown time. Items, 3 free ability refreshes. Task 1. Bid farewell to the unfortunate, starting from eliminating 100 zombies, 9100. Task 2. I am no longer alone, starting from acquiring 5 subordinates, 15. Task 3. Dominate this city, beginning with owning a villa community, 01. Task 4. Continue to progress, starting from leading subordinates to eliminate 100 zombies, 14100. Indeed, he needed to eliminate just 10 more zombies to complete the first task. Upon completion, he would receive a choice of rewards. Without further ado, let a splendid day commence with the fulfillment of tasks. Chapter 15. Was this a timely downpour? Without hesitation, he opened the front door of the first floor. Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian stepped outside, instantly drawing the attention of the zombies lurking beyond. With a cacophony of roars, the zombies surged toward the two like groomsmen in a frenzied pursuit. This was no mere 30 zombies. It was clearly closer to 50. Undeniably, in this apocalyptic realm, zombies were in abundant supply. Safety must come first amidst countless paths. With a decisive thought, Qin Hao activated his ability to stop time. In an instant, the world fell silent. Both Lu Qianqian and the zombies within 10 meters stood still, as if frozen in time. Previously, after utilizing his ability, Qin Hao would have wielded his longed-in gun to pierce the skulls of the zombies. However, now he had no intention of approaching them. With the newfound capability of magnetic control, he was eager to demonstrate it. He summoned the longed-in gun from his spatial ring. Rise, with a mere thought. The longed-in gun floated above Qin Hao's head. Go forth. Another mental command sent the gun soaring like a bolt of lightning, reaching a zombie in an instant. The gun pierced through its head without resistance. The demise of the zombie did not affect the longed-in gun in the slightest. It continued its rapid trajectory towards other zombies. With each strike, the gun seamlessly penetrated the skulls of the zombies in its path. In mere moments, half of the initial 50 zombies lay defeated. The remaining zombies met a similar fate shortly thereafter, as the longed-in gun, akin to a silver serpent of lightning, dispatched the rest. In less than half a minute, Qin Hao reflected on the time taken. He would have needed at least a minute and a half if using the gun directly. Clearly, the existence of his magnetic control ability significantly enhanced his efficiency in eliminating zombies. With the zombies dispatched, he anticipated the rewards that awaited him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's notification echoed in his consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating 100 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of bidding farewell to the unfortunate, starting from the elimination of 100 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a triple-choice reward. Please select one from the following options. 1. 10 attribute points. 2. 1 super energy bar. 3. A colossal tank that crushes all. Once again, it was time for a decision. The first option, 10 attribute points, while vital, did not seem as urgent as anticipated. The second option, a super energy bar, could significantly enhance one's physical attributes, both strength and speed, resulting in an extraordinary transformation. Yet, similar to the 10 attribute points, the urgency for the energy bar was not pressing. The third option, a colossal tank that crushes all, though its size was unknown, was undoubtedly a high-quality vehicle produced by the system. Under normal circumstances, such a choice might not be necessary, but in the current scenario, possessing such a tank would provide unimaginable convenience. Previously, for absolute safety, Qin Hao had relied on his time-stopping ability and 3 free ability refreshes to navigate. While this ensured safety, it was far from efficient. Driving a vehicle recklessly could easily lead to encirclement by zombies, and should his time-stopping ability be on cooldown, the danger would be imminent. However, with the colossal tank, concerns for safety would dissipate, and his efficiency in traversing and accomplishing tasks would greatly increase. I choose the colossal tank that crushes all. Qin Hao promptly made his final choice. As soon as he spoke, a brilliant light flashed, and a tank materialized before him. Upon its appearance, Qin Hao realized he had misinterpreted the term colossal. This was not merely a giant tank. It was a superlative entity of immense proportions. Roughly estimated, it stood at least 6 meters tall, with a similar width. Crafted entirely from steel, it resembled a steel behemoth from another world. One could only imagine that if it were to charge forward, no towering walls or buildings would pose a challenge, effortlessly crushed beneath its might. Truly terrifying. System, oh system, just when I needed a powerful vehicle, you bestowed upon me this steel behemoth. It is as if you delivered a timely downpour, demonstrating your thoughtfulness. Qin Hao could not suppress a smile. Now, even without utilizing his time-stopping ability, he could traverse smoothly to the Xinghuan Villa community with ease. Concurrently, the system's notification, as anticipated, resonated within his mind. Ding! A new task has been issued. The unfortunate transforms into a powerful being, beginning with the elimination of 1,000 zombies. Ding! Please eliminate 1,000 zombies. Upon task completion, you will receive a choice of rewards. Indeed, the tasks of eliminating zombies continued to flow one after another. Let's speak no more. Experience the reward that has just come to hand. Qin Hao approached the colossal tank with anticipation etched across his face. Perhaps it was the overwhelming excitement that caused him to forget about Lu Qianqian, who stood still like a statue before the giant machine. Give me a lift. With a gesture, he activated his magnetic field manipulation ability. As he made a pulling motion, Lu Qianqian was lifted off the ground, floating towards him like a wisp of willow. This was yet another application of his magnetic field ability, allowing him to exert control over another's body. After all, A multitude of magnetic fields exist within a person, making the use of this power quite natural. Soon, they entered the giant tank. True to its imposing nature, the interior space was remarkably spacious, allowing for somersaults with ease. Of course, such acrobatics were best left to the likes of Sun Wukong. It was important to acknowledge that in this world, a tank of such immense size was simply impossible. Next came the exhilarating task of charging into battle with the tank. Although Qin Hao was a complete novice, he quickly grasped the skills necessary to operate the tank thanks to the manual's detailed instructions. This was undoubtedly a benefit of his enhanced intellect. "Let us set off." "Start it up," he commanded, and the tank roared to life. Due to its colossal size, the tank overtook most of the roadway, effortlessly crushing any zombies and abandoned vehicles in its path. It was as if they were traversing a flat surface, completely unaffected by the carnage. "Goodness, this is terrifying. It truly is a steel beast," Qin Hao exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. This formidable vehicle was not merely an invincible mode of transport in the apocalyptic world. It was also a powerful tool for exterminating zombies, enabling him to accomplish missions and reap rewards. One could easily imagine that with this giant tank, he could command Lu Qianqian and his future subordinates as mere instruments, sending them out to eradicate zombies while he reclined and collected rewards. What a delightful prospect. "Master, what are you talking about?" came Lu Qianqian's voice from beside him. Clearly, the time-stopping ability had expired, and she was once again able to move freely. "Master, are we really driving a tank? It's enormous." As they passed a large shopping mall, the tank's reflection in the glass caused Lu Qianqian to gasp in astonishment. Qin Hao couldn't help but gaze at her alluringly parted lips. This woman seemed to have forgotten her previous discomforts. "Qianqian, I must remind you, do not open your mouth so wide in my presence," Qin Hao said seriously. Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. She had been discussing the giant tank, so why had the conversation veered toward her mouth? More importantly, what did that have to do with anything? "Master, what do you mean by that?" she asked innocently. "You should understand that for women, apart from eating and speaking, an open mouth serves another purpose," he hinted subtly, aiming to avoid any misunderstandings. However, Lu Qianqian was not naive, and the blush on her cheeks revealed that she had grasped his implication. "Master, why do you always think of such things? It's so embarrassing." She feigned annoyance. Yet, in the next moment, she unexpectedly leaned down. Half an hour later, they both wore satisfied expressions. Lu Qianqian suddenly exclaimed. "Master, why are there so many zombies all of a sudden?" Looking over, Qin Hao confirmed her observation. They were surrounded by a throng of zombies. At least 100 of them, pressing in from all sides. Despite their undead state, they remained curiously intrigued by their surroundings. Qin Hao offered an explanation, and as soon as he did, Lu Qianqian fell silent, her blush deepening. "What shall we do, master?" she asked shyly. "What else can we do? We must crush them," Qin Hao replied before activating the tank. It surged forward like a beast, effortlessly turning the zombies into a mushy mass beneath its tracks. Lu Qianqian was momentarily stunned. "This is utterly terrifying. By the way, open the intercom and let that arrogant woman know we're on our way. She must not perish at the hands of the zombies before we arrive," Qin Hao instructed. "Yes, master," Lu Qianqian said, recovering from her shock. She took out the intercom, switched to the target frequency, and immediately a cacophony of voices erupted, akin to a swarm of flies converging. "Damn it, it's already morning. Why hasn't that bastard shown up?" "Show up? What for? To let us mock him? He is probably dead by now. Just a worthless fool seeking a fleeting sense of superiority. That scoundrel better not show up at the Tongsiren group. I'll make him pay." Hearing this last remark, Qin Hao frowned. This individual had been boasting fervently the previous day, claiming to be this and that, utterly nonsensical. Nevertheless, Qin Hao chose to ignore him. "Qianqian, convey my message to them," he suggested. "Yes, master," she replied and turned to the intercom. "Zihan, we are on our way. Make sure you hide well and wait for us, understood? Mr. Lin, we should arrive at the Tongsiren group in about half an hour." "I hope you haven't forgotten yesterday's wager," Lu Qianqian's voice echoed. As soon as she spoke, a heavy silence fell over the intercom, followed by an uproar. "Wait, are you serious? That bastard is really going to keep his promise?" With zombies everywhere, he wouldn't actually go to the Tongsiren group, would he? Don't be ridiculous. Yes, just boasting like yesterday. How dare he even show his face? I'm within the Tongsiren group. He better show up, or I'll beat him to a pulp. Lin Mushu, like many others, was skeptical of Lu Qianqian's words. After all, with zombies lurking outside, no one would risk their life for someone else's wager. In half an hour, then I'll wait here for you. If you really arrive, I'll say this. Even if your master intends to punish me, I will willingly cooperate, Lin Mushu coldly retorted, though she kept her thoughts to herself, aware of the zombies lurking outside. In contrast, Chun Zihan and the Xinghe Bay Villa community wore a joyful smile. The two were the best of friends, and she firmly believed that Lu Qianqian would never deceive her. Qianqian, I understand. I want to go anywhere. I'll wait right here for you, she hastily replied. Yet, a dilemma arose. What if that master truly intended to claim her as his own? What should she do? A wave of uncontrollable crimson flooded her exquisitely beautiful cheeks at the thought. Indeed, Zihan, we are driving a colossal tank. If you happen to see us in advance, there is no need for alarm, replied Lu Qianqian. However, her words immediately sparked a greater uproar. What relief! So he was merely boasting. Driving a tank? Why not claim to be piloting a spaceship or soaring through the skies? Someone exclaimed. Damn it! As the father of the beautiful Lin, I had hoped to uphold righteousness. But it seems that dream is dashed. Yet amidst the clamor, shocked voices could be heard. Goodness, is that a tank that resembles a steel behemoth? Indeed, I see it too. By the way, I am on Jiefeng Road. You are on Jiefeng Road? I am there as well. And I too have spotted the gigantic tank you speak of. As these astonished voices filled the air, those on the walkie-talkie were left dumbfounded. One person might be exaggerating, but with so many affirming the sighting, it seemed likely to be true. Where did that rascal acquire such a massive tank? In this apocalyptic world, if I had a giant tank, I could go wherever I pleased. Master, my sister and I are not far from Jiefeng Road. Can you rescue us? We would be grateful in any way possible. Handsome, I'm also in a nearby community on Jiefeng Road. I resemble the adorable girl from the cartoons. Please save me. I can call you master, or even dad, or brother-in-law. Though we are all men, we can serve you faithfully as your loyal subordinates. Please, take us away from this dreadful place. Initially, those who held disdain for Qin Hao suddenly began pleading for his assistance. After all, possessing a giant tank would greatly enhance their survival in this desolate world. What? He is truly coming? But how does he possess a giant tank? Lin Mushu shook her head in disbelief. Even if he did own a tank and had arrived at the Tongsiren group, what of it? Surely, as soon as he entered, the frenzied zombies within would tear him to shreds. After the moment of incredulity, Lin Mushu regained her usual aloof and haughty demeanor. She sought to switch off the walkie-talkie, wishing to conserve battery. Yet at that moment, a furious shout echoed. Damn it, you truly dare to come to the Tongsiren group? I tell you, Lin, the beautiful Lin, is now my daughter. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. The voice was unmistakable. Qin Hao furrowed his brow once more. The persistent provocations had ignited a simmering anger within him. This individual must pay the price. Chapter 17. The villains Chun Zhengxiong and Dong Wenlong make their appearance. Are you really at the Tongsiren group? Qin Hao, who had remained silent on the walkie-talkie, finally spoke. He distinctly recalled that this individual, who insisted on being addressed as Dad, seemed to be within the Tongsiren group. Indeed, you insolent brat. Your father is right here in the Tongsiren group. What is the matter? You sound rather dissatisfied. The voice sneered derisively. Tell me which floor you're hiding on. When I meet Lin, I shall pay you a visit as well. Qin Hao replied indifferently. Ha ha ha, come then. Your father is on the 6th floor of the Tongsiren group. If you don't come, you will be nothing but a coward without roots. No problem. I shall await your arrival, Qin Hao said, no longer wishing to engage in futile banter. I would advise you, brother, to reconsider challenging someone who commands a tank. Are you certain you are not playing with fire? Brother, I can sense the big shot is genuinely angry. Your life may be in jeopardy. I share that sentiment, brother. Perhaps you should apologize to the big shot. There is no need to risk your life for a fleeting moment of bravado. Hearing these warnings, the individual grew increasingly displeased. Damn it, Only you cowards would think highly of that rascal. Just wait. If that scoundrel dares to appear before me, I will sever his hands and feet and feed him to the zombies. Lin, my dear daughter, fret not. Your father is here and will not allow anyone to lay a finger on you. Wait for me. I shall ascend to rescue you. However, once I arrive, will my obedient daughter grant me some comfort? The focus shifted back to Lin Mushu, who finally recognized the familiar voice. It was none other than Chun Jingxiong, a department manager within her group. Are you Chun Jingxiong? Lin Mushu inquired. Yes, I am indeed on the 6th floor of the Tongsiren group, in a restroom. Chun Jingxiong admitted. Upon realizing that she had discerned his voice and exposed him, a rush of anxiety surged through him. If others encountered him, he would be in serious trouble. However, he soon found solace. After all, in this apocalypse, even if someone harbored a deep-seated grudge against him, no one could evade the relentless horde of zombies. Lin, I never imagined you would recognize my voice. Rest assured, I, Chun Jingxiong, always keep my promises. I will come to rescue you. But before that, shouldn't you call me Dad? Chun Jingxiong proclaimed proudly. This was something he had never dared to dream of. Yet now he reveled in it. Chun Jingxiong, you are delusional, Lin Mushu retorted with disdain. Although she did not know him well, she was aware that he was married and had children. In the face of the apocalypse, he was more concerned with exploiting other women than rescuing his own family. What a loathsome scoundrel. Delusional? How amusing. Just wait. When I stand before you, everything will be at my discretion. I shall not only be your father, but also your brother-in-law, your teacher, and more. Chun Jingxiong laughed maniacally. Lin Mushu chose to ignore him and abruptly turn off the walkie-talkie. However, the voices of indignation from others began to rise. Damn it. Does anyone else think this Chun Jingxiong is even more despicable? I cannot wait for that big shot to appear and eliminate this scoundrel. I know this Chun Jingxiong. He was once a timid sycophant. I can't believe he has transformed into this monster after the apocalypse. Both the tank driver and this Chun Jingxiong were clearly not to be trusted. Heaven, please rid us of them. Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian naturally heard the words of Chun Jingxiong. Master, is this Chun Jingxiong planning to harm Lin? Lu Qianqian's expression darkened. Fear not. Not everyone possesses my current strength. It will not be simple for him to ascend from the 6th floor to the highest level where Lin Mushu resides. Qin Hao replied dismissively. Master, I may have overthought this. In this world, no one can match your prowess. Lu Qianqian spoke with awe and admiration, resembling the most devoted fan. Is that so? Qin Hao replied with genuine curiosity. My master, undoubtedly, is the most formidable person in this world. There is no room for doubt. Lu Qianqian nodded repeatedly. Since you have said so, I will believe you. After all, you have experienced my prowess for an entire night. Qin Hao chuckled. Lu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. She quickly regained her composure, her heart in disarray, while her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, master, you are not merely driving a tank. You are steering a vehicle, if you will. The clamor over the radio persisted. By the way, is that big shot still around? Where are you now? That big shot should hurry to the Tongsiren group. I am eager to see him and Chun Jingxiong go head-to-head. Big shot. I am near the Tongsiren group. Please come my rescue. My daughter, and I would gladly follow you from now on. Goodness, mother and daughter? We are 3 generations. You know, big shot, please come save us. At that moment, a disdainful voice suddenly echoed through the radio. What a bunch of fools. Just because you have a tank. You think you're a big shot? Let me tell you, a person devoid of strength, possessing treasures that do not match their capabilities, will only meet a swifter demise. Although the voice belonged to the radio, the crowd felt a shiver run down their spines, sensing a murderous intent. Brother Long, is that you? Chun Jingxiong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I am Dong Wenlong. The cold voice continued. Wonderful. This is truly splendid. Brother Long, I knew someone of your stature would be unharmed. Chun Jingxiong began with a flattery, then requested, Brother Long, where are you? I wish to follow you. Chun Jingxiong, you can leave. I detest individuals like you who only dare to boast online. Dong Wenlong mocked coldly. Chun Jingxiong was rendered speechless. Ah, y tu, Shen Zhangxiong, bas formidable. But it turns out he is merely a master of words. Chun Jingxiong, weren't you quite arrogant? If you have the ability, retort again. Those who strike hard online, but cower in reality, are precisely like Chen Zhengxiong. By the way, who exactly is this Brother Long? Chen Zhengxiong spoke again, seemingly unfazed by Dong Wenlong's earlier remarks. Let me tell you, Brother Long is the captain of a security company, commanding dozens of subordinates. In this apocalyptic world, Brother Long and his team have undoubtedly slain countless zombies and humans. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that Brother Long's presence is undeniably formidable. Chen Zhengxiong, while I look down upon you, your previous words hold some truth. In this city, no one can contend with us. At this point, Dong Wenlong abruptly shifted the conversation. Where's that so-called big shot? I know you're listening beside the radio. I have a message for you. It would be wise to hand over that tank in your possession. Otherwise, I will take your woman and eliminate you. Chapter 18. To complete the mission, let us set forth. Indeed, Dong Wenlong's singular objective is to seize the colossal tank from Qin Hao. Possessing such a tank in this apocalyptic world would allow one to roam freely and act at will. Coupled with his team of dozens, he aspires to dominate this city. The mere thought invigorated him. Therefore, regardless of the cost, he must acquire that colossal tank from Qin Hao. Big shot, I can offer you a chance at survival. Hand over the tank, surrender your woman, and obediently become my subordinate. If I am pleased, I may even spare your life. Dong Wenlong continued coldly. Although they could not see him, the arrogance and dominance in his words were palpable, as if everything were already within his grasp. Listen, brat, did you hear that? Hurry and comply with Brother Long's request. Otherwise, he will ensure your demise. Chen Zhengxiong hastily ingratiated himself. Initially, he thought the big shot was impressive, but another formidable figure had emerged. The big shot only has 2 allies. Now, he is in trouble. Brother Long, I no longer wish to be that big shot's woman. I want to be yours. Please come save me. Yes, Brother Long, my mother and I admire powerful figures like you. Allow us to serve you. This is the reality of the apocalyptic world. To survive, one's bottom line can be lowered to unimaginable depths. Master, they're truly excessive. Just a moment ago, they were counting on your rescue, but now they have swiftly turned to that man named Dong Wenlong. Lu Qianqian exclaimed in anger. There is no need to be infuriated. For the sake of survival, they are capable of actions beyond your imagination. Qin Hao shrugged dismissively. Dong Wenlong, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to live, it will be best not to seek trouble with me. Otherwise, you will not even have the chance to regret it. What a joke. They are merely a few dozen individuals. Once my ability to halt time is unleashed, they will be no match for me. Moreover, even without using my time-stopping ability, I could easily annihilate them with my control over the magnetic field. Look at this. It is akin to a grown man bullying a child. I find it utterly uninteresting. However, in the next moment, wait a moment. Qin Hao suddenly interjected, and it was evident from his brief utterance that he felt a tinge of regret. What? Regretting already? After having spoken such words, you now wish to retract them? Is it not a bit too late? Dong Wenlong coldly replied, clearly infuriated by Qin Hao's previous comments. You brat, you have provoked Brother Long's authority, and you will pay for it. Chen Zhengxiong would not miss this opportunity. You are backing down so quickly. Is this what a fleeting big shot looks like? I cannot believe I sought help from this scoundrel. Truly, my eyes have been blinded. Brother Long, I was wrong. Allow me to be your woman. What big shot? You are nothing but a coward. Do not disgrace the term hero by associating with it. You are truly a disgrace to us men. Others also joined in the ridicule. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Qin Hao had no intention of regretting anything. On the contrary, he was eager to confront Dong Wenlong and his group. Enough of this idle chatter. Quickly tell me your address, and I shall drive the tank to find you. However, I must request that you clean your necks. I do not wish to soil my long gun. Ignoring the derisive remarks, Qin Hao addressed Dong Wenlong directly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned. In their eyes, Qin had clearly displayed fear and regret just moments ago, yet now he was boldly provoking them. This was simply unbelievable. However, they could not comprehend what had just occurred. Moments earlier, the system notification had sounded in Qin Hao's mind. Ding! A new mission has been issued. I must continue my journey to become a king, starting with the elimination of Dong Wenlong and his group. Ding! Eliminate Dong Wenlong and his associates. Upon completing the mission, a reward of 3 choices will be granted. Initially, he had no desire to engage with Dong Wenlong, but with a mission at hand, the situation was entirely different. Moreover, Dong Wenlong and his group were not virtuous individuals. Eliminating them posed no burden. You brat, you first sought trouble with me, and now you wish to challenge Brother Long? What do you think you are? If you're going to boast, at least prepare your script beforehand. Chen Jingxiong was the first to mock. Although Chen Jingxiong is not a commendable person, his earlier remarks did carry a kernel of truth. Your boasting is excessively exaggerated. You consider yourself a big shot? Perhaps you are merely a figure of grandeur in the realm of bragging. Cursed scoundrel, how unfortunate it is that you have not been devoured by those zombies. Longo, I am your unwavering fan. Could you not eliminate that scoundrel and then come to my rescue? I would gladly become your most loyal subordinate. Others seized the opportunity to mock Qin Hao while fawning over Dong Wenlong. Silence. With Dong Wenlong's command, everyone obediently closed their mouths, not only out of fear of him, but also in hopes that he and his companions might extend a helping hand. You little rascal, are you truly serious? Will you really appear before me? Dong Wenlong asked coldly. Indeed, as soon as you provide your location, I shall hasten to find you without delay. Qin Hao replied affirmatively. To fulfill the task at hand, there was no time for hesitation. He would set off immediately. Very well. Dong Wenlong's tone grew even more frigid as he continued. My brothers and I have already taken control of the Chanyuan branch of Jincheng Bank. You may come to us now. However, I must inform you that you once had a chance to survive, but now not only shall you perish here, but I also intend for your demise to be utterly tragic. One could sense the malevolence emanating from Dong Wenlong through the intercom. His expression must have been terrifying, radiating an extreme coldness. In fact, this was true. Inside the office of the bank manager on the 4th floor of Jincheng Bank, a middle-aged man was seething with rage, shattering a porcelain vase nearby. It was none other than Dong Wenlong. Not far from him stood 4 men, his brothers and subordinates. What are you 4 still doing there? Hurry up and prepare, then wait for that scoundrel's arrival. Dong Wenlong barked with a fearsome expression. Long Ge, do you really think that scoundrel will show up here? Yes. Long Ge, he is not a fool. He would willingly walk into a trap. Indeed, Long Ge, he knows we are prepared here. He wouldn't be foolish enough to present himself. Long Ge, I too believe the likelihood of him coming here is slim. Though Dong Wenlong's expression was grim, they expressed their thoughts. What do you know? Dong Wenlong shot them a displeased glare and continued. Now that he possesses a tank, he has become audacious and arrogant. If he doesn't appear, is he still a youthful fool? Enough of this chatter. Go and make preparations. Yes, Long Ge. The 4 men ceased their idle talk and exited the office. Once they left, Dong Wenlong turned and entered the private bedroom at the back of the office. Long Ge, you finally finished. We've been waiting anxiously. A delicate, alluring woman approached him. Secretary Gua, let us continue with the hairstyling, Long Ge said, lifting Guamimi as he headed towards the washroom in the bedroom. Long Ge, you're insufferable. Wanted to style hair the moment you enter, Guamimi feigned shyness. Accustomed to the routine, this was understandable. Before the apocalypse, she frequently styled hair for the married bank manager, and now it was merely a change of partner, with the situation remaining unchanged, so it felt effortless and devoid of awkwardness. Chapter 19. The neighbor beside, Chun Zihan Oh my. Is that scoundrel really going to seek out Long Ge? While he drives a tank, Long Ge has so many men. Eliminating the 2 of them should be a simple task. That rascal truly has the audacity of a bear. But all the better. People like him do not deserve to exist in this world. After Qin Hao and Dong Wenlong's exchange, the crowd erupted into chatter once more, predominantly denouncing Qin Hao while lavishing praise and flattery upon Dong Wenlong. Among them was certainly Chen Jingxiong. You little rascal, are you aware that you are walking to your doom? But let me tell you, it is futile. From the moment you provoked Long Ge, your death at his hands was inevitable. Qin Hao chose to ignore the other's remarks, but he could not overlook Chen Jingxiong's words. After all, it was their interference that prolonged his departure from this world, so he felt compelled to clarify. If it were not for those individuals, I would have appeared before you without delay. But rest assured, once I have dealt with them, I will swiftly come to find you and escort you from this world. Qin Hao's voice was not loud, yet it exuded an undeniable firmness and resolve. Chen Zhengxiong, are you not afraid that the big shot has not forgotten his intent to eliminate you? While I currently disdain you, I still support the idea of you being dealt with. The crowd erupted into ridicule. You little rascal, do you think you can eliminate your father? Do you believe your father will not flay you alive? Chen Zhengxiong's furious voice rang out, continuing, but alas, I shall no longer have the chance to end your life. For Long Gu will surely crush you like an ant. What an arrogant self-deception, Qin Hao remarked dismissively, choosing to ignore Chen Zhengxiong and the derisive comments over the intercom. In the Xinghe Bay residential community, Chen Zihan naturally heard the voices over the intercom. Her brows furrowed and worry creased her lips. Although I do not know who Long Gu is, he has dozens of men, while Qianqian and the others have only 2. If they were to clash, wouldn't that be disastrous? Lu Qianqian dared not think further. After all, if anything were to happen to Qin Hao, it would mean the severing of her last lifeline. However, since Qianqian mentioned that he was no ordinary person, he must possess remarkable qualities. Moreover, they have a massive tank at their disposal. Surely, they would be fine. With this thought, Chen Zihan felt a bit more reassured. She then pondered. Qianqian has always had high standards. If she holds her master in such high regard, he must possess extraordinary qualities. But what exactly is so exceptional about that man? If he is remarkable and also handsome, becoming his woman might not be such a bad thing. In the next moment, Chen Zihan quickly shook her head. Zihan, what are you thinking? Qianqian is your good friend. How can you have thoughts about your friend's man? At that moment, Chen Zihan was unaware that within the same Xinghe Bay residential community, someone had already taken note of her presence, albeit only aware that she was hidden somewhere within the vicinity. As for the means of communication, it was naturally the intercom. After all, following the apocalypse, without electricity or the internet, it was their only means of contacting one another. In another villa, unlike the one where Chen Zihan resided, this villa housed around a dozen people, both men and women, all clad in white trousers. It was evident that they had once lived extravagant lives. But with the onset of the apocalypse, they now found themselves in the same dire straits as ordinary people, filled with fear and anxiety. You all know that our food supply is insufficient to last until tomorrow. Please, each of you, suggest a way forward. A tall and robust young man, bearing a fierce expression, spoke. His name was Chun Erden, and his imposing stature and ruthless demeanor had established him as the leader of their group. By the way, Master, weren't you quite resourceful in the past? What do you propose we do now? Li Erden turned to another young man, his tone laced with mockery. This young man was named Chen Sheng. Before the apocalypse, Chen Sheng had been Li Erden's mentor and a renowned internet celebrity. The villa they occupied had been purchased with the gifts bestowed upon Chen Sheng by his online admirers. Despite being Li Erden's mentor and the owner of the villa, after the cataclysm, it was undeniable that the formidable Li Erden had usurped his position as the master of this domain. Bro Erden, please, don't call me master. It truly belittles me. Just call me Xiao Sheng or simply Shengzi. Chen Sheng hastily replied with a forced smile. What a worthless fool, Li Erden retorted, kicking Chen Sheng to the ground, his anger palpable. How could I ever accept you as my master? It is nothing short of an insult. Yes, Bro Erden is right. Chen Sheng quickly nodded, not daring to refute. Enough, Li Erden waved his hand impatiently. He then turned to the others, speaking earnestly. You all heard that there is a female survivor in our neighborhood. She must have food, and our next objective is to seize her provisions. Naturally, I have my eyes set on her as well. Although there were several women present, Li Erden had lost interest in them, and now that new potential interest had emerged, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. Bro Erden, you are absolutely correct. But how can we locate this woman? One asked. Indeed, Bro Erden, even if we find her, the hordes of zombies outside may prevent us from approaching her, another added. Yes, Bro Erden, this is indeed a pressing concern for us, others chimed in, voicing their apprehensions. Hearing this, Li Erden frowned. While their words annoyed him, he could not deny they raised legitimate issues. I have a plan. Chen Sheng, once respected but now looked down upon, seized the opportunity to speak again. Speak up. Xia Wu Shen, Li Erden encoraja intriga. Bro Erden, it is quite simple. Those zombies are mindless creatures. If one person creates a distraction, we can safely make our way to the other villas, Chun Sheng proposed eagerly. Xiao Sheng, I never expected you to come up with such a brilliant idea. You are indeed our former great internet celebrity and our mentor, Li Erden praised. Bro Erden, you flatter me. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens, Chun Sheng replied, visibly pleased. However, the moment Li Erden spoke again, Chun Sheng could no longer maintain a smile. Since you have suggested this plan, it is only fitting that the task of distracting the zombies falls upon you. At that moment, both Li Erden and the others regarded Chun Sheng with mocking expressions, leaving him standing there, utterly flustered. Chapter 20. This was once a brother's girlfriend at this moment. Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian were nearing the Jin Cheng Bank Changyuan branch, the sign of which was now visible in their line of sight. As a well-known local bank in Changyuan City, it boasted an imposing and grand sign designed to capture everyone's attention. However, prior to the apocalypse, Jin Cheng Bank's reputation had soared, especially as it was one of the few banks to have both its chairman and the president incarcerated. Master, we are almost there, Lu Qianqian indicated. Qin Hao nodded. What's wrong? You seem a bit anxious and uneasy. Master, I do not doubt your capabilities. It's just that there are a group of dozens, and we are but two. Lu Qianqian left her sentence unfinished, but her meaning was clear. Rest assured, once we arrive, you need only blink, and regardless of their numbers, they shall inevitably fall before you. Qin Hao replied with a smile, unconcerned. With both the ability to stop time and manipulate magnetic fields, he believed even 100 adversaries would pose no challenge. Master, I believe in you, Lu Qianqian affirmed eagerly, her gaze filled with admiration and reverence for Qin Hao. She then added, somewhat involuntarily, Master, you are truly remarkable. However, as soon as she spoke, she remembered Qin Hao's imaginative prowess, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Master, I did not mean it in that sense. Lu Qianqian quickly defended herself. Yet, as her words hung in the air, Qin Hao felt a wave of exasperation. He found her endearingly naive. All right, I understand. I will only grow stronger, Qin Hao assured her. Master, I too hope you become ever more formidable, Lu Qianqian echoed, her response earnest and unpretentious. Qianqian, my notion of formidable pertains to that aspect, Qin Hao remarked meaningfully. Under Qin Hao's exceptional driving skills, Lu Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. As he observed her bewildered expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Not only was she beautiful, but also charming. A true treasure. More treasures await in the future. Opening the data panel, Qin Hao decided to review his recent task progress before Lu Qianqian could fully recover from her shyness and astonishment. With a thought, the data panel materialized before him. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8. Average person, 10. Speed, 8. Average person, 10. Intelligence, 20. Average person, 10. Ability 1. Time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration, 5 minutes, range, 10 meters, cooldown, 10 minutes. Ability 2. Magnetic field control, control increases with intelligence. Current target, 1. Range, 10 meters, no cooldown. Items, free ability refresh, 3 times. Task 1. Transform from a couch potato to a powerhouse by killing 1,000 zombies. 290-1000. Task 2. I am no longer alone by acquiring 5 subordinates. 15. Task 3. Dominate this city by owning a villa community. 1. Task 4. Continue to progress by leading subordinates to kill 100 zombies. 171-100. Task 5. I will continue to become a king by defeating Dong Wenlong and his group. 037. As expected, the task list had refreshed once again. The first task now required the elimination of 1,000 zombies, and a 5th task had been added. Though the transformation task had changed not long ago, he had already completed 1/3 of it. With the acquisition of a giant tank, his efficiency in dispatching zombies had increased significantly. Then came the 5th task. From the progress of this task, it was apparent that Dong Wenlong and his group consisted of 37 individuals. This serves as one of the functions of the data panel, revealing the number of adversaries to Qin Hao, the host. However, this was of little concern to him. Regardless of their numbers, they would inevitably meet their demise at his hands. It is worth noting that Qin Hao had also discovered a peculiar issue regarding the item section. Why were the Longdan gun and the spatial ring absent from this list? He initially contemplated inquiring about this anomaly with the system, but ultimately dismissed the thought, for it was not a matter of great significance. Their presence or absence would not affect him in any meaningful way. "Master, I can see them." Lu Qianqian's voice chimed in beside him. Qin Hao refocused his attention, directing his gaze toward the Jincheng Bank's Taiyuan branch, which was now visible not far away. Figures appeared by the different windows, all watching the massive tank they occupied. Soon, Qin Hao arrived at the bank's entrance. However, he did not stop immediately. Instead, he first eliminated the surrounding zombies. This served dual purposes, advancing the task and ensuring their safe entry into the bank. After all, the adversaries had already prepared to open the bank's doors to welcome the two of them. It would be impolite not to enter. There was nothing more to say. Once the surrounding zombies were cleared and the bank's doors swung open, Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian disembarked from the colossal tank and stepped inside the bank. As they entered, the door was promptly secured behind them, evoking a sense of closing the door on a dog. Yet, who the dog was remained uncertain. It was evident that after Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian entered, all eyes, including those of Dong Wenlong and his subordinates, were fixated on Lu Qianqian, her beauty eliciting expressions of greed and desire. There was no denying it. Lu Qianqian was extraordinarily beautiful. In comparison, even the most stunning among them, Secretary Guamimi, paled in comparison. As they gazed at Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian, he could not help but scrutinize each of them, including Guamimi, who was nestled beside Dong Wenlong. Then, Qin Hao froze. No way. Wasn't this woman his former friend's girlfriend? Once upon a time, she had mercilessly mocked him. Chapter 21. You wouldn't expect that person, would you? As Qin Hao gazed at Guamimi, she too met his gaze. After a brief moment of surprise, her expression morphed into one of disdain and ridicule, as if Qin Hao himself were nothing more than a joke. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you, the worthless one, Guamimi sneered. The moment her words fell, everyone instinctively turned their eyes toward her. What do you mean? Do you know him? Dong Wenlong inquired. Brother Long. He is a good friend of my former boyfriend, yet he is nothing more than a thoroughly impoverished failure, the kind that is hopelessly useless. Guamimi continued her mockery unabashedly. You scoundrel, I won't allow you to insult my master like that. Lu Qianqian exclaimed angrily, her voice rising before Qin Hao could interject. He halted Lu Qianqian with a cold demeanor, addressing Guamimi. If memory serves me correctly, you haven't broken up with my friend, have you? You clearly have a boyfriend, yet engage with others. You truly are despicable. Upon hearing this, Guamimi and Dong Wenlong exchanged glances, a smirk of disdain and mockery gracing their lips. Your friend was aware of my entanglements with others while he was alive. He turned a blind eye. So what right do you have to accuse me? Guamimi retorted with a cold smile. While he was alive. What do you mean? Chunjing Wang is dead? Qin Hao's brows furrowed. You brat, you're not mistaken. Your friend has indeed passed away, Dong Wenlong interjected. After a brief pause, he continued, his expression mocking. Let me enlighten you. When we arrived here, we happened upon your brother, Secretary Gua. I and Secretary Gua shared some intimate moments before him, yet vexingly. Your brother showed no joy for us. Thus, I had no choice but to throw him to the zombies. Secretary Gua, do you not agree with my actions? He added, squeezing Guamimi's shoulder from behind. Brother Long, I am honored to become your woman. My ex-boyfriend should feel privileged, since he lacked the awareness to appreciate this. His death is well-deserved. Guamimi shamelessly concurred, her pride clashing against Dong Wenlong's form, an act filled with flattery and seduction, yet exuding an aura of disgust and fury. Initially, the thought of exterminating them left Qin Hao with a tinge of guilt, but now, not even the heavens could deter his resolve to annihilate them. He would offer them the opportunity to speak their last words. Otherwise, they would miss their chance. Qin Hao's expression darkened, a murderous intent radiating from him. They were not just deserving of death. They warranted dismemberment. Strangely enough, when Qin Hao's gaze fell upon Dong Wenlong and his group, they involuntarily shivered, as if a beast had set its sights on them. Nevertheless, they dismissed the feeling. It was ludicrous, They numbered 30 to 40. So why fear this pair of individuals? One an ordinary youth, and the other a delicate woman? It was laughable. Did he truly think he could kill them? In their minds, it was merely a dream. However, Dong Wunlong scoffed. Qin Hao, you remain unchanged, lacking in ability, yet your tongue is as sharp as ever. A failure like you wouldn't even find a decent meal on the other side. Guamimi added her own scornful remarks. Naturally, the others joined in, you little brat, daring to show off before Brother Long. You truly do not know your limits. I advise you to offer up your woman and the tank. Then bow 100 times to Brother Long. Perhaps he will grant you a swift death. Knowing we would not let you go, you still dare to come here willingly. I admire your courage. No, it's pure foolishness. But thank you for delivering our tank right to us, they jeered. Hearing their taunts, Qin Hao could not help but chuckle coldly. Their arrogance was truly astounding. They had first slain his dear brother and now sought to kill him, intending to seize his woman and his tank. These individuals were destined to pay for their actions. I shall take your words as your last will. Now, you must face the consequences of your deeds. Qin Hao no longer wished to engage in idle conversation. In the next moment, time for abilities was halted. As soon as Qin Hao's words echoed, those who had intended to continue their mockery found themselves frozen in absolute stillness. At this juncture, Qin Hao was resolute. He summoned the Longdan gun and unleashed his ability to control the magnetic field. The Longdan gun became akin to the swiftest silver serpent, repeatedly striking towards Dong Wunlong and his cohorts, each shot blossoming into a spray of crimson. In a mere 10 seconds, the outcome was sealed. Aside from Dong Wunlong and Guamimi, everyone else bore a gory hole in their foreheads. Qin Hao settled onto a nearby sofa, retrieving a cigarette, igniting it, and leisurely inhaling. After all, there was little else to occupy his time. It was worth noting that Lu Qianqian remained in an absolute standstill. Otherwise, they could have engaged in some delightful activities. However, perhaps it was best to refrain, as such matters, once initiated, were seldom easily concluded. Ultimately, it was all too overwhelming. After smoking a few cigarettes, he closed his eyes for a brief respite, and the temporal stasis ability finally reached its limit. Everything resumed its usual pace. With the exception of Lu Qianqian and her 2 companions, the others lay motionless on the ground, lifeless beyond revival. Lu Qianqian exhibited little reaction, having endured similar experiences numerous times before. In contrast, Dong Wunlong and Guamimi were utterly taken aback. In their eyes, terror and dread intensified instantaneously. They could scarcely fathom how, in the blink of an eye, those around them had succumbed to death. Brother Long, what on earth happened? Why are they? They're all dead? Guamimi trembled uncontrollably, gazing at Qin Hao as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Shut your mouth. Dong Wunlong shot a fierce glare at Guamimi and forced himself to regain composure. Although he was oblivious to the events that had transpired, as long as his subordinate remained, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Little brat, no matter what you did to them, you cannot escape the fate of dying here. Furious, Dong Wunlong issued the command to attack, believing that as long as his subordinate pulled the trigger, he could still rectify the current predicament. However, at that moment, Qin Hao's disdainful voice pierced the air. Surely you don't expect that person to assist you? He gestured towards a corner not far to his right. Dong Wunlong's countenance shifted dramatically. Chapter 22. New Rewards. Ability Transfer. Indeed, Dong Wunlong's expression transformed instantly. For the direction Qin Hao indicated was precisely where his subordinate had concealed himself. Damn it! How did he know there was another person? How did he perceive that individual's presence? Nevertheless, Dong Wunlong could no longer afford to contemplate these matters. Damn it, just shoot him. He bellowed like a mad dog. It was too late. A flash of light flickered before him, followed by a piercing scream. With a thud, a figure collapsed to the ground, struggling momentarily before falling completely still, lifeless. Embedded in his head was the dragon dagger gun held by Qin Hao. Aside from you, everyone else is dead now. How do you feel? Do you still wish to covet my woman and my tank? Qin Hao inquired coldly as he retracted the dragon dagger. Damn it. He made no sound. How did you know he existed? And how did you detect him? Dong Wunlong's face was a mask of terror and confusion. He could not fathom that Qin Hao's awareness of the individual stemmed from the prompts of the data panel. The task displayed within the panel indicated the progress of his mission. After eliminating all visible threats, the task to eliminate 37 individuals had only registered 34 completions, clearly indicating that, apart from Dong Wenlong and Guamimi, one more had evaded detection. Detecting that individual was hardly a challenge, given Qin Hao's extraordinary senses. Of course, he had no intention of explaining this to them. Those on the brink of death need not learn any further truths. With a mere thought, the dragon dagger floated upward, its sharp tip poised against Dong Wenlong's forehead. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly understand now. Please spare me. I will do anything for you," Dong Wenlong implored, dropping to his knees in desperate supplication. With a swift motion, the dragon dagger pierced through his skull, silencing any further words. It was a jest. Qin Hao had merely allowed Dong Wenlong to linger for a moment longer to savor the fear of death. Now that he had tasted it, no further words were warranted. Only Guamimi remained. "Chun Hao, sore, trudi sore. For the sake of your brother, please spare me," Guamimi pleaded, disregarding her own terror and confusion as she knelt on the ground. "Now you remember my brother?" Qin Hao scoffed. This woman was insufferably loathsome. "Qin Hao, I know you used to sneak glances at my thighs. You like me, don't you? If you spare my life, I can be yours, and you can experience every position you desire." As she spoke, Guamimi crawled closer to Qin Hao, her hands inching upwards. Qin Hao stepped back. In the past, the allure of a beauty like Guamimi, coupled with her banking profession, might have swayed him. However, now, as a man endowed with a system and abilities, he remained entirely unmoved. "Enough, I do not kill women. You may leave," Qin Hao stated with disdain. Thank you so much," Guamimi exclaimed, bowing her head in gratitude before hastily attempting to depart. "Here you go." Qin Hao ignored her and handed the dragon dagger to his beautiful subordinate, Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian hesitated momentarily. Then, with a sickening sound, the dragon dagger pierced through Guamimi's chest. Blood gushed forth like a fountain as she slowly collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief and resentment as they locked onto Qin Hao. "Qianqian, what are you doing? Did I not say I do not kill women?" Qin Hao questioned Lu Qianqian. "Master, she is my kill. It has nothing to do with you," Lu Qianqian explained. "Guamimi, did you hear that? This was her doing, not mine," Qin Hao added, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. With a final gasp, Guamimi succumbed, her head tilting as she lost consciousness. Simultaneously, within Qin Hao's mind, the system notification echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating Dong Wenlong and his group. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to continue becoming a king, starting with the elimination of Dong Wenlong and his companions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 3-choice task reward. Please select from the following options. 1. The weapon Qin Gang sword from the era of the 3 kingdoms, wielded by Cao Cao. 2. 10 attribute points. 3. An opportunity for ability transfer. Just as anticipated, the 3-choice reward had materialized. There was nothing further to deliberate. Naturally, a prompt decision needed to be made. The first option, the Qin Gang sword, although a legendary weapon of murder, was rendered redundant by the existence of the dragon dagger. Moreover, he preferred the grand, sweeping motions of a broadsword or the straightforward thrust of a spear. The cunning and subtlety of a blade did not appeal to him. Thus, he discarded that option outright. The second option presents 10 attribute values, which is always a commendable choice, as it pertains to the enhancement of physical prowess and the amplification of supernatural abilities. Both the augmentation of physical capabilities and the enhancement of supernatural powers are intrinsically linked to his survival. Lastly, the third option offers a singular opportunity for the transmission of supernatural abilities, which, as the name suggests, entails bestowing these powers upon others, enabling them to share in his extraordinary gifts. One can easily envision the scenario where, should he transfer his abilities to Lu Qianqian, her newfound powers would enable her to vanquish zombies with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing her previous efforts. Each zombie she defeats would concurrently contribute to the progress of 2 tasks, rendering her an impeccable asset. In comparison to the 10 attribute values, This opportunity for ability transmission is evidently a superior choice. I choose the opportunity for the transmission of supernatural abilities. Qin Hao reached his final decision. As soon as the words left his mouth, a new memory unfurled within his mind, encompassing the knowledge and application of ability transmission. Could it truly be this simple? Qin Hao found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, whether it was indeed that simple would be revealed through experimentation. Qianqian. Qin Hao turned towards Lu Qianqian. Master, Lu Qianqian replied with a blend of obedience and reverence. Would you like to become a supernatural being? Qin Hao inquired directly. Lu Qianqian, taken aback, could not help but widen her mouth in astonishment. Chapter 23. The transmission of supernatural abilities completed. Zombie elimination. Lu Qianqian's mouth fell open in sheer disbelief, so wide that it seemed she could easily swallow. Yet, what truly mattered was that she was utterly astonished. Could it be possible for her master to transform her into a supernatural being? Master, what do you mean by that? Lu Qianqian asked, her shock prompting an utterly unremarkable question. It means exactly what you think it means, Qin Hao replied with a smile, adding, have you forgotten my previous reminder? Regardless of how incredible it seems, perhaps it would be wise to keep your mouth closed for now. Yes, Master, Lu Qianqian promptly complied, though her eyes were filled with an intensified sense of disbelief and astonishment. To become a supernatural being was something she had never even dared to dream of. You have yet to answer my initial question, Qin Hao reminded her. Master, I am willing. I wish to become a supernatural being so that I can assist you to the best of my abilities, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, nodding repeatedly, a mixture of anticipation and excitement in her voice. Her eagerness stemmed from the prospect of becoming a supernatural being, but more so from the significance Qin Hao placed on her. The thought of his regard for her filled her heart with immense joy. Very well, Qin Hao nodded. Simultaneously, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! As the ability to stop time is exclusively reserved for the host. The host may only transmit other abilities to their subordinates. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt a hint of exasperation. Aside from the ability to stop time, he was left with the power to manipulate magnetic fields. However, since the system had issued a reminder, it was only prudent to comply. There was no other choice. The system's authority was paramount. In truth, deep within Qin Hao's heart, he had never intended to share the ability to stop time with anyone. After all, it was his most formidable and unassailable power. It was not a matter of distrust towards Lu Qianqian, but rather the belief that in this apocalyptic world, every individual should possess their own trump card. All right, I am ready to begin. All you need to do is stand still, do not resist, and do not move. Do you understand? Qin Hao prepared to act. Master, I understand, Lu Qianqian affirmed hastily. As long as her master commanded, even if it meant sacrificing herself, she would not hesitate, let alone when it came to cooperating to gain supernatural abilities. Without uttering another word, Qin Hao placed his right index finger on Lu Qianqian's forehead. He then closed his eyes and softly intoned, transmit the ability to manipulate magnetic fields to my subordinate Lu Qianqian. He maintained this position, silently counting to 10. Once he finished his count, Qin Hao withdrew his finger, thus concluding the transmission process. It was that simple, almost childlike in its ease. Otherwise, Qin Hao would not have felt such incredulity and disbelief upon discovering it. For Qin Hao, the simpler the process, the better. Ideally, it would be accomplished with merely a thought, saving time and bestowing upon him a divine sense of power. Now open your eyes. At Qin Hao's signal, Lu Qianqian opened her eyes, her expression one of disbelief, clearly unprepared for the swift completion of the ability transmission process. Do not dawdle, give it a try, Qin Hao urged, offering no further explanation. Yes, Master, Lu Qianqian replied, slightly dazed, but her expression quickly shifted to one of excitement and anticipation. She then fixed her gaze on a dagger not far away, left behind after Dong Wenlong and his companions had perished. Lift it. With her delicate fingers pointed at the dagger, she softly commanded, and the dagger quivered slightly before soaring into the air, hovering above Lu Qianqian's head. Go! With another gentle command, she pointed the dagger towards Guan Mimi's face, and in an instant, it darted forward like lightning. piercing through and driving Guamimi's head firmly into the ground. Qin Hao could not help but swallow hard. His beautiful subordinate was truly remarkable. Master, I apologize. Lu Qianqian noticed the change in Qin Hao's expression and hurriedly began to explain. However, Qin Hao interrupted her, shaking his head dismissively. Enough. No need to explain. It is fine. After all, you did not stab me in the face. Master, since you have transmitted the ability to me, I would never turn against you. Even if it meant my own demise, Lu Qianqian vowed earnestly, her face a mixture of fear and determination. All right, I believe you, Qin Hao replied with a smile. He had utmost faith that Lu Qianqian would not betray him. Even if, hypothetically, she were to wish to use her powers against him, she would be incapable of doing so, as the abilities transmitted would not affect their true host, namely Qin Hao. This understanding was precisely why Qin Hao had decisively chosen to transfer the ability to Lu Qianqian. Let's depart, Qin Hao said as he retrieved a handgun from Dong Wenlong's fallen comrade, preparing to leave with Lu Qianqian. There were still many matters awaiting his attention. Soon, the two of them made their way downstairs. They could clearly observe a multitude of zombies gathered at the entrance, frantically battering the door. Upon their arrival, the zombies grew even more frenzied and violent. A rough estimate suggested there were no fewer than 50 or 60 of them. Qianqian, do you have the confidence to eliminate them? Qin Hao inquired. Master, I am confident, Lu Qianqian replied with a serious nod. Although facing such a horde of zombies left her feeling utterly unassured, she would not let her master down. She would not hesitate, even if it meant risking her life. Very well, these zombies are all yours. Qin Hao had already decided to allow Lu Qianqian to handle the situation alone. After all, should the zombies fall to Qin Hao, it would only impact the progress of one task, while Lu Qianqian's success would concurrently enhance the advancement of two tasks. It was imperative to maximize Lu Qianqian's role as an asset. He would not allow Lu Qianqian to confront the zombies head-on. It must be acknowledged that if the zombies surged forward without utilizing the time-stopping ability, both of them would likely find themselves in peril. They swiftly entered a nearby bank hall, moving sofas and chairs to create a barricade between themselves and the entrance. While these objects would merely impede the zombies' movements and not entirely halt them, it sufficed to provide Lu Qianqian with additional time to vanquish the intruding zombies. Qianqian, are you prepared? Qin Hao inquired with a smile, glancing at the disheveled chairs and sofas nearby. Master, I am ready, Lu Qianqian affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, a dagger floated above her head, its tip poised menacingly towards the entrance, akin to a predatory beast poised to strike. Let's commence. With this thought, the door lock clicked open and fell to the ground. The zombies outside crashed through the door, charging at Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian like a pack of frenzied dogs. Chapter 24. For the zombies to acknowledge you as their father Yuval zombies, perish. Lu Qianqian commanded fiercely. In an instant, under her control, the dagger shot forth like a flash of lightning, appearing before a zombie in the blink of an eye. With a swift thrust, it pierced through without hesitation. The dagger then pivoted and, with blinding speed, struck another zombie's head. This sequence continued, claiming the lives of the third, fourth, and eighth zombies. After merely eliminating 8 zombies, the remaining horde had already closed a third of the distance towards Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian. Under normal circumstances, after Lu Qianqian dispatched another 10 zombies, the remaining ones would engage them in close combat. Fortunately, the toppled sofas and chairs served their purpose. Many zombies stumbled and fell, causing a ripple effect that hindered those behind them. Thus, Lu Qianqian was granted more time to treat them as live targets. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qianqian unleashed the dagger once more, transforming it into a harbinger of death, repeatedly claiming the lives of the zombies before her. In a brief span, over half of the zombies had succumbed to her blade. However, some zombies managed to breach the barrier of sofas and chairs, roaring and lunging towards Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian. Yet, these zombies posed no significant threat to them. With Qin Hao's assistance, they swiftly dispatched every last one in their vicinity. At that moment, apart from the bodies of 50 or so zombies, not a single one stood upright. Master, I am truly sorry. I still cannot eliminate all the zombies by myself, Lu Qianqian expressed with regret. What are you saying? You were exceptional, Qin Hao replied sincerely. Having just acquired her abilities, she had already slain over 50 zombies. Her prowess and courage surpassed the ordinary. Really, master? Am I truly that remarkable? Upon hearing Qin Hao's praise, Lu Qianqian, who had initially felt a tinge of disappointment, could not contain her excitement and joy. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. Qin Hao confirmed with a nod. I can be even better, Lu Qianqian hinted coyly. Before Qin Hao could comprehend her insinuation, Lu Qianqian knelt down. The allure of her newfound abilities occasionally led her to engage in actions that were less than pure. After more than half an hour, they paused. Aside from Lu Qianqian's slightly numb lips and her speech becoming somewhat halting, the number of zombie corpses around them had more than doubled. These zombies had merely come to join the fray. As a consequence, they had to be eradicated, while indulging in the exquisite service provided by the beautiful young lady. They continued to eliminate any zombies that came into view. This sensation was uniquely pleasurable. All right, Qianqian, we must depart from here, otherwise those people will likely presume we have perished, Qin Hao remarked, referring to the onlookers and keyboard warriors on the intercom. Yes, master, she responded, her words barely coherent. Sighing, Qin Hao promised himself that such a scenario would not happen again. However, this promise lacked credibility. They exited their location, having already vanquished a considerable number of zombies, and the remaining ones outside posed no threat. After dispatching a few more, they entered a massive tank. Once inside, at Qin Hao's signal, Lu Qianqian activated the intercom. The first voice to come through was that of Chun Jingxiong, the keyboard warrior. You are truly foolish. That scoundrel has not spoken since, which naturally means he is dead. A dead man cannot speak. It is a pity for that beauty. She deserves her fate for refusing to be my daughter. Voices from others soon followed. That scoundrel is already dead. When will it be your turn? Chun Jingxiong? Indeed, it would be best if Long Gu and the others dealt with you. Long Gu, are you there? Can you possibly rescue the two of us? In return, we will serve you well. In the opulent office of the highest echelons of Tong's hiring group, Lin Mushi also heard these voices, and like the others, she assumed Qin Hao was dead. After all, if he were alive, he should have appeared at Tong's hiring group by now. Had you appeared here, I could have fulfilled my promise, but now that seems impossible. I must admit, compared to that scoundrel Chun Jingxiong, you are quite commendable. At least you possess the courage to act and do not utter such detestable words. Unlike Lin Mushi's disappointment, Chun Zihan in the Xinghe Bay Villa community grew increasingly anxious. Not only was she concerned that if anything happened to Qin Hao, no one would come to her rescue, but she also noticed the presence of several individuals. These individuals repeatedly entered different villas, seemingly searching for food or for people, regardless of their intentions. Should they reach her villa and discover her, she would be in grave danger. In this apocalyptic world, a woman's beauty could lead to unimaginable horrors. Qianqian, what is happening? Why have you ceased speaking? Is it possible that you are truly? No, it cannot be. You said your master was all-powerful. Yet, they were but 2 against dozens. The disparity was insurmountable. Qianqian's master, are you not omnipotent? I implore you, do not let anything happen to either of you. As long as you are safe and appear here, I will comply with any request you make. Chun Zihan's heart raced with panic and urgency. For Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian were her only hope of escaping her current predicament and surviving. Qianqian and that master, I firmly believe that you are both safe. However, could you please utter a word? Chun Zihan could no longer contain herself and hastily called out to Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian through the intercom. Yet, as soon as her words fell, she was met with ridicule and disdain from all around. Haha, you think they're safe? Perhaps you're dreaming. Beauty, don't rely on them anymore. That scoundrel is already dead, and your dear friend has become Long Ji's woman. Sister, just like us. You should quickly seek help from Long Gu. Perhaps, if he is in a good mood, he might grant you a chance at survival. Of course, Chun Jingxiong's voice was not absent from this cacophony. Oh, beauty, you can't be serious, can you? You still expect those two? Why not just become my daughter instead? Who knows, after I indulge in Linda May, I might come over to pamper you two, huh? However, the next moment, Chun Jingxiong's voice abruptly ceased. A new voice emerged. Chun Jingxiong, I am truly astounded by you. Your life has already begun its countdown. Yet you still have the leisure to consider becoming someone else's father. But perhaps this is for the best. Practice a bit. And when I arrive to toss you to those zombies, I hope you can convince them to call you father for a chance at life. Chapter 25. The reactions of others to Qin Hao's survival. Indeed, it was none other than Qin Hao. Had it not been for Chen Zhengxiong's arrogant remarks, which he found utterly intolerable, he would not have spoken at all, let alone expound so much. This Chen Zhengxiong was truly oblivious to his own insignificance. Nonetheless, it mattered little now. Having dealt with Dong Wenlong and his ilk, it was time to turn to the scoundrel Chen Zhengxiong. However, system, I have a question I wish to inquire about, if that is permissible. Qin Hao initiated communication with the system, his demeanor sincere and courteous. This was no idle talk. The system was his greatest assurance in navigating this apocalyptic world, and thus he treated it with due respect. Host, due to the opponent being an inconsequential individual. Even if you were to eliminate him, there would be no rewards. The system's response was immediate. One could not help but acknowledge the system's might, as it seemed to perceive his thoughts. All right, I understand. Qin Hao did not feel disappointed or dejected. Rather, he wholeheartedly agreed with the system's explanation. Individuals like Chen Zhengxiong, akin to keyboard warriors, were unworthy of any reward. Nevertheless, even so, Chen Zhengxiong would still have to pay for his actions. As Qin Hao conversed with the system, a brief silence fell over the intercom, only to be shattered by a cacophony of voices. What is happening? How is he still alive? Why did Long Ge let him go? Long Ge and his gang showed no reaction, yet he is the one speaking. Could it be that Long Ge did not kill him, but rather fell his hands? Long Ji's group consisted of dozens, while they were merely two. How could they possibly contend with Long Ji's crew? Chen Zhengxiong, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "What are you all thinking?" The reason he is still alive is undoubtedly that he did not approach Long Ge. Otherwise, he would have perished at their hands. I assure you, Long Ji's crew possesses firearms. Long Ge, are you listening? Please say something. Yet no one replied. As Chen Zhengxiong, in his anxiety, sought to continue speaking, a grave voice interrupted. Everyone, I must inform you that I am right across from the Jincheng Bank's Changyuan branch. I can assure you that the big shots entered and then exited safely. They are now en route to the Tong Zhiren group. I also saw that massive tank. It is approaching from the bank's direction. It seems the big shots truly eliminated Long Ge and his crew. With these revelations, silence enveloped the crowd once more. Although they were reluctant to believe it, they had to concede that the seemingly invincible Long Ge and his entourage had not only failed to kill the big shot, but had instead been countered. This is utterly unbelievable. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. Big shot, I knew you would be fine. Big shot, I admire you greatly. Allow me to be your accessory, perhaps even a cute one that calls you daddy. Master, dear husband, father, let me be your long-haired darling. My hair will be the reins you ride upon. Big shot, please save me. Let me be your servant, and I will help you eliminate that scoundrel Chen Zhengxiong. After the crowd accepted this new reality, they hurriedly sought favors and assistance from Qin Hao. It is noteworthy that prior to this, most of them had wished for Qin Hao and his companion's demise to curry favor with the seemingly more formidable Long Ge. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. In the struggle for survival, morals and humanity have been forsaken. In the Xinghuan Villa district, Qianqian, Master, you are both alive. This is truly wonderful. I am genuinely delighted for you. Were it not for the zombies outside and the ill-intentioned young survivors, Chen Zihan would have almost shouted in joy. It was not merely because Qin Hao and his companion were alive, but also due to the display of strength they exhibited after vanquishing Long Ge and his crew. Following such a person, one could truly survive and thrive. Qianqian, you must hide well and ensure nothing happens to you. We will rush over as soon as we finish our business here, Lu Qianqian quickly advised. Indeed, stay hidden and do not let anything occur before our arrival. Otherwise, we will be powerless to help. Acknowledging her deference in calling him master, Qin Hao also offered a word of caution. However, unbeknownst to them, their conversation on the intercom had reached the ears of Li Erden and his group. In another villa, Li Erden and his associates were present. They're done. There are only 5 villas left. We will soon find that woman. Indeed, Erdan, rest assured, give us 2 more hours, and we will certainly locate her. The others spoke with smiles, careful to placate him. 2 hours? That is too long. You have only 1 hour. If you do not find that woman within the hour, do not blame me for being unkind. As Li Erdan spoke, his cold gaze locked onto Chun Sheng, a smirk of mockery appearing on his lips. Xiao Sheng, you have done well. I am quite satisfied. Therefore, you must continue to divert those zombies, understood? Ardon, you understand? With a flicker of coldness in Li Erdan's eyes, Chun Sheng could only offer a bitter smile in response. He loathed this apocalypse. Had it not been for its arrival, Li Erdan and others would still be groveling at his feet, the great internet celebrity. Within the Tong Jiren group, Lin Mushi activated the intercom. Naturally hearing Qin, Hao, and Lu Qianqian's words, I never expected they would still be alive. A smile unconsciously graced Lin Mushi's lips. Even if Long Gu and his entourage of dozens can resolve this matter, perhaps he truly can appear in my office. If he indeed materializes in my workspace, I cannot help but recall Qin Hao's demands alongside my own commitments. Lin Mushi's complexion flushed, akin to a monkey's behind illuminated by a street lamp. However, she soon shook her head. Although his prowess is commendable, gaining access to my office requires navigating from the ground floor to the pinnacle, during which he may confront hundreds, if not more, of the undead. This is no trivial endeavor. Apart from Lin Mushi, another individual harbors a similar sentiment. Chun Zhengxiong. You little brat. Even if you have vanquished Long Gu and his crew, what does that matter? Dream on about entering our building and standing before me. Those innumerable zombies will surely shred you to pieces. Enough of this. You think you're so audacious, but I shall wait right here for your arrival, praying you come quickly and deliver me to the zombies. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Initially, Chun Zhengxiong felt a twinge of fear. Yet now he is devoid of trepidation and has even resorted to provocation. Chapter 26. No way. They can actually fly. You are truly oblivious to danger. Your current arrogance and hubris will only lead you further down the path of self-destruction. Before Qin Hao could speak, Lu Qianqian's voice erupted with indignation. I tell you, Lu Qianqian had more to say, but Qin Hao interjected. Chun Zhengxiong? Qin Hao called out. I am here, declared Chun Zhengxiong with bravado. Qin Hao's brow furrowed deeper, his tone icy as he replied, Just you wait. Once I reach Tong Jiren Group, I will appear before you without delay. Come on, I implore you to hurry. I can hardly wait for you to toss me to the zombies. Chun Zhengxiong continued his taunts. Nevertheless, Qin Hao chose to disregard him. All that needed to be said had been articulated. It was time for action. Engaging in verbal sparring with Chun Zhengxiong is a game for children. Damn it, Chun Zhengxiong, your arrogance is unbearable. I am tempted to join forces with the boss to eliminate you. While I too desire for the boss to swiftly deal with this insufferable scoundrel, the multitude of zombies outside makes it no easy feat for the boss to ascend to the 6th floor amidst their throng. You underestimate the boss. His capabilities exceed our imagination. Boss, once you have dealt with that scoundrel, could you perhaps assist in rescuing us sisters? We are sweet and delightful. Others, unable to tolerate Chun Zhengxiong's insolence and arrogance, began to voice their discontent and indignation. However, Qin Hao understood that rather than denouncing Chun Zhengxiong, they were attempting to curry favor with him. Yet, regardless of their actions, Qin Hao remained indifferent. In this apocalyptic world, an additional person only brings more complications. Except for the beautiful subordinates, of course. Approximately 15 minutes later, within the line of sight of Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian, a 10-story building emerged about 100 meters ahead. A large, gilded sign reading Tong Jiren Group adorned its facade. They had finally arrived at their destination. Meanwhile, through the walkie-talkie, Chun Zhengxiong's brazen and provocative words continued to echo. Where the hell is that so-called boss? Why has he not yet appeared near our office? Are you lost? Or should I guide you here? Perhaps I could procure a loudspeaker and call out to you, and you could follow the sound? The condescension and derision were palpable. No need. I have already arrived beneath your Tong Jiren Group. Qin Hao's voice resonated. A response not only to Chun Zhengxiong's earlier provocations, but also a reminder to Lin Mushi on the top floor. I'm downstairs. That woman of yours should prepare to become my subordinate. What? He has truly arrived. Lin Mushi could hardly believe it. She hurried to the window and, as expected, saw a colossal tank several times larger than normal parked beneath their building. No doubt about it. It must be them. However, even if he appears here, what does it matter? The building houses hundreds, even thousands, of zombies. He still cannot access my office. Lin Mushi shook her head dismissively. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she began to feel regret regarding her promise and the commitments made to Qin Hao. I never expected that this so-called boss would truly arrive beneath our office. Chun Zhengxiong uttered in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Chun Zhengxiong, you scoundrel. Have you finally come fear? The boss has appeared, and it's too late for your regrets. Brace yourself for the terror of being at the boss's mercy. I wish to witness the boss deal with that scoundrel. How should I go about it? I am eagerly awaiting. Though this scoundrel is my pet, the boss should not hold back. Feel free to obliterate him. Others chimed in with mockery. Dream on. Even if he appears downstairs, he cannot reach me, for the zombies within the building will undoubtedly tear him to shreds. Chun Zhengxiong scoffed dismissively. The zombies inside will shred me to pieces? A smile crept across Qin Hao's lips, one imbued with profound meaning and inscrutability. Chun Zhengxiong. Who said I must enter the building and ascend the stairs to your 6th floor? Qin Hao replied with a faint smile. What a foolish individual. Utterly unaware of the myriad ways I can present myself before him, in any location within that building. As his words concluded, a profound silence enveloped the walkie-talkie. It was evident they did not grasp the meaning behind Qin Hao's statement. Ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. You want to enter the building or ascend the stairs? Are you planning to fly in? Chun Zhengxiong was the first to mock him again. Not nearly enough. He intended to escalate the ridicule, hoping to leave the so-called boss utterly humiliated. However, the next moment, gasps erupted from the walkie-talkie. What the hell? What am I witnessing? They are actually flying. What on earth? Brother, what are you talking about? Are you sleepwalking in broad daylight? Damn it, I'm right across from Tong Jiren Group, and I see that boss ascending into the air with a woman. Although I'm a bit far away, I can confirm that the boss truly can fly. Amidst the chorus of astonishment, Chun Zhengxiong stood dumbfounded, swallowing the mockery that had almost escaped his lips. He quickly made his way to the restroom door. Sure enough, within his line of sight, a young man and a woman ascended from the ground, soaring upwards towards the 6th floor like a scene from a film. What the hell is happening? Why are they truly flying? At this moment, Chun Zhengxiong was utterly stunned. Not only he, but Lin Mushi in the highest office was equally astonished, her bright eyes wide as saucers, resembling the brightest star in the sky. Who is he? How can he fly? Is he not of this world, but a celestial being from the heavens above? Lin Mushi shook her head, finding this all too extravagant, exceeding the bounds of her comprehension and acceptance. Then she considered her own predicament. If this is the case, he truly can appear in my office, which means I must become his subordinate. Moreover, should he make excessive demands, I would have to comply wholeheartedly. Absolutely not. Lin Mushi would rather die than accept such a situation. As for their thoughts, Qin Hao was oblivious, too absorbed in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. This feeling of flight. Indeed, he was flying, and it was exhilarating beyond measure. The system was impressive. Merely acquiring the ability to manipulate the magnetic field as part of a 3-choice reward had such profound effects. Qin Hao could not help but silently commend himself for this newfound power. This was indeed another facet of the magnetic field manipulation ability. He was brimming with anticipation for the next 3-choice reward to be obtained upon completing the forthcoming tasks. Chapter 27. The Burden of Happiness returns master. I see someone. Following Lu Qianqian's gaze, Qin Hao turned to look. Although the figure quickly withdrew, he still caught sight of the terror and dread etched on the person's face. Without a doubt, this individual was the keyboard warrior, Chun Zhengxiong they sought. Wasn't it a bit too late for him to think of hiding? Qin Hao remarked indifferently. However, due to the small size of the window and the foul odor emanating from it, he pivoted and approached a large floor-to-ceiling window. With a mere thought, The Longdan gun materialized and transformed into a streak of light, striking the expansive window like a bolt of lightning. As expected, with a resounding crash, the massive window shattered into countless shards, cascading down like rain. It was evident that some of the larger glass fragments had embedded themselves into the skulls of several zombies below, signaling their demise. Moreover, the loud noise had attracted the attention of numerous zombies, who, devoid of any awareness, surged toward Xin Hao and Lu Qianqian like rabid dogs. They fell to the ground like dumplings, their heads bursting open, ensuring their utter obliteration, since the host's actions directly led to the demise of those zombies. Their deaths could be counted towards the host's task progress. Just as this thought blossomed in Xin Hao's mind, the system had already detected it and preemptively provided clarification. System, you are truly remarkable. Xin Hao couldn't help but express his gratitude inwardly. Under his command, the Longdan gun once again transformed into beams of light, targeting the other large floor-to-ceiling windows nearby. Such an effortless task was not to be missed. After shattering all the surrounding windows and eliminating a considerable number of zombies, Xin Hao finally retracted the Longdan gun with satisfaction. However, they did not immediately enter the building through the windows. The sixth floor still housed a significant number of zombies, and the commotion had evidently drawn in more from other floors. Although their presence was a waste of time, Xin Hao remained patient. After all, these zombies were essential for him to secure rewards and grow stronger. It seemed that leading his subordinates to slay 100 zombies would be an easier task, perhaps achievable right now. Xin Hao promptly turned to Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, do not dawdle. Use your abilities to eliminate more zombies, he instructed, handing her the Longdan gun. Yes, master. Although the zombies would ultimately leap to their own demise without her intervention, she would undoubtedly comply with her master's wishes without hesitation. With a thought, Lu Qianqian activated the Longdan gun once more, sending beams of light racing towards the zombies. It was clear that compared to her initial attempts, she now wielded her powers with greater finesse and ruthlessness. In this apocalyptic world, such changes were necessary. In the radio, nearby survivors who had noticed Xin Hao's actions could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh my, guess what I just saw? The boss can wield a long gun to continuously slay zombies. I saw it too. My goodness, are they even human? They resemble the superhumans from television or movies. Is this for real? Superhumans are like deities. Regardless of their disbelief, one thing was certain. The scoundrel Chen Zhengxiong was rendered speechless. Indeed, Chen Zhengxiong. Weren't you quite arrogant? Didn't you wish for the boss to toss you in front of the zombies? However, no further words came from Chen Zhengxiong. It was not that he had not heard the comments. He simply lacked the courage to respond. He was merely a keyboard warrior, capable of throwing punches online. But faced with the imminent appearance of his adversary, he found himself devoid of bravado. Hearing the comments from the onlookers, he felt an overwhelming urge to vanish, wishing desperately to find a mouse hole to hide in. Please don't find me. I'm already hiding in the bathroom. Respect the sanctity of a restroom, and don't come looking for me. Chen Zhengxiong trembled, a stark contrast to the arrogant persona he had crafted over the radio. Nevertheless, Xin Hao remained unaware of his wishes, preoccupied instead with Lu Qianqian, who had just slain dozens of zombies. The system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leading your subordinates in the elimination of 100 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and advancing from the elimination of 100 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 3-choice task reward. Please choose from the following options. 1. The weapon Qinggang sword from the Three Kingdoms period wielded by Cao Cao. 2. 10 attribute points. 3. A free ability refresh 3 times. Look at this. All for taking down a keyboard warrior and completing a task, and I receive a 3-choice reward. This is simply too easy. The only disappointment for Xin Hao was that each option had already appeared in previous rewards. However, this did not diminish the joy of such fortunate choices. I choose the Qinggang sword from the Three Kingdoms period. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Hao made his final decision. With the Qinggang sword in his possession, he would no longer need to share the Longdan gun with Lu Qianqian. As a man with a system, having to share weapons with his beautiful subordinate was rather undignified. Of course, the second and third options held less significance for him at this moment. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! A new task has been issued. Continue advancing from leading your subordinates in the elimination of 1,000 zombies. Ding! Please lead your subordinates to slay 1,000 zombies. Upon completion, you will receive a 3-choice reward. Very well. The burden of happiness has returned. Chapter 28. Prepare to become my beautiful subordinate. The task was complete and the reward acquired. There was no longer any need to linger. Without wasting another moment, Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian entered the hall on the 6th floor. Although there were still a few zombies lingering about, these scattered creatures no longer posed a threat to their safety. With merely the Qin Gang sword under Lu Qianqian's command, she could effortlessly obliterate them all. As they entered the building, an excited and sycophantic voice emanated from the intercom. Ha ha! The boss has entered the building. Chun Zhengxiong. You scoundrel! Are you prepared to face the zombies? Boss, don't be modest. Just eliminate that scoundrel Chun Zhengxiong. Boss, you are simply too dashing like a deity. Please grant me the chance to bear your child. Despite being a man, I would gladly transform into a woman for you, dear boss. I beseech you for just one chance. As before, Qin Hao paid no heed to these voices, instead approaching the room where Chun Zhengxiong was hiding. At last, he understood why he had caught a whiff of a foul odor outside. That scoundrel had taken refuge in the restroom, terrified of perishing at the hands of zombies. Did he not fear dying from the stench? It must be said, he was a ruthless individual. However, at that moment, the infamous Chun Zhengxiong trembled in the corner, his anxiety and fear intensifying with the cacophony of voices from the intercom. Please, I beg you, do not pay me any mind. Treat me as if I were a mere fart. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Just let me remain in this restroom for the rest of my life. Please. Chun Zhengxiong once again prayed in his heart. Unfortunately, such prayers bore no fruit. Come out. With a cold voice reverberating through the air, all of Chun Zhengxiong's hopes and prayers dissipated. It was over. He realized that they were aware of his presence. Chun Zhengxiong fell into utter despair. At that moment, a cracking sound echoed as the door splintered into pieces, revealing their faces to one another. No, no. Chun Zhengxiong briefly froze before attempting to dive into one of the stalls. Yet, under the influence of an invisible force, his body lifted off the ground, drifting towards Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian like a dandelion seed, despite his desperate struggles proving utterly futile. Before long, he found himself before Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian. Thud! Chun Zhengxiong immediately knelt before them. Boss, I'm so sorry. I truly had no idea of your prowess. Had I known, I wouldn't dare trouble you even if it cost me my life. Please grant me a chance to live, even if it means I must serve you like a beast. As he pleaded pitifully, his forehead soon became bloodied from repeated bowing. Since Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian were still on the intercom, Chun Zhengxiong's desperate cries were broadcast. Ha ha ha, splendid. That scoundrel is truly about to meet his end at the boss's hands. Boss, didn't that scoundrel wish to confront the zombies? You must grant him that opportunity. Chun Zhengxiong, how dare you offend the boss? This is your just fate. Master, after you deal with that scoundrel, could you also come to rescue my daughter and me? We have already envisioned serving you together. Hearing these remarks, Qin Hao felt a stir in his heart, nearly forgetting Chun Zhengxiong's pleas. They reminded me. Qin Hao smiled faintly and replied mockingly, Didn't you wish to face the zombies? I shall fulfill that desire now. No, please, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Grant me another chance. Chun Zhengxiong continued to plead tearfully. Yet, Qin Hao ignored him. Leave one zombie, he instructed Lu Qianqian. And with a thought, a zombie leapt over their heads, landing before Chun Zhengxiong. The zombie roared as it lunged at Chun Zhengxiong. Didn't you enjoy playing the role of father? Now you may become this zombie's father. Let us hope it shows some leniency due to your newfound bond. As Qin Hao's mocking words intertwined with Chun Zhengxiong's screams, the zombie pounced, tearing into him like a ravenous beast. Soon his struggles ceased, and his demise was so gruesome that it was unbearable to witness. A flash of light erupted as the longed-in gun pierced the zombie's skull. As the zombie had fulfilled its purpose, there was no need to keep it around. Qin Hao reclaimed the longed-in gun, not even glancing at Chen Zhengxiong. A person unworthy of even a trifling reward did not merit his attention. Meanwhile, the intercom erupted with exuberant sounds akin to a tempest. "Boss is incredible. Boss is incredible. Boss is incredible." A statement worth repeating thrice. "Boss, you are my ultimate idol. That scoundrel Chen Zhengxiong has finally met his end. Why do I feel such exhilaration? I realize it's because of my admiration for the boss. Boss, I am near the Xingji Ren group in the Xingfu community. I implore you to rescue me. I can be your ornament. Boss, my daughter and I. If you take us in, we can introduce you to more women. We know several surviving beauties." Qin Hao chose to disregard their words. What mother and daughter? When he arrived, it might merely be a middle-aged woman and a female dog. Such is the nature of the internet. One can never determine whether the other side is human or ghost. "Did you really kill Chen Zhengxiong?" A clear and melodious voice chimed in. At this, a smile crept across Qin Hao's face. Was it the beautiful Lin Mushi, soon to become his second enchanting subordinate? "Indeed, that person has perished before my eyes," Qin Hao replied. "Then you—" Lin Mushi hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. However, it mattered little, for Qin Hao understood her intent. "Rest assured, I shall soon appear in your office before you. At that moment, I hope you will honor your promise and become my subordinate." Qin Hao explicitly stated his purpose. Were it not for her beauty and his desire to recruit her as a subordinate, he would not have gone to such lengths. Thus, regardless of whether she agreed or not, this enchanting subordinate was already his. Chapter 29. They're all fine actors. In the Xingha Bay Villa community. Within one of the villas, Chen Zihan attentively listened to the intercom while observing the movements of Li Erden and his companions. She could hardly fathom that her best friend's master possessed the ability to fly. Flight. Such powers were akin to those depicted in television shows or films. No wonder her best friend was willing to become that person's woman, filled with unwavering faith in his abilities. An ability user could truly have their way in this apocalyptic world. With that in mind, as long as Qian and her master appeared in the villa community, both zombies and survivors alike would be nothing but ants in comparison. "Please come quickly. Once you arrive, I shall be completely safe," Chen Zihan thought eagerly. However, as Li Erden and his companions approached the villa where she was hiding, Chen Zihan's heart surged with anxiety and trepidation. She realized that if things continued like this, within half an hour, they would reach her location. Once they entered the villa, they would undoubtedly find her, and she could only imagine the dreadful fate that awaited her. At that moment, even if Qian and her master arrived, she would have lost all dignity to continue living. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her mind, Chen Zihan couldn't help but speak into the intercom. "Qian," Chen Zihan called out. "Zihan, what's wrong?" Lu Qian's voice responded. "Qian, it's nothing. You don't need to worry. I'll be here waiting for you. Just be sure to stay safe." Ultimately, Chen Zihan changed her mind. Perhaps her master was simply coming to rescue her out of respect for Qian. If she were to make any demands now, it might jeopardize Qian's standing in her master's eyes. She could never bring herself to affect her friend's position for her own sake. "Zihan, is something happening? We're best friends. You must tell me if anything is wrong." Lu Qian sensed something unusual. "Qian, you're overthinking it. Really, there's nothing wrong. All right, I need to go now. The intercom is running low on battery, so I'll talk to you later." After saying this, Chen Zihan hung up the intercom. Zihan. When Lu Qian received no response from Chen Zihan, her worry deepened, and she unconsciously turned to Qin Hao beside her. "Enough talk. Once we rescue Lin Mush, we will head straight to the villa community," Qin Hao stated resolutely. "Master, thank you." Lu Qian expressed her gratitude. "Master, once we save Zihan, I will certainly thank you properly," Lu Qian promised eagerly. "Thank me if you wish, but why are you staring at my extraordinary talents?" Qin Hao joked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Master, enough talk. We should meet the beautiful Lin now." With that, they ceased their chatter and ascended the stairs toward the top floor where Lin Mush was located. On the highest floor, in the office, Lin Mush, who had been reclining on the sofa, stood up and began to pace restlessly, careful to tread lightly so as not to make a sound. After all, outside the office, countless zombies were still wandering about. Besides those roving zombies, there were certainly many more lurking in the hallways and the lobby below. Previously, you have had no doubt that the presence of these zombies meant that the so-called big shot would never appear here. But now everything had changed. It was known that this was a being capable of flight. Perhaps the zombies had not even seen this big shot before he materialized in the highest room. Even entering her office through the window, with this thought in mind, Lynn Mush glanced out the window, only to freeze in place. Outside, a young man and woman hovered in midair, their faces adorned with an enigmatic smile. After eliminating Chun Zhengxiong, Qin Hao had initially intended to continue his rampage, knowing that those zombies were his guarantee of strength. However, due to some complications with Chun Zihan, he had to abandon that thought. It was clear that while zombies were plentiful, a suitable, beautiful subordinate was not easily found. Thus, for the sake of Chun Zihan, he had to make certain sacrifices. Without any further ado, the Longdan gun and the Qinggang sword were unleashed simultaneously, shattering the massive floor-to-ceiling window into a myriad of shards, no longer serving as an obstacle. They stepped inside, appearing before Lynn Mush. "Miss Lin, I have arrived. According to our agreement, you must now become my subordinate," Qin Hao stated directly. There was no choice. An unexpected situation had arisen with Chun Zihan, and everything needed to be resolved with utmost efficiency. As Qin Hao's words echoed, the chatter of the onlookers resumed. "Ha ha! Miss Lin is about to become the big shot's woman. The big shot can have Miss Lin in his harem. Are you a deity? Just wait and see. Miss Lin will soon succumb. No one can resist the big shot's charm. Big shot, one more woman is no burden. You should also consider adding our mother-daughter pair to your harem." After their remarks, Lynn Mush's firm voice rang out. "What do you mean by subordinate? ISNT, it just another term for being your woman? I tell you, others might yield to your threats, but for me, Lynn Mush, to submit and agree to be your woman is absolutely out of the question." As a feminist, she found it intolerable to be treated as anything less than equal by men. "Lin, you're a public figure. How can you go back on your word?" Before Qin Hao could respond, Lu Qianqian spoke up angrily. Following Lu Qianqian's words, the onlookers chimed in. Exactly, Miss Lin. How can you refuse the big shot? Besides, you already made a promise. Miss Lin, you are my goddess, but now that you've rejected the big shot, you're no longer my goddess. It's outrageous to refuse the big shot. Big shot. Since Lin doesn't appreciate your worth, consider us instead. We are very obedient." "I can't stand it. I absolutely cannot stand it. Big shot. Ignore that, Miss Lin, and let me be your ornament. By the way, I'm male and handsome." Regarding Lin Mush's rejection of Qin Hao, both men and women outwardly displayed anger and dissatisfaction. Yet, Qin Hao could sense that the men were secretly pleased by her rejection, while the women were delighted at the opportunity her refusal created for them. It must be acknowledged, they were all excellent actors. However, once Lin Mush eventually acquiesced, it would be interesting to see how they continued their performance. Chapter 30. Compromise is such a simple matter you all need to leave here immediately. I tell you, even if I have to jump out of the window or die at the hands of zombies, I will never become your subordinate. So stop dreaming, Lin Mush insisted firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Although her stance made her feel quite uncomfortable as a feminist, she found it even harder to accept the notion of being beneath any man. "Lin Mush, how can you act like this?" I tell you, Lu Qianqian was both anxious and furious. However, Qin Hao interrupted her. "Qianqian, have something to eat first." Ignoring Lin Mush, he produced some food and handed it to Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian immediately understood Qin Hao's intention. She took the ham sausage he offered, unwrapped it, and began to take bite after bite. "Master, this ham sausage is so packed with meat. I absolutely love it," she exclaimed, feigning exaggeration as she devoured a substantial portion in one bite. "I'm glad you like it." Although Qin Hao spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, a chill coursed through certain parts of him. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from voraciously devouring the roasted chicken. As he indulged, he continued to engage with Lu Qianqian, his words and expressions reflecting a level of enjoyment akin to that of a five-star dining experience. In this apocalyptic world, savoring roasted chicken and ham sausages was no less than relishing a five-star feast from the days before the cataclysm. Gulp. Lin Mushi, though aware that Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian were deliberately trying to tempt her, could not help but swallow hard. Her stomach betrayed her, growling audibly. This was hardly surprising, given that she had gone several days without food. Even a whole cow before her would have been consumed without hesitation. The hunger was overwhelming, and she yearned for the delectable morsels they held, contemplating the sheer pleasure it would bring. Yet, she resolutely shook her head and firmly declared, "Do not think that by flaunting food before me, I will yield to you. Lin Mushy, would rather starve than take a single bite of your offerings. Even if zombies were to invade this office, even if they were to threaten my life in that very moment, I would not submit out of fear." As her words hung in the air, Lu Qianqian's expression shifted to one of anger and dissatisfaction, unable to contain herself. Qin Hao merely chuckled dismissively, taking another bite of the roasted chicken before casually remarking, "Since our good intentions have been laid bare, we must resort to a different approach." His gaze turned toward the office door, precisely locking onto the lock. "What are you planning?" Lin Mushy inquired, a sense of trepidation rising within her. "Nothing much." Qin Hao shrugged, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Did you not claim that even in the presence of zombies, you would not yield out of fear? I find that hard to believe, and thus I wish to verify it." With a snap, as his thoughts aligned, the door lock shattered, and the zombies outside forcefully burst into the room. A cacophony of excited roars erupted from a dozen zombies as they spotted the three of them, charging toward them with reckless abandon. In an instant, Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian floated effortlessly behind Lin Mushy, directing all the zombies toward her. Lin Mushy stood frozen, her mind racing with panic as the ravenous undead surged toward her in overwhelming numbers. The thought of being torn apart in an instant was terrifying. Fear gripped her, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Though she had just proclaimed her bravery in the face of the undead, the reality of the situation was a starkly different experience. The words she had uttered seemed to echo back at her, and she felt the weight of her steadfast resolve wavering. Yet, she could not abandon her principles, nor could she accept being subservient to a man. But the grim reality loomed. If she did not comply, she would meet a gruesome end at the hands of the very creatures she had sworn to defy. As the zombies closed in, their foul stench assaulting her senses, despair washed over her. "I don't want to die, not like this," she thought. "Must I truly submit to him? But what of my dignity as a woman? If I cannot uphold my promises, what right do I have to speak of honor?" In that moment of clarity, Lin Mushy found her inner resolve. I agree to be your subordinate," she shouted, just as the zombie's claws reached within inches of her face. "See? Compromise is that simple," Qin Hao remarked with a faint smile. The law of irresistible allure, indeed, prevailed. As time stood still, the zombies were frozen in place mere moments before Lin Mushy. Despite both he and Lu Qianqian employing their abilities to manipulate the magnetic field, they could not simultaneously vanquish all the undead. To prevent Lin Mushy from becoming a victim of zombies, he activated his power of time suspension, rendering everything around him utterly still. Once the stillness enveloped the scene, without hesitation, under his command, the Longdan gun soared into the air, transforming into a streak of lightning as it repeatedly struck at the zombies, piercing their skulls in rapid succession. During the duration of his ability, with nothing else demanding his attention, Qin Hao seized the opportunity to reach for the walkie-talkie. "Zihuan, are you all right?" he inquired. His earlier conversation with Lu Qianqian indicated that her situation was far from favorable, prompting his concern. However, the response he received was a cacophony of chatter from the onlookers. "Boss, you finally spoke. No need to say more. That Lin beauty must have become your woman," came the excited exchanges. "To conquer someone like Lin, you truly are a big deal. Speaking of which, well, my charming self, are you interested? We've been waiting for your response, dear boss. Do you really have no interest in us? I'm 17. I starred as the female lead in Yifan's MV. I'm beautiful, talented, and Yifan was quite pleased with me. You'll surely like me too. Save me, and let me be your leading lady." It was evident that the news of Qin Hao claiming Lin Mushy as his subordinate had incited envy and jealousy among them, overshadowing their initial excitement. Yet, they maintained their facade of flattery and appeasement, showcasing their acting prowess remarkably well. "Zihuan, if you can hear me, please respond." Qin Hao continued to reach out to Chen Zihuan. The next moment, though her voice remained absent, a taunting and ominous message echoed back. That so-called boss. I must warn you, the Zihuan you speak of is about to become my woman. If you wish for her to remain alive, it would be wise not to come here. Otherwise, I assure you, she will perish before your very eyes. Chapter 31. With no choice but to forge ahead in the Star River Bay Villa community, within one of the villas, Li Erden and his companions gathered. As Li Erden spoke, his gaze shifted toward a nearby villa, the last one yet to be searched. Without a doubt, the woman named Chun Zihuan was inside. If he could locate her and threaten that boss not to appear, he could live a comfortable and blissful life. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Erden could not help but lick his lips. That so-called boss. I remind you again, I'm not jesting. If you come here, I will indeed kill Chun Zihuan. For her safety, do not test my patience. Once more, Li Erden issued a warning. Erden, he's a genuine boss. Will our threats backfire and only anger him? One of the others voiced. Yes, Erden, I share your concern, another added. Erden, is this truly the right course of action? Questioned yet another, anxiety creeping into their hearts. However, Li Erden, with a dismissive tone, remarked, damn it, as long as we can locate that woman and subdue her, that so-called big shot will undoubtedly be wary of us and allow us to manipulate him at will. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Chun Sheng, who was slumped on the ground. Xiao Sheng, have you rested enough? Li Erden asked impatiently. Brother Erden, I am utterly exhausted. Can we not assign someone else to divert the attention of those zombies? Chun Sheng pleaded woefully. Chun Sheng, what are you saying? Brother Erden is providing you with an opportunity to shine, understand? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Chun Sheng, let me remind you, this is a special favor from Brother Erden, and you must not falter. There is no denying it. Should you dare to disappoint Brother Erden's goodwill, we shall feed you to the zombies. Without requiring Li Erden to speak, others already began to scold him vehemently. Xiao Sheng, you see, this is the consensus of the group, so do not let us down. Li Erden smirked mockingly, then continued with a tone of unwavering authority. I will give you 5 more minutes. After that, you must go out and divert those zombies. Qin Sheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. However, upon meeting Li Erden's menacing gaze, he could only sigh deeply and say nothing further. After addressing these matters, Li Erden once again activated the intercom. What the hell? Who dares to provoke our big shot? Have they forgotten the fates of Chun Zhengxiong and Longa? You little brat, how dare you challenge the big shot? You must be seeking death. Big shot, it's just the 2 of us ladies here. Before you eliminate another scoundrel, could you rescue us? We promise not to disappoint you. Big shot, we are near that villa community. Could you save us and allow us to be your loyal followers? Upon hearing these voices, a sneer of disdain and mockery appeared at the corner of Li Erden's mouth. What a group of shameless fools. With people like you, even in another world, you would struggle to obtain 4 dishes. Although Li Erden felt an immense loathing towards them, he chose to ignore their pleas. In his eyes, he was someone capable of threatening that so-called big shot far beyond their level. Engaging with them would be beneath him. What is happening? Where is that big shot? Why are you silent? Nevertheless, whether he spoke or not was no longer important. As long as he heeded my warning and truly refrained from appearing in our villa community, all will be well. Qin Hao's silence further inflated Li Erden's confidence, prompting him to continue speaking. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Qin Hao's voice finally broke the silence. Simple words laced with a chilling undertone. You little brat, the big shot is already angered. Prepare to face his wrath. Daring to provoke the big shot, you will meet the same fate as Longue and the others. Big shot, please do not show us mercy. Eliminate this scoundrel immediately. Big shot, you are truly magnificent. I wish to be your ornament. Given that I have pleaded multiple times, grant me this opportunity. Qin Hao's words incited an uproar among the onlookers. Of course, Li Erden's furious roar reverberated through the intercom as well. Damn it, you dare question my certainty? If you doubt me, feel free to test it. I assure you that the moment you set foot in the villa community, you will witness Chun Zihan's corpse. Li Erden raturta defiantly. Fine, I want to see how the one I wish to protect meets her demise. Qin Hao countered sharply. Meanwhile, within his mind, the system's notification echoed once more as it had in the past. Ding! A new mission has been issued. Defend your position as the overlord of the apocalypse by driving Li Erden and his group out of Xinghuan Villa community. Ding! Please expel Li Erden and his group from Xinghuan Villa community. Upon completion, you will receive a choice of 3 rewards. This was the sound Qin Hao had been waiting for. The system had not disappointed him. A mission with 3 possible rewards had reappeared. Consequently, his journey to Xinghuan Villa community would directly influence the progress of 3 missions. One was to no longer be alone, beginning with acquiring 5 subordinates. Another was to dominate this city, starting from owning a villa community. The third was the newly issued mission to defend his position as the overlord of the apocalypse by expelling Li Erden from Xinghuan Villa community. Therefore, he would forge ahead without hesitation. Xinghuan Villa community was his destination. Damn scoundrel! Do you not wish to see how I will eliminate that woman? Li Erden's icy roar resounded. Continuing, let me tell you one last time, should you truly appear in our villa community, I will fulfill your wish and personally slit Qin Zihan's throat before your eyes. All right, I understand, Qin Hao replied calmly. Mia imputinho. He had no intention of engaging in a war of words with the opponent. At that moment, the 5 minutes allotted for the ability had come to an end, and both Lu Qianqian and Lin Mushi had regained consciousness. Clearly, upon hearing their previous words, Lu Qianqian's expression was filled with anxiety and concern. Do not worry. We are going to your friend right now. Qin Hao reassured her, then turned to Lin Mushi and warned, I know you still harbor grievances, but it would be best for you to follow us. Otherwise, I have no qualms about handing you over to those zombies. After saying this, Qin Hao ignored Lin Mushi, directly turning to walk out of the office. Lu Qianqian naturally followed closely behind. Lin Mushi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow them. Chapter 32. Chun Jingxiong transformed into a different kind of zombie. Having eliminated numerous zombies within the building, they encountered no more as they descended from the top floor, allowing them to reach the ground level with relative ease. After dispatching a few more obstructing zombies, the 3 of them entered the gigantic tank. The space was indeed vast. With Lin Mushi's presence, it hardly made any difference. Immersed in the surroundings, she truly grasped the enormity of this immense tank and could not help but marvel. Additionally, she couldn't help but admire the strength of Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian. They were undoubtedly extraordinary abilities users. If they were not, how could they control knives and guns with their minds to slay the zombies that appeared in their line of sight? Moreover, their speed was akin to lightning, utterly terrifying. However, a question lingered in her mind. Since Lu Qianqian was also a formidable ability user, why would she willingly serve as Qin Hao's subordinate? She would have to find time to inquire about it. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises. Lin Mushi silently mused. A meaningful smile unconsciously formed at the corners of her mouth, but she quickly concealed it. Fortunately, none of them seemed to notice. Lin Mushi breathed a sigh of relief. What she did not realize was that her fleeting smile had caught Qin Hao's peripheral vision. Even without that smile, he could sense that she harbored some other thoughts. After all, with his enhanced intelligence, his perceptive abilities had surpassed ordinary expectations. It seemed this beautiful subordinate was not entirely honest. Qin Hao thought to himself. He did not take it to heart. She had now become his beautiful subordinate. He had the time and means to conquer this woman. Moreover, the process of conquest itself is a source of joy. Qianqian, have you contacted your friend? Qin Hao inquired. Master, neither my friend nor that scoundrel who spoke earlier has said anything further. Lu Qianqian was exceedingly anxious. There is no need to worry excessively. Qin Hao pondered for a moment and explained, those scoundrels still require your friend to restrain us, so she will undoubtedly be safe. Master, I understand. Although Lu Qianqian said this, concern and urgency were still evident on her face. After all, Chun Zihan was her closest friend, and her anxiety was entirely justified. At this moment, Qin Hao and the others could not imagine what was unfolding. After their departure in the building, on the 6th floor in the hall, where they had slain numerous zombies and the keyboard warrior Chun Jingxiong, a previously motionless corpse slowly began to rise. Had Qin Hao and the others been present, they would have recognized this corpse as none other than the keyboard warrior Chun Jingxiong, who had perished at their hands. His body was riddled with torn wounds, from which various repulsive liquids oozed. There was no sign of pain, only madness and a thirst for blood. It was evident that Chun Jingxiong had transformed into a zombie. This was entirely understandable, for in this world, most of those who fell victim to zombies ultimately became zombies themselves. Aside from Chun Jingxiong, several other zombies wandered nearby. Soon, they approached Chun Jingxiong, glanced at him, and then turned their gaze away. Since Chun Jingxiong had now become one of their kind, they naturally would not attack him. However, Chun Jingxiong did not divert his gaze from his fellow zombies. In fact, his bloodthirsty and ferocious expression intensified. Then he lunged forward, tackling the nearest zombie to the ground. Like a beast, he frantically tore at the zombie's head. In a matter of moments, he had opened a gaping hole the size of a fist in the zombie's skull. Chun Jingxiong immediately extended his claws, and when he withdrew them, he held a gray crystal resembling a walnut. This was a shihua, a special object that manifests in the brains of humans after they transform into zombies. Without hesitation, Chun Jingxiong promptly stuffed the shihua into his mouth and tilted his head back to swallow it whole. After a brief pause, he lunged at another zombie. Whether it was an illusion or not, compared to before, Chun Jingxiong seemed faster and more vicious now. In Xinghuan Villa District, as Chun Sheng, weary from dragging his exhausted body, diverted the surrounding zombies, Li Erden and the others swiftly ran from their villa to another nearby villa, the last one they had yet to search. Upon entering the villa, Li Erden urged, "Don't just stand there. Everyone, quickly take action. We must find the woman named Chun Zihan." As his words fell, the others responded affirmatively and began searching in every direction. Approximately 5 minutes later, a young man, pulling a panicked young woman from upstairs, descended. She appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and slender, even in disarray. Her beauty and graceful figure could not be concealed. A stunning beauty, indeed a rare sight. The moment they laid eyes on her, both Li Erden and the others brightened, feeling as though their souls had been captivated. "You're the Chun Zihan they speak of?" Li Erden could not help but lick his lips. "Yes, I am Chun Zihan," she replied, though fear and trepidation filled her heart. If denial would serve her, she would certainly insist otherwise. "Indeed, truly remarkable. No wonder that so-called big shot has gone to such lengths to rescue you." Li Erden continued unabashedly, revealing his desire and greed. "From this moment on, you are my woman. As long as you serve me well, I promise you will live well in this apocalyptic world." How laughable. You have offended my friend's master. He will not spare you. If you cannot even guarantee your own safety, how could you assure mine? Chun Zihan's expression turned cold as Li Erden approached. She snapped, "What do you want? I warn you, do not touch me, or you will have no chance to regret it." At her words, Li Erden was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly darkened. "Damn woman, you are already at my mercy, yet you dare to talk back. I shall see how you make me regret it." Li Erden sneered and stepped towards Chun Zihan. This exceptionally beautiful woman had ignited his fury. He intended to take action against her. However, in the next moment, a dagger suddenly appeared in Chun Zihan's hand, poised against her neck. "If you take one more step, I will kill myself," she declared resolutely. "Do you think that will threaten me? You should know that your life or death has nothing to do with me." The flames of rage in Li Erden's eyes had nearly solidified into substance. "You are correct. My life or death is irrelevant to you. In that case, I shall die right before you." Upon finishing her words, Chun Zihan raised the dagger high and viciously plunged it into her chest. Chapter 33. The Beautiful Reba and the Enchanting Juju. The Jinsheng Business Hotel, situated approximately 2 kilometers from Chanyuan City, is the only 5-star hotel in the area. Its luxury and pricing are unmatched within Chanyuan City. It is no exaggeration to say that those who can stay here are all either extraordinarily wealthy or of high status. However, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, this place, like many others, has become a haven for zombies. Even a few survivors have quietly shrunk into their rooms. At this moment, on the highest floor, in one of the rooms, there exist 2 survivors, 2 young women. Despite their panic and pale faces, they cannot hide their enviable beauty. If others were present, they would recognize that they are not ordinary beauties, but rather celebrities who had countless male admirers before the apocalypse. One, slightly more voluptuous yet still curvaceous and alluring, is the stunning Reba. The other, much smaller in stature, but possessing a cute and innocent demeanor, is the enchanting Juju, known for her 4,000-year beauty title. Indeed, it is they. Had it not been for work arrangements, they would never have found themselves in Changyuan City, much less trapped in this hotel. However, none of that matters now. For them, there's only one concern. The only thing of paramount importance, to continue living day by day, while simultaneously seeking every possible opportunity to escape this hotel and reach a relatively safe zone. The walkie-talkie in their hands represented their sole opportunity to seek refuge in a safe zone. Juju, as usual, was surrounded by familiar faces engaged in trivial conversations devoid of substance. It seemed that their desire to escape this hotel might be in vain. Reba, despairing, leaned against the wall, her frustration palpable. "Sister Reba, do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps a valiant hero has already appeared to rescue us," Juju said mysteriously. As her words hung in the air, a flicker of hope ignited in Reba's heart, her bright eyes shimmering with newfound light. "Juju, did you hear something? Did I miss an important conversation? Is someone from the authorities or military speaking inside?" Reba inquired, her voice filled with anticipation. However, Juju shook her head. "Sister Reba, you are overthinking it. What I heard is the same as what you did. What I meant to convey is that perhaps we can rely on someone among them." At her words, disappointment washed over Reba, and she gazed at Juju incredulously, asking once more, "Please do not tell me the person you wish to depend on is one of those so-called big shots praised by the onlookers." "Sister Reba, that big shot might indeed be our hero. Perhaps only that person can lead us away from here and grant us a relatively safe life," Juju asserted with a nod, her expression filled with hope and expectation. "I do not deny the big shot's formidable power, which is almost shrouded in mystery. But you must also discern that this individual is not necessarily virtuous. If we wish for their salvation, we might have to make certain sacrifices," Reba remarked dismissively. Although she did not clarify what she meant by sacrifice, she trusted that Juju understood her implication. Clearly, Juju comprehended Reba's insinuation as well. With a light smile, she replied nonchalantly, "Sister Reba, we are living in an apocalyptic world now. The previous order and rules have vanished. If we cling to outdated notions and wish to survive in this world, it shall not be an easy endeavor." Under Reba's bewildered gaze, Juju continued, "Therefore, Sister Reba, if we wish to persist, sometimes making sacrifices is a natural course of action." In that moment, Reba was utterly taken aback. She could scarcely fathom that the typically innocent Juju would harbor such thoughts. "Well, it seems my perspective has become antiquated," Reba mused with a wry smile, murmuring her realization. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, accompanied by Lu Qianqian and Lin Mushi, had just passed by the Jincheng Business Hotel. He could not help but glance at the adjacent hotel. In the past, he would hastily walk away from this place, as it exuded an oppressive aura of unattainability. Yet now, he was mere moments away from becoming its master. "Master, are you interested in this hotel? If so, I can clear out the zombies inside and turn this hotel into your private property," Lu Qianqian suggested, noticing Qin Hao's demeanor. "No need. It's merely a small hotel, not worth our time," Qin Hao replied, shaking his head, compared to the luxurious five-star hotel before him. The nearby Xinghe Bay Villa community was far more enticing. Furthermore, the absence of even the simplest three-choice reward meant there was no justification for Qin Hao to squander his time on it. However, their conversation did not escape Lin Mushi's notice, prompting her to roll her eyes. Although they possessed extraordinary abilities, the notion of claiming ownership of a hotel seemed somewhat exaggerated to her. Yet, despite her skepticism, she maintained her composure, unwilling to provoke the young man, who was not known for his compassion. Should she irritate him, he might indeed throw her to the zombies. Even as Lin Mushi endeavored to conceal her thoughts, Qin Hao sensed her discontent, leading him to contemplate giving her a taste of reality. Nevertheless, he refrained, as entering the villa community and dealing with those who had provoked him, as well as rescuing another beautiful ally, took precedence. This was essential, as it pertained to his beloved three-choice task rewards. After all, 3 rewards equated to triple the joy and happiness, which he prioritized above all else. As for Li Erden and the others, were they prepared to vacate the villa community? In the Xinghe Bay Villa community, within the villa where Chun Zihan resided, Li Erden and his group were present. However, in addition to their original members, several survivors from the villa community had been gathered, as Li Erden and his crew had thoroughly searched the premises. Now, these individuals were completely loyal to Li Erden. Those with dissenting opinions had long been dealt with upon the arrival of Li Erden and his companions. This was the reality of the post-apocalyptic world when disagreements arose. There was little to discuss. One simply eliminated the opposition. I say, beautiful lady, Brother Erden is handsome and charming. Why do you remain so oblivious? One of them urged Chinzihan. Indeed, beautiful lady, just follow Brother Erden. Becoming his woman would surely be the best fortune of your past life. Another chimed in. Quite right. If Brother Erden weren't interested in me, I would have eagerly warmed his bed by now. As these individuals learned of Li Erden's intentions toward Chinzihan, they began to subtly persuade her. Yet, Chun Zihan remained silent, even turning her head away. You wretched woman, do you truly believe that the so-called big shot can rescue you? I assure you, with so many of us, even a mere spit from each could drown that scoundrel. Li Erden retorted, visibly displeased with Chun Zihan's reaction. His expression darkened, and he coldly snorted before activating the walkie-talkie. To that so-called big shot, heed my final warning. If you dare appear before me, I will truly kill her. Though Li Erden had spoken lightly to Chun Zihan moments earlier, he lacked the courage to openly mock Qin Hao. After all, the fate of Dong Wenlong and his group was a stark reminder. Ah, I thought you were dead. Turns out you are still alive. Qin Hao's voice interjected. I must ask, can you refrain from using a woman to threaten a big shot? If you are a man, confront the big shot directly and engage him face to face. Big shot, where have you been? Hurry and appear and eliminate this audacious scoundrel threatening you. Big shot, what about us, mother and daughter? Can you truly ignore us? We are quite beautiful and possess skills, you know. As Li Erden's words faded, a cacophony of voices erupted from the onlookers. Yet, amidst the clamor, a singular voice emerged, commanding silence. It was not merely the volume of the voice that silenced the crowd, but rather the anticipation surrounding the mysterious big shot they all yearned to hear. Indeed, I have received your threat, yet I find myself at the entrance of the villa community. What shall I do now? The gentle words, drifting like clouds in a serene breeze, immediately incited a greater uproar among the onlookers. How amusing! The esteemed figure is simply hilarious. What to do? Naturally, we must deal with them decisively. You insolent wretches, the esteemed one has arrived. Are you not afraid? I wager a crumb that the insolent brat is now trembling in fear, perhaps even on the verge of losing control. Esteemed one, master, you have finally come. My mother and I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Yet, our sincerity has moved the heavens, so why does it fail to reach you? Is this truly the case? Are you still fixated on me? Your persistence is quite haunting. Are you all truly such a bothersome presence? As before, Qin Hao remained indifferent to them, paying no further heed to Li Erden and his companions. After all, everything that needed to be said had been articulated, rendering any further expenditure of breath unnecessary. It was merely a trifling reward of choosing one among three, not worthy of his time for idle chatter. Like Qin Hao, Li Erden also chose silence. It was not disdain that rendered him mute, but rather a sense of dread and unease that left him at a loss for words. Erden, something is amiss. He suddenly exclaimed. What do you mean? Who is in trouble? Are you seeking death? Li Erden bellud inange. I did not mean you. I meant, spit it out already. Li Erden comanda impatiently. A massive tank has appeared outside our villa complex. It seems that the esteemed one has truly arrived. Upon hearing this, both Li Erden and the others instinctively rushed to the window, their gazes drawn to the unfolding scene. Indeed, an imposing tank was stationed at the entrance of their villa compound. With the recollection of Qin Hao's earlier words over the intercom, it was evident that the esteemed one had indeed made his presence known at their doorstep. Damn it, it is really him, the one with extraordinary powers. We are doomed. What should we do now, Erden? The crowd turned their anxious gazes toward Li Erden. Before he could respond, a mocking voice resonated through the air. It was Chun Zihan. Ah, so you finally comprehend fear. Perhaps it is a tad late for that. Li Erden cast a grim look at Chen Zihan, his expression one of wanting to dismember her. However, in the next moment, the smile on his lips morphed into something inscrutable. As long as we have this wretched woman in our grasp, that so-called esteemed one dares not truly harm us. With those words, Li Erden nodded knowingly. Although Chen Zihan sensed something was amiss, it was too late. Someone had struck the dagger from her grasp, while another had seized her from behind. Li Erden swiftly advanced, pressing the dagger against Chen Zihan's throat. Wretched woman, your life is now in my hands. Should you wish to end it, the opportunity is past. Li Erden's laughter echoed with triumph. Simultaneously, the voices of fear and anxiety surged among the crowd. Damn it, it's them. They can truly fly. Erden, look. They genuinely possess extraordinary abilities. What kind of super existence have we offended? Following the sound, a handsome young man and two stunning women approached, soaring gracefully through the air before landing firmly before them. Though Li Erden and the rest were reluctant to accept it, they knew in their hearts that this young man was indeed the enigmatic esteemed figure from the intercom. As for the two women, one was his beautiful subordinate, while the other was Lin Mushi, who had just recently joined his ranks. Under normal circumstances, they would have been envious, perhaps even akin to the villains in apocalyptic novels, desiring to eliminate Qin Hao and claim the two exquisite women for themselves. Yet now, such thoughts were far removed from their minds. After all, when weighed against their own safety, even the most beautiful woman was but a fleeting concern. I care not who you are or what abilities you possess. Should you dare to advance, I will take her life, Li Erden quickly retorted, pressing the dagger closer to Chen Zihan's neck. Did you not say that should we appear at the entrance of the complex, you would kill her? Now that we stand before you, she should have perished several times over. Qin Hao chuckled, regarding the threat with indifference. In fact, had Li Erden actually killed Chen Zihan, he might have viewed him with a modicum of respect. But alas, the evaluation was complete. He was nothing more than a thunderous noise with no substance. No, he was even less than a mere raindrop. As Qin Hao spoke, he glanced at Li Erden and his companions, momentarily taken aback. Isn't that one of those internet celebrities from Douyin? In particular, Chen Sheng, who cowered like a turtle, was indeed one of the top influencers on Douyin. However, in this apocalyptic world, their identities as internet celebrities held no significance. Furthermore, for the sake of the trifling reward, they could be cast aside, regardless of their fame. Enough. You are not worth my time. Release her at once, and depart from this villa complex. Qin Hao had little patience for idle discourse, pointing toward the exit and speaking coldly. Initially, Lu Qianqian and Lin Mushi were astonished to see Li Erden and the others. But Qin Hao's indifferent demeanor soon dispelled their surprise. In this world, fraught with peril, or the likes of victors or dance emperors but mere ordinary individuals, unworthy of mention. However, upon hearing his words, Li Erden and the others turned pale. They knew that stepping outside the villa complex meant facing countless bloodthirsty zombies, an invitation to death itself. Damn it, it should be you who leaves. I will give you 30 seconds. If you do not depart within that time, you shall witness this beauty's blood spilled before your eyes. Li Erden shouted once more, drawing the dagger even closer to Chen Zihan, piercing her skin just enough for a trickle of blood to emerge. Erden speaks the truth. We will indeed kill this woman. Damn it, why won't you leave? We beseech you. For her sake, please depart. The others chimed in, their expressions bordering on tears. Qianqian, master, do not concern yourselves with me. If you can, let them kill me. Chen Zihan proclaimed valiantly. Zihan, what are you saying? My master and I have come here with the firm resolve to ensure they cannot harm you. Lu Qianqian quickly reassured her. Hearing this, Qin Hao cast a glance at Chen Zihan. Lu Qianqian's words were not exaggerated. Chen Zihan was indeed a breathtaking beauty, rivaling Lu Qianqian in allure. Such a woman was truly worthy of being one of his esteemed subordinates. You have all heard. You may commence your attack now. Qin Hao's gaze shifted from Chen Zihan to Li Erden, signaling his intent. Upon hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded. No one expected Qin Hao to utter such words, especially Li Erden and his companions. What is happening? This is not how the story goes. What transpired next was something that left Li Erden and the others in utter disbelief. Chen Zihan, suddenly seized Li Erden's hand with great fervor. Qianqian, since your master wishes for my demise, I shall not complicate matters for you. I hope we can be best friends in our next life. As Chun Zihan's soft yet firm voice echoed, she exerted force with her hands, and the sharp dagger swiftly aimed for her neck. You cannot die, you scoundrel. Li Erden realized he was too late to prevent Chun Zihan's desperate act. Zihan, do not do anything foolish. Lu Qianqian's complexion changed drastically, to the point of forgetting to intervene with her dear friend. What? Is it really that sensitive? I merely jested. Qin Hao felt speechless, given her beauty. He decided to remain silent. Besides, this was not the time to squander. Time manipulation halt. Qin Hao commanded with a mere thought, activating his ability to freeze time. Instantly, everyone became motionless, caught in an absolute state of stasis. Even the insects on the ground appeared lifeless. Chun Zihan's dagger hovered perilously close to her neck, merely a finger's breadth away. See? Without my permission, your suicidal intent is utterly futile, Qin Hao stated matter-of-factly. With another thought, the dagger levitated, tracing a perfect arc. Poised to stab at Li Erden's neck, but halted abruptly as a prompt from his system sounded. Host, remember, your task is to expel them from Xinghuan Villa. Not to kill them personally, the system reminded him. Even if I do not slay them with my own hands and merely cast them out, they will perish all the same amidst the zombies outside. Qin Hao pondered, confused. Host, your reasoning holds merit. However, their demise at that moment would not implicate you. For as the host of this system, you must not be a bloodthirsty individual. What? System, are you serious? If that is the case, why assign me this task to kill? Nevertheless, Qin Hao refrained from further debate with the system, recognizing its vital role in his survival. You are the authority. I shall defer to your judgment, he conceded. Once more, with a thought, the dagger, which had been poised before Li Erden, swiftly redirected and embedded itself into a nearby cabinet. He then focused on Li Erden and the others, realizing that if they awakened, they would certainly resist leaving the villa. Hence, he decided to toss them out. Under the influence of his magnetic control ability, Li Erden was the first to soar into the air, followed by the others. Reminiscent of a scene from the film Kung Fu, as they floated like sheets of white paper toward the villa's periphery. With a series of splashes, they all landed outside the villa, unscathed. However, the zombies did not rush at them, for the villa was adjacent to the outer wall of the community, thus falling within the range of his time-stopping ability. After executing this plan, Qin Hao took a few puffs from a cigarette while admiring his 3 beautiful subordinates. Finally, the power of time manipulation waned, and everything returned to normal. What has happened? Why are we outside the community? Damn it! Why are there zombies everywhere? Li Erden and his companions awoke to the sight of a horde of zombies charging at them, their faces filled with terror. The renowned Sheng Zai, now merely an ordinary person, was joined by his fellow internet celebrities, all seemingly part of the Sheng family army. Famous internet personalities, now reduced to mere fodder for zombies. Qin Hao mused as he and Lu Qianqian approached the window, observing Li Erden and the others while discussing them like animals. Although their voices were low, the words reached Li Erden's ears, reigniting a glimmer of hope. They recognized us. Perhaps they are fans, which could work to our advantage. We are part of the Sheng family army. You must save us. Li Erden exclaimed. I am Sheng Zai, their mentor. For the sake of your fandom, spare me. If you rescue us, once everything is back to normal, we can promote your products. How foolish. This is merely grotesque. Qin Hao retorted, feeling exasperated. I prefer watching live streams, so let the zombies give you a good beating. With that, amidst despair and curses, Li Erden and his companions were overwhelmed by the zombies and met a tragic end. Concurrently, a notification echoed in Qin Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for expelling Li Erden and his companions from Xinghuan Villa. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of safeguarding your status as the overlord of the apocalypse by expelling Li Erden and his companions from Xinghuan Villa. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a choice of rewards. Please select from the following 3 options. 1. 10 attribute points. 2. A romantic encounter reminder card. 3. The Lingbo Weibo footwork technique from the martial arts world, as taught by Prince Duan Yodali. Chapter 36. I am willing to become your woman. See, more rewards have arrived. However, Qin Hao remained impassive, devoid of any emotional upheaval. This was a normal reaction, given the plethora of rewards he had received, which had begun to overwhelm him. After acquiring rewards, he faced the daunting task of making repeated choices, a veritable paradox of happiness. Bring on more, he thought, while once again contemplating his options. The first choice was familiar, nothing new to grasp. The second choice, a romantic encounter reminder card, would allow the holder to instantly locate nearby exquisite beauties, significantly reducing search time. For someone inclined to romance, it was an indispensable artifact. Although Qin Hao was not particularly inclined that way, he still required 2 beautiful subordinates, and a reminder card would prove immensely beneficial. The only drawback was that one card was insufficient, as it could only alert him to one location, while he needed 2 companions. The third choice, the Lingbo Weibo technique from the martial arts world, was remarkable. Even techniques from novels were now available. By choosing this, he would immediately learn the Lingbo Weibo footwork of Prince Duanyu, allowing him to move like a phantom, his steps light as a swallow, capable of appearing several dozen meters away in an instant. One could imagine that even amidst a horde of zombies, not a single one would graze his clothing. However, for someone who could fly, this so-called footwork seemed less appealing. I choose the romantic encounter reminder card. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Hao made his final decision. As his words fell, a card resembling a tarot card appeared in his hand, inscribed with the words romantic encounter card. With a mere thought, he activated it. The encounter card was directly placed into the spatial ring. It was more significant to recruit Chen Zihan as a subordinate than to experience the card itself. Subsequently, Qin Hao directed his gaze toward Chen Zihan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Indeed, she was remarkable. Before the apocalypse, she was the epitome of beauty that he would scarcely have dared to approach. However, now he asked, "Do you wish to?" Qin Hao, not wanting to engage in idle chatter, directly presented his request. Yet, before he could finish, Chen Han had already nodded vigorously and affirmatively declared, "Master, I am willing. I truly am." Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? He had yet to articulate his intent. "What do you mean by willing?" He pondered in astonishment. "Master, I wish to become your woman," Chen Zihan hastily assured him. "I merely intended to recruit you as a subordinate, and yet you wish to be my woman? You must be undeniably attracted to me," he jested. "Remember, you are currently just my subordinate. To become my woman, you must undergo further evaluation from me." Qin Hao feigned profundity. After all, as a man endowed with a system and extraordinary abilities, not every woman who desired him could possess him. He recognized that in the days to come, he would have numerous beautiful subordinates, and if each one were to lust after him, he would be overwhelmed. Thus, it was imperative to establish a threshold. Any woman wishing to share intimate moments with him must demonstrate exceptional qualities. By the way, what has inspired such intelligence in you to undertake such a commendable action? Qin Hao inquired curiously. "Master, your handsomeness, strength, and the fact that you genuinely care for us makes it an honor to be your woman." "No, to be your subordinate," Chen Zihan explained. "Master, just from the intercom, I felt a connection with you. Upon meeting you, I became even more enamored. However, feeling a bit guilty, I had held back. But I told her that a man as formidable as you would never belong to just one woman," which eased her concerns. Lu Qianqian interjected. Their explanation, though somewhat forced, inexplicably brought comfort. "Indeed, you have discerning eyes." Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your praise, Master," Chen Zihan beamed. Lu Qianqian was equally delighted for Chen Zihan, and of course, for her master acquiring yet another beautiful subordinate. Nearby, Lin Mushi discreetly scoffed. "I truly wonder what you are all thinking. If you have chosen to compromise for the sake of survival, that is understandable. However, if you genuinely wish to serve this man as subordinates or women, it is utterly incomprehensible. What about the dignity and pride of women? It is shameful that you would bring disgrace upon us." "Very well," Lin Mushi lamented, momentarily forgetting her grievances. Although she did not outwardly show it, Qin Hao sensed a shift within Lin Mushi due to her enhanced intellect. This woman truly needed to be put in her place. "Lin Daybody," Qin Hao called out to Lin Mushi. "And Master, is there something you need?" Lin Mushi feeling reluctant, nonetheless acquiesced to refer to him as master. We shall be staying in this villa tonight, so I need you to tidy up this place. Remember, it must be spotless, without a speck of dust. Properly training a woman begins with such small tasks. Of course, you may refuse, but know that if you do, I will have no choice but to expel you, as I do not retain useless individuals, Qin Hao added. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi, who had been about to voice a protest, swallowed her words. Master, may I assist as well? Qin Zihan expressed her eagerness to impress Qin Hao. Certainly, Qin Hao nodded, reiterating, you may help here, but your task is to ensure she completes her work adequately. Understood? Qin Zihan appeared somewhat perplexed. Zihan, remember as subordinates. We merely execute the master's commands without question. Understood? Lu Qianqian hastily reminded her. Master, I apologize. I did not intend to question your authority. I simply Chun Zihan stammered, feeling anxious. Enough. No need to elaborate. Just fulfill your responsibilities. Yes, master. Qin Hao then turned to Lu Qianqian. Gulme, let's deal with the zombies outside. Looking beyond, he thought that once they dispatched the zombies outside, it should fulfill the task of killing 1,000 zombies. Furthermore, clearing these zombies would signify the completion of the task of obtaining a villa community. After all, besides them, there were no other individuals or zombies in the entire villa community. Completing 2 tasks simultaneously would yield 2 rewards from a selection of 3. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 37. You should tidy up the house. As he opened the data panel, immediately, a display only he could perceive materialized before him. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 8. Normal person, 10. Speed, 8. Normal person, 10. Intelligence, 20. Normal person, 10. Ability 1. Time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Currently, duration is 5 minutes. Range is 10 meters around the host. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Ability 2. Magnetic field control. Target and range increase with intelligence. Currently controls 1 target. Range is 10 meters around the host. No cooldown. Items. 3 free ability refreshes. Task 1. Transforming from a couch potato to a strong individual by killing 1,000 zombies. 690-1000. Task 2. I'm no longer alone. Starting from acquiring 5 subordinates. 35. Task 3. Conquer this city. Starting from owning a villa community. 01. Task 4. Continue to progress from leading subordinates to kill 1,000 zombies. 451-1000. It was evident that only 300 more zombies needed to be eliminated to complete the task of killing 1,000 zombies. Although the number of zombies within the villa community was insufficient, slaying a few more outside would accomplish this achievement. Thus, it was not a problem at all. Let us go outside. This time, we shall not only eradicate all the zombies within the villa community, but also take down several outside. It will be a swift and decisive action. Yes, master, I will follow your orders. With that, Qin Hao departed the villa, with Lu Qianqian soaring into the air. However, they did not land directly on the ground, but rather on the outer wall of the villa community. As they landed, the surrounding zombies erupted into frenzied howls, lunging toward them in a maddened frenzy. Yet, because they were on the wall, the zombies could only continue their futile rage below. All right, let us get to work. Regardless of whether it is the Longdan gun or the Qin Gang sword, they simultaneously shot forth from the spatial ring like beams of light, landing in the hands of Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian. There was little left to say. Once they unleashed their ability to control the magnetic field, the Longdan gun and Qin Gang sword darted forth like lightning. This was followed by a gruesome scene of penetrating skulls and the splattering of repulsive fluids. As for the zombies, they fell in droves, akin to harvested wheat, collapsing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Such a sight inevitably caught the eyes of Chun Zihan and Lin Mushi, prompting them to take a deep breath. Was this the power of extraordinary abilities? It was truly terrifying. Their master was even more formidable than she had imagined. Following such a master, not only would they no longer fret over survival and sustenance, but they could also grow stronger like Qianqian. It was indeed an immense honor. Qin Zihan could not help but feel a surge of pride, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not only was he powerful, but even the women around him were terrifyingly strong. Was it truly wise to oppose them? As Lin Mushi pondered this, a wave of despondency washed over her, but it was quickly replaced by a glimmer of resolve. No, absolutely not. Regardless of the circumstances, I must resist. There is no way I will comply and become your subordinate or woman. However, relying solely on my strength to oppose them both is undeniably a daunting task. Recognizing this, Lin Mushi thought of Chun Zihan beside her, as well as the women who would become subordinates to their master in the future. If they could unite and form a cohesive front, they could undoubtedly alter the course of events. In that moment, Lin Mushi conceived the idea of forming an alliance of Avengers, with Chun Zihan as her first ally. Zihan. Lin Mushi turned to Chun Zihan with a gentle smile. Lin Zong, is there something you need? As a renowned beauty and CEO before the apocalypse, it was only natural for Chun Zihan to recognize her. Zihan, you are too polite. I am no longer Lin Zong, if you don't mind. You may call me Lin Jia. I should be slightly older than you. Lin Mushi, shedding her previous cold demeanor, continued warmly. Then I shall call you Lin Jia. Chun Zihan reciprocated without hesitation, knowing they were both subordinates of the master and would soon be his women. There was truly no need for formality. By the way, Lin Jia, you seem hesitant. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zihan, I will speak plainly. We are sisters from now on, so please feel free to share your thoughts. Very well. Lin Mushi felt a surge of joy, sensing that they had already achieved half of their goal before it had even begun. She continued, Zihan, it is undeniable that he is incredibly powerful and handsome. Following him, we might survive and have food, but should we really proceed in this manner? Initially overjoyed, Chun Zihan's expression suddenly froze at those words. Lin Ye, what do you mean by that? She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zihan, I will be direct. Since we have begun, I must continue. Although he is strong, he is still just a man. As humans, we are all equal. No one is superior to another. And there is no need for us to serve him or to satisfy him with our bodies and dignity. Do you understand my point, Sister Zihan? Chun Zihan nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, Lin Zong, if I understand correctly, you are referring to our master, and you believe he has no right to command us as subordinates? Precisely, Sister Zihan. That is exactly my point. Lin Mushi nodded eagerly, her expression brightening. In her eyes, the moment Chun Zihan agreed, her status as an ally was solidified. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Zihan had unconsciously altered the way she addressed her. Lin Zong, I believe it would be best for you to tidy up the house. Chun Zihan's demeanor grew cold. Lin Mushi, taken aback, was left perplexed by this sudden shift. Sister Zihan, what is this about? Lin Mushi thought to herself, unwilling to relent. Lin Zong, I've said it. You need to clean the house right now, or I will have to fulfill my supervisory duties, inform the master, and have him throw you out to feed the zombies. Chun Zihan's expression grew even frostier, her tone resolute and unyielding. No, Zihan, all right, I understand. Lin Mushi was no fool. She recognized that her attempts at persuasion had failed. Just moments ago, she had aspired to establish an alliance of Avengers and was seeking her first ally, only to face defeat. It was indeed a tragic tale. However, she would not concede easily. On the contrary, she would become more resolute in her determination. Sister Zihan, one day you will regret your decision. Lin Mushi cast a pitiful yet resentful glance at Chun Zihan before turning away to tidy the room. Chapter 38. Can you come out now? Outside the villa, as the number of zombies in the neighborhood dwindled, Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian leaped over the courtyard wall and stood on the ground. Before them lay only 20 or 30 zombies. Once they dealt with these, the entire villa community would be free of the undead. The other survivors had already been rounded up by Li Erden and transformed into zombies, ensuring there were no living souls left. Thus, the mission to secure the Xinghe Bay Villa community would be complete, granting them a reward of 3 options to choose from. Let us swiftly eliminate these 20 or 30 zombies. Qin Hao had no intention of taking action himself. With such a stunning tool at his disposal, it would be foolish not to utilize her. Moreover, every zombie slain by Lu Qianqian would count towards the completion of 2 tasks. Yes, master. Lu Qianqian responded obediently. Under her command, the Qin Gang's sword darted forth like a silver lightning serpent, striking towards the remaining zombies with blinding speed. As Lu Qianqian dispatched more and more zombies, she became increasingly adept at the task. Within mere seconds, the Qin Gang sword had pierced through the heads of all the remaining zombies. As expected, those that fell were undeniably dead. Qin Hao's expression brightened with anticipation. Since these zombies had been slain, it was time to claim the reward of 3 options. However, he was perplexed that the reward, which typically appeared immediately upon task completion, had not materialized. What is going on here? System, have you forgotten something? Qin Hao could only offer a gentle reminder. Host, since the task has not been officially assigned, it means the mission has not truly been completed. In other words, due to the presence of certain individuals or zombies, the conditions for claiming the reward of 3 options have not been met, the system explained. What? Are you suggesting that there are still zombies or survivors in this villa community? Qin Hao asked incredulously. Host, that is for you to discern. The system replied without giving a direct answer. However, it was clear enough. Qin Hao comprehended the implications of the situation, yet he could not resist the urge to inquire further. Given that Li Erden and his companions had thoroughly searched all the villas, it was improbable that any zombies remained. After all, zombies do not conceal their presence. Thus, it was evident that within this villa community, a hidden survivor must exist. Instantly, Qin Hao reached a conclusion in his mind. It was precisely this survivor's presence that prevented him from immediately obtaining the reward from the 3 options. This was indeed quite frustrating. Nonetheless, the priority was to locate this individual. Qianqian. Qin Hao turned to Lu Qianqian. Master, what is it? Lu Qianqian responded with both respect and admiration. Qianqian, aside from the 4 of us, there should be other survivors in this villa community. Master, I will find this survivor and ensure they leave our villa community. No need. You go to the wall and eliminate more zombies. As for locating the survivor, leave that to me. Understood, Master. With that, Lu Qianqian returned to the wall, continuing to wield the Qin Gang sword to slay the zombies outside the villa community. As for Qin Hao, he naturally set out to find the survivor who undoubtedly existed. He had a task to eliminate 1,000 zombies and another to claim ownership of the villa community. He aimed to accomplish both simultaneously and reap the rewards from the 2 options. Under normal circumstances, finding the survivor would necessitate entering every villa and searching every nook and cranny. However, for Qin Hao, there was no need to resort to such primitive methods. With his enhanced intellect, his perception abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary person. As long as he approached each villa, even without entering, he could effortlessly sense if someone was inside. Thus, what might be a cumbersome task for others was exceedingly simple for him. It must be said, the system truly offers an extraordinary advantage. There was no life force within this villa. Qin Hao first approached the villa on the far right, briefly sensing before shaking his head and moving on. Next, he arrived at another villa nearby, yet still detected no signs of life. He continued to the next villa, and it was not until he reached the 6th villa that he halted his steps, for within this dwelling, he sensed a life force. In other words, the survivor, who was the reason he could not claim the reward from the 3 options, was inside. Whoever you are, I hope you are wise enough to leave this place. Qin Hao thought to himself. Although in this apocalyptic world, individuals would kill or be killed for their own benefit, Qin Hao did not wish to become a heartless executioner. As long as someone did not pose a threat to his life, he would not unleash a massacre upon them. Of course, whether they could survive after being given a chance was not something he felt obligated to consider. Having nothing further to deliberate, Qin Hao paused briefly before stepping into the villa. At that moment, within the villa's storage room in the far corner, a strikingly handsome young man, resembling a modern-day Pan Un, was hiding. Through the small window, he caught sight of Qin Hao entering the villa, filling his heart with dread and unease. In this world of man-eating, survivors like him were akin to ants in the eyes of the powerful. They could easily be crushed like insects. Having evaded those youths in white trousers, he silently prayed that he could avoid this even more formidable young man. I know you are hiding here, but before I lose my patience, it would be wise for you to come out, Qin Hao declared as he entered the villa, cutting straight to the chase. Those youths in white trousers did not discover me. He cannot possibly detect my presence. He is merely trying to intimidate me. Chun Yusheng consoled himself in his mind. However, despair soon enveloped him. Creak, bang, with the sound of a door lock snapping and the door swinging open, a figure appeared before Chun Yusheng, none other than the formidable Qin Hao, who instilled fear in his heart. I see you have been discovered. You may come out now. Qin Hao gestured. 10 seconds later, Chun Yusheng emerged, standing a distance away from Qin Hao, unable to approach due to the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. Sir, I do not know you, and I have not seen anything. Could you perhaps ignore my existence and allow me to remain here? Chun Yusheng hastily pleaded with a smile. If you do not know me and are unaware of anything, why are you hiding? What are you afraid of? Qin Hao replied, amused, prompting Chun Yusheng to freeze in shock. It seemed he had inadvertently revealed too much. Nevertheless, for Qin Hao, this matter held no significance. Enough explanation. You need not say anything more. Pack your belongings and leave this villa community at once, Qin Hao stated, uninterested in further conversation. However, upon hearing these words, Chun Yusheng was once again taken aback, his expression shifting from shock and disbelief to profound fear and anxiety. He knew that if he left, he would have to face countless zombies outside. As an ordinary person, he would surely perish in such a scenario. Sir, please do not make me leave this place. If I go out, I will surely die, Chun Yusheng implored desperately. It must be acknowledged that Chun Yusheng, with his handsome features reminiscent of Pan, had a certain charm that could invoke sympathy from women. Yet, he stood before Qin Hao. Enough with the nonsense. Either you leave on your own, or I will throw you out. But if I do so, you will truly be walking into the jaws of death, Qin Hao replied impatiently. Sensing Qin Hao's irritation, resolve, and indifference, Chun Yusheng sank to the ground, kneeling and bowing his head. Sir, I have previously served several powerful individuals, and they were all very pleased with me. If you spare my life, I am willing to serve you with even greater dedication, Chun Yusheng pleaded, bowing his head. Yet, as Qin Hao furrowed his brow, he felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. What a joke. As a man endowed with a system, what kind of woman could he not have? Why would he harbor any interest in a man? Only those with peculiar preferences or those who had not seen a woman in years would find such a proposition appealing. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Chun Yusheng's words, Qin Hao was reminded of a certain male celebrity named Wu Mofen before the apocalypse, who, upon entering such a place, would undoubtedly experience a life filled with passion and excitement. Best of luck to him. Now leave. I have no interest in you, Qin Hao declared, no longer wishing to waste time on him. Since you are unwilling to leave voluntarily, allow me to assist you. Disregarding Chun Yusheng's pleas and his shameless words, I directly employed my ability to manipulate the magnetic field, causing him to lose control and levitate in midair. In an instant, like a blank sheet of paper, he was propelled out of the window. Once he soared beyond the threshold, his speed escalated, akin to a brilliant flash of light darting into the outside world. With a resounding thud, Chun Yusheng crashed to the ground outside the villa complex. Ah, no. Damn it. All of you get away from me. Go away, Go away. The wails of despair erupted. However, it was short-lived. It was evident that Chun Yusheng had succumbed to the clutches of the zombies. In the face of Chun Yusheng's demise, Qin Hao felt neither disheartened nor guilty. After all, he had granted the man an opportunity to escape this place. Moreover, in this cannibalistic world of apocalyptic chaos, the death of one or two individuals was an all-too-ordinary occurrence. The survivor had already departed, and Qin Hao eagerly reminded the system, shouldn't your notification sound be ringing now? The system did not disappoint him. Immediately, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 1,000 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of transformation from a mere fish to a formidable being, beginning with the extermination of 1,000 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward for a 3-choice task. Please select one from the following options. 1. Another villa complex. 2. A top male model. 3. An opportunity for ability transfer. So, it was another task accomplished. Although Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, he felt quite satisfied, as completing another task would likewise grant him a 3-choice reward. Soon, the system's notification rang again. Ding! A new task has been issued. I am a powerful being, beginning with the slaughter of 10,000 zombies. Ding. Please eliminate 10,000 zombies to complete the task and earn a 3-choice reward. This was not a reward for possessing a villa complex. What was going on? Could there still be another survivor within this villa complex? Damn it. Lee Erden and the others were utterly useless. After a thorough search, it was astonishing that a second survivor remained. No wonder they could only become internet celebrities. At that moment, the system's notification chimed for the 3rd time. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Zingawan Villa Complex. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of conquering this city, starting with the possession of a villa complex. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward for a 3-choice task. Please select one from the following options. 1. 30 attribute points. 2. The dragon-slaying blade from the golden-haired Lion King. 3. An opportunity for ability transfer. Upon hearing the 3rd notification, a smile graced Qin Hao's lips. He had initially thought there was another survivor, but it turned out the task's reward had been delayed. Although it came a bit late, he was nonetheless elated. This meant he possessed 2 3-choice rewards simultaneously. 2 3-choice rewards were indeed delightful, and the joy was doubled. Now that he had secured both rewards, the next step was to make a final choice. The decision-making process could be quite vexing, and facing 2 options at once only compounded the dilemma. The paradox of joyful troubles. Qin Hao could not help but indulge in a moment of self-reflection. Chapter 40. Enhancements in strength and speed. Since it was a matter of joyful troubles, it was only fitting to ponder a bit. Thus, without any hesitation, Qin Hao focused his attention on the first 3-choice task reward. The first option, another villa complex, was utterly meaningless, scarcely different from a packet of instant noodles. The second choice, a top male model, was quite absurd. It seemed the system had become unreliable. The third choice, an opportunity for skill transfer, was enticing. Transferring abilities to another beautiful subordinate would undoubtedly enhance the capacity to eliminate zombies and progress in the task, making this choice impossible to overlook. However, Qin Hao did not immediately make a selection. Instead, he turned his focus to the second 3-choice task reward. The first option, 30 attribute points, was perpetually valuable, as these points directly influenced his physical prowess and the ultimate power of his abilities. The second choice, the dragon-slaying blade from the golden-haired Lion King, was undoubtedly a formidable item. Yet, for Qin Hao at this moment, his reliance lay primarily on his abilities, having acquired the Longdin gun. He no longer felt an urgent need for other weapons. The third option presented yet another opportunity for ability transfer. 2 beautiful subordinates seemed to require this transfer opportunity. But Lin Mushu, being so unruly, did not deserve such a chance. Until she kneels and calls him daddy, he would not waste an opportunity for ability transfer on her. I choose the opportunity for ability transfer and the 30 attribute points. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao made his final decision. Please allocate the attribute points to enhance various physical attributes. The system's notification voice resonated once more. All attributes receive an additional 10 points. Qin Hao had already considered this. He did not require significant enhancement of his abilities at this moment, so he opted to bolster his physical attributes. As the words fell, he could distinctly sense a clarity in his mind and a newfound lightness in his body, where even a casual grip felt imbued with strength. There was no need to say more. It was time to test this newfound capability. Qin Hao could hardly contain his anticipation. This was akin to being in the presence of an enchanting beauty, not merely wishing to discuss her role as the lead in a music video. He decided to experience his current speed. With a thought, Qin Hao propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his right foot, launching in a motion like an arrow from a bow, his speed rivaling that of a descending tiger. In mere moments, he found himself 100 meters away, and a smile crept across his face. Wow, this must be the alteration brought about by an increase of 10 attribute points in speed. It is truly remarkable. Qin Hao could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Even the world record holder for the 100 meters, Mr. Bolt, would be dwarfed by his speed in a comparison. There was simply no contest. What is the matter? Is the Master's speed so extraordinary? It seems there are many powerful abilities I am unaware of, Liu Qianqian mused, noting Qin Hao's velocity, her heart swelling with admiration and reverence. Similarly, Chen Zihan had also observed Qin Hao's actions. Ever since Lin Mushu obediently began tidying up the room, she had stood by the window, her gaze fixed on Qin Hao in awe, not daring to blink lest she miss any thrilling moment. Is this the master's speed? It is utterly astonishing. The master is no longer merely human, but has ascended to a godlike existence. For reasons unknown, Chen Zihan found herself blushing at the thought of speed, her face resembling a radiant crimson robe. Chen Zihan, oh Chen Zihan, you are indeed a true embodiment of purity. How could you entertain such chaotic thoughts? Chen Zihan quickly shook her head, casting aside the embarrassing notion. Qin Hao, however, was unconcerned with their musings. He was eager to continue experiencing the tangible changes brought about by the increase in his power levels. He couldn't help but glance towards the villa, thinking of Lin Mushu, the beautiful subordinate. Never mind, with a single punch, she might just succumb. Before she could unleash the potential of her beauty, it was better to let her live for now. Qin Hao dismissed the idea of having Lin Mushu validate the power of his punch. He approached a poplar tree, its trunk as thick as an arm, which served as his current target. Taking a deep breath, he struck with a powerful fist. The sound of impact echoed like a cannonball hitting the tree trunk. With a crisp crack, the tree snapped in two at the point of contact. Amazing. This was undoubtedly a qualitative transformation compared to before, incomparable in any way. Qin Hao felt a swell of satisfaction within. One could only imagine if this punch connected with a person. Even those extraordinary fighters with superior resilience would likely meet a grim fate. I want to strike 10, no, at least 100. Qin Hao felt an impulse and expectation to collide with others. Yet he decided against it. In this apocalyptic world, encountering even 100 people at once was a grand wish. Master, this power, has it come from eating spinach, transforming into Popeye? Lu Qianqian was once again astounded. She had to admit that Qin Hao consistently exceeded her understanding of him. It seemed that he had indeed become a deity. For no one in this world could possess such speed and strength. Chen Zihan, too, was shaken. Like before, she couldn't help but think of some inappropriate matters. Her face once again flushed. Chen Zihan felt she could barely endure herself. Qianqian. With a wave of his hand, Qin Hao summoned Lu Qianqian to his side. Master, let us return to the villa. Since we have both received our task rewards, we can afford to relax a little. As for the remaining task of eliminating zombies, there is no rush. Besides, with another tool at our disposal, we can further enhance our task completion rate. Thus, returning to the villa to utilize the opportunity of transmitting powers to make Chen Zihan an ability user is of utmost importance. Additionally, it is critical to accomplish all this in front of Lin Mushu's beautiful subordinate. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Zihan immediately approached. Master, you have returned. She greeted warmly. Zihan, I have noticed that since becoming the master's subordinate, your gaze has been solely on him, neglecting your best friend. Lu Qianqian feigned disappointment. Qianqian, that's not true. Enough, Zihan. No need to explain. As the master's subordinates, we must focus all our thoughts on him. Lu Qianqian interrupted with a serious expression. Qianqian, I understand. Chen Zihan nodded earnestly. All right, let us not be overly dramatic. Just act normally, Qin Hao interjected. Though he spoke casually, he felt a surge of pride upon hearing Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan's words. Being the center of attention for two beautiful subordinates was indeed a delightful experience. By the way, where is Lin Mushu? Qin Hao scanned the surroundings, but did not see her. Master, she's upstairs tidying up, Chen Zihan promptly replied. Bring her down. I have an announcement to make. As Qin Hao spoke, Chen Zihan quickly went upstairs to summon Lin Mushu. Master, Lin Mushu greeted reluctantly, though Qin Hao ignored her completely. In truth, from the moment Lin Mushu descended the stairs, Qin Hao had not cast a glance her way, treating her as if she were invisible. This left Lin Mushu feeling somewhat speechless. If he ignored her so completely, why call her down at all? Zihan, would you like to be like Qianqian? Qin Hao asked straightforwardly. Chen Zihan was taken aback, unsure of Qin Hao's intent. Zihan, hurry and thank the master. You must understand he intends to bestow powers upon you. Lu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully for Chen Zihan. Thank you, master. If I can become an ability user, I will serve you diligently, even to the point of exhaustion. No, even if you do not grant me powers, Chen Zihan became overly excited and lost her train of thought. Enough. Qin Hao waved his hand to silence her. I will now transmit the powers to you. Remain still and do not struggle, understood? Moments latte. Chen Zihan possessed the same abilities as Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, bring some zombies into the villa compound and let Zihan test her abilities, he instructed. They proceeded outside the villa. And at Qin Hao's signal, Lu Qianqian brought in 5 zombies and handed the Qin Gang sword to Chen Zihan. Zihan, use your mind to control the Qin Gang sword and eliminate those 5 zombies, Qin Hao commanded. Yes, master, Chen Zihan responded, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at the sword. Under her mental command, the Qin Gang sword slowly ascended, darting towards the nearest approaching zombie. With a swift thrust, it pierced through. Master, Qianqian, I've killed a zombie. I can truly wield my powers to slay zombies. Chen Zihan exclaimed in excitement. Enough with the celebration. This is merely a standard operation. Now, hurry and eliminate the remaining zombies, Qin Hao urged. Yes, master, Chen Zihan replied enthusiastically, charging at the remaining 4 zombies. Meanwhile, Lin Mushu stood by, entranced by the scene unfolding before her. Just moments ago, Chen Zihan had been an ordinary person like herself, and now she was a capable ability user controlling weapons to dispatch zombies. All of this was due to the man standing before her. Lin Mushu couldn't help but look at Qin Hao. Undeniably, he was powerful, now that she shared the same status as Chen Zihan as his subordinate. And since he had granted powers to Chen Zihan, he would surely bestow them upon her as well, especially since he had specifically called her to his side. While his actions and thoughts filled her with loathing, she recognized that accepting his powers was necessary. With them, she would gain the courage and leverage to resist him. Acknowledging this, Lin Mushu resolved to accept the powers Qin Hao would offer her. After all, there was no need to reject the opportunity to become stronger. However, what perplexed Lin Mushu was that even after Chen Zihan had dispatched the remaining zombies, Qin Hao still ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. This left her increasingly anxious. Master, Lin Mushu finally voiced her thoughts. What are you doing here? With Qin Hao's prompt, Lin Mushu found herself at a loss for words. Lin Mushi found herself at a loss for words. You still haven't answered my question, Qin Hao urged. Master, you have yet to bestow your powers upon me. Yet here I am, Lin Mushi replied, forcing herself to speak. Who said I would pass my abilities to you? Qin Hao shrugged. Lin Mushi was left dumbfounded. Master, didn't Tu instruct Chen Zihan to tell me to stop what I was doing and come before you? Indeed, I did summon you, but I merely wished for you to witness the process of me transferring powers to her. I never intended to pass my abilities to you. Qin Hao clarified. What? You only wanted me to observe the transfer of powers to her? What is this? Upon hearing this, Lin Mushi was utterly stunned. Her mouth agape in disbelief, her face reflecting anger and dissatisfaction. She was no fool. She recognized that Qin Hao was deliberately toying with her. Nearby, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan exchanged glances filled with mockery towards Lin Mushi. This woman dared to disregard their master, so they were not inclined to show her any kindness. All right, you've seen what you needed to see. You can return to tidying up the house now. Qin Hao gestured towards the villa, issuing his command. Umph. Lin Mushi snorted coldly, turning on her heel and retreating into the villa. Though she harbored some resistance in her heart, she could not deny that her expressive features were indeed alluring. Watching her enter the villa, Qin Hao couldn't help but privately acknowledge her appeal. Of course, her tall figure was equally captivating, but certain individuals often had their particular preferences. It was only natural for a man to possess some unique inclinations. Master, I have something to tell you, Chen Zihan suddenly interjected. It concerns Lin Mushi. Oh, what is it? Please go on, Qin Hao said, intrigued, wondering if something had transpired between the two women so soon after their introduction. Master, it is as follows. While you were outside eliminating zombies, Lin Zong spoke to me, and I sense that she does not genuinely regard you as her master. Chen Zihan conveyed Lin Mushi's words verbatim to Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian. Master, this Lin Zong is too much. Allow me to teach her a lesson, Lu Qianqian said, displeased. Wait a moment. Qin Hao halted Lu Qianqian, dismissing her eagerness. What's the rush? We can take our time and play with her. It adds a touch of amusement to this monotonous existence. Before the apocalypse, he had never had the opportunity to engage with beautiful women. Now that he had the chance to enjoy the company of stunning beauty, he was certainly not inclined to refuse. Lin Mushi, oh Lin Mushi, you continue to court disaster. One day, you'll call me father. That day will not be too late. Chapter 42. A feast amidst the apocalypse. It had been some time since the apocalypse began, and in this villa community, food was a scarce commodity. However, this posed no challenge for the three of them. As awakened beings, they wielded abilities that allowed them to traverse the environment with ease, almost akin to flying. Provided the distance was not excessive, those bloodthirsty zombies could not harm them. Thus, they effortlessly procured some food from the outside. In addition to staple items like rice and flour, they also returned with long-lasting vegetables such as potatoes and some dried goods. They resolved to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Although electricity was non-existent in this post-apocalyptic world, they could still utilize firewood as they had in the past. Consequently, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan eagerly set about showcasing their culinary skills to Qin Hao. Lin Mushi, however, was not included in this endeavor. On one hand, she dismissed the idea, and on the other, as a cold and elegant CEO, she had no knowledge of cooking, even if she attempted it. The result would be an abomination. After approximately half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Stir-fried dried tofu, ham, and scrambled eggs. Stir-fried potatoes with lao ganma, spicy stir-fried daylilies, and seaweed egg drop soup. Though the variety of food could not compare to what existed before the apocalypse, being able to enjoy such a warm meal in this desolate world was a rare pleasure. Most importantly, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan clearly possessed exceptional culinary prowess. They transformed simple ingredients into dishes that were not only visually appealing, but also bursting with flavor. They were truly perfect in every sense. Master, stir-fried dried tofu and spicy stir-fried daylilies are my specialties. You must try them. Master, the remaining 2 dishes and the soup are my creations. You must savor them too. Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan flanked Qin Hao, playfully pushing him towards the dining table. All right, I will certainly give them a try. Qin Hao, unable to refuse their hospitality, nodded in agreement. Not only would he taste their dishes, but he also had other things he wanted to sample, though not at that moment. Just as Qin Hao settled down, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan, both breathtaking beauties, began eagerly serving him food. The reason was simple. He was their master, and serving their master was their duty. Well, considering their sincerity, I can only reluctantly acquiesce, Qin Hao thought to himself. How distasteful this was. As women, they were truly embarrassing their gender. Everyone is equal. They were merely more powerful. So what gave them the right to treat others in such a subservient manner? Women also deserve dignity. Nearby, Lin Mushi's expression darkened as she gazed at Qin Hao, desperately attempting to mask her anger and discontent. Despite her efforts, Qin Hao could clearly sense her emotions. After all, his enhanced intelligence had further sharpened his perception of his surroundings. Lin Day body, Qin Hao turned to Lin Mushi. Master, Lin Mushi replied, forcing herself to acknowledge him. If I am not mistaken, you are filled with anger and dissatisfaction towards me, and I assume you also harbor disdain and disgust for their current actions, correct? Qin Hao inquired with a smile. Lin Mushi was taken aback, clearly not expecting Qin Hao to discern her thoughts. As a beautiful CEO and a woman of pride, she did not deny it. By not denying it, she essentially conceded. While you feel discontent and disdain for them, you are still consuming the food they prepared. Isn't that a bit contradictory? If I were you, I would simply eat my instant noodles, Qin Hao suggested. What do you mean? Are you saying I shouldn't eat this food? Although I look down upon their behavior, their dishes are indeed quite fragrant. I can separate the two in my mind. Lin Mushi protested internally. But it was too late. Qin had already tossed 2 packets of instant noodles her way, specifically the pickled vegetable flavor. Come on, who eats instant noodles with pickled vegetables? Lin Mushi stood up, irritated. However, considering Qin Hao's formidable nature, along with Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan forming a united front with him, she felt defeated and swallowed her words, storming upstairs in a huff. Remember, after finishing the instant noodles, make sure to tidy up the remaining areas properly, Qin Hao called after her. Lin Mushi nearly stumbled in surprise, and noticing her flustered state, Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Master, do you think she might do something foolish in response to our treatment of her? Chun Zihan asked with a hint of concern. Indeed, Master, although I'm also put off by her self-righteousness. She is ultimately a woman who once held a position of power. If she were to become despondent and commit some foolish act, it would truly be troublesome. Lu Qianqian also expressed her worries. Rest assured, nothing will happen. She values her life even more than you do, so she will not succumb to despair. Qin Hao replied dismissively. In the past, a goddess like Lin Mushi could easily elevate herself above others, having men act as her sycophants, relishing in their various acts of servitude. However, we now inhabit a post-apocalyptic world. In such dire circumstances, if one fails to recognize their own position, they can only endure the harsh realities of society. Therefore, unless Lin Mushi willingly submits, Qin Hao would not relinquish any opportunity to mold her. Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to take his time in this endeavor, focusing primarily on fulfilling his tasks and claiming various rewards to enhance his strength. After all, no one knows if something more formidable than zombies might emerge. Post-apocalyptic narratives often depict scenarios where, after overcoming zombies, even more powerful entities, such as monsters from other dimensions, appear. It is always wise to prepare in advance. Regarding his current tasks, one involved leading his subordinates to slay 1,000 zombies. Another required the extermination of 10,000 zombies, and the last task entailed recruiting 5 subordinates. Comparatively, leading his subordinates to eliminate 1,000 zombies seemed more manageable, especially since Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan possessed supernatural abilities. If they could assume advantageous positions atop the courtyard walls or similar locales, killing 1,000 zombies would merely be a matter of time, and that time would not be extensive. However, Qin Hao was more inclined to complete the task of recruiting 5 subordinates. This was easily understood. Without further ado, he resolved to utilize the encounter reminder card. With a thought, a flash of light revealed the card in his palm. Chapter 43. The encounter card and the information of 2 beauties. What? The encounter reminder card? Both Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the card that had suddenly appeared in Qin Hao's hand. This card exuded an aura reminiscent of an elderly man tricking naive young girls. Nevertheless, they understood that since their master had produced this item, it was bound to be extraordinary. After all, given their master's status, even if it were the same type of item, his would undoubtedly differ, perhaps even possessing life-extending properties. Are you surprised? Qin Hao smiled as he looked at Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan. Well, truth be told, I am just as astonished as you are. However, the moment to witness a miracle is upon us. Without hesitation, he activated the encounter reminder card. As he silently uttered the incantation, the card seemed to float from his grasp, ascending slowly into the air, ultimately hovering about a meter above his head. A radiant glow emanated from the card, which did not dissipate but instead enveloped the vicinity. Once the glow ceased to flicker, it coalesced into an image. Within this image was a hotel room, where 2 stunning beauties were nestled cozily by the bedside. These 2 beauties were none other than the enchanting Reba and the ethereal Juju from the Jean City Business Hotel. Master, aren't those the stunning beauties Reba and Juju? Lu Qianqian exclaimed. Before the apocalypse, there were entertainment news reports stating that they had arrived in Changyuan City. I never imagined they would truly be here. Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan exchanged incredulous glances. Qin Hao shared their disbelief. He had merely intended to use the encounter reminder card to locate a beautiful subordinate, yet it had led him to 2 prominent stars. Well, I previously lamented that the system only provided me with a single encounter reminder card. It seems I underestimated its potential, he mused, praising the system internally. Host, you are the one who is underestimating. Perhaps a toothpick suits you better, the system retorted. Qin Hao was momentarily stunned. It seemed the system had a playful side. However, he could not afford to be distracted as the 2 celebrities in the image began conversing. Their expressions and words were vividly clear to Qin Hao and the others. Reba, what are you really thinking? Juju inquired. What can I think, Juju? As I've said before, I would rather stay here than follow that big boss, Reba replied resolutely. But Reba, you must understand, we are out of food. If we remain here, we will either starve or face death at the hands of zombies. That big boss is our only chance to survive, Juju argued. I understand your concerns, but I cannot sacrifice my body for survival. Juju, can you truly do that? Reba replied, her expression one of steadfast refusal. Juju did not answer immediately, but gazed intently at Reba. After several breaths, she finally nodded decisively, saying, if I must choose, I would rather be that big boss's woman than starve here or die at the hands of zombies. Once again, faced with Juju's firm stance, Reba chose silence. Little did they know that their conversation had been overheard in its entirety by Qin Hao and the others. Moments later, the image faded away, and the encounter reminder card vanished without a trace. However, in the last moment before its disappearance, the location of the two women appeared on the screen. Jean City Business Hotel, not far from their villa community. It was unexpected that the usually alluring Reba would display such imprudence, while the seemingly innocent Juju revealed herself to be the cleverer of the two. Regardless of their awareness, they would ultimately become subordinates to their master. The prospect of joining them as the subordinates filled Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan with a surreal sense of anticipation. They could not help but voice their excitement, their expressions a mix of disbelief, exhilaration, and eagerness. I truly do not understand what excites you. Like you, they are merely ordinary people struggling to survive in this apocalypse, Qin Hao remarked casually. As a man endowed with a system and their master, he could not allow himself to be overly agitated by trivial matters. A master must embody the essence of authority, maintaining a calm demeanor, exuding an air of expertise. Yet, inwardly, he was equally exhilarated. After all, Reba had been his favorite celebrity, and Juju, with her pure and refreshing charm, also held a special place in his heart. Qianqian, please fetch me the intercom, Qin Hao instructed, having noticed the two women occasionally listening for sound from the intercom during the earlier scene. Given this, he deemed it prudent to contact them before arriving at the Jean City Business Hotel, allowing them to prepare in advance. Master, here is your intercom. Liu Qianqian first adjusted the channel and then handed it to Qin Hao. Immediately, various voices emerged from the walkie-talkie. Calling the boss, calling the boss, calling the boss. The important matter has been mentioned 3 times. Why are you still not here? Boss, I am your latest little fan. I can pour drinks, confiscate phones, do anything. Boss, how about fencing, the long and sturdy kind? Boss, it's still just the two of us, mother and daughter. Considering our sincerity, please take us both in. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hao could not help but feel speechless, particularly regarding that mother and daughter pair. Are you sure you have me at your mercy? Even if you're truly mother and daughter, I have no interest. I am quite devoted, only attracted to the young and beautiful with good figures. As for the fencing enthusiast, I advise you not to jest with me, as some jokes can be fatal. And you too, I suggest you keep quiet. I have absolutely no interest in you. Initially, Qin Hao intended to ignore them, but to prevent them from overstepping their bounds, he decided to issue a warning or reminder. After addressing them, he shifted his attention to the two prominent stars, Juju and Reba, as they were destined to become his beautiful subordinates. Juju, Reba, I know you are both listening to the walkie-talkie. I have something to convey to you. Qin Hao paused briefly before continuing directly. I can rescue you, but there is a prerequisite. You must agree to be my subordinates. Indeed, agreeing to be subordinates. Then go find them. If not, find a way to make them agree. In any case, these two beautiful subordinates are destined to be his. Chapter 44. The Thoughtful Woman. Something seems off. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Qin Hao's statement was like a colossal boulder dropped into a river, instantly creating tumultuous waves. After all, we are speaking of Juju and Reba. It is impossible to quantify how many people have deified them as goddesses and idols, nor can one fathom how many have invited them into their dreams, thereby unnecessarily increasing their burdens in life. One must concede that the influence of a goddess is perpetually present. My goodness, boss, what are you saying? Are Juju and Reba also in our channel? No way, no way. How could Juju and Reba be in Changyuan City and appear in our channel? This is incredible. I'm in the same channel as my two super goddesses. I might just faint. If anyone else said this, I wouldn't believe it. But since it's the boss, it must be true. Goddesses, are you there? Even if you're unwilling to speak, a mere sound would suffice. After a brief silence, the onlookers erupted into a frenzy. In stark contrast to their ruckus, in the highest room of the Jinsheng Business Hotel, Juju and Reba were silent. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They could hardly believe that the boss knew they were on the other end of the walkie-talkie, especially since they had not spoken at all. Juju, did you tell the boss? Otherwise, how could he know we are here by the walkie-talkie? Reba glanced at Juju. Juju shook her head with a wry smile, equally bewildered, responding, Sister Reba, I have been with you the whole time. You should know I haven't informed the boss. Moreover, this is a post-apocalyptic world. Even if I wanted to inform him, I wouldn't have a way. Not to mention, I don't even know the boss. Reba chose not to respond further. She understood that Juju had not informed the boss. Yet it was indeed perplexing that he knew they were on the other side of the walkie-talkie, prompting her to ask a rather foolish question, although they fell silent. The voices from the walkie-talkie continued to echo. The boss wants to take Juju and Reba as part of his harem. Do you think they will accept? Probably not. After all, they're superstars and public figures. How could they willingly become someone else's women to survive? Bro upstairs, are you dreaming? Lin Mushi, the cool and beautiful president, still became that boss's pet. A certain beautiful president who was busy cleaning retorted, What do you know? I am merely learning to endure like Han Exon. Just wait. One day, I will be atop that man. Amidst the flurry of admiration and flattery, different voices emerged. Have you noticed some zombies killing their own kind recently? Bull. You noticed that too? I thought I was the only one. However, it was evident that the crowd was not interested in such discussions, leading to their voices being drowned out by the uproar. Sister Reba, although the voices from the walkie-talkie are unpleasant, this is the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone must make sacrifices to survive. Taking advantage of the noise, Juju, the little fairy, once again urged the beautiful Reba. I understand what you mean, but asking me to sacrifice myself for survival is truly difficult. Reba shook her head once more. Sister Reba, this is our only chance to live. We cannot give up so easily. How about this? We agree to the boss's terms, and once he rescues us, we can negotiate a different way to thank him. In a bid to persuade Reba, Juju resorted to some clever tactics. Is that truly acceptable? What is wrong with it? The boss is not a bad person. He likely wouldn't mind. Then let us do as you say. Reba ultimately acquiesced. When there is even a glimmer of hope, no one can truly disregard life and death. Sister Juju, why not inform the boss? Reba expressed her surprise at Juju's reluctance to contact him. Sister Reba, you don't understand. If we reach out to the boss first, he might disregard us. Conversely, if he contacts us again and we respond, we can see some initiative, Juju explained with a smile. However, for some reason, seeing the smile on Juju's lips, Reba felt as if she was seeing her for the first time. Yet, as time passed, Qinhao remained silent, causing Juju's previously confident demeanor to shift into anxiety. Unknown to her, the seemingly trivial conversations within the walkie-talkie had caught Qinhao's attention. Have you noticed the presence of those zombies? Qinhao turned to Liu Qianqian and Qin Zihan. Master, which kind of zombies are you referring to? Yes, Master. What did you mean by that statement? Liu Qianqian and Qin Zihan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of confusion and uncertainty. Clearly, like the onlookers in the walkie-talkie, they did not take the conversations of those few individuals seriously. Earlier, someone mentioned noticing zombies that kill their own kind. That is what I am referring to, Qinhao clarified. As his words fell, it became evident. On the faces of the two women, confusion and doubt grew ever more pronounced. Master, those people must be spouting nonsense. How could the zombies possibly attack their own kind? Indeed, Master, I too find it hard to believe. They are likely just trying to draw attention to themselves. They remained unconvinced. You are mistaken, Qinhao replied, shaking his head in disagreement. You must understand the principle that there is often a grain of truth in rumor. Since someone has said it, there must be a reason behind it. Just as we could never conceive that an apocalyptic world would arrive, in this world, it is entirely plausible that strange zombies and even creatures from novels could emerge. As an avid reader, Qin Hao's capacity for acceptance had become remarkably robust due to his exposure to various narratives. Moreover, with the system already in place, any additional changes are not beyond the realm of acceptance. We apologize, Master. We have been too simplistic in our thinking. We will not be so superficial in the future. Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan quickly expressed their apologies. Enough of this idle chatter. Be more observant in the future. If you encounter such zombies, you must inform me immediately. Understood? Qin Hao, no longer overly fixated on the matter, gently advised. However, the next moment, after exchanging glances, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan suddenly changed their expressions, as if struck by a realization. Master, we may have already encountered that type of zombie. Yes, Master, at the time we thought we might have been mistaken. But now it seems what we saw was indeed real. The seriousness and gravity of their expressions intensified. Chapter 45. A true force to be reckoned with in this city. At Qin Hao's prompting, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan recounted the events. From their descriptions, it became clear that while they were searching for food near a convenience store not far from Villa Community, they had indeed witnessed a zombie pouncing on another zombie and bringing it to the ground. At the time, they had dismissed it, thinking they had made a mistake, believing the one being attacked was a human. However, upon reflection, they were now certain that the one brought down was indeed a zombie, as only zombies remain silent when their heads are torn off. Master, what is happening? Why would such zombies exist? Indeed, Master, zombies attacking other zombies is quite peculiar. Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan remarked in astonishment. In response, Qin Hao smiled knowingly. There is nothing strange about it. The apocalypse has arrived, and the emergence of odd occurrences is not worthy of alarm. He spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, as if unperturbed by the impending chaos. Yet, a slight seriousness flickered across his face. He realized that this apocalyptic world was becoming increasingly perilous, and he had not anticipated that mere moments after acquiring the system, unknown changes would begin to unfold quietly. It seemed the urge to grow stronger had become all the more pressing. Qin Hao mused inwardly. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system's notification tone echoed once more. Ding! An unknown change has been detected in the environment surrounding the host. A new task has been issued. Become a savior by slaying the first mutated zombie. Ding! Please eliminate one mutated zombie. Upon completion, you will receive a choice of 3 rewards. Listen. A task has arrived. This seems to be a fortuitous development. At the very least, it presents another avenue for strengthening. Qianqian, Zihan, was that strange zombie still present when you left? Qin Hao promptly inquired. With a task at hand, he was eager to confront the mutated zombie, especially since the corresponding rewards beckoned enticingly. Master, when we left, that peculiar zombie was still there. However, we cannot confirm if it remains now. Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan replied in succession. Understood. Regardless of whether that strange zombie is still there, I must go check it out. After all, slaying that zombie would immediately grant me a choice of rewards. As he spoke, he prepared to rise. Master, have you forgotten something? Yes, Master, we are still awaiting the response from Reba and Juju. Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan reminded him. It was only upon hearing this that Qin Hao recalled the matter at hand. All right, it's all due to that enticing reward. After all, what could be more appealing than beautiful women? He decided to set aside their concerns for the moment and venture out, hoping to experience the delightful dilemma of choice shortly. However, at that moment, the intercom crackled to life with Juju's voice. Boss, are you still there? We have made our decision. Indeed, the little fairy Juju has finally spoken. She had hoped Qin Hao would speak first to avoid appearing passive, but after waiting in vain for his voice, she could no longer afford to be coy and quickly reached out to him. After all, Qin Hao was their only hope for survival. Missing this chance could lead to their demise. Please share your decision. Qin Hao temporarily halted his plans to leave. Boss, we agree to your terms. As long as you can rescue us from here and ensure our safety and provisions, we are willing to serve as your subordinates. Juju stated without hesitation. What about you? The beautiful Reba? Qin Hao inquired again, knowing that Juju had long harbored thoughts of following him, but the more reserved Reba might still have reservations. I also agree, Reba replied, somewhat reluctantly, under Juju's urging. Qin Hao, with his keen perception, easily detected the reluctance in her voice. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, this is not an issue. Very well, you both wait. I shall soon arrive at the Jincheng Business Hotel, Qin Hao assured them, regardless of their inner thoughts. As long as they verbally consented, he considered them his beautiful subordinates. You see, this is the charm of a boss. Even Reba and Juju cannot refuse. From this moment on, they were no longer mere goddesses in his eyes. They had become the women of a powerful boss. And treating the boss's women as goddesses would be a sign of disrespect. I'm also nearby the hotel. I wish to rescue both of them. A voice from above chimed in, Boss, with beauty before you, remain composed. Life is precious. Boss, you don't fancy the pair of mother and daughter, surely. Our 3 generations should suffice. We are in the happiness community not far from the hotel. Love you, eagerly awaiting your arrival. The intercom was once more filled with the chatter of onlookers. Meanwhile, Juju and Reba were left utterly bewildered. What is happening? How does he even know where we are? Sister Juju, who is he? How does he know what we are saying on the intercom and that we are at the hotel? The enchanting beauty Reba was utterly taken aback, experiencing a profound sense of helplessness in the face of utter transparency before the other party. I do not know. Juju shook her head. Yet, upon her exquisitely captivating visage, which could enchant even women, a hint of a smile began to emerge. However, Sister Reba, do you not find that the more enigmatic the big shot seems, the more alluring he becomes? Before Reba could respond, a voice crackled from the intercom, laced with mockery and a chilling tone. Reba, Juju, I never imagined that you 2 stunning beauties were still alive. You have no idea how much I have longed for you. Now, I declare you to be mine, and no one shall take you away from me. Who are you to dare compete with a big shot for women? Exclaimed someone. You little brat. Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Longu and the others? Big shot, take me as your underling, and allow me to deal with this audacious brat. The bystanders erupted in indignation. The mocking yet cold voice resounded once more. You fools truly do not know your place. How dare you speak to me, Long Wenxiang, in such a manner? Do you believe that now, with the apocalypse upon us, I am powerless against you? As soon as the words left his lips, the previously boisterous onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Even their breaths stilled, fearing that Long Wenxiang might recognize them. Long Wenxiang, once the head of security and order in Chanyuan City, bore another identity as a formidable underground overlord, commanding hundreds and responsible for countless crimes, with untold lives lost due to his interests. Despite his notorious identity being revealed, the chaos of the apocalypse rendered any legal consequences moot. However, no one anticipated that even after such a prolonged period since the outbreak, Long Wenxiang still lived and had access to their intercom. The skeletal remains of a once great camel still surpass a horse in stature. He was undoubtedly a true force to be reckoned with in the city. Chapter 46. The two-faced figures before the apocalypse. Damn it. Before the apocalypse, you were useless, and now you remain useless. Since you are all such worthless beings, when I speak, you will all keep silent. Not even the sound of your breath should reach my ears. With the crowd silenced, Long Wenxiang could not help but mock them mercilessly. However, he chose to disregard them thereafter, for in his mind, they existed on an entirely different plane. Juju, Reba, I now know you are in the intercom, and I am aware you are at the Jincheng Business Hotel. You do not believe that remaining silent will spare you, do you? Long Wenxiang turned his attention to Juju and Reba. They were the women he was eager to possess, and he would not let any trivial matters hinder his pursuit. Inside the hotel room, Juju and Reba wore expressions of distress. Being part of the industry, they had known Long Wenxiang's true nature even before his hidden identity was exposed. He was indeed a ruthless character, a lecherous old rogue. They had heard that any female celebrity venturing into Chanyuan City for development or commercial activities had to cater to Long Wenxiang's whims, or else they would find their movements severely restricted, even facing personal danger. Out of fear of Long Wenxiang, they had opted for a more subdued approach during their visit to Chanyuan City, yet he still managed to discover their presence and extend an invitation, only for the apocalypse to erupt when they were at a loss. They never expected that, even after such an extended period since the outbreak, they would still be entangled with Long Wenxiang. Director Long, we appreciate your affections. Once order is restored here, my sister and I will surely dine with you. Juju attempted to soften her tone. Director Long, this is the world of the apocalypse. Outside, zombies roam freely. You think you can threaten us, as before? We're no longer afraid of you. In contrast to Juju, Reba boldly retorted. Ha ha, as expected of the stunning beauty Reba. Indeed fiery. But I adore that about you. Long Wenxiang suddenly shifted his tone, disdainfully responding. Let me tell you, those terrifying zombies you dread are merely mindless debris in my eyes. While you cower. My men and I have already slain countless of them. So, you may remain in the hotel obediently. Once I arrive and eradicate every last zombie within, it shall become our love nest. Ha ha. It was evident that Long Wenxiang was determined to possess both Juju and Reba, exuding confidence. However, his audacity rendered their expressions considerably grave. The previously nonchalant Reba now furrowed her brow, for if Long Wenxiang truly approached them, their lives would undoubtedly descend into a living hell. Director Long, you may dismiss the zombies, but you must understand that we are the women favored by that big shot. If you dare to harm us, he will not let you off lightly. Juju, in a moment of inspiration, invoked Qin Hao, for apart from placing her hopes in him, she had no other recourse. Ha ha, that big shot? That pathetic big shot? Let me warn you, if that scoundrel dares to appear before me, I will certainly end him. What flying abilities! What powers! Before my brothers, he has only one fate. At this point, Long Wenxiang shifted his focus to Qin Hao, scoffing and mocking. That pathetic big shot, I know you're listening. I now warn you, they are already my women. If you wish to avoid death, cease your designs on them, and do not dare to show up at that hotel. Otherwise, the zombies outside will be your companions in the afterlife. In Xinghe Bay Villa community, within the villa, Qin Hao held the intercom, while Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan stood beside him. Besides Qin Hao, who remained relatively calm, Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan were seething with rage, their bodies trembling slightly. Yet, even the slightest tremor conveyed an overwhelming sense of grandeur. It seemed that occasionally provoking them was quite an enjoyable experience. Qin Hao mused. Do you wish to become even angrier? He inquired, casting an admiring glance. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan quickly regained their composure, expressing both exasperation and amusement at their master's adorably playful demeanor. Master, in such dire times, you still have the heart to jest with us. Indeed, Master, that Director Long has long been a tyrant. Now to drag your name into this, it's utterly outrageous. Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan protested vehemently. However, as they spoke, in order to fulfill their master's desires and to align with him, they exaggerated the intensity of their trembling. Enough. No need to be angry. Perhaps he was someone before the apocalypse, but now he lacks the qualifications to even warrant our attention. Qin Hao shrugged casually. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is the vision of our master. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, both Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan gazed at him with sparkling admiration, akin to starry-eyed fans. They had indulged in admiration long enough. It was now time to address the formidable Long Wenxiang, a significant figure prior to the apocalypse. Although Long Wenxiang and his associates seemed trivial at present, they had already initiated a confrontation. Ignoring them further would only make Qin Hao appear cowardly. Not to mention that this scoundrel sought to turn him into a mere pawn. The scenario unfolded like the plot of a mindless novel. Having confronted the weak, they now aimed for the strong. The apocalypse had spared him from judgment, yet he was unafraid of inciting Qin Hao's wrath, which could transform him into an avenger of justice. Qin Hao finally spoke, his languid tone laced with a hint of resolve. To his surprise, he realized that the esteemed figure was not intimidated after all. True greatness indeed commanded respect, and he found himself in awe. Only someone of such stature would dare to confront Director Long. As Qin Hao spoke, the previously silent onlookers could no longer contain their excitement and began to chatter once more. However, with Long Wenxiang's cold snort, silence swiftly returned among the crowd. They were warned against interjecting, lest they face dire consequences. Little brat, are you implying that you wish to clash with me? Long Wenxiang's voice carried an icy malice. Very well, let us indeed clash. Qin Hao promptly replied, his words imbued with an anticipation that echoed the allure of an unparalleled beauty beckoning him. In truth, this prospect held far greater allure for Qin Hao than any celestial maiden. After all, it was the sound of his system notification. Ding! A new task has been issued. He was on the brink of becoming a king, commencing with the elimination of Long Wenxiang and his companions. Ding! The host is tasked with eliminating Long Wenxiang and his cohorts. Upon completion, a reward of 3 options awaits. Admittedly, like the earlier figures, such as Brother Long and Li Erden, Long Wenxiang had become another formidable tool for Qin Hao. Therefore, rejection was not an option. Rather, he embraced the challenge with eager anticipation, respecting the system's authority. Approximately half an hour from now, I shall arrive at the hotel. I hope to see you there, Qin Hao instructed. The opportunity to confront this tool was too precious to miss. Yet, his words carried an air of disdain or condescension. As expected, Long Wenxiang erupted in fury over the intercom, bellowing, "You little brat, I will certainly be at the hotel in half an hour. If you do not show up, you shall be nothing but worthless trash." Was this a mere provocation? How juvenile. Rest assured, I will appear, Qin Hao assured him, not out of fear of Long Wenxiang's childish taunts, but rather due to the compelling nature of the task that compelled him to be present at the hotel. "Master, let us accompany you," Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan enthusiastically volunteered after Qin Hao turned off the intercom. "Indeed, Master, that Long Wenxiang dares to challenge you. Let us ensure he receives a proper lesson. Stay here, both of you. One of you must keep an eye on Lin Mushi, and the other can help plan our villa community, as it will become our stronghold. We must ensure it serves its purpose effectively. Additionally, if you both leave with me, we could be caught off guard should Long Wenxiang launch a surprise attack. I shall handle this matter myself," Qin Hao decided. "Understood, Master. We realize we have underestimated the situation," they replied, yielding to his command. To them, obedience to their master was paramount, and all their thoughts revolved around fulfilling his desires. "Very well. I shall take my leave," Qin Hao declared before preparing to exit. Initially, he had intended to seek out the mutated zombie, but now numerous tasks awaited him. This was indeed fortuitous, as it presented a series of 3 choice rewards. As Qin Hao and Long Wenxiang ceased their conversation over the intercom, the onlookers could no longer contain their excitement, erupting in chatter once more. "It seems both the esteemed figure and Director Long have logged off. We can finally speak freely." I was about to burst. Who will ultimately prevail in this clash between the esteemed figure and Director Long? We remain loyal to that mother-daughter duo. This time, we shall not side with the esteemed figure. We hope Director Long vanquishes that wretched figure. In the past, the esteemed figure had been her sole beacon of hope for survival, but now she pondered other possibilities. Given her appearance and the skills that paled in comparison to those in the celestial realm, finding a man to offer protection would not be a daunting task. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Reba and Juju engaged in their own discussions. "Sister Reba, do you think that esteemed figure can contend with Director Long and his men?" Juju asked anxiously. Though she held immense faith in the mysterious figure with extraordinary abilities, she worried whether he could truly handle such a large number of adversaries. "Sister Juju, I cannot say for certain," Reba replied, shaking her head. She genuinely did not know and was reluctant to dwell on such thoughts. "Sister Reba, if you had to choose, would you prefer the esteemed figure to triumph or to fall into the hands of Long Wenxiang?" Juju pressed, keen on extracting her opinion. "This is not a game. Our future depends on it, so you cannot be evasive," Juju insisted. Reba contemplated for a moment before finally stating, "If I must choose, I would prefer the esteemed figure to survive." "Haha, I knew you share my admiration for that esteemed figure," Juju exclaimed. "Sister Juju, what are you saying?" "I merely..." "Sister Reba, do not deny it. Look at how flushed your face has become." Reba found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she had felt indifferent, but Juju's teasing had ignited a warmth in her cheeks, as though she had committed a secret misdeed and was now caught. About 3 to 4 kilometers from the Jincheng Business Hotel lies the most renowned bathing center in Chanyuan City, Meiju Bathing City. This establishment was a covert enterprise of Long Wenxiang, reportedly created to woo a beloved celebrity. The bathing center featured a discreet hidden door, once designed to evade inspections. At this moment, Long Wenxiang and his associates reveled within this clandestine realm. Even in this drastically altered world of apocalypse, their indulgences remained unaffected as long as women were present, and they indulged without restraint. However, the moment Qin Hao's words echoed, the once jovial Long Wenxiang morphed into a raging beast. "Director Long, I apologize. It was unintentional." The woman who had been kneeling on the ground in servitude to Long Wenxiang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly bowing her head and pleading for mercy. "Go to hell." In a fit of rage, Long Wenxiang forcefully submerged the woman in the bath, drowning her mercilessly. The reason was quite simple. While serving him, she had inadvertently applied too much pressure with her lips, causing pain to his precious member. What a so-called ability user! What nonsense about being a big boss! Today, I shall make that so-called boss vanish from this world. Long Wenxiang's expression twisted in fury, his rage palpable. Those around him, initially inclined to intervene, fell silent upon sensing his wrath. To attempt to persuade Long Wenxiang at this moment would be akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. It was sheer folly. "Guozhuang, Chao Xing, come here." With Long Wenxiang's booming command, two middle-aged men emerged from either side of him. Guozhuang, to his left, had formerly served as Long Wenxiang's deputy director, while Chao Xing, on his right, was his representative in the underground forces of Changyuan City. "Brother Long, we await your orders." "Indeed, Brother Long, whatever you wish to do, we shall always follow in your wake." Regardless of their true feelings about Long Wenxiang's decision, they understood that saying the right words at this juncture would appease him. "Excellent." Long Wenxiang nodded in satisfaction, his displeasure and anger somewhat alleviated. "Gather the brothers immediately and lead everyone to Jinsheng Business Hotel. We will not only eliminate that boss, but also claim the hotel as our own. Everything within it, be it person or property, shall belong to me, Long Wenxiang. By the way, ensure our sniper is ready. Let us see if that so-called boss can fly faster than our bullets." As for Long Wenxiang's thoughts, Qin Hao paid them no heed. Compared to those who had perished at his hands, such as Dong Wenlong and Li Erden, Long Wenxiang and his cohort were merely stronger ants. And as ants, they could still be crushed with a mere flick of the hand. Thus, they were hardly worth considering. For him, locating the mutated zombie and vanquishing it to claim the reward for the three-choice task was of far greater significance. As Qin Hao appeared outside the villa community, the zombies outside, akin to hungry dogs that had caught a whiff of meat buns, surged toward him in a frenzy. Swiftly, Qin Hao disregarded them and unleashed his full power, propelling himself forward like a released arrow, instantly placing himself several meters away from the horde of zombies. By the time they realized and lunged at him again, he left behind mere afterimages, reappearing even further away. In no time, he had distanced himself from the zombies and the villa community, arriving near the convenience store mentioned by Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan in just half a minute. Such speed was not merely a slight improvement. It was a complete transformation. Previously, even at full speed, it would take him approximately 2 minutes. And this was achieved with merely an increase of 10 attribute points. If he were to increase by 20, 30, or even 100 attribute points, what need was there to compare himself to high-speed trains, spacecraft, or spaceships? They would all pale in comparison, unless it was a particularly critical choice. Opting to enhance attribute points was always the correct decision. Attribute points were eternal deities, Qin Hao mused. Dismissing these thoughts, he turned his gaze toward the surroundings of the convenience store. It was evident that numerous zombies still lingered about, yet alas, the mutated zombie that Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan had spoken of was nowhere to be found. After all, compared to ordinary zombies, mutated zombies could be more easily distinguished. It seemed that the mutated zombie had departed for another location. This was understandable given the time that had elapsed. Although Qin Hao felt a tinge of disappointment, he accepted the outcome. Some things cannot be forced. With a sigh, he resolved to leave. However, in the next moment, as he prepared to turn and head straight for Jinsheng Business Hotel, his gaze sharpened, a flicker of joy igniting within his eyes. Look at that. Since acquiring the system, his luck had never wavered. Following his line of sight, he noticed a zombie had tackled another to the ground just outside the convenience store, beginning to tear at its head. Unmistakably, this was a mutated zombie. Yet, it was evident that it was not the one Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan had encountered, for they had described a male zombie, while this one was female. With such a difference in gender, it could not be the same entity. Since it has presented itself, it shall not escape, it can perish here. Qin Hao thought to himself as he approached the mutated zombie, indifferent to its nature, it would be slain regardless. Meanwhile, the ordinary zombies could only express their frantic roars beneath his feet. At that moment, under the influence of his magnetic field control ability, Qin Hao had levitated into the air, floating toward the mutated zombie as if standing upon clouds. He observed the mutated zombie piercing through the head of another mutated zombie and retrieving a gray crystal resembling a walnut from the ruptured skull. Without hesitation, it promptly swallowed the gray crystal. Only after completing this act did the mutated zombie turn its gaze toward Qin Hao in midair as if it had just noticed him. What is that strange item? It seems that after consuming that thing, the mutated zombie has grown stronger. Qin Hao could perceive that the flickering, cold gleam in the mutated zombie's eyes had become distinctly more perilous after it ingested the gray crystal. However, it mattered little. The mutated zombie was destined to meet its end at his hands. Dragon's blade, rise. With a thought, the dragon's blade materialized above him. Go. Another thought propelled the dragon's blade like a bolt of lightning, arcing gracefully before it shot towards the mutated zombie below with astonishing speed. To Qin Hao's astonishment, as the mutated zombie executed an ungainly yet practical roll, it miraculously evaded the shot from the dragon's blade. No way. Is this the power of a mutated zombie? Qin Hao could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. Truly, they were unlike ordinary zombies. Fortunately, not every zombie was mutated, otherwise, the survivors of this world would soon become history. Let me take another shot at it. A spark of excitement flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as the dragon's blade spun around, hovering once more above his head. Its tip aimed at the head of the mutated zombie, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the already risen, mutated zombie fixed its gaze upon the tip of the dragon's blade. Although it cannot speak, its meaning is abundantly clear. Remain vigilant against the Dragonong Chang, which is poised to strike like a venomous serpent at any moment. Who would have thought it possessed such awareness? Qin Hao cannot help but sigh. Then, with a soft poochie, the familiar sound of something piercing a skull echoed as a steel rod had already penetrated the head of the mutated zombie, impaling it firmly to the ground. It lay motionless, utterly lifeless. A zombie is still a zombie. Even after mutation, its intellect remains severely lacking, utterly oblivious to the tactics of misdirection and stealthy maneuvers. This is also why, with his enhanced intelligence and strengthened control over magnetic fields, Qin Hao can wield this ability to simultaneously manipulate two metallic objects to eliminate the zombies. Otherwise, it would not pose a challenge. If he activated his time-stopping ability, even more mutated zombies would perish instantly. However, now is not the time for such considerations, as the task rewards are about to be revealed. With 3 options to choose from, he should not hesitate. It is time for them to manifest. As Qin Hao silently mused, the system's notification promptly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a mutated zombie. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. I want to become a savior by slaying the first mutated zombie. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 3-choice task reward. Please select from the following options. 1. Space ring capacity doubled. 2. 10 attribute points. 3. The dragon-slaying sword from the golden-haired Lion King. Chapter 49. This is true happiness. This is the system, always timely in delivering rewards and allowing him to face the delightful dilemma of choice. Let the troubles of happiness engulf me, was Qin Hao's genuine thought. Nevertheless, it is time to make a final decision. The first option, doubling the capacity of the space ring, although it would allow Qin Hao to store more items, is not necessary at this moment, as he has nothing more to place within it. The second option, 10 attribute points, is always a good choice unless something superior comes along. Regardless of the situation, enhancing one's attributes is never a mistake. The third option, the dragon-slaying sword from the golden-haired Lion King, is a choice that had previously arisen but was not selected. Now, however, He feels it warrants reconsideration, especially since his second female subordinate, Chen Zihan, lacks a suitable weapon. Should he bestow this sword upon her, she would be better equipped to fulfill her role effectively. This is a necessary early investment. I choose the dragon-slaying sword. Without further hesitation, Qin Hao made his final choice. As his words fell, a blade approximately 1.5 meters long materialized in his hand, glimmering with golden light under the sun's rays. Just a glance evokes a chilling sensation. Truly, it is the dragon-slaying sword, fearsome indeed. Go! With a mere thought, the sword transformed into a beam of light, swiftly slicing toward the nearby poplar tree that could be embraced by two people. Crack! Effortlessly, it cleaved the tree in two. Impressive. The dragon-slaying sword lives up to its reputation. Qin Hao marveled. Were he not so independent of weapons, he would have considered keeping it. Whoosh! With another thought, the dragon-slaying sword transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the confines of the space ring on his finger. Now, it is time to meet the two celebrities at the Jinsheng Business Hotel. And also Long Wenxiang, that formidable figure from before the apocalypse. Qin Hao lightly stepped off the ground, soaring gracefully towards the Jinsheng Business Hotel as if he were an extraordinary being. At that moment, the system's notification sounded once more. And this time, it was a double feature. Ding! A new task has been released. I am a savior starting from killing 10 mutated zombies. Ding! Please eliminate 10 mutated zombies to complete the task and receive a 3-choice reward. Ding! A new task has been issued. Complete local domination starting from controlling all buildings in the Xiaodian district. Ding! Please control all buildings in the Xiaodian district to complete the task and receive a 3-choice reward. Very well, another set of tasks has arrived, and 2 at once. The process of accepting these tasks is an absolute delight. However, the second task, which requires controlling all buildings in the Xiaodian district, poses a significant challenge. Based on his experience with the Xinghe Bay Villa community, he must contend not only with the survivors in the Xiaodian district, but also eliminate all zombies. Which is no small feat, after all. It is exceedingly difficult to locate 1 or 2 survivors hidden in the nooks and crannies. Nevertheless, what does it matter? For the sake of the 3-choice rewards, it must be accomplished. Opening the data panel, Qin Hao decided to examine his current status, as he had no other pressing matters at hand. As his words concluded, the data panel, visible only to him, manifested before his eyes. Host, Qin Hao. Strength, 18, normal, 10. Speed, 18, normal, 10. Intelligence, 30, normal, 10. Ability 1. Time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration is 10 minutes. Range is 30 meters. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Ability 2. Magnetic field control increases in targets and range with intelligence. Currently controls 2 targets within a 30-meter radius. No cooldown. Items. Free ability refresh 3 times. Task 1. I am a stronger from killing 10,000 zombies. 12, 810,000. Task 2. I am no longer alone from gaining 5 subordinates. 35. Task 3. I am about to become a king from killing Long Wenxiang and others. 157. Task 4. Continue to progress from leading subordinates to kill 1,000 zombies. 376, 1000. Task 5. Complete local domination from controlling all buildings in the Xiaodian district. 108. Task 6. I'm a savior from killing 10 mutated zombies. 10. It is evident that the 3 attributes related to physical fitness have changed, and these changes have greatly enhanced his physical capabilities. Moreover, the increase in intelligence directly reflects in his abilities of time stop and magnetic field control. The duration of time stop has extended from 5 to 10 minutes, with a range of 30 meters. The capacity of magnetic field control has expanded from 1 target to 2, with a range also increased to 30 meters. As for the existing tasks, he initially expected that with the continuous completion of tasks, the number of tasks would decrease, perhaps even reducing to 1 or 2. However, contrary to his expectations, the tasks have increased to 6. This is akin to a delightful feast where the more one eats, the more one enjoys without gaining weight. For now, Qin Hao resolved to complete the second and third tasks. As for the third task, which requires eliminating 157 individuals, if he does not take action against them, they will not spare him. If only one party can survive, it will be prudent to send them on their way. In a luxurious suite on the highest floor of the Jinsheng Business Hotel, Juju and Reba are still in a state of concern. They were apprehensive that Long Wenxiang might arrive at the hotel ahead of Qin Hao. In such a case, it was possible that before the formidable Qin Hao made his appearance, the two of them would already be in peril. After all, confronted with their unparalleled beauty, coupled with the fact that they were in a world where anything was permissible due to the apocalypse, Long Wenxiang and his cohorts would undoubtedly not suppress their primal desires. Jia, who do you think will arrive here first? Juju could not help but inquire. I am uncertain, but I sincerely hope that the esteemed figure arrives here before anyone else, Reba replied, her brow slightly furrowed. She continued, even if he truly appears here. The hotel is swarmed with zombies outside and inside. Can he really manage to deal with those zombies alone? Did you forget that esteemed figure has the ability to fly? He need not come into contact with those zombies. He can simply soar directly into our room. Juju responded dismissively. Fly? Does he truly possess the ability to fly? Reba pondered, yet before she could finish her thought, Juju's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed, Reba, Jia, look quickly. That esteemed figure can indeed fly. Following Juju's gaze, outside their window stood a young man, suspended in midair, approaching them as if riding an invisible sword. Chapter 50. Finally encountering two superstars, it was none other than Qin Hao. After acquiring the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, his life had become considerably more convenient. Not to mention, it allowed him to disregard the entanglements of zombies, enabling him to materialize wherever he desired. The sensation of soaring through the air, free to go wherever he wished, was nothing short of exhilarating. Before the outbreak, he had often fantasized about being struck by a system, gaining extraordinary powers that would allow him to fly and survey the world from above. To his surprise, that dream had indeed come to fruition. Dreams should always be cherished. One never knows when they might materialize. Although the system had provided him with a room number indicating it was on the highest floor, he still needed to search for the precise location. Qin Hao could not help but smirk as he gazed toward different windows, ultimately revealing a smile. For within one of those windows, he glimpsed two heads. Though somewhat obscured, they still exuded an alluring charm, unmistakably belonging to Reba and Juju. Just as he was prepared to waste some time locating them, they appeared before him. This effortless sense of achievement was truly delightful. Since they had already revealed their breathtaking beauty, there was no reason to hesitate. He was destined to enter. To Qin Hao's delight, when he reached their window, Juju promptly opened it without him uttering a word, almost as if to say, "Welcome. Hello, you must be the esteemed figure from the intercom." "Welcome," Juju greeted, her enchanting visage radiating warmth, her face not large, yet every feature seemed to blossom with a smile. "Indeed," Qin Hao responded, unable to resist admiring Juju from head to toe. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Juju, the little fairy, took a step back, allowing him to examine her fully. It was astonishing. The typically pure and somewhat aloof Juju had seemingly transformed entirely since the outbreak. Or perhaps this was her true self, as in the past entertainment industry. Every star would have a copy of an actor's self-cultivation on their bedside. Once inside a room, Qin Hao set aside those trivial thoughts, shifting his attention to the stunning Reba beside Juju. In his heart, Reba would always be his eternal love. Her exotic beauty, long legs, and perfectly proportioned figure ignited a desire within him to approach her, to embrace her. Esteemed figure, if you continue to gaze at Reba Jia like that, she may just find a hole to hide in out of embarrassment. Juju's teasing voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Had this been time before, Qin Hao would have felt a wave of embarrassment. However, he now remained calm and collected, embodying the qualities expected of a gentleman. Enough of that, Qin Hao said after casting one last glance at the beautiful Reba. "Ladies, you made a promise over the intercom, expressing your willingness to become my subordinates. Are you now prepared to follow me?" He spoke directly, without any unnecessary preamble, in accordance with his identity as someone awakened by the system. We are willing. We can follow you at any time, Juju replied without hesitation, her excitement evident. She was drawn to his strength, his good looks, and his commanding presence, satisfying her fantasies of a partner. However, her declaration left the beautiful Reba in shock. Had they not agreed to discuss matters thoroughly before giving their consent? Juju, what are you doing? Did we not agree to? Reba began, but before she could finish, Juju interrupted, dismissing her concerns. Reba Jiegia, do not be so naive. This world is no longer what it used to be. We cannot afford to entertain so many thoughts, Juju insisted. Juju, how can you say that? Did we not agree to deliberate once he appeared? Reba's disbelief was palpable. Reba Jiegia, trust me, do not say anything further. We must leave here with the esteemed figure. This is truly our only chance for survival. No, absolutely not. To save my life, I refuse to bow down or compromise. Reba Jiegia, how can you be so stubborn? Esteemed figure, please do not be angry. She is merely confused. Give me some time, and I will surely change her mind, Juju implored, concerned that Qin Hao might leave in frustration. It's all right, Qin Hao chuckled, not taking offense. He had already anticipated Reba's thoughts prior to arriving, so he was not taken aback. You have about 10 minutes to discuss this matter. I intend to step out to complete a task and claim a worthy reward. Qin Hao stated as he gazed out the window at the 2 to 3 dozen vehicles approaching the hotel. Even without thinking, it was evident they were Long Wenxiang and his crew, arriving precisely on schedule. In return, he would ensure they swiftly transitioned to another realm. All right, you two stay put. I will go meet them now. Without further ado, Qin Hao opened the door with his abilities and stepped outside, the door closing and locking automatically behind him. Reba Jiegia, how did he do that? Juju murmured in astonishment. I do not know, Reba replied, equally bewildered. The automatic opening and closing of the door left them both perplexed. In addition to the enchanting Deba, what are the tasks and rewards she mentioned? Could they possibly resemble those found in online games? Juju could not help but inquire once more. I still have no idea. Deba remains the innocent child who knows nothing. This somewhat handsome man is undeniably shrouded in mystery. Subsequently, the two of them found themselves by the window, gazing outside. A long line of cars had gathered at the roadside, not far from the entrance of their hotel, each vehicle filled with shadowy figures, clearly numbering in the vast multitude. So many people. Can that big shot truly handle this? Chapter 51. Unusual actions and passive tasks at this moment. Qin Hao was already traversing the hotel corridor. Gone were Deba and Juju, replaced instead by a series of zombies. These zombies were far more enthusiastic than Deba and Juju, each one seemingly invigorated, emitting excited howls and roars as they lunged toward him. However, Qin preferred women, not these undead creatures. With a flick of his mind, the Longdan gun and the Qin Gang's sword shot forth, hovering above his head. The Qin Gang's sword naturally belonged to Lu Qianqian. To enhance his combat power, he had not left Lu Qianqian the Longdan gun, which was now perfectly suited for use. With another mental command, both the Longdan gun and Qin Gang sword transformed into bolts of lightning, hurtling toward the oncoming zombies. As the sound of piercing skulls echoed, one by one, the advancing zombies fell to the ground. After exterminating all the zombies within the corridor, Qin Hao did not pause and continued his descent. Since Long Wenxiang and the others had sacrificed themselves to ensure he received a reward from choice of 3, it was only natural for him to eliminate the zombies in the hotel and then await their arrival. The philosophy of mutual assistance prevailed in this apocalyptic world. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Qin Hao had successfully cleared the hotel of zombies. There were not as many as he had anticipated, perhaps only around 40 to 50. Faced with these zombies, Qin Hao found no need to utilize his time-stopping ability. Merely controlling the magnetic field was sufficient to eradicate them entirely. It must be acknowledged that with the enhancement of his ability to control the magnetic field, the instances where the time-stopping power was necessary had decreased. However, this did not render the time-stopping ability a weakness. On the contrary, it remained his greatest trump card, especially in perilous situations. Employing the time-stopping ability could instantly alter the tide, granting him true dominion. What is happening? Had they not already come outside? Why were they not entering? Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they appear to have no intention of doing so. Did they wish for him to step outside and engage in a life-or-death struggle? Upon arriving at the first floor of the hotel and witnessing that Long Wenxiang and the others had no plans to enter, Qin Hao furrowed his brow. It was essential to recognize that a multitude of zombies roamed outside. Were they really intending to inform the zombies that they were to settle matters fairly while being mere spectators? This was ludicrous. Their actions were undeniably peculiar. When something seems off, there is often an underlying motive. It appeared they harbored intentions unknown to him. Yet, no matter their thoughts or strategies, they could not prevent him from dispatching them here and claiming the task reward of 3 choices. They were doomed. In the Xinghuan Villa community, with the zombies fully cleared, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan felt no concern for the threat of the undead, leisurely wandering through the complex. However, their leisurely stroll was not merely out of curiosity. They possessed a specific purpose. After all, their master had assigned them the task of meticulously planning the villa community as their stronghold. Since this was their master's command, they had to take it seriously. Moreover, they wished to create a unique design to surprise their master. However, the little ones found themselves at a loss. Qianqian, how do you think we should redesign this place? I already feel it is quite sufficient, with rockeries, streams, trees, and grass. It truly is delightful. Chen Zihan couldn't help but exclaim. Zihan, I share your sentiments, Lu Qianqian replied, shaking her head with a wry smile. The most crucial point is that neither of us has studied architecture or landscaping. We lack any understanding or knowledge of planning. It seems our master has placed a rather difficult task upon us. Nonetheless, since our master has entrusted us with this responsibility, we must see it through. As subordinates, we can never afford to disappoint our master. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's resolute words, Chen Zihan nodded in agreement. You are right, Qianqian. Regardless of our skills, we cannot let our master down. Thus, rejuvenated and filled with determination, they continued their exploration of the villa community, seeking points of intervention. However, after some time, they had to admit that in the realm of architectural planning, they were utterly inexperienced. Qianqian, what should we do? We truly cannot accomplish anything, Chen Zihan said anxiously. We must acknowledge that we are simply not cut out for this, Lu Qianqian replied with another rueful shake of her head. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck her. Although we may lack skills, we can seek assistance from those knowledgeable in this field. Are you suggesting we find survivors who understand architectural planning to help us? Precisely, and preferably those who are beautiful. They should not only assist us in planning the villa community, but also become subordinates to our master. Though this sounded somewhat peculiar, they had to admit it was their only viable option. In that moment, they made a decision to seek out a beautiful subordinate who understood architectural planning for their master. Unbeknownst to them, this choice left their master, who was still in the hotel, momentarily stunned, halting his steps. The reason was simple. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Due to the intentions and future actions of beautiful subordinates Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan, a passive task for the host had been triggered. Ding! The first passive task has been issued. As a man of family status, begin with the women around you actively seeking the first woman for the host. Ding! Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan are to actively seek a woman for the host. Upon completion of the task, they can receive a reward of 3 choices. As before, a task has arrived. Yet this time, it appeared without him doing anything. Was it not a bit sudden? Moreover, passive tasks? Does this mean he could simply await the task completion and claim rewards without effort? This was sheer bliss. As for what Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan had done to trigger the passive task, he would inquire upon returning to them. Perhaps he could uncover patterns for triggering other passive tasks. However, for now, there was nothing more to contemplate. He must first deal with Long Wenxiang and the others outside the hotel. The opportunity for a reward of 3 choices lay before him, and he was eager to claim it. Chapter 52. Moving for the survival of more zombies outside the hotel, along the roadside, parked 2 to 3 dozen vehicles. On each vehicle stood 2 to 3 individuals, armed with either rifles or machetes, relentlessly slaying the zombies surrounding their cars. It was evident that each of them was an experienced zombie slayer, effortlessly dispatching their foes without so much as a blink. In no time, 7 or 8, or even a dozen zombies lay defeated around each vehicle, totaling approximately 200 zombies perishing at their hands. One must admit, the strength of numbers cannot be underestimated. Even ordinary individuals, when gathered in sufficient numbers, represent an undeniable force. However, Qin Hao remained indifferent to their efforts. His furrowed brow stemmed from the realization that those 200 zombies were tools for enhancing his own strength. Witnessing their demise at the hands of others truly pained him. He could not allow them to continue killing these zombies. Even if they were destined to die, it was only permissible for them to perish at his hands. Thus, in order to ensure the survival of more zombies, he needed to take immediate action. You may cease your actions. Upon Qin Hao's appearance outside the hotel, he unleashed a furious shout. It proved effective. Following his roar, the men atop the vehicles indeed halted their assault on the zombies, but not due to Qin Hao. Rather, it was another voice that echoed, "All right, that's enough, you may stop now." It was Long Wenxiang, standing atop the frontmost Land Rover. Beside him were his trusted aides, Guizhuang and Chao Xing. In that moment, they all turned their gazes toward the approaching Qin Hao, their expressions grave and brows furrowed. For Qin Hao was not standing on the ground, but rather hovering approximately 2 meters above it, exuding the aura of an unparalleled master. Indeed, this formidable figure possessed an astonishing otherworldly ability. Yet so what? They had come well prepared for this confrontation. The moment this so-called big shot stepped out of the hotel, his fate was sealed. "You're the so-called big shot?" Long Wenxiang inquired, a hint of envy and animosity in his tone, wishing fervently that the one endowed with extraordinary abilities were not the youth before him, but rather himself, a prominent figure in Changyuan City. "Indeed, I'm the big shot they speak of," Qin Hao acknowledged with a nod. Just as they scrutinized him, he too examined Long Wenxiang and his cohorts. Regardless of his disinterest, he could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. However, that curiosity faded as he realized that Long Wenxiang was no different from the countless others who had perished at his hands. "Long Wenxiang, Director Long, or should I call you Chameleon?" Qin Hao smirked, continuing nonchalantly. "The apocalypse has spared you from the judgment of justice. You ought to have hidden away, living cautiously. Yet, you foolishly chose to step into the light once more. I have no choice but to eradicate you in the name of justice." There was no need for superfluous words. Qin Hao laid bare his intentions. The moment these words left his lips, Long Wenxiang and his companions wore expressions of displeasure, feeling utterly disdained and belittled. "You little brat, speaking to our brother Long in such a manner, you truly do not know your own worth." Guizhuang and Chao Xing, Long Wenxiang's loyal aides, exclaimed in indignation, urging their leader to take action. Hearing this, Qin Hao shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as in the novels, before the big brother could speak, the younger brothers would first unleash their fury. As per the typical narrative, the next step would be for the big brother to rein in his subordinates and personally engage. "You little brat, just as I imagined," Long Wenxiang finally spoke. However, Qin Hao interrupted him. "Enough, Chameleon, you have already spoken too much. Did you not wish to confront me? Let us engage now." Qin Hao, now impatient, urged Long Wenxiang to silence himself. Long Wenxiang was taken aback. What did he mean by "you have already said enough"? He had barely begun to speak. Yet, he had no time to retort, for an object was hurtling toward him. To his astonishment, it was a zombie. Before Long Wenxiang could utter a word, Guizhuang and Chao Xing acted in unison, slicing the creature into 3 pieces with their machetes. Although they were astonished, they were acutely aware that this was the work of the youth before them. Without further ado, they pressed forward, fueled by their disdain and contempt. "Damn it! Let us take him down together and finish this bastard off." Long Wenxiang could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a furious roar that signaled his men to act against Qin Hao. "Bastat, D, how dare you look down upon us? Let this so-called big shot experience the despair of being pierced by 1,000 arrows." Following Long Wenxiang's lead, Guizhuang and Chao Xing echoed their battle cries, hurling their weapons toward Qin Hao. With zombies swarming around, such a method of attack seemed the most prudent choice. Yet, This was merely their overt strategy. Hidden a short distance away lay their more lethal backup plan. Inside the hotel, on the top floor, Reba and Juju were left speechless. They had never anticipated that the seemingly vulnerable Chin Hao would choose to take the offensive, and without hesitation at that, before they could utter a word. The chatter of onlookers filled the intercom. Wow, wow, wow. That big shot and Director Long have already clashed. What is happening? Can someone nearby provide a live commentary? Hee. I can see the big shot and Director Long, but I want to explain anything. It'll drive you crazy waiting. Brother, just give us some commentary. If you do it well, my sister and I might offer you a little reward, perhaps calling you something intimate, if you catch my drift. Juju turned to Reba. Sister Reba, did you see that? This is the world of the apocalypse. To survive, everyone will resort to actions they once scorned. Such instances will only grow more frequent and become the norm in this world. Juju spoke with profound meaning. Perhaps, Reba replied non-committally, her emotions complex. Oh my, no way. Sister Reba, look at that. How incredible. Juju exclaimed in astonishment, even using an unrefined expression. Alarmed, Reba turned to gaze out the window. Oh my, what is happening? Both Reba, the beautiful woman, and Juju, the little fairy, expressed their shock with similar exclamations. Chapter 53. Lin Mashishi's Unwelcome Interruption. The reason is simple. Outside the window, on the road in front of the hotel, everything surrounding Chin Hao appeared to be enveloped in an absolute stillness. The zombies stood motionless. Long Wenxiang and his companions remained frozen. Even the thrown knives and spears hung, suspended in the air. The only one capable of movement, unaffected by this eerie pause, was Chin Hao himself. With each wave of his hand or point of his finger, a knife or spear would surge forth, decapitating one individual or piercing another's chest. This spectacle transcended the realm of human imagination. Both Reba and Juju, situated in the uppermost room, gazed wide-eyed, their alluring red lips parting in disbelief. It was as if they were caught in a dream. Similarly, the onlookers nearby, who could witness the unfolding scene, were equally astonished, their gasps of astonishment echoing through the walkie-talkies. What on earth are we witnessing? Is this a miracle only found in films? The zombies are immobile. Long Bureau Chief and his team are paralyzed with fear, while the formidable figure wields absolute power. Could it be that the brothers above are suggesting that Long Bureau Chief and his team are too terrified to move in the presence of such a powerful individual? This is unbelievable. What will happen to us, the mother and daughter? That formidable figure must despise us. Amidst the clamor of the spectators, Reba and Juju could not restrain themselves from speaking. Although I cannot fathom what that individual has done, I am certain it is his doing. Sister Reba, did you see that? That man is truly enigmatic and powerful. With someone like him by our side, our safety and well-being will surely be greatly assured. Juju was unable to contain her excitement as she gazed at Chin Hao, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Who is he? How does he possess such extraordinary abilities? Could it be that he is no longer merely human, but rather a demigod favored by the heavens? Overwhelmed by this revelation, Reba spoke, as if addressing Juju or perhaps engaging in self-reflection. Sister Reba, we need not discuss sacrifice or otherwise. Just consider this man, handsome and endowed with such unfathomable abilities. Is it not a source of happiness to be associated with someone like him? Juju turned to Reba once more, fervently urging her. Sister Juju, I understand your sentiments, but let us refrain from further discussion. I truly do not know. Reba shook her head, feeling the weight of this perplexing matter. Sister Reba, you may not even realize it, but your thoughts are subtly shifting. Remember, in the beginning, you had no hesitation, but now you seem to be reconsidering. A smile graced Juju's lips. She could sense that the formidable figure was evidently more interested in Reba. If Reba continued to refuse, he might abandon them, or worse, eliminate them. In the Zhanghuan villa community, Chun Zihan had returned to the villa to prepare dinner, ensuring that the owner was well-fed and felt their care. Consequently, the initial preparations became quite significant. As Chun Zihan settled into the villa, only Lu Qianqian remained to wander the community. Although they had decided to seek assistance from professionals, she was determined to contribute in any way she could. For them, Being able to serve their master was a source of joy. Well, counting the times I strolled with Zihan, I've explored the villa community over 10 times. Yet, it feels no different from the first time. I have yet to uncover any leads. It seems I am truly unsuited for this task. Lu Qianqian shook her head with a wry smile. Alongside her beautiful features, a look of dejection and self-reproach emerged. As the master's subordinate and partner, she earnestly wished to provide the utmost assistance in every endeavor. However, reality proved otherwise. In planning for the Xianghuan villa community, she possessed no innate talent. Yet, after the moment of frustration, a sense of determination flickered within her. Although I may not provide the greatest support in this matter, I shall strive to compensate my master in other ways. If only this world had electricity and the internet, I could enhance my skills through various films. Suddenly, Lu Qianqian had an idea. In the past, Zihan had always appeared as an expert. Perhaps I could consult her, or we could work together tonight. With this newfound resolve, her demeanor brightened considerably. Qianqian, may I speak with you? A voice called from a distance. Turning to locate the source, she saw Lin Mushi. Lu Qianqian furrowed her brow but smiled and nodded. Of course. Lin Mushi approached, pausing before Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, I realize this question may be sudden, but I wish to inquire how you came to know our master. If it is inconvenient, feel free to decline. Lin Mushi's expression conveyed understanding and camaraderie. There is not much to it. Since you wish to know, I'll share. Here is how I became the master's subordinate. Although Lu Qianqian was uncertain of Lin Mushi's intentions, she felt compelled to reveal the circumstances surrounding her acquaintance with Qin Hao. Moreover, she was curious about Lin Mushi's motives. There must be a reason for her inquiry, and if her intentions were questionable, this was an opportunity to address it. Qianqian, I believe I understand. May I express my honest feelings? Lin Mushi pondered briefly before asking tentatively. Feel free to speak. Lu Qianqian readily agreed, amused at the unfolding situation. Qianqian, I sense you were compelled by circumstance. Reflecting on it, it is understandable to seize the chance of survival presented to you. However, that was in the past, during a time when you lacked the ability to resist. Lin Mushi paused, her gaze expectant as she observed Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian remained silent, her expression unchanged, simply continuing to regard Lin Mushi. Please, continue your performance. I will not interrupt. Lu Qianqian found the situation amusing yet encouraging. Without a response, Lin Mushi interpreted Lu Qianqian's silence as agreement. Exactly. No woman genuinely wishes to be a subordinate to a man. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mushi proclaimed with a triumphant smile. Qianqian, in the past, we had to endure in silence due to our lack of power. But now that you possess strength, we can form an alliance and stand against that man's tyranny. Lin Mushi, from this moment forth, you're not only responsible for cleaning the villa, but also for tidying up the community. Otherwise, prepare to face the consequences. Lu Qianqian's expression shifted, her voice cold as she issued the command. Lin Mushi was left utterly astonished, the anticipation on her countenance frozen in place. What on earth is going wrong? And once again, what is amiss? Chapter 54. Is this the hidden means lurking in the shadows? In a hotel room on the highest floor, Reba and Juju stood by the window, their gaze unwavering as they observed the events unfolding below. The reason they remained unaffected by the supernatural forces was that they were situated beyond the realm of its control. Perched high in a 5-star luxury hotel spanning over 30 stories. They still had the intercom on, and the cacophony of chatter from the onlookers continued to filter through. Unbelievable. The esteemed figure is truly remarkable. In the presence of such authority, even Director Long and his associates dared not to act, allowing the figure to deal with them one by one. How strange it is that not only did Director Long remain motionless, but even the surrounding zombies seemed to have halted, an occurrence that utterly transcended our comprehension. Could this be yet another manifestation of the esteemed figure's powers? I surmise it must be akin to the ability to halt time. I have watched countless films from the island nation, to the point where I now resemble a shadow of my former self. Is the esteemed figure truly that formidable? Esteemed one, we are still that mother-daughter pair. Is it too late for us to express our regrets? The esteemed one first warned you, yet you chose to betray him. How can you still utter such words? From this moment forth, The esteemed one is left with only the three of us, grandmother, mother, and child. Esteemed one, we are but a newlywed couple. If you do not mind, we are willing to become your adornments, transforming into whatever forms you desire. Upon hearing these declarations, Reba couldn't help but furrow her brow. In this apocalyptic world, is it truly so commonplace to forsake one's dignity, one's body, or even everything for the sake of survival? A wave of complexity washed over her heart. Reba, did you hear that? Everyone is willing to sacrifice everything to survive. And no one treats such matters with any seriousness anymore. Juju explained in an opportune moment. Uncertain of how to respond, Juju felt an inexplicable sensation within her, akin to being a matron in a realm between heaven and earth. This is necessary. It must be done. Juju continued. Reba, to be honest, that esteemed figure possesses capability, charm, and gentleness. Being able to follow such a man in this apocalyptic world is undoubtedly the greatest fortune for both of us. You must have heard the countless women on the intercom yearning to be the esteemed one's partner, yet he pays them no heed whatsoever. To help Reba swiftly acclimate to this reality, Juju vividly imagined Chin Hao's gentle and caring demeanor. Juju, I truly understand what you're saying. However, let us continue to observe, Reba decided, shifting the topic. Though she redirected the conversation, it elicited a smile from Juju once more. No longer resolutely rejecting, no longer forcibly arguing, even beginning to waver in her evasions. Such transformations are indeed indicative of change. Outside the hotel, following Chin Hao's activation of his ability to halt time, both Long Wenxiang and the merciless zombies within its influence stood utterly still, entering a state of complete stasis. This included the blades and guns that had been aimed at Chin Hao. However, Chin Hao suddenly sensed a wave of danger. His mind raced back to the moment he had emerged, recalling the distant gazes of Long Wenxiang and his companions. Though subtle, his enhanced perception allowed him to detect even the slightest shifts in their demeanor. Now it all made sense. No wonder they insisted I step outside the hotel to confront them. Chin Hao finally comprehended their intentions. They had prepared an ambush outside. Hats off to them. Despite being a mere 200 individuals, they still resorted to covert tactics. One cannot deny that Long Wenxiang, a man straddling both the righteous and the nefarious, is indeed cunning and resourceful. But so what? In the face of absolute power, their schemes are rendered futile. At this moment, approximately 100 meters from Chin Hao, two vehicles, a Mercedes and a Land Rover, were parked about 10 meters apart. The windows were slightly rolled down, allowing a dark barrel to protrude. The guns were aimed directly at Chin Hao, yet despite their weaponry, fear and unease were etched on their faces, their bodies trembling slightly. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that one person could possess the ability to render all others, including the zombies, utterly motionless. Is he a god? Nevertheless, despite their trepidation, they felt compelled to act. After all, among Long Wenxiang's group were their brothers and friends, and in the vehicles below were their wives and families. Do not hesitate. Let us act. As the snipers in the two vehicles communicated through the intercom, they pulled the triggers. Instantly, the sharp sound of gunfire echoed. Two bullets, one after the other, ignited with flames as they hurtled towards Chin Hao at lightning speed. In mere moments, they closed the distance between him. The snipers exhaled, reassured that no matter how peculiar his abilities, he too would succumb to their bullets. Once they eliminated this so-called esteemed figure, they would surely reap substantial rewards and gain a certain stature. However, moments later, the joy on their faces froze in disbelief. Even after ample time had passed since the bullets were fired, the so-called esteemed figure remained suspended in the air, unscathed and serene, showing no signs of injury. What the hell is happening? Why didn't the bullets strike him? What has become of them? Yet they could scarcely dwell on these thoughts. Their attention was drawn to the esteemed figure, whose gaze had now fixed upon them. Dread and panic enveloped them instantly, compounded by the chilling realization that as he waved his hands, a long gun and a sword shot forth with blinding speed. Soon they recognized the two glowing projectiles as the very bullets they had just fired. When they comprehended this truth, it was the last flicker of awareness they would experience in this world. With a swift thrust, The bullets pierced their skulls, leaving them lifeless. Is that all? Qin Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. I offered you a chance, yet you proved utterly inept. Disregarding the fallen, Qin Hao turned his attention to Long Wenxiang and the others. Now it was their turn. Chapter 55. Another hidden task emerges before the apocalypse erupted. Had Qin Hao been faced with Long Wenxiang and his associates, his heart would have been heavy with unease. He fled without a backward glance. Yet now, he could easily crush them, rendering them utterly powerless. In light of this contrast, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride within. The sensation of a salted fish turning over, akin to a carp leaping through the dragon gate, was simply magnificent. System, I'm truly grateful to you. Remembering the ones who dug the well from which he drank, Qin Hao certainly would not forget to express his gratitude to the greatest benefactor of his life as turnaround. Had it not been for the awakening of the system in a moment of peril, he would likely have become one of the mindless zombies wandering among the undead. Perhaps even a deceased one himself. Host, your sentimentality is quite excessive. Such words should not be uttered again. The system interjected coolly. This system, surprisingly aloof. Forget it. It was time to continue with the task and claim the reward from the three options. Without further ado, Qin Hao focused his thoughts, and immediately, the knives and guns suspended in the air surged forth under his command. Although he could only control two objects simultaneously with sufficient speed, he could orchestrate the rapid deployment of those weapons. It was evident as the blades and firearms shot forth in a line towards Long Wenxiang and his group. The sounds of piercing through skulls echoed repeatedly. While Long Wenxiang and his companions maintained their previous stances, it was undeniable that after the weapons penetrated their heads or bodies, they ceased to breathe. Within mere moments, aside from Long Wenxiang and his trusted aides Guizhuang and Chao Xing, the others had succumbed to unconsciousness, their breaths extinguished. Qin Hao paused momentarily. In his previous encounters with Li Erden and Dong Wenlong, he had spared them until the effects of his time-stopping ability had waned, not out of any particular motive, but merely to witness the despair etched on their faces. However, now he found himself devoid of such inclinations. As he grew stronger, he also matured, or perhaps his perspective had broadened. I have lost interest in witnessing your despair, so you may now perish, he declared. With those words, he focused once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three suspended weapons swiftly hurled themselves towards Long Wenxiang and his group. The sounds of piercing resumed, and, like the others, they too bore the unmistakable marks of death upon their heads. This was the ultimate fate of Long Wenxiang. He evaded the legal repercussions that preceded the apocalypse, yet ultimately fell victim to his own arrogance and ignorance. Though Long Wenxiang and his companions had perished, the reward for the task had yet to materialize. After all, aside from Long Wenxiang's group, there remained numerous others within the vehicles, friends and family alike. Unlike Long Wenxiang's crew, these individuals were devoid of any weapons. Perhaps due to a lack of arms or an inability to fend for themselves, they required the protection of Long Wenxiang and his ilk. You did not act earlier, and each of your faces clearly bore the mark of weakness. As a person of status, it would be beneath me to strike against you. Qin Hao mused inwardly. He then stowed away the Long Dan gun and Qin Gang's sword into his spatial ring. System, if they perish at the hands of zombies, does that count as me completing the task? Qin Hao inquired, mindful of the implications for his reward. That does not count, the system replied succinctly. Qin Hao was taken aback. MMP, how careless of me. Failing to complete the task would mean no reward, which was absolutely unacceptable. I did not kill Bo Run. He dies because of me. Does that not count against my name? Qin Hao questioned, perplexed. That depends on what the host does. If nothing is done, it naturally has no relation to the host, the system explained matter-of-factly. Fine. Better to die early and be reborn. Qin Hao resolved to lend them a hand. After all, he could at least alleviate their despair before death. With zombies lurking everywhere, once the time-stopping ability expired, they would undoubtedly strive to break through the doors or windows of the vehicles, leading to unimaginable despair in their final moments. Thus, in a certain sense, he was performing a noble deed, engaging in something meaningful. With no further hesitation, He unleashed his ability to control the magnetic field. As he pointed towards 2 vehicles, the doors swung open as if pushed from within. This was merely the beginning. Under Qin Hao's continual manipulation, like a wave, the doors of one vehicle after another began to open automatically. Within approximately 10 breaths, the doors of 2 or 3 dozen vehicles had all swung wide, exposing the occupants within. Surrounding them were the ravenous zombies, their previous movements suspended due to the lingering effects of the time-stopping ability, appearing as still as statues. Once the effects of the ability ceased, the zombies would undoubtedly charge into the nearby vehicles with wild abandon. One could only imagine the ensuing chaos. No need for imagination. As the time-stopping ability had reached its conclusion, it was clear to see that both the zombies and the trapped individuals resumed their normal states. What the hell? Why are the doors open? Damn it, you zombies, don't come near us. What on earth happened? Why are Longu and the others dead? The individuals stood agog, especially as they witnessed the zombies lunging towards them, their hearts gripped by terror and despair. They did not forget to flee, with some even scrambling to Qin Hao's feet, kneeling down. Save us, please, we beg you. We will do anything if you save us. Spare us. We truly realize our mistakes. Though they had not witnessed the events unfold, they understood that this youth was their only hope for survival. Yet Qin Hao paid them no heed. While he looked down upon the notion of taking action against them, the idea of rescuing them was utterly inconceivable. After all, their presence here was born of intent to harm him. In this apocalyptic world, to repay malice with kindness could only be likened to a brand of pencil. As the frenzied zombies slaughtered these individuals, the system's voice resonated in Qin Hao's mind, timely and clear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered the hidden task helping others by assisting others in overcoming their tribulations. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully aided others in overcoming their tribulations, completing the task. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received a 3-choice task reward. Please select from the following options. 1. A wife from foreign land. Jiling Jiejia. 2. 10 attribute points. 3. The ability of mental control. What on earth? A hidden task has unexpectedly emerged, and to my astonishment, it has been completed, granting me a reward from selection of 3 options. I cannot contain my exhilaration, prompting me to utter a curse. Chapter 56. The new ability of mental control. First came the direct tasks, followed by passive ones, and now another hidden task has appeared. I truly did not anticipate this sudden wave of fortune. System, why did you not provide a prior warning as you did before the task was accomplished? I eagerly inquired. Host, since it is a hidden task, it is naturally not something I can announce beforehand. This principle should be self-evident, the system explained. This reasoning was quite sound, leaving no room for objection. The only issue was that the system's response felt somewhat condescending toward me as the host. However, with the hidden task presented and the reward already secured, I chose not to dwell on it. There was nothing more to say. Since the reward was in my possession, it was only fitting to claim it. The first task came from a foreign wife, Jiling Jiejia, an older woman who had broken the hearts of countless Huaxiao men, rendering her unworthy of any emotional investment from me. She certainly did not merit any of my choices. The second task, offering 10 attribute points, was an obvious choice when no better options existed. The third task, the ability of mental control, akin to time stoppage and magnetic field manipulation, was also a form of supernatural power. Once applied to a target, it would render them devoid of consciousness, completely transforming them into a puppet of the wielder. To say it was akin to a robot, obeying every command without resistance, would not be an exaggeration. This ability was nothing short of a formidable weapon for infiltrating a widow's chamber. Hence, what was there to contemplate? The mere mention of supernatural ability ignited within me an unwavering resolve. I choose the ability of mental control. With a mere thought, clarity washed over my mind, and a new memory surfaced, encompassing knowledge and application of mental control. Unquestionably, as before, I once again possessed this extraordinary power. Now that I had acquired a new ability, it was imperative to experience it. A sense of anticipation bubbled within me. Yet, I could not linger on this thought, as the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. for defeating Long Wenxiang and his companions. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the task, I shall soon become a monarch by vanquishing Long Wenxiang and his group. Ding! Congratulations, host. For receiving a reward from the 3 options. Please make your final selection from the following. 1. 10 attribute points. 2. The beautiful internet celebrity, Xiang Nide. 3. Doubling the host's innate talent. Had it not been for the system's notification, I might have momentarily overlooked the reward that had rightfully come my way. Yet, this reward included some rather peculiar options. One was the internet celebrity, Xiang Nide, while the other was the doubling of my innate talent. I must admit, the system was rather advanced, even possessing knowledge of jokes from before the apocalypse. As for Xiang Nide, if she were still alive, I would not intrude upon her affections. I, Qin, would not steal another S beloved. After all, prior to the apocalypse, those internet celebrities, especially the renowned ones, led lives that were unspeakable. Regarding the doubling of my talents, what a jest. Did they underestimate me? I, Qin, do not require external assistance. I choose the 3rd option. After a brief moment of contemplation, I promptly made my final choice. Just as I had envisioned, a response was immediate. I could distinctly feel a warm current surging within, soothing yet slightly tingling, an indescribable comfort. Even though I could not see anything at the moment, it was evident that my innate talent had undergone a remarkable transformation. System, would you believe me if I claimed I accidentally made the wrong choice? I inquired. The system responded with silence. Having made my choice, it was time to verify it. As this thought crossed my mind, my body instinctively reacted, and I noted a significant enhancement across various aspects compared to before. Little brother, you are overreacting. I merely wished to experience the power of mental control, not to unleash your full potential. I expressed, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed as though this enhancement had rendered me somewhat uncontrollable, leaving me uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Strangely, my thoughts drifted to Lu Qianqian and her lips reminiscent of sausages. In my line of sight, Long Wenxiang and his associates lay lifeless, leaving no survivors for me to test my mental control. Thus, I turned my attention to a zombie, specifically Long Wenxiang, who had just transformed. Before the apocalypse, Director Long reveled in showcasing himself, and now that he had become a zombie, he deserved to be given this opportunity. In a hotel, on the highest floor, Reba and Juju remained fixated at the window, their eyes glued to the events unfolding outside. They witnessed Qin Hao dispatching Long Wenxiang and his group. They observed as Qin Hao utilized his supernatural ability to open the car door. They also saw the despairing demise of the survivors within the vehicle at the hands of the zombies. Such formidable power and terrifying methods rendered the once feared Long Wenxiang and his ilk utterly insignificant, akin to ants easily crushed underfoot. Half man, half god, perhaps he had ascended to the realm of divinity. Sister Reba, did you see? The once dreaded Long Wenxiang and his ilk now seemed trivial before that powerful figure. Whether we become his women or his subordinates, is it not our honor? Juju seized the opportunity to persuade Reba, much like a madam. Moreover, Sister Reba, did you notice how those individuals, once friends or family of Long Wenxiang, showed no hesitation in abandoning their moral integrity for survival? This is the world of the apocalypse, where life takes precedence over all else. Besides Juju, voices from the crowd echoed through the intercom. I can't believe it. That powerful figure has annihilated Long Wenxiang and his group. Great One, you are my eternal deity. Allow me to be your subordinate. I shall do anything for you. Great One, we are the mother and daughter pair who sincerely apologize for our earlier remarks. As punishment, we will accept whatever you desire. How disgusting. You two dare to speak. Let me tell you, our 3 generations are the best choice for the Great One. Great One, exquisite sisters. Would you care to get to know us? As these voices reached Reba's ears, she could not help but smile with a complex expression. It was clear to her that ever since the Great One had appeared on the intercom, these individuals had been pleading to be accepted by him. Their words conveyed the notion that becoming the Great One's subordinate or consort was the pinnacle of honor for them. Perhaps this encapsulated the essence of survival in this world. Juju, Reba suddenly turned to her. Sister Reba, what is it? Juju replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. If we choose to follow that influential figure now, will we truly have no regrets in the future? The question slipped from Reba's lips, tinged with uncertainty. Sister Reba, you must trust me. We will certainly have no regrets, Juju asserted confidently. In her heart, however, she felt a hint of relief, realizing that this was less about seeking Reba's opinion and more about providing herself with an excuse for her own agreement. As anticipated, Reba relented. Sister Juju, since you say so, let's attempt to make contact with him. Chapter 57, Mental Control, Making Zombies Dance. Listen closely. It aligns perfectly with my thoughts. It appears I possess the potential to be a madam. What am I even thinking? I merely wish to survive, to adapt gracefully to this apocalyptic world. Moreover, that influential figure is young, handsome, capable, and remarkably gentle. Such an accumulation of virtues in one person makes him undeniably the most perfect man in the world. To have the opportunity to follow such a flawless individual is indeed a privilege we ought to embrace. Sister Reba, let us settle this. When that influential figure appears, you must not change your mind, Juju reminded her. Rest assured, once I, Reba, have made a statement, it is as irrevocable as spilled water, Reba affirmed with a nod. Although a trace of embarrassment lingered in her heart, she had steeled herself for the decision. As Juju and others had shown, in this world of desolation, everyone could afford to be a little selfish, even engaging in actions previously deemed incomprehensible or despicable. Furthermore, one could not deny the magnetic charm of that influential figure, especially when he showcased his abilities. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Qin Hao had fixed his gaze on Long Wenxiang, a once mighty figure in Changyuan City, now reduced to a mere pawn for testing his mental control abilities. But what of it? In the future, even more formidable individuals would serve as his tools, some even unworthy of that role. Without further ado, Qin Hao focused intensely, establishing a connection with Long Wenxiang. In an instant, a subtle link formed in Qin Hao's mind, and with it came the exhilarating sensation of being able to command another's actions. Thus began the execution of his will. Step left 2 paces, Qin Hao directed, pointing with his right hand. The transformed Long Wenxiang, now a zombie, stiffly complied, taking 1 step to the left, then another. After all, Qin Hao had commanded 2 steps, and the creature dared not deviate from that instruction. Step right 2 paces. Upon receiving the next command, the zombie promptly turned and moved rigidly right, obediently taking 2 steps. How obedient, akin to a well-trained hound. Merely walking seemed rather mundane. Qin Hao decided to engage the zombie in something more extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, he devised an idea. Walking does not suit your status. Let us have you dance, perhaps a little kangaroo stretch. He recalled a simple dance that had gained popularity on a certain social media platform before the apocalypse, a few seconds of effortless movement that had captivated many, especially the so-called internet beauties, each of whom had posted such a video. But what would it be like to witness a zombie perform this dance? Under Qin Hao's mental influence, Long Wenxiang stood motionless, then raised its legs stiffly, positioning its arms before its chest and forming fists, beginning to rotate in a clockwise fashion. Though its movements were rigid and lifeless, there was a semblance of rhythm to it. Wait, it had omitted 1 movement. While rotating, it should have also bent backward. Since the previous action had overlooked this detail, it was only right to rectify it. As a thorough system owner, this was imperative. Having halted earlier, it was time to recommence. The previous sequence had been executed once. Repeating it should pose no issues. Soon, it transitioned into the bending motion. Then, snap, the waist broke. This was understandable, given the zombie's rigid form. Requesting it to bend was indeed a challenge. Nevertheless, onward it went. After all, being a zombie, if one broke their waist, it was merely a sacrifice for the sake of his extraordinary experiment. After several zombies had been rendered useless, one finally succeeded in completing the bending motion. Though the execution remained slow and stiff, it had triumphed. In truth, testing the capabilities of mental control need not be so elaborate. Merely ensuring the zombie followed his commands would suffice. However, Qin Hao was determined to infuse a touch of vibrancy into his otherwise monotonous existence. In this apocalyptic world, Time was the one commodity that was abundant and valueless. Indeed, this mental control ability was akin to a cheat code. One could envision that with enhanced intellect, he could command more zombies as tools, leading to the extermination of other zombies. Would it not be possible to assemble an army of zombies to do his bidding while he reclined in comfort, awaiting the completion of tasks and the subsequent rewards? This thought ignited a surge of excitement and exhilaration within Qin Hao. Yet for now, he needed to return to the hotel and recruit Juju and Reba as his subordinates. Juju would be easy. She would follow him without a second thought, but Reba presented a challenge. Indeed, the woman you cherish most often proves to be the most perplexing. At that moment, in a large shopping mall not far from the Jinqing Business Hotel, on the fourth floor, a middle-aged man peered through the window, capturing the grisly scene at the hotel entrance. In his eyes danced a mixture of shock, disbelief, and a deepening sense of glee. Yes, glee. He had never imagined that in this world, powers could truly exist. When he had first been informed of this, he had scoffed. Now it appeared he had been woefully naive. Lu Qianyu murmured to himself, "Now, with this information and the evidence I hold, they have no grounds to keep me here. Instead, they will likely escort me to their safe zone." Cursed be it. He had grown weary. Remaining here, he would either perish at the hands of zombies or succumb to hunger, or worse, die from fear. However, now it was different. Even if they were reluctant, they would have to take him away due to the evidence and information he possessed. Lu Tianyu mused softly to himself, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. They were military personnel. Once they intervened, they would certainly ensure his safe return to the secure zone. As for what the military might do to that influential figure upon learning the news, that was no longer his concern. Better that he perish, lacking any extraordinary abilities himself. He wished no one else to possess such powers. Chapter 58. The beautiful Reba has agreed in the hotel, in the highest room, aside from Reba and Juju, sat Qin Hao, who had just returned. It was evident to see. With Qin Hao's return, Juju, the little fairy, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, radiating brilliance, as if she were on the verge of offering herself to him. As for the stunning beauty, Reba, she seemed different from before, but the specifics eluded him for the moment. Nonetheless, these details were of little consequence. What truly mattered was to recruit both of them as his subordinates. A considerable amount of time had passed since my departure, during which they should have reached a conclusion. Qin Hao wasted no words and spoke directly to the point. As his voice fell, he first turned his gaze to Juju, beginning with her, the one whose allegiance was already assured. "Boss, as long as you can guarantee my safety and sustenance, I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate." Just as he imagined, winning over the little fairy Juju was effortless. He then turned his attention to Reba. The real challenge lay ahead. Qin Hao had resolved to employ his mental control abilities on Reba, persuading her to agree to become his subordinate first, enabling him to secure the rewards from the three-choice task. As for ensuring her compliance thereafter, there was no need to rush. He would slowly win her over. With determination, Qin Hao decided to utilize his mental control abilities. However, at that moment, Reba spoke up, "Boss, as long as it's not too excessive, I am willing to become your subordinate." She cast a fleeting glance at Qin Hao before lowering her head, yet her voice of concession rang clear. What was happening? He had not even activated his mental control yet. Could it be that this ability was now releasing automatically? Qin Hao was momentarily stunned. "Wait, does this mean you agree?" After a brief pause, he asked incredulously. Just moments before he left the room, Reba had been vehemently opposed to this notion, yet now, in a matter of minutes, she had changed her stance, far exceeding his expectations. Reba's face flushed crimson as she fell silent, unable to meet Qin Hao's gaze, finding it difficult to voice her thoughts. Juju, ever the resourceful one, explained on Reba's behalf, "Boss, after you left, my sister Reba took some time to reflect. Like me, after witnessing your formidable prowess and terrifying strength, she too feels it is a tremendous honor that you would consider us. Moreover, had it not been for your intervention, we would certainly have perished. Thus, whether out of gratitude for your life-saving grace or our genuine intentions, both Reba and I are willing to serve as your subordinates." Indeed, Juju demonstrated her cleverness, simultaneously advocating for Reba while elevating her own status. This was truly a wise woman, with such an astute subordinate at his side. Qin Hao felt confident that his ambitions for world domination would encounter fewer unnecessary obstacles. After casting a meaningful glance at Juju, he turned his focus back to the enchanting Reba. It became clear that Reba's change of heart was influenced by the actions of Long Wenxiang and his subordinates, who had once again proven their utility in other matters. Have you truly agreed to be my subordinate? Qin Hao inquired once more. His motivation for asking again stemmed not only from disbelief, but also from the absence of the system's three-choice task rewards. Clearly, Reba's agreement had yet to solidify. I just mentioned that as long as you do not ask me to do anything too extreme, I am willing to be one of your subordinates. Under Juju's urging and prompting, Reba reaffirmed her commitment. As her words fell, a smile spread across Qin Hao's face, for the system's notification finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 5 subordinates. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You're no longer alone, having gained 5 subordinates. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the 3-choice task reward. Please select from the following options. 1. 3 opportunities for ability refresh. 2. 1,000 G of completed adult film resources. 3. A wardrobe full of women's clothing. Well, the task rewards arrived promptly. The system never disappoints. Qin Hao focused intently on the 3 options presented. Oh dear, what peculiar items! He mused, noting the unexpected dual offerings. The first option, 3 opportunities for ability refresh, was an easy choice. He had yet to utilize the previous one. The second option, 1,000 G of completed adult film resources, laid bare his nature as a lecherous man. But for someone like Qin Hao, who had exquisite beauties at his disposal, not just 1 or 2, this was entirely unnecessary. He could engage in practical activities himself, so why linger on others' performances? The third option, a wardrobe full of women's clothing, while it would not enhance his combat prowess against zombies or amplify his abilities, would certainly enrich his experiences in that regard. After all, seeing various women's garments adorning Lu Qianqian and the others would undoubtedly bring a refreshing thrill. Once that thrill ignited, his capabilities in that domain would naturally escalate, especially given his recent upgrade. All right, it was beyond imagination. Thus, the final choice was indeed the wardrobe full of clothing. However, Qin Hao did not make an immediate decision. After all, once he chose, that wardrobe would materialize before him. And it was not a matter of whether Reba and Juju would be shocked, but rather whether his spatial ring could accommodate all those garments. The quality and quantity of items produced by the system should never be doubted. Now that you both have agreed to be my subordinates, let us say no more. You may follow me as we depart this place. Qin Hao shifted his focus back to Reba and Juju. Boss, I will follow your arrangements, Juju replied eagerly. Me too, Reba echoed, encouraged by Juju's affirmation. Excellent. Qin Hao nodded approvingly. By the way, I must remind you from now on, you are to address me not as boss but as master. Do you understand? He added with a serious tone. In the past, he held no such intention, but Lu Qianqian's way of addressing him had become quite comforting, and he had grown accustomed to it. Attributing it to Lu Qianqian, the instigator. Master. Juju, being an astute woman, easily adapted to the new title, her heart fluttering with a hint of excitement. Master. Reba felt a wave of embarrassment, but steeled herself to comply, deciding to endure for now. Shall we proceed? Qin Hao displayed a contented smile as he spoke. Moving toward the window. Master. Juju exclaimed in surprise, while Reba looked on in confusion. Well, I assumed you both could fly through the air, Qin Hao quipped, a hint of playfulness in his tone. All right, come closer, and I shall take you both away from here. Qin Hao gestured. Thank you, Master. Juju exclaimed with delight, envisioning the exhilarating sensation of soaring like a bird alongside him. Reba, too, wore an expression of anticipation. However, in the next moment, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, and then darkness enveloped their vision. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a confined space. Indeed, Qin Hao had placed them within his spatial ring, under the constraints of his ability to control the magnetic field, limited to 2 objects. He could only manage himself and one other. To take both of them away without being affected by the outside zombies. There seems to be only one method: to fly through the sky. The space ring also contains 2 female celebrities, creating an exhilarating sensation akin to soaring through a fantastical realm. Chapter 59. The upcoming tasks. Earlier in the hotel, Chin Hao had not reacted, but now he realized the situation. Under normal circumstances, after receiving a quest reward for having 5 subordinates, another related task should have immediately followed, such as recruiting 10 or even 20 more subordinates. However, there was no sign of this. What could be the reason? Had the limit truly been reached with just 5 subordinates? As a man endowed with a system and extraordinary abilities, he ought to possess more followers. What is going on with the system? Chin Hao could only pose this question to the system. Although he did not voice it explicitly, he was aware that the system understood his unspoken concerns. Indeed, the system's voice soon echoed in response, not with an explanation, but with the prompt sound he cherished the most. Ding! A new task has been issued. From now on, loneliness has nothing to do with me. Starting with the acquisition of 10 subordinates. Ding! The host is required to recruit 10 subordinates. Upon completion, a task reward of 3 options will be granted. Finally, the task had arrived. Was this the system's rhythm of withholding tasks unless prompted? It seemed he could not afford to be careless in the future. Otherwise, he would not only be obliviously diminishing tasks, but also forfeiting rewards. Success could only rely on oneself. It was clear that one must not place all hope in others or the system. He opened the data panel while soaring through the sky, and with no other distractions present, he decided to check the current task status. As the words fell, the data panel, visible solely to him, reappeared before his eyes. Host, Chin Hao. Strength, 18, normal, 10. Speed, 18, normal, 10. Intelligence, 30, normal, 10. Ability 1. Time stop, duration and range increase with intelligence. Current duration is 10 minutes. Range is 30 meters around the host. Cooldown is 10 minutes. Ability 2. Control magnetic field, target count and range increase with intelligence. Current target count is 2. Range is 30 meters around the host. No cooldown. Items. Free ability refresh 3 times. Task 1. I am a strong person, starting from killing 10,000 zombies. 102-810000. Task 2. Continue to progress from leading subordinates to kill 1,000 zombies. 876-1000. Task 3. Partial domination starts from controlling all buildings in the small shop area. 2108. Task 4. I am already a savior, beginning with killing 10 mutated zombies. 010. Task 5. As a man with a family status, starting with the woman beside the host actively seeking the first woman. 01. Task 6. From now on, loneliness has nothing to do with me. Starting with the acquisition of 10 subordinates. 510. There were originally 6 tasks. Having completed 2 not long ago, there were still 6 remaining. The feeling of continuously completing tasks and receiving rewards without reducing the task count was undeniably pleasant. However, one could not help but wonder if there would come a moment when completing several tasks resulted in an increase in the overall task count. Such moments were bound to occur. With regard to the system's existence, one must possess an unwavering confidence, akin to honeyed assurance. Setting aside all distractions, Chin Hao focused intently on these 6 tasks. As for the first and second tasks, they were straightforward, requiring normal completion. The fourth and sixth tasks similarly did not warrant urgency. If encountered, they could be completed, but if not, there was little that could be done, as luck played a significant role. Only the third and fifth tasks posed a challenge. The third task, partial domination, begins from controlling all buildings in the small shop area, was undoubtedly the most formidable among the 6. To accomplish this task, one must eliminate all zombies within the small shop area and either evacuate or, regrettably, eliminate the survivors inside. Beyond the difficulty of locating survivors, there was a more pressing issue: the relentless influx of zombies into the area. It was possible that just as he dealt with the zombies to the west, a fresh wave would soon flood in from the east, rendering the previously cleared western area overrun again. This was indeed a significant dilemma. To resolve this issue, it seemed that the only solution lay in amassing enough subordinates to establish a presence throughout the small shop area. eliminating the zombies within while preventing those from outside from entering. Although the task of recruiting subordinates required a degree of luck, it needed to be prioritized otherwise. Completing the task of dominating the small shop area would be utterly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao recognized the crux of the problem. It was not that Qin, possessed a frivolous nature, but rather that the urgency of the system's task compelled him to act in this manner. Next was the fifth task, as a man with a family status, beginning with the woman beside the host actively seeking the first woman. As a passive task, it seemed his hopes rested solely on Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan. One could only hope they would take it seriously and with dedication. Otherwise, the timeline for this task's completion was uncertain. While he could not actively pursue this task, subtly nudging Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan would not be amiss. Qianqian, Zihan, you both need to step up. If it comes to it, I may have to sacrifice my own comfort, Qin Hao mused inwardly. At this moment, he had outlined a strategy for the upcoming tasks. First, lead his subordinates to eliminate 1,000 zombies. Then, kill 10,000 zombies to obtain 10 subordinates and complete the passive task, followed by the task of dominating the small shop area. As for the task of killing 10 mutated zombies, that was left to chance, as no one could predict where those mutated zombies might be found. In a large shopping mall opposite the hotel, in the office of Lu Tianyu, he had already contacted someone via intercom. The voice he heard was that of a middle-aged man, authoritative, cold, and tinged with impatience. Lu Tianyu, I believe I reminded you about those people. If you call me without any leverage, I might consider replacing you. Do you wish to be replaced? The authoritative yet impatient voice carried an undercurrent of chilling menace. Like Lu Tianyu, there were others in this city acting as military informants, tasked with locating and reporting on those with extraordinary abilities. Lu Qianyu and his team knew all too well that if they did not perform adequately, or if the military was dissatisfied with them, it would be all too easy for others to take their place. And replacement meant death. Captain Zhang, you've misunderstood. I contacted you because I have located an extraordinary individual and secured evidence of their abilities, Lu Tianyu quickly explained, lowering his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a brief pause from the other end. Really? You must understand that if it is ultimately discovered that you have deliberately spread rumors to gain access to the rear safe zone, no matter where you hide, we will unearth you from the depths and ensure you meet a fate devoid of burial. Captain Zhang's chillingly threatening words echoed from the intercom. Lu Tianyu could not help but shudder internally. He was acutely aware that provoking Captain Zhang and his men could lead to his demise. After all, he had only replaced someone who had angered Captain Zhang to become the military informant. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, I have already recorded the evidence. And I also know the whereabouts of that mysterious powerhouse, Lu Tianyu affirmed hastily. Very well, I will send someone to verify this. I hope you do not disappoint us. Rest assured, as long as the evidence proves valid, we will certainly escort you to our rear safe zone. Captain Zhang's tone softened somewhat, and he made his promise. Thank you, Captain Zhang, truly, thank you, Lu Tianyu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Once he entered the rear safe zone, he would no longer have to fear the threat of zombies. Instead, he would undoubtedly enjoy a life full of flavor. That esteemed individual. Thank you for being my stepping stone. Should they treat you as a mere guinea pig and meet your end, rest assured, I shall not collect your remains. Ha ha ha. Lu Tianyu couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Chapter 60. The despicable Lu Tianyu and the powerful forces at this moment. Qin Hao finally appeared not far from the villa community and spotted Lu Qianqian, diligently slaying zombies atop the courtyard wall, perfectly fulfilling her role as a capable assistant. No wonder the mission to slay the zombies with her subordinates was nearing completion. It was all thanks to the efforts of Lu Qianqian, this beautiful subordinate. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. As nightfall approached, after dinner, he must properly express his gratitude to this thoughtful beauty. With this thought, his heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. He looked forward to the delightful experience with Lu Qianqian, and he was curious about how formidable he would appear at that moment. Considering he had received enhancements from the system, a product of the system is undoubtedly a premium offering. All right. Qin Hao began to feel a tinge of sympathy for Lu Qianqian's alluring red lips. The mission to lead his subordinates in slaying 1,000 zombies should soon be completed. With that in mind, he decided to descend and join her in the endeavor. However, just then, the system's alert sounded excitedly. Ding! It has been detected that someone has disclosed the host's information to certain powerful forces, which may pose a threat to the host's life. As a man endowed with a system who aims to dominate the world, the host must not overlook any despicable individual. Ding! A new task has been issued. The dignity of the strong cannot be provoked, starting with the elimination of the despicable Liu Tianyu. Ding! Please eliminate Liu Tianyu. Upon completion of the task, you may choose one reward from 3 options. Qin Hao was once again taken aback. What on earth? Another task appeared without him doing anything. With this latest task, a total of 6 tasks were now simultaneously in play. The feeling of multiple tasks accumulating was simply exhilarating. Yet, who was this despicable Liu Tianyu? And what were these powerful forces? It all felt bizarre and utterly perplexing. Most importantly, if these powerful forces could pose a threat to his safety, shouldn't there be another task arising from that? Host, do not inquire further. What is yours cannot be taken by others, and what is not yours cannot be obtained even if you desire it. Before Qin Hao could express his excitement, the system's reminder resounded in his mind. Qin Hao fell silent. After all, the system had discerned the underlying truth and provided him with a timely warning. Moreover, one should be content, for contentment leads to happiness. For him at this moment, it was far more crucial to locate this despicable Liu Tianyu. After all, this was a relatively easy short-term task, and he ought to complete it swiftly to claim his reward. The only dilemma was how to track down this Liu Tianyu. It seemed that, aside from utilizing the intercom, there were no other methods available. Let it be for today. I shall proceed tomorrow instead. Qin Hao glanced at the sky and dismissed the idea of completing this minor task today. He then descended directly towards Liu Qianqian. Naturally, Liu Qianqian noticed Qin Hao and was instantly filled with excitement. Her exquisite features radiated with joy. Master, you have finally returned. I have missed you terribly. As Qin Hao landed on the courtyard wall, Liu Qianqian rushed forward, nestling against his chest like a delicate bird. In that moment, she resembled an adorably timid wife. However, upon glancing at the numerous zombie corpses outside the courtyard wall, he couldn't help but reflect, women truly possess facets unknown to you. Just how much have you missed me? Qin Hao teased with a smile. Engaging in playful banter with his beautiful subordinate was a uniquely delightful experience. Master, how can I even begin to describe it? Liu Qianqian scratched her head and finally settled on a metaphor, saying, Master, my longing for you is like the incessant flow of the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River, no matter how continuous, has its end, Qin Hao replied with a grin. Liu Qianqian immediately felt embarrassed, realizing that she had used the metaphor of a river with an endpoint to express her longing for her master, which was quite inappropriate. Yet, she could not think of a better comparison at that moment. Wait, I have an idea. Master, may I prove my feelings through action? Liu Qianqian asked earnestly. Of course, that would be entirely acceptable. Qin Hao nodded in agreement, his heart brimming with curiosity about Liu Qianqian's forthcoming actions. Then, Qin Hao was taken aback. Liu Qianqian, with a flirtatious smile, slowly bent down, preparing to kneel before him. What on earth was this? Wait a moment. Qin Hao quickly intervened. Master, what is it? Do you not wish for me to demonstrate my feelings? Furthermore, you saved Chun Zihan, and I promise to express my gratitude. This is a wonderful opportunity. Liu Qianqian's eyes shimmered with a hint of longing. Perhaps not. Qin Hao again stopped her. Master, what is the matter? Do you not like me anymore? Or have I done something wrong? If I have erred, you must tell me, and I will certainly correct it. Liu Qianqian's expression turned anxious and flustered. Qianqian, you are overthinking this. Qin Hao sighed, bemused. It was merely a trivial matter, yet Liu Qianqian had conjured such elaborate thoughts. He found it utterly amusing. Indeed, beautiful women are often perceptive. My refusal is not due to dissatisfaction with you. Rather, it feels somewhat peculiar. Qin Hao awkwardly scratched his head. Outside the courtyard wall lay the horde of zombies, while within stood Chen Zihan and Lin Mushi, although they were engaging in their own thrilling escapades atop the wall. It felt somewhat awkward. Perhaps this was a remnant of his years as a single man. By the way, within the spatial ring, there are also Reba and Juju. Lu Qianqian paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. What? Are you mocking me? Qin Hao feigned indignation. Master, I did not mean to mock you. I was simply, enough with the explanations. Quickly slay some more zombies, and then we shall return. Qin Hao halted Gu Qianqian, who was about to explain herself. There was no need for explanations. Come nightfall, he would face the onslaught of attacks akin to a tempest. Yes, Master, Gu Qianqian replied, redirecting her focus to the zombies lurking beyond the courtyard walls. However, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Her master was simply too endearing. Subsequently, she unleashed her control over the magnetic field, and the dragon-slaying blade surged forward like a bloodthirsty, rampaging dragon, pouncing upon the snarling horde of zombies. With the Qin Gang sword in Qin Hao's possession, Gu Qianqian had no choice but to borrow Chen Zihan's dragon-slaying blade. Qin Hao was not idle either. Under his command, the Qin Gang sword and Longdan gun shot forth like twin bolts of lightning, piercing the heads of the zombies. Although Lu Qianqian's elimination of a single zombie counted as 2 tasks, the abundance of zombies outside the courtyard rendered such concerns trivial. Not long after the engagement commenced, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading subordinates to slay 1,000 zombies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and progressing further from the slaying of 1,000 zombies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a choice of 3 task rewards. Please select from the following options. 1. A box of way-long spicy strips. 2. A space ring with a 5-fold increase. 3. An AWM sniper rifle with 50 Magnum bullets. Chapter 61. Lin Mushu's schemes as anticipated, the task rewards were once again bestowed. Qin Hao remained relatively composed, devoid of excessive excitement or exuberance. As a man endowed with a system and supernatural abilities, he understood the necessity of maintaining tranquility in the face of rewards and surprises. Composure, this was paramount. Thus, he approached the 3 options with calm deliberation before making his final choice. The first option, a box of way-long spicy strips, despite being his favorite, was swiftly dismissed. Why not procure it directly from a convenience store? The second option, a space ring with a 5-fold increase, was enticing. Previously, it possessed an area of around 10 square meters, and with the increase, it would expand to 50 square meters. The difference between 10 and 50 square meters was not merely quantitative. It represented a vastly greater capacity for storage. Without even mentioning the sheer volume of women's clothing that could be accommodated, there was no need to wait until returning to the villa to finalize the task reward. The third option, an AWM sniper rifle with 50 Magnum bullets, was undoubtedly a weapon favored by many hardcore survival game enthusiasts. The thrill of a headshot was truly unforgettable. Although he had yet to experience it firsthand, one could only imagine the formidable power of an AWM sniper rifle from the system. Its might was awe-inspiring, its lethality terrifying. However, for Qin Hao, who possessed a system and supernatural abilities, this was not an essential choice. I choose the space ring with a 5-fold increase, Qin Hao resolved, opting to enhance the space ring. Once upgraded, he will be far more prepared for encounters necessitating ample space. As his words fell, there was no immediate response. Yet, when Qin Hao concentrated on the space ring, a smile illuminated his face. It felt akin to transitioning from a modest studio apartment to a spacious 150 square meter 4-bedroom suite. The sensation of such expansiveness was undeniably impactful. Indeed, this space was ample enough to accommodate dozens of beautiful subordinates without issue. Qin Hao was thoroughly satisfied. Simultaneously, another system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A new task has been issued. Progress to the 3rd stage by leading subordinates to slay 10,000 zombies. Ding! Please lead your subordinates to eliminate 10,000 zombies. Upon completion, you will receive a choice of task rewards. As envisioned, the anticipated task arrived. However, the title of this task was rife with potential critiques. Fortunately, the task itself was formidable, with rewards that were even more impressive. All right, Qianqian, let's all for now. It's getting late. We should head inside the villa. Yes, master. Upon their entry into the villa, Zihan greeted them with evident joy. Master, you have finally returned," she exclaimed, stepping forward with delight. Having just become one of Qin Hao's beautiful subordinates, she felt somewhat awkward. "Did you miss me? Come now. Describe just how much you longed for me," Qin Hao teased, finding her bashful demeanor amusing. "Master, Chun Zihan blushed even deeper. "All right, I was just joking." Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze toward the distant Lin Mushu. "Master, you've returned," Lin Mushu greeted, albeit hesitantly. Qin Hao replied coolly, turning away without even a hint of a smile or a desire to glance at her again. Lin Mushu's expression faltered, a pang of disappointment washing over her. "Lin Mushu, why are you feeling disheartened? I must remind you, he is merely a man who seeks to belittle you, not treating you as an equal. You must not allow his actions to affect your spirits, nor can you permit him to undermine your inner resolve to resist." After this self-affirmation, Lin Mushu's expression regained its determination. Resistance. She must resist. Even if she stood alone, she could not abandon her conviction or any opportunity for rebellion. "Master, did you not go to rescue the 2 stars, Reba and Juju? Indeed, where are they? Why did they not return with you?" Lavu Qianqian and Chan Zihan inquired with curiosity. In their minds, it was only natural for Qin Hao to save Reba and Juju, yet he had returned alone to the villa, prompting their astonishment. "Who said I didn't bring them back?" Qin Hao replied cryptically, a smile playing on his lips. With a mere thought, 2 beams of light flashed before him, and as they landed, they transformed into 2 bewildered women, Reba and Juju. They had not expected to find themselves in a sealed space, only to suddenly materialize in a room where, apart from the enigmatic master, there were 3 women whose beauty rivaled their own. "Master, you truly brought back Reba and Juju." The realization that the stars they had only seen on television were now before them filled Lavu Qianqian and Chan Zihan with exhilaration and eagerness. Although Lin Mushu remained silent, it was evident that Reba and Juju's unexpected appearance exceeded her wildest imagination. However, as Lin Mushu noticed certain details, a fleeting smile graced her lips. She had initially thought she would fight alone, yet to her surprise, there was another who shared her discontent toward the master. Together, they could form an alliance of vengeance. First, it would be the 2 of them, then they would draw in more allies, and when the opportune moment arose, they would ensure the master faced the consequences of his actions. Lin Mushu contemplated silently while casting a glance at the somewhat displeased and beautiful Reba. Their eyes met, and Lin Mushu offered a subtle, meaningful smile. Reba responded with a non-committal smile in return. This was promising. With myself and Reba, we could form the nascent version of an Avengers alliance. A surge of pride filled Lin Mushu's heart as the flicker of hope reignited within her, dispelling her earlier dejection. As for Reba, her brows furrowed involuntarily. She was no fool. She understood perfectly that both of those women, along with the one who had just shown her kindness, were all affiliated with that powerful figure. The fact that the women associated with the boss were now extending a hand to her implied an invitation to join them in serving him. Realizing this, Reba's expression darkened further. "You 3 are already enough. How dare you invite me to join?" This was utterly revolting, Reba thought, unable to suppress her contempt for Lin Mushu. Chapter 62. The Discourse from the First Lady after a brief introduction. Qin Hao guided them to take their seats at the dining table. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, devoid of any meat, with vegetarian dishes dominating the menu. However, in the eyes of Reba and Juju, this spread rivaled the finest delicacies they had ever tasted before the apocalypse. Juju expressed her gratitude profusely, throwing a flirtatious glance at Qin Hao before indulging heartily. As for Reba, despite her initial reluctance, she soon surrendered to her hunger. While she didn't feast with the same enthusiasm as Juju, she savored the meal nonetheless. The hunger from a long wait and the allure of delicious food made it hard for anyone to restrain themselves. However, what astonished Reba and Juju was that after everyone had taken their seats, one individual remained apart, seated on a nearby sofa, eating instant noodles and snacks. That person was none other than Lin Mushu. Upon noticing the gaze of Reba and Juju upon her, Lin Mushu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Being treated differently was indeed uncomfortable, evoking a sense of melancholy, shame, and unease. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it favors, first testing their resolve, exhausting their strength, and starving their bodies. Lin Mushi could only console herself with such famous sayings, feeling a sense of inner elevation under this self-encouragement. Yet the next moment, Qin Hao addressed Lin Mushi directly. "Linda May, we are enjoying a delightful meal at the table while you are over there on the sofa with instant noodles. It feels rather awkward, so you might as well head upstairs to eat or step outside, as long as you disappear from our sight." "What? It feels awkward? Shouldn't I be invited to the dining table?" Lin Mushi was taken aback by Qin Hao's words, feeling as though she were being treated like an annoying dog. Shame, anger, and a desire to retaliate surged within her. She quickly forgot her previous self-comforting thoughts and angrily grabbed a pack of instant noodles and a bag of chips. Striding up the stairs, observing Lin Mushi's flustered retreat, Qin Hao felt a chuckle rising within him, but stifled it, reminding himself to maintain composure as a man endowed with powers and abilities. "All right, let us eat." "Ignore her," he said, effectively silencing Juju and Reba, who had been about to inquire with curious expressions. As they began their meal, Reba and Juju were once again taken aback. Qin Hao sat there without needing to lift a finger, as Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan, two stunning women, expertly fed him bite after bite. The treatment he received was undoubtedly of imperial caliber. "Reba, Juju, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Qianqian suddenly shifted her attention to them, her demeanor serious. "Sister Qianqian, please go ahead," Juju responded eagerly, fully aware of Lu Qianqian's status as the first woman by the Master's side and treating her with the respect she deserved. Although Reba remained silent, curiosity flickered within her about what Lu Qianqian was about to say. "I will be straightforward," Lu Qianqian continued without hesitation. "Reba, Juju, while you were once superstars, that is no longer your identity. Currently, you share one identity with us. You are subordinates of the Master. As such, you must heed his every command, unconditionally complying with whatever he asks of you. Understood?" As the first woman, Lu Qianqian felt it necessary to assert authority over the other women, ensuring they understood the need to serve the Master like true subordinates. "Don't worry, Sister Qianqian, I know how to comply." Juju readily accepted the requirement. "I will also fulfill my duties," Reba reluctantly added, though it was apparent she was reserving some leeway in her words. Lu Qianqian chose not to expose Reba's hesitance, sensing that the Master held a unique regard for her. "Very well," Lu Qianqian nodded in satisfaction. "Furthermore, aside from serving the Master unconditionally, you must attend to all his needs, such as fetching water and serving food, as well as assisting him with personal hygiene. Do you have any objections?" "I understand, and I will attend to all the necessary duties as his subordinate," Juju assured without hesitation, willing to undertake any task for the Master, even those that made her feel shy and curious. On the other hand, Reba found herself ensnared in hesitation. This was not at all how she envisioned being a subordinate. Fetching tea, serving food, and attending to personal care, this was not the role of subordinate, but rather that of a lowly servant. I have no issues." Reba finally conceded under Juju's prompting, realizing that one must bow their head when under a roof. "Excellent." Lu Qianqian nodded once more with satisfaction. She then reminded them, or perhaps warned them, "Since you have agreed, you must adhere to your words. Otherwise, even if the Master is magnanimous and chooses not to hold against you, I will not spare you. Speaking of which, why not give you a chance to serve the Master right now?" Chen Zihan, who had remained silent until then, suddenly interjected with a strange smile. "Reba, you were once the Master's favorite star. How about you take this opportunity to serve him tonight?" Chen Zihan proposed, her suggestion sending a wave of disappointment through Juju, while Reba's expression turned bewildered, quickly morphing into a grimace. This crossed her bottom line, and she could not agree to such a proposition. "Zihan, have you forgotten that not just anyone can ascend to my bed? At the very least, they must make some contribution." Qin Hao interjected before Reba could respond. "Master, I apologize for overlooking this matter. I will not let it happen again." Chen Zihan quickly apologized. "Very well, just be mindful in the future." Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively, clearly displeased, as Qin Hao restrained Chen Zihan. The gazes of both Reba and Juju towards him underwent a subtle transformation. To accompany their master, to ascend to his dragon bed, they would need to make certain contributions first. I have always admired this domineering and assertive aspect of my master. After a moment of surprise, Juju's eyes sparkled with renewed interest as she regarded Qin Hao. Did he truly believe himself to be the sovereign, deserving of such privileges? Yet to be fair, he did perform a commendable act for me. Although Reba regarded Qin Hao's words with a hint of skepticism, it was undeniable that a flicker of gratitude appeared in her expression. Observe. When a person finds themselves at a dead end and is compelled to accept certain circumstances, they often exaggerate their interpretations based on the other party's seemingly casual gestures. Very well, allow me to present you with something delightful. It will surely become your favorite. Having indulged in a hearty feast, it was time to make the final choice regarding the remaining task rewards. Chapter 63. Numerous issues with these clothes returning to the task rewards. The first option offered was 3 opportunities for extraordinary abilities to refresh. The second choice was a completed download of a 1000G film resource. The third option presented a wardrobe brimming with women's clothing. Upon examining these 3 selections, Qin Hao remained resolute, showing no hesitation. The allure of the third option was evidently far superior to the first 2. After all, it was intrinsically linked to his display of masculine prowess. I choose the wardrobe full of women's clothing, Qin Hao declared, making his final decision. As soon as the words left his lips, he found himself momentarily stunned. Not only was Qin Hao taken aback, but even Lu Qianqian and the other 3 women stood frozen like statues. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Before them, it appeared as though an invisible secret door had been opened, and garments cascaded from above, falling to the ground like a flurry of snowflakes, vibrant and colorful, reminiscent of a grand unveiling. Finally, the deluge of clothing ceased, yet the area around them was overflowing with garments. Not only before them, but also upstairs and even outside the villa, an abundance of clothing had fallen. This was not merely a wardrobe full of clothes. It seemed as though the entire villa had been transformed into a wardrobe. Initially, Qin Hao believed that after upgrading the spatial ring, he could accommodate the system's rewards. However, reality proved that he had been overly naive. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality, and indeed, it was no mere talk. Master, are these the clothes you prepare for us? This is far too much. I fear we would never wear them all in a lifetime. Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Master, what is going on? Why have so many clothes appeared all at once, as if by magic? Juju, the little fairy, asked with a bewildered expression. What on earth has occurred? How did you manage this? Even Reba could not restrain her curiosity. Consider it a magic trick, Qin Hao replied, keeping the details to himself, unwilling to divulge more to Juju and Reba, who had only just become his beautiful subordinates. Remember one thing, Lu Qianqian seized the opportunity to impart wisdom, speaking earnestly to them. As the master subordinates, our duty is to care for him, serve him, and fulfill all his desires. As for other matters, if the master wishes to share, he will. If he does not, we must not be overly curious. Do you understand? Sister Qianqian, we understand. Juju and Reba responded in succession. Then, at Qin Hao's signal, the 4 of them rushed towards the pile of clothes. It is a woman's nature to adore beautiful garments. Even Reba, who had previously been reluctant and conflicted, couldn't help but show a trace of satisfaction as she selected her outfits. It seems that winning a woman's heart is not an insurmountable challenge. Qin Hao could not suppress a satisfied smile. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was the system that had empowered him. A man who has grown strong finds it considerably easier to attract a woman's affection. In contrast, the former version of himself, a mere fish out of water, would not have dared to approach women like Lu Qianqian, let alone someone like Sister Shirlu. In stark contrast to the laughter and joy of Lu Qianqian and the others, upstairs, Lin Mushi found herself in a different predicament. Surrounded by an abundance of beautiful clothing, she could only gaze longingly from the sidelines. This feeling was truly disheartening, and her expression reflected her discomfort. Master, what nonsense is this? Do you think this will make me submit? I assure you, it won't, for I have no interest in these clothes. Lin Mushy silently vowed. Although she said nothing and made no overtly extreme gestures, her feigned indifference did not escape Qin Hao's notice. "You seem rather dismissive of my clothing," Qin Hao remarked with a knowing smile. Then he sensed something amiss. As Lu Qianqian and the other three women had ceased their animated search through the garments and were now directing their gaze towards him, their expressions tinged with bashfulness. What was going on? Qin Hao quickly realized that amidst the clothing they were rummaging through, some peculiar items had intruded. No, not just a few, but many. Various types of lingerie had made their appearance. At this point, Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words. While he relished the excitement such garments evoked, there was no need for this abundance. Lu Qianqian and her companions could never wear them all in a lifetime. "All right, I understand now," Qin Hao mused. The system seemed intent on encouraging him to recruit more beautiful subordinates. Otherwise, such a surplus of clothing would be unnecessary. Since the system has subtly conveyed its intentions, and I have comprehended its message, there is nothing more to say. I shall not disappoint you, Qin Hao internally vowed. He then cast a glance at Lin Mushy's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. "Ah, Lin, you who so disdainfully regard my garments. I hope that should you find yourself without your current attire, you will maintain your scorn and resist the urge to wear anything at all." A plan began to form in Qin Hao's mind. If this woman insisted on her lofty stature, he would take steps to humble her. "Qianqian," Qin Hao called to Lu Qianqian. "Master." She hurried over. "There is something I need you to do." "Master, just say the word. I will not let you down," she replied earnestly. "What you need to do is quite simple, understood? Rest assured, Master, I will complete the task without fail." Chapter 64. Engaging in practical action to foster affection, once they had filled the fitting rooms and other spaces in the 4 villas to capacity with clothing, they finally managed to organize everything. There was no choice. The sheer volume of clothing was overwhelming. Luckily, they resided in this villa complex. Had they remained in their previous quarters, they would have hardly been able to accommodate even a fraction of these clothes. After all the clothes were neatly organized, the sky had completely darkened, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. It was around 10 o'clock. The night was tranquil. In this apocalyptic world, with no other activities to engage in, sleep was the only option left. In the past, sleep would have been a tedious way to pass the time, but now it was an entirely different matter. "You all should return to your rooms. I need to freshen up," he said. Although he was eager to embark on various tasks, after a day of exertion, a refreshing wash was necessary to cleanse away the dirt and fatigue, allowing him to better exhibit his masculine prowess. "Yes, master," Lu Qianqian and the others replied in unison before retreating to their respective chambers. The villa had the advantage of ample rooms, alleviating any worries about overcrowding. Inside Chen Zihan's room, besides her, Lu Qianqian was also present. Her presence here was to seek advice from her close friend and learn some skills. However, upon voicing her intentions, Lu Qianqian was met with Chen Zihan's astonished expression, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Qianqian, are you serious?" Chen Zihan asked, taking a deep breath. "Of course, I'm serious. Otherwise, why would I come to consult you?" Lu Qianqian nodded earnestly. "But you're still a child," Chen Zihan replied, feeling exasperated. "Qianqian, what are you thinking? You know I have never experienced such things. How could I possibly know how to please a man? Besides, you've already been with a master. If anyone should seek advice, it should be me consulting you." Chen Zihan felt a bitter sensation, unable to muster a smile. "What, Zihan? You always appeared so knowledgeable and well-versed in these matters," Lu Qianqian remarked dismissively. "Qianqian, I was merely pretending to be an expert," Chen Zihan lamented, wishing she could hide from the world, never expecting her friend to take her seriously. "Well, I thought you were a genuine expert," Lu Qianqian said, enlightenment dawning upon her. Chen Zihan was left speechless. "By the way, Zihan, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would agree." Lu Qianqian hesitated, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Qianqian, feel free to speak. There is nothing we cannot discuss." Chen Zihan replied without suspicion. "Then I shall speak." Lu Qianqian took a deep breath and began, "Zihan, why don't we?" At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. It was undoubtedly Qin Hao. He had cleaned himself up and emerged from the washroom. One could imagine that with a beautiful woman waiting for him, he found it difficult to spend more time on personal grooming. Upon exiting, Qin Hao faced a delightful choice. One was Lu Qianqian, with whom he had already interacted, and the other was Chun Zihan, who awaited his company. He also had the option of engaging with the enchanting Juju. Prioritizing the order of arrival, Qin Hao swiftly ruled out Juju as an option. The choice then lay between Chun Zihan and Lu Qianqian. It was not a matter of novelty, but rather one of fairness. Hence, he ultimately chose Chun Zihan. Having made his decision, Qin Hao approached the door to Chun Zihan's room and gently pushed it open. It responded readily, suggesting she had been anticipating his arrival. He relished the surprise of such an entrance. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Besides Chun Zihan, Lu Qianqian was also present. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "Master, I came to consult Zihan about some questions," Lu Qianqian explained. However, the moment those words escaped her lips, both Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, Qin Hao was too preoccupied with other matters to dwell on their reactions. Having just bathed, he was eager to engage in activities that showcased his virility. "All right, Qianqian, we can continue this discussion tomorrow. It's getting late, and you should rest," Qin Hao suggested firmly. Under normal circumstances, Lu Qianqian would have immediately complied and vanished from the scene upon hearing such words. However, this time, she remained motionless. Qin Hao frowned slightly. "Master, can't I stay here with you? We are the best of friends. Wouldn't it be better for us to assist you together?" Lu Qianqian proposed, her slight smile radiating charm that overwhelmed the surroundings. Initially displeased by Lu Qianqian's disobedience, Qin Hao found it within himself to forgive her. "Are you certain?" he asked. As he moved closer to them, he could feel a mix of unease and anticipation. "Master, I am certain," Lu Qianqian affirmed. "And you, Zihan?" Qin Hao turned his gaze towards Chun Zihan, who exhibited a shy demeanor in stark contrast to Lu Qianqian's assertiveness. Convincing a bashful woman to agree to such matters was inherently challenging, yet it ignited an undeniable desire. "Master, I also agree." Chun Zihan conceded under the intensity of Qin Hao's penetrating gaze. Although she had never undergone such experiences, the prospect both frightened and intrigued her. It felt as though this was something she had long awaited. "What is happening to me? Why do I feel this anticipation? Am I inherently this type of person? Impossible. How could I be such a person? It must be because the master is too handsome and charming, which is why I harbor such thoughts." Chun Zihan reassured herself internally. However, she could not afford to dwell on self-affirmations any longer, for Qin Hao had approached her. He positioned his left hand to block her and his right hand to obstruct Lu Qianqian, all while they collectively fell onto the bed. At this juncture, there was no need for further emotional exchanges. Was it not more delightful to express feelings through action? Chapter 65. Strange sounds and reactions. Although Reba and Juju each had their own rooms, they still chose to share one, allowing for whispered conversations and companionship. Yet, Juju was not content with this arrangement. She yearned for the presence of the master she admired deeply. Reba's presence only diminished the likelihood of the master visiting. "Juju, what is wrong with you? You seem unwelcoming of my presence here," Reba observed, noticing the change in Juju's demeanor. "Sister Reba, what are you talking about? We're good friends. How could I dislike you being here?" Juju quickly deflected. "That is good to hear," Reba smiled brightly. "I was planning to return to my own room soon, but since you enjoy my company, I'll stay here a bit longer. After all, we've lived together for quite some time." Juju felt speechless. Were it not for her desire to conceal her true feelings, she would have slapped herself for her own words. Just then, an unusual sound pierced the silence, drawing their attention. "Juju, did you hear that? It seems there are some peculiar sounds." Reba tilted her ear to listen. What sound?" Juju was momentarily taken aback. Then, she quietly listened alongside Reba. As the strange sound grew louder, they finally discerned its nature. Although neither had experienced such events, one could certainly understand what was transpiring. Instantly, their expressions turned awkward. Their faces flushed as if painted with a bright red hue. "Juju, what kind of music are they playing? It feels truly bizarre." Reba managed a sheepish smile. Juju was momentarily speechless. "Reba, even if you're feeling embarrassed, you need not concoct such a clumsy excuse." "You speak the truth, Reba. Juju could only respond awkwardly. Well, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. You should get some rest too, particularly while this music is playing. Reba said this with a hint of reluctance, then quickly turned and exited the room, somewhat flustered. Get some rest? While the music is playing. Once alone in the room, Juju felt utterly speechless. Reba had truly gone too far. After she was left alone, Juju resumed listening. To her astonishment, it was not two individuals, but three. The master is quite formidable. It had been over an hour, yet the strange sound showed no signs of ceasing, even intensifying. Master, I will perform splendidly tomorrow, and I hope you will acknowledge my contributions, allowing me to truly become your woman. Juju felt a surge of anticipation. Back at her room, Reba also recognized the voices of Qin Hao and Lu Qianqian, as well as Chun Zihan. The blush on her cheeks deepened to an extreme. How could he do this? Does he not realize that such actions defy ethics? It is repulsive, truly repulsive. Now it is Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan. It won't be long before it's my turn with Juju. Ugh, what am I thinking? Even if I were to become his woman, I would never accept such a thing. What the hell am I thinking? Becoming his woman? I am merely his subordinate, just a subordinate. All right. Reba was already feeling quite flustered. In another room, Lin Mishishi was alone. Although she too had become a subordinate of Qin Hao from the moment she consented, she was isolated by others. Now, the situation had worsened. They would rather throw her out to feed the zombies. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. But what difference does it make? No matter what they do, they cannot extinguish her resolve to resist. Lin Mishishi, you will surely succeed. Just as she motivated herself, peculiar sounds reached her ears. Like Reba and Juju, Lin Mishishi, having never experienced such matters, instinctively understood what was occurring. Her expression darkened, filled with disdain. Lu Qianqian, Chun Zihan, you both possess extraordinary abilities. Why do you continue to demean yourselves like this? Do you not realize that you're not only betraying yourselves, but also discarding the dignity of all women? And you, despicable master, just wait. Once I unite with more individuals, I will bring you down. At that moment, I will make you and all men understand that although we women may appear weak, we are certainly not soft persimmons to be squeezed at will. On the contrary, we can achieve feats that you men cannot. By the way, since this despicable master enjoys such activities, I will arrange for him to undergo a procedure that will prevent him from ever engaging in such actions again. Approximately 3 hours later, the odd sounds finally ceased. In the room, Qin Hao lay in bed, embracing both Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan. Aside from feeling relaxed and nostalgic, he sensed nothing amiss. His enhanced physical condition allowed him to indulge for 3 hours without fatigue. In contrast, Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan were utterly exhausted, lying motionless like dead fish. If not for the rise and fall of their chests, Qin Hao might have been concerned that they had expired. Master, Lu Qianqian finally spoke. What is it? Seeing Lu Qianqian's gaze, filled with both longing and satisfaction, Qin Hao felt a surge of pride. I feel you are completely different from last night, Lu Qianqian said shyly in a low voice. Master, although I am unaware of how you were before. I felt as if I were dying just now, even experiencing a sensation of my soul soaring to the heavens. Chun Zihan chimed in softly. You two are being overly dramatic. Qin Hao feigned nonchalance, shrugging and continuing. I can only tell you that this is merely my usual routine. Although he spoke those words, a sense of pride crept onto his lips. Even his posture in bed straightened considerably. Regardless, you two beautiful women have quite the discerning eye. Just wait. This is merely the beginning. In the future, I will become even stronger, the kind that you will call daddy. However, there is no need to wait until then. The reason is simple. After just thinking about that, Qin Hao immediately reacted. So, let us continue to climb the mountain with ease. Chapter 66, A New Day, begins with tormenting Lin Mishishi the following day. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Qin Hao and the others gradually awoke. The three of them woke up a bit late, which was understandable after the exhausting night. Even iron men need rest. As for Lin Mishishi and her companions, well, that too was understandable. If someone were humming in your ear, it would be a miracle if you could rest well. However, comparatively, Lin Mishishi rose earlier. This was because Lu Qianqian had entered her room the night before and tasked her with preparing breakfast. Lu Qianqian, being Qin Hao's first woman, commanded authority equivalent to his own. Should Lin Mashishi dare to disobey, she would surely be thrown out to feed the zombies. Therefore, aside from obediently getting up to prepare breakfast, she had no other choice. Fortunately, breakfast was simply making porridge, which, with her culinary skills resembling dark cuisine, she could manage adequately. However, once Lin Mashishi climbed out of bed, she was left dumbfounded, for the clothes she had been wearing recently were no longer on the rack beside her bed. This was her only outfit. Without it, what would she do? Lin Mashishi hurriedly got up and began searching throughout the room, hoping perhaps she had accidentally placed it elsewhere. Yet after scouring nearly every corner without success, only one possibility remained. Someone had taken her clothes. Then Lin Mashishi recalled Lu Qianqian entering her room last night. Could have been Lu Qianqian? But why would she do this? Well, that was not important. What mattered was retrieving her clothes quickly. Is anyone there? Is there anyone outside? Miss Lu, are you outside? Regardless of your reasons for taking my clothes, could you please bring them back to me now? As Lin Mushi's anxious voice echoed. Qin Hao and his companions in another room couldn't help but smile. Master, Miss Lin has finally realized. Master, should I take you the carefully selected outfit for her? Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan spoke in succession. Please do. Qin Hao nodded with a grin. Then Chen Zihan stood up, took a dress from the hanger, and walked out of the room with a slight limp. The aftereffects are still present. Qianqian, do you think she will wear it? Qin Hao teased. Master, she will definitely wear it, unless she wishes to roam around naked. Lu Qianqian asserted confidently. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Let's go out and witness a miracle together. Qin Hao chuckled. You have always been so aloof. I shall make you wear the most revealing attire, appearing before us in the most undignified manner every day. In the other room, Chen Zihan had already arrived, of course, with a long dress in hand. Miss Chen, this is not my dress, Lin Mushi exclaimed in surprise. This is certainly not your dress. It is a new outfit meticulously chosen for you by the master and us. From now on, you will wear this, Chen Zihan explained, unveiling the garment before Lin Mushi's eyes. My goodness, this must be the most fabric-efficient long dress in the world. Aside from a sheer bodice in front, the back is nearly entirely bare, and the hem barely covers the widest part, cascading down like a curtain. The crucial areas are obscured, yet tantalizingly revealed, igniting the imagination. This is simply the ultimate temptation for a man to commit a crime. I will not wear it. I absolutely refuse to wear it. Miss Chen, please bring me my previous dress. Thank you. Upon seeing this outfit, Lin Mushi's expression soured instantly. Only a certain type of woman would wear such a thing, and she could not accept it. From this moment on, to provide the master with a refreshing experience, everyone must wear new clothes. Your old dress has naturally been discarded. It's up to you. If you choose not to wear it, then go bare, as the master surely wouldn't mind. After Chen Zihan finished coldly mocking, she hung the dress on the hanger and left without a backward glance. Miss Chen, please bring me my previous dress. I will not wear this. Absolutely not. Just give me my old dress, Lin Mushi shouted in vain, but it did not cause Chen Zihan a pause. Lin Mushi understood that this was undoubtedly the intention of that big shot, who was still finding ways to discipline her. I will not wear it. I absolutely will not. Even if I have to stay in this room forever, I will not wear that dress. To vent her frustration and anger, Lin Mushi shouted once more. Outside the room, Qin Hao and his two companions smiled. The lovely Lin has repeated such sentiments countless times, yet without exception, she ultimately capitulated. It was merely a matter of time. However, Qin Hao lacked the patience to wait for that moment to arrive. Lin, I will give you 10 minutes. If you do not come out to cook for us in that time, I won't hesitate to throw you out as food for the zombies. No, 10 minutes is too long. Let us make it 3 minutes instead. Qin Hao changed his mind once more. Inside the room, as Qin Hao's words rang out, Lin Mushi's expression instantly darkened, as if she wished to dismember him on the spot. Are you threatening me? Is this a threat? Lin Mushi, do not fall for such tactics. Lin Mushi recalled the moment in the office when she was forced to become Qin Hao's subordinate, her face flushing. Just that once. From now on, such a thing will never happen again. Even if I become zombie food, I will not compromise on this matter, regardless of the past. Lin Mushi was exceptionally resolute this time. Then she heard Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan counting down. 3 minutes. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. 2 minutes. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Initially, Lin Mushi felt little concern, even dismissing it. But as time slipped away and the final moment approached, her calm demeanor began to wane, replaced by anxiety and unease, reminiscent of her constant worry about zombies in the office. Although I did not wish to die and dread the zombies outside, I would rather meet my end at their hands than wear that revealing long dress. To strengthen her resolve, Lin Mushi could only comfort herself with such words. When a person must reassure themselves, it signifies their inner turmoil has begun to waver. The countdown continued to echo in her ears like thunder. 1 minute. Half a minute. Only 10 seconds left. What? Only 10 seconds left? Does this mean I am about to die at the hands of zombies? So many zombies rushing at me, gnawing at my arms, my beautiful legs, my face, and even my dignity. It's truly terrifying. What should I do? Lin Mushi trembled uncontrollably. Regardless of how defiant she had been at first, she was genuinely frightened at this moment. 5 seconds left. Once the 5 seconds are up, whether you change your mind or not, you will be thrown out to feed the zombies. Understood? Qin Hao's cold voice echoed. Yes, master. Understood, master. Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan immediately responded. Lin Mushi could sense that the master was serious and capable of following through. After all, there were 4 other beauties like her, and more would come in the future. He truly could disregard her life. It's over, it's over. I am really going to die, but I am so scared. What should I do? 5, 4, 3, 2. Master, I agree. I will change now. Lin Mushi could no longer hold out, hastily calling out. This is human nature. Once one compromises, the second and third times will not be far behind. After about 5 minutes, Lin Mushi finally emerged from the room, dressed in the outfit carefully selected for her by Qin Hao. It was incredibly cool and exceedingly seductive. Those long, straight, and fair legs would surely dazzle Qin Hao's discerning eyes. Not to mention her smooth, beautiful back, all of which stimulated his hormones. Especially combined with her icy, alluring countenance, it ignited a desire to conquer an ice mountain. All right, at this moment, Qin Hao had new thoughts. Yet he restrained himself. As the one and only man in this world, how could he be the one to take the initiative in everything? Without mentioning anything else at the very least, he wanted the captivating beauty before him to plead for mercy. All right, you may go prepare the meal now. Qin Hao withdrew his gaze from Lin Mushi. Though indeed a feast for the eyes, he still needed to maintain his elevated stature. Understood, Lin Mushi replied and headed towards the kitchen. Though her heart was filled with reluctance and aversion, she had no choice but to accept such an outcome. Could it be that she would truly refrain from wearing it? Qianqian. Qin Hao turned to Lu Qianqian. Master. Lu Qianqian responded. In a moment, you are to fetch her a few maid outfits. As a servant here, she must certainly have a uniform befitting her status, Qin Hao stated earnestly. Understood. Master. Lu Qianqian quickly replied, sharing a light laugh with Chun Zihan beside her. Their master certainly had a playful side. Was he attempting to thoroughly dominate the enchanting CEO Lin Mushi? Let's proceed to the living room and sit down. Bring the intercom along. I have some matters to discuss with you, Qin Hao instructed as they made their way to the downstairs living area, intercom in hand. At the entrance of another room, Reba and Juju stood, having witnessed the events surrounding Lin Mushi. Juju, it seems our master does not favor that woman. What is the matter? Reba inquired softly. Sister Reba, you are mistaken. It is not that the master dislikes her. Rather, that woman harbors some discontent. The master is merely providing her with daily guidance, Juju explained. How do you know this? You seem to know everything, Reba said, her eyes wide with surprise. Sister Reba, it's nothing extraordinary. If you converse more with Qianqian and the others, you will come to know everything, Juju replied with a smile. Juju, from your demeanor, it appears you are quite willing to integrate with them, even prepared to embrace becoming one of the master's women. Reba remarked with a somewhat complicated expression. Sister Reba, as you can see, if we do not accept this outcome, we risk becoming the next Lin Mushi. The master will undoubtedly apply his methods of guidance upon us as well. So isn't it better to accept it calmly? Juju stated matter-of-factly. Well, perhaps you're correct. Reba said with a wry smile. She recalled Juju's initial persuasion, suggesting that she agree first and then communicate with the master gradually. It now seemed she had merely been deceived into compliance, and she had genuinely believed and acquiesced. Never mind, I shall not blame others. If I firmly refuse, no one can compel me to act against my will. Reba sighed internally, uncertain whether this choice was right or wrong. At this moment, Juju did not notice Reba's change in expression as she pondered Qin Hao's methods of guidance towards Lin Mushi. If only the master would focus more attention on her. Even if it meant more guidance, it would not be unreasonable. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and the others had already arrived in the living room, seated on the sofa. They switched on the intercom, tuning into the channel they frequently used. Through this channel, he had accomplished numerous tasks and received several rewards, so naturally, he intended to continue experimenting, hoping to locate the little man Lu Qianyu. Indeed, finding Lu Qianyu, eliminating him, completing the task, and claiming the reward were his top priorities for the day. After all, compared to other tasks, this one seemed relatively straightforward. The only question was whether he could locate Lu Qianyu through the intercom. He had to try. As the intercom activated, the voices of the onlookers erupted once more. Have you noticed that the big shot seems to have not appeared all night? If you brought the stunning Reba and Juju home, would you even have time for anything else? Big shot, you are the mightiest of men. How could a few women satisfy your needs? Let sisters join in. Big shot, we are a group of handsome young men. Give us a chance, and we will not disappoint you. Hearing these remarks, Qin Hao could only feel speechless. These people were truly persistent. If he possessed a more formidable ability, perhaps with a mere thought, he could make the voices on the intercom vanish entirely. However, at this moment, he chose to disregard them. After all, finding Lu Qianyu was of far greater importance to him. Everyone, silence please. I have something to say. Qin Hao spoke impatiently. At once, the intercom fell silent, as they clearly had not anticipated his sudden interjection. And the authority of this big shot rendered them hesitant to speak further. I am searching for an individual named Lu Qianyu. If anyone has any recollection of him, please inform me. In return, here, Qin Hao paused, a thought striking him. Since the information this little man had divulged had already posed a threat from an opposing force, it was evident that he was aware of more than just Qin Hao's abilities, such as his whereabouts and the number of people around him. The only way to uncover such information was through the intercom in his hand. Thus, Lu Qianyu was likely listening in on this very channel. Lu Qianyu, if I'm not mistaken, you can hear me now. Here is a piece of advice. If you respond and willingly provide me with your address, I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, you will surely regret not having perished sooner. Qin Hao threatened coldly. Whether to complete the task and secure one of the rewards, or due to the troubles Lu Qianyu had caused him, he would not let him escape. Lu Qianyu had only one choice: to reveal himself willingly for a swift demise, or to be found and meet a far more tragic end. In either case, death was inevitable. Chapter 68. Unknowingly triggering a task. What is happening? Who exactly is Lu Qianyu? My goodness, has this Lu Qianyu provoked the big shot? It is easy to imagine that Lu Qianyu's time is running out. Big shot, please do not concern yourself with an inconsequential person. Wouldn't it be better to bring us sisters home? Big shot, spare us a few young men. We can warm your bed and help you deal with that scoundrel. The onlookers erupted once again in a clamor. You young men, be quiet. If you continue to annoy me, I will truly deal with you. Qin Hao first warned the young men before turning back to Lu Qianyu, continuing his warning. Lu Qianyu, I am certain that you are in this intercom channel, so I will warn you one last time. Voluntarily provide your address, or you will face a truly miserable death. Across the street at a large shopping mall, in an office, upon hearing Qin Hao's words through the intercom, Lu Qianyu felt a wave of unease and anxiety wash over him. With Long Wenxiang and the others having already succumbed to the big shot's hands, if he were found, his demise would be certain. However, he was fortunate to be leaving soon. Once he departed, no matter how powerful that big shot was, he would no longer be in any danger. Not only that, if he fell into the hands of those individuals, it was possible that this so-called big shot would depart this world before him. What nonsensical big shot. Captain Zhang and the others will be here shortly. As long as they arrive before you find me, You will never have that chance. As long as I do not take the initiative to seek my own demise, you will never uncover my whereabouts. So go ahead and dream of killing me. Upon realizing this, Lu Tianyu, who had initially felt a tinge of anxiety and unease, instantly relaxed. There was no reason for him to feel any apprehension. Meanwhile, the voice of that powerful figure continued to echo in his ears. Lu Tianyu, I have already given you an opportunity. Since you failed to cherish it, do not blame me. To everyone on this intercom, if you could provide me with information about Lu Tianyu and prove it to be useful afterwards, I can clear the zombies around you and provide you with food for approximately a month. As soon as the words were spoken, a cacophony erupted from the intercom once again. This is a promise from a formidable figure. Surely he will fulfill it. How I wish I could get to know that scoundrel. If anyone has news about Lu Tianyu, share it with me, and in return, I shall accompany you. Great figure. Our family has no connections to Lu Tianyu across 3 generations, but we can do anything for you. Great figure. Please take us, young men. In return, we will not only help you find Lu Tianyu, but we can also assume whatever position you desire. In the Xingawan Villa community, Qin Hao's expression darkened once more, a chill emanating from him. Master, what troubles you? It must be those reckless young men. Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan also wore cold expressions. Trouble arises from the tone. Some individuals simply do not understand this principle. Does he think everyone in this world will indulge him? Qin Hao shook his head. After a brief pause, he coldly addressed the intercom. Aside from wanting to know Lu Tianyu's address, I also wish to know the addresses of these so-called young men. If you provide me with their addresses, I can offer you food for about a month. There was a clear silence on the intercom after his words. Then the voices of the young men erupted. Great figure, what do you mean by this? We merely wish to be in your service. Great figure, have we offended you? If so, we sincerely apologize. The young men were evidently panicking. In this intercom channel, due to their careless boasting, countless individuals were now aware of their addresses. And these individuals would undoubtedly inform the great figure without hesitation. I have given you a chance, but you squandered it. Now do not speak. You shall pay for your actions. Qin Hao was no longer interested in idle chatter and continued. Does anyone know their addresses? You may tell me now. Suddenly, a young woman's voice rang out. Great figure, these individuals have previously teased me over the intercom, so I know their residence. Like me, they also live in Watanjiwan community. Following her statement, others attempted to speak, but Qin Hao silenced them. Since this young woman and the young man resided in the same community, it was the best choice. This way, he could deal with the young men without needing to search elsewhere to fulfill his promise. You may now tell me the address. Qin Hao gestured to the young woman. No, you cannot disclose our address to him. Damn it, if you reveal it, we will not spare you. And anyone who does so, even if we die, we will take you down with us. The young men shouted in rage, but it was merely a desperate outburst. Great figure, they are in room 1502, Unit 3, Building 2 of Watanjiwan Community. You can go find them now, or they may escape. The young woman continued to mock. Weren't you all eager for the great figure to find you? Now he knows your address. Perhaps consider how you will greet him. Qin Hao was momentarily speechless. He decided it was time to deal with them. Enough of this idle talk. You shall wait there. Of course, you may also attempt to flee, but you must ask the zombies outside for their permission. Qin Hao needed to address them. On one hand, their words greatly displeased him, even repulsed him. On the other hand, he needed to make an example of them, to establish his authority and ensure that others on the intercom would not dare to act similarly. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, a prompt from the system sounded. Ding! Detecting the host's intense desire to take action against a specific target. Triggering the task, do not be ignorant in the face of power, starting with the elimination of Kai Kuan and his companions. Ding! Please eliminate Kai Kuan and his companions. Upon completion, you will receive a choice of one reward. What is happening? A task has been triggered? He merely intended to make an example of them. Nonetheless, it no longer mattered. He would complete the task and claim the reward. I shall first deal with them. If you have any information regarding Lu Tianyu, you may still inform me via the intercom. The promised rewards will not be lacking. Despite acquiring a new task, Qin Hao would not forget about Lu Tianyu. Regardless, it signified a task reward of 3 choices. Unlike those 3 fools, I, Lu Tianyu, have not broadcasted my address. No one knows it, so how could anyone divulge it to you? Thus, if you seek trouble with me, dream on. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Lu Tianyu smirked with pride. Regardless of the great figure's prowess, if he did not know his address, how could he threaten him? Moreover, as long as Captain Zhang and the others appeared here, he could leave this place forever. Therefore, there was truly no need for concern. However, the next moment, with a voice ringing out, Lu Tianyu was left dumbfounded. Great figure. Hello, I know Lu Tianyu. I know where he is. A cheerful female voice suddenly came through the intercom. In that instant, the smug expression on Lu Tianyu's face froze. This voice was far too familiar. He could recognize it by just a single word. After all, this was his girlfriend of several years, who had resolutely chosen to leave him due to the interference of a wealthy young man before the apocalypse. Wang Jinmei, you despicable woman, how are you still alive? Lu Tianyu gritted his teeth and could not help but speak into the intercom. In the Xinghuan villa community, Qin Hao had initially paid little heed to Wang Jinmei's words. However, upon hearing Lu Tianyu's response, a smile broke across his face. Finally, the one who could provide answers had emerged. Wang Jinmei, is it? Qin Hao chuckled and continued over the intercom. You may tell me Lu Tianyu's residence. In return, I can clear the zombies around you and provide you with food for about a month. Great figure, thank you. I can immediately reveal Lu Tianyu's address. However, may I propose a different condition? Wang Jinmei spoke eagerly, her anticipation evident. Speak, what is your condition? Qin Hao asked, raising an eyebrow. Great figure. I desire nothing but to remain by your side forever, to care for you, serve you, and do anything for you. Wang Jinmei promptly expressed her intentions. Wang Jinmei, you truly are a wretched individual. Before Qin Hao could utter a word, Lu Tianyu had already erupted in furious exclamations, continuing with a vehement tone. Before the apocalypse, you callously abandoned me for the allure of wealth, throwing yourself into the arms of a wealthy scion. Now, for the sake of another, you have chosen to sacrifice me. How can you be so heartless? Lu Tianyu, you are indeed quite juvenile. We are in a world on the brink of collapse, where every individual may sacrifice another to survive. Thus, I have committed no wrongdoing. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at your foolishness in crossing the wrong person. Wang Jinmei swiftly turned her attention back to Qin Hao, her words laced with flattery and seduction. As she continued, esteemed one, what are your thoughts on my earlier request? I assure you, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your desires. You lack the standing to be my woman, Qin Hao replied bluntly. In earlier times, he might have considered her for the sake of desire, but now he could hardly be bothered to exchange more than a few words with her. Either divulge the information I seek in exchange for the promised reward, or silence yourself. The choice is yours. Esteemed one, I shall reveal it to you. Wang Jinmei responded hastily, though disappointment flickered in her eyes. Lu Tianyu, that useless fool, is currently in an office on the 4th floor of the Wanxiang City Shopping Mall, directly across from the Jinsheng Business Hotel. At the moment the apocalypse began, he reached out to me. With his cowardly nature, he is surely still there. As for my whereabouts, I am at room 1408, 14th floor of the nearby Zhujiang Hotel. Wang Jinmei, you're a despicable creature. What have I ever done to you that you wish for my demise? Lu Tianyu roared once more. But soon, he shifted his tone to one of cold resolve, stating, however, Wang Jinmei, do you think this guarantees my end? I assure you, not only will I survive, but I will also ensure your demise. By revealing my location, you have inadvertently disclosed yours as well. I shall appear there and end you. Ah, Liu Tianyu, you deluded fool, continue dreaming. The esteemed one will soon be at your doorstep to deal with you. Once you are dead, how will you come after me? Wang Jinmei retorted dismissively. Is that so? You truly are naive. Very well, I shall not say more. Await my arrival, where I will relish in your torment. What a farcical jest. I shall await you, eager to see how you manage to present yourself before me alive. Amidst their exchange of barbs, Qin Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. He could sense Lu Tianyu's unwavering confidence regarding the impending events. Connecting this with the formidable force mentioned in the mission, it became clear. Very well, it seems that powerful entities are poised to claim Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu, if you remained silent. Perhaps I would have sought out those young men first, granting you a chance to escape. However, your self-destruction leaves you no opportunity. Qin Hao resolved to confront Lu Tianyu first, intending to complete the task before seeking out those young men. After all, zombies were abound, and without external assistance, Kai Kuan and his companions had no chance of escape. Master, do you require our company? Indeed, Master, let us accompany you. After Qin Hao switched off the intercom, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan looked at him with eager anticipation. You should remain here, Qin Hao replied, shaking his head. On one hand, you should familiarize yourself with the surroundings along with Reba and Juju. On the other, your presence here will help prevent any unforeseen incidents. This is our stronghold, and I do not wish for any problems to arise. Yes, Master. We shall heed your every command. Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan promptly agreed. However, there's another task for you while you stay here. Qin Hao directed his gaze towards them. Master, please instruct us. Whatever you ask, we shall not disappoint you. Indeed, Master, whether it be climbing mountains or traversing flames, we shall not flinch. Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan responded eagerly and assuredly. Qin Hao chuckled, bemused by the camaraderie reminiscent of sworn brothers. Enough, it is not as dramatic as you imagine. The task I require of you is quite simple. Continue to eliminate zombies using your abilities from atop the wall. The more you slay, the better, ideally, when I return. I wish to see a plethora of zombie corpses. Since they were but tools, it was imperative to utilize them effectively. It should be noted that the zombies they dispatched would contribute significantly to the completion of 3 missions. One for Qin Hao to slay 10,000 zombies. One for leading his subordinates to do the same, and another for controlling the small district in a bid for dominance. As for Qin Hao, he would venture forth to accomplish the other 2 missions, and perhaps he would even slay a few mutated zombies or recruit another beautiful subordinate along the way. Chapter 70. Engaging in a game of hide and seek. Having resolved his objectives and enjoyed a modest breakfast prepared by Lin Mushi, Qin Hao exited the villa community. Outside, he boarded a colossal tank and proceeded directly toward the Wanxiang City Shopping Mall, situated across from the Jincheng Business Hotel. On the road, numerous zombies loomed, particularly excited by the rumbling of the massive tank, resembling hungry hounds lunging at their prey. Without hesitation, Qin Hao increased the power and crushed through them, sending these zombies to their demise, simultaneously advancing his mission. After all, it would be foolish to ignore the zombies presented to him. With a cacophony of noise and a path of destruction, he soon arrived near the Wanxiang City Shopping Mall. Previously, his lack of funds and pride had prevented him from setting foot in such a place. Yet now, seizing this upscale mall would be a trivial task. However, for Qin Hao, it was not merely the Wanxiang City Mall he sought, but the entire small district, soon to be his domain. But first, he needed a deal with Lu Qianyu. Dismissing these thoughts, he acknowledged that the immediate situation was of utmost importance. After parking the colossal tank at the entrance of the Wanxiang City Mall, Qin Hao stepped out. The surrounding zombies immediately descended into a frenzy, eager to tear him apart. Yet, Qin Hao paid them no heed. Lifting his gaze, he focused on a window on the 4th floor. Lu Tianyu was behind that very window. Had he not squandered his chance for survival, he might have had a glimmer of hope. With the power of his magnetic field ability, he ascended into the air. Standing poised before the window, peering inside, he found no trace of Lu Qianyu. However, the ground was littered with debris from food and drinks, suggesting that Lu Tianyu had recently been there but was now hiding. It was truly amusing. If hiding could stave off death, this world would not be filled with so many corpses. With a thought, the dragon's spear shot forth, shattering the glass and raining down shards, likely piercing the skulls of countless zombies below. Yet, Qin Hao found little satisfaction in such methods anymore. As his power grew, the trivial pursuits of the past lost their significance. Entering the office, he surveyed the surroundings once more, but still found no sign of Lu Tianyu. A smile slowly crept across his face. Aside from the enormous cabinet in the southeastern corner, it seems there is no other place to conceal oneself. Moreover, under the influence of his heightened perception, Qin Hao detected some signs of life emanating from the cabinet. Without uttering a single word, He harnessed his ability to manipulate the magnetic field and forcefully flung open the cabinet door. Suddenly, a young man came into view. It was Lu Qianyu. "Boss, I was just playing a little game of hide and seek with you. Did you find it amusing?" Lu Qianyu attempted to mask the terror and dread in his expression, greeting Qin Hao with a facade of familiarity as he stepped out from within the cabinet. This was a desperate attempt to feign calmness and to turn the tables. However, it was futile. No matter his intentions, he could not dissuade Qin Hao from the thought of ending his life here, especially since it pertained to the reward of his most cherished task. "Enough with the pleasantries," Qin Hao said impatiently. "I could have granted you a swift death, but you failed to appreciate the opportunity one afforded you. Therefore, you shall now languish in unending despair until your demise." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Tianyu's facade of composure crumbled. "Boss, spare me. I beg you. We are not enemies. Why must you kill me?" Stripped of his pretense, Lu Tianyu's face was now a mask of fear and trepidation. "Consider it your misfortune," Qin Hao replied, uninterested in explanation. At that moment, with a mere thought, the Longdan gun levitated once more, glinting ominously in the sunlight, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike at Lu Qianyu. "You cannot kill me. I am a mole for the military in this city. If you slay me, Captain Zhang and the others will surely hunt you down." Facing the specter of death, Lu Qianyu resorted to invoking the power of his allies. Qin Hao furrowed his brow at the mention of the military. They were merely a powerful faction formed by individuals wielding firearms in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Once they might have had military backgrounds, but they had devolved into ruthless warlords pursuing their own interests. "So, you have shared my information with a group among them?" Qin Hao inquired coldly. "Indeed," Lu Qianyu replied, a sense of relief washing over him as pride crept into his voice. "I informed the Jin army, the closest faction to Chanyuan City. They will soon send reinforcements. If you kill me, they will not let you off easily." "Your reasoning is quite sound," Qin Hao acknowledged with a nod before abruptly shifting his tone. "However, I have no intention of following your advice." With no further ado, he unleashed the Longdan gun, which pierced through Lu Tianyu's right thigh, creating a gaping wound. A scream erupted from Lu Qianyu, akin to a pig being slaughtered, as the gun then shot through his left thigh. Rendered incapacitated, he could only watch helplessly as the undead slowly approached to feast upon him. With another mental command, a zombie rose from the ground, hovering at the window. "Damn it! What are you planning? I have connections with the Jin army. If you kill me, they will seek vengeance." In a state of fear and despair, Lu Tianyu continued to threaten Qin Hao with futile words. Yet, Qin Hao paid him no heed. "Go," he softly commanded, sending the zombie crashing through the window, landing atop Lu Qianyu. Crack! Crack! The sounds of screams and gnawing filled the air, soon to be replaced by chilling cries of despair. Lu Qianyu had ceased to breathe. It was only natural, for no one could survive with their chest cavity hollowed out. "Enough! You may leave now." With a flick of his mental prowess, the zombie that had just been atop Lu Tianyu stood up and staggered towards the window, plunging outwards. One could only wonder if, upon mastering his mental control, he could command all the zombies to leap to their demise. If that were possible, the completion of tasks would be as swift as a spacecraft soaring into the cosmos, astonishingly rapid. While such thoughts may seem exaggerated, one must dare to dream. What if it came to fruition? For now, however, he would continue to revel in the delightful notifications from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating Lu Qianyu. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The dignity of the strong shall not be provoked starting from the slaying of Lu Qianyu. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a 3-choice task reward. Please select your final choice from the following options. 1. A power-free recording device. 2. 10 attribute points. 3. A doubling of your handsome appearance. Chapter 71. Now it's your turn, you young handsome lad. The promised rewards had arrived. This was indeed the purpose of his presence here. He made his choice immediately. The first option, a power-free recording device, was truly remarkable. But what would he do with it? Perhaps to capture cherished moments with Lu Qianxian and others to reminisce upon. The reality could play out at any moment, rendering nostalgia unnecessary. The second option, 10 attribute points, was always a viable choice in the absence of a superior option. The third option, a doubling of his already handsome appearance, was tempting. Should he become even more striking, he might resemble Pan in inciting countless women to reenact the tale of Pan, Jean Lien, and Wu Dalong before the apocalypse, as a reclusive man devoid of female companionship. He might have chosen this without hesitation. Yet now, even if he were an unattractive older man, he would not lack the company of exquisite beauties. Thus, the final decision was as simple as could be. I choose 10 attribute points. Qin Hao promptly made his selection, allocating all 10 points to intelligence. Instantly, his abilities underwent notable transformations. The duration of his time-stopping power extended from 10 minutes to 15, with its effective range increasing from 30 to 50 meters. His magnetic field control could now target 3 subjects instead of 2, with a range similarly enhanced. The mental control ability could now affect 3 targets, with its duration extending from 5 to 10 minutes, and its range also reaching 50 meters. It was evident that even a mere increase of 10 attribute points could precipitate significant enhancements in his abilities, translating to a marked improvement in his true power and lethality. One could only imagine the qualitative leap that would occur if his intelligence were elevated to thousands or tens of thousands. That prospect was truly exhilarating. For now, however, he would proceed step by step, continuing with his subsequent endeavors. Qin Hao seized Lu Tianyu's walkie-talkie. "Boss, has Lu Tianyu finally paid the price for his actions? If he were still alive, could he speak up? I saw the boss enter the marketplace. Lu Tianyu must surely be doomed. Boss, after you kill that scoundrel Lu Tianyu, when will you deliver food to us?" The clamorous voices of the crowd erupted once more, thankfully devoid of any nauseating remarks. "Wang Jinmei, your information was accurate. He has indeed paid for his actions. Rest assured, I will soon deliver the promised provisions." Qin Hao responded to Wang Jinmei. "My esteemed friend, the 3 of us have realized our mistakes. We implore you to show us mercy. Indeed, we merely spoke in jest for a fleeting moment. Grant us this chance. Please, treat us as inconsequential as a whisper and let us go." Following Lu Tianyu's demise, Kai Kuan and the others were gripped by profound fear and desperately pleaded for clemency. "Wang Jinmei, await me at the hotel. Once I have dealt with those 3, I shall make my way to you, as your location is a bit farther." Qin Hao imparted one more instruction to Wang Jinmei, disregarding the pleas of Kai Kuan and his companions. If one has erred, mere supplication should suffice. Why adhere to such strict protocols? Their fate is sealed. Ha ha! You 3 were so boastful, and now regret has set in, but it is too late. Speaking of that mother-daughter duo, will you not step forward once more? I recall, there's also a trio of grandparents. Shall you not reveal yourselves as well? The authority of my esteemed self is not to be underestimated, for I am a true deity in this realm. Once again, the flattery of the crowd resonated. However, Qin Hao had already turned off the intercom and was hastening towards the neighborhood where Kai Kuan and the others resided. It was yet another task with a 3-option reward. Should he eliminate them and claim the prize, it would be quite delightful. Zhujiang Hotel, the 14th floor, room 1408. Wang Jinmei was within, accompanied by a young man, a figure both grotesque and menacing. This young man was Zhao Long, the scion who had led Wang Jinmei to forsake Lu Tianyu. During the apocalypse, Zhao Long had taken her and another woman to this hotel, leaving them stranded. The other woman had perished at the hands of the zombies while foraging for sustenance. "Zhao Gongzi, have you heard? That esteemed one has agreed to bring us food," Wang Jinmei fawned. "Damn it, I'm not deaf. I have heard." Zhao Long glared at her fiercely, his voice icy. "Prepare everything and adhere to our plan." "But, Zhao Gongzi, that esteemed one has no interest in me. Could he be deceived? What if our actions backfire and we end up ensnared?" With a resounding slap, Zhao Long sent Wang Jinmei sprawling to the ground. "You are merely a plaything to me. What right do you have to critique my plans? You had better do as I say, or I will ensure your demise." "Zhao Gongzi, I apologize. I shall never question you again. Whatever you command, I shall obey," Wang Jinmei groveled, kneeling and pleading pitifully. This is your last warning. Should there be another offense, I will dispose of you without hesitation. Zhao Long stated, positioning himself before her. I understand, Zhao Gongzi. Wang Jinmei acquiesced, hastily unfastening Zhao Long's belt. Watanjua Neighborhood, Building 2, Unit 3, Room 1503. This was the refuge of Kai Kuan and his companions. Although they had repeatedly broadcasted their room number over the intercom, they had cunningly revealed not their actual location, but rather that of the adjacent room. Despite this, when they learned of Qin Hao's impending arrival, their trepidation escalated. Brothers, should we leave this place? That esteemed one is truly coming. We may not have a chance to escape, one suggested. Indeed, I concur. We should depart. It will soon be too late. Upon hearing this, Kai Kuan erupted in anger, dismissing their concerns. What are you talking about? The streets are teeming with zombies. Where do you propose we go? Stop frightening yourselves. Perhaps he will not truly seek us out. Besides, he has no knowledge of our presence in room 1502, as long as we remain silent. He will assume we have fled and depart. Despite Kai Kuan's reassurances, his own anxiety and tension were palpable. In the next moment, the intercom crackled to life, and the faces of Kai Kuan and the others instantly darkened. Brothers, I am near Watanjua Neighborhood. I can see the esteemed one's colossal tank. Haha, you boastful youths. Are you ready to depart this world? The esteemed one is formidable, strikingly handsome. He is about to achieve a triple kill. Wherever he treads, not even a blade of grass survives. Esteemed one, you are the true deity of this realm. Chapter 72. The master subordinates must not be incompetent Xinghuan villa community. Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan stood resolutely atop the courtyard wall once more. Since the master had tasked them with vanquishing zombies here, they could not afford to slacken their efforts. Rather, they must strive even harder. As the master's subordinates, they were obliged not only to meet his expectations, but to exceed them in every endeavor. Upon the courtyard wall, under their control, the Qin Gang sword darted forth like a silver lightning bolt, while the slaying dragon blade transformed into a bloodthirsty dragon, raining death upon the horde of zombies below. The speed was astonishing, arriving in an instant. In mere moments, the Qin Gang sword and slaying dragon blade became streaks of light, flickering amidst the zombies. With each flash, a zombie's life was extinguished. Within less than half a minute, over 100 zombies had fallen outside the courtyard wall, and this was only the beginning. Under their mastery of magnetic field manipulation, the Qin Gang sword and slaying dragon blade continued to launch towards the zombies farther afield. The master had commanded them to eliminate as many zombies as possible. They must fill the area outside the courtyard wall with the bodies of their foes. Zihan, should we perhaps undertake another task? Lu Qianqian inquired suddenly. What do you mean, Qianqian? Chen Zihan replied, puzzled. Since Reba and Juju have now become the master subordinates, should we not encourage them to embody this role more fully, particularly in this apocalyptic world? They should at least possess the courage to face the zombies. Lu Qianqian reflected thoughtfully. Qianqian, I see the merit in your words. If they lack the courage to confront zombies, they will only become a burden to the master. Chen Zihan nodded in agreement. Let's act accordingly. They called Reba and Juju before them, handing over the Qin Gang sword and slaying dragon blade to the two. Ignoring their bewildered expressions, Lu Qianqian stated, as the master's subordinates, you cannot be ineffectual. At the very least, you must have the courage to wield your weapons against the zombies. Shortly, I will bring 2 zombies inside. You are to defeat them, understood? At this, Reba and Juju's expressions shifted dramatically. But we lack any special abilities. How can we possibly defeat zombies? Indeed, we cannot do that, Reba echoed alarmed. In response, Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan merely smiled faintly, clearly having anticipated their reaction. Before we possessed our abilities, we accomplished it. Therefore, you must do the same. Certainly, your inability to accomplish this task may lead to your demise at the hands of the zombies. After uttering those words, Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan disregarded them entirely, unleashing their ability to manipulate the magnetic field. Instantly, 2 zombies rose from the ground outside the courtyard walls, gliding towards the villa community, soon hovering ominously above Reba and Juju. Sister Qianqian, Sister Zihan, What are you planning to do? Despite wielding a Qin Gang sword and a dragon-slaying knife, Reba and Juju, overwhelmed by fear, found themselves retreating involuntarily. They must understand that a useless being is unworthy of serving as a master as subordinate. Thus, they must either slay these zombies or perish at their hands. As Lu Qianqian's cold words echoed, the two zombies plummeted to the ground, landing just a short distance away from the two girls. With a chilling howl, the zombies lunged at Reba and Juju without hesitation. Terrified, they instinctively cried out in panic. Although they did not forget to retreat, the distance between them and the approaching zombies was rapidly diminishing, intensifying their dread and prompting desperate glances toward Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan atop the courtyard wall. Yet, Lu Qianqian and Chen Zihan merely observed them with curiosity, displaying no intention of intervening. Despair enveloped them, a profound sense of hopelessness, especially as the two zombies drew ever closer, almost ready to pounce upon them. Despair became absolute. If they did not retaliate soon, they would truly meet their end here. Juju, let us fight back, Reba urged. They want to kill us, so we must kill them first. Acknowledging the absence of any possibility to retreat, Reba and Juju tightened their grips on their weapons, gritted their teeth, and struck fiercely at the oncoming zombies. With a swift thrust, the Qin Gang sword pierced one zombie's neck, while the dragon-slaying knife severed the head of the other. As repugnant fluids splattered forth, the two zombies collapsed lifelessly to the ground, utterly defeated. Staring at the fallen creatures, Reba and Juju were momentarily stunned. Was this the source of their fear? They seemed far less terrifying than they had imagined. If they found it hard to believe, perhaps they should attempt to slay a few more zombies. As Lu Qianqian's voice resonated again, two additional zombies appeared above them. Just like the previous pair, they fell to the ground and charged toward the girls. This time, however, they did not retreat. Instead, as the zombies approached, they gripped their weapons tightly and dispatched them with newfound confidence, clearly more skilled than before. Bring it on, Lu Qianqian encouraged, and more zombies materialized before them. Without hesitation, they advanced to confront them. At Wutong Garden Community, a massive tank was stationed at the entrance. Moments later, a young man emerged from within, none other than Qin Hao, who had just arrived. Having vowed to eliminate Kai Kuan and his companions here, he was determined to see it through. As one endowed with a system and extraordinary abilities, fulfilling his promises was a fundamental aspect of his character. True to expectation, as soon as he made his presence known, a throng of zombies encircled him, roaring and snarling, eager to tear him apart. The sheer number of zombies made it clear that completing the task of asserting control over the local area would not be a simple or quick endeavor. Qin Hao couldn't help but reflect on the challenge ahead. However daunting it might be, he would accomplish this task, for its completion promised even greater rewards. For now, he would deal with those boastful young men, Kai Kuan and his crew. Kai Kuan, in light of your name being reminiscent of a male celebrity prior to the apocalypse, I shall grant you the choice of your demise. Qin Hao mused, soaring into the air with the aid of his magnetic manipulation, resembling a masterful warrior as he entered the community. In a landscape teeming with zombies, flying was evidently a superior choice and also quite impressive, instilling fear and despair in Kai Kuan and his companions before their demise would provide a rather satisfying experience. Chapter 73. Your cleverness is futile rather than entering through the building's front door. Qin Hao chose to descend upon the rooftop terrace. This route proved to be more convenient. However, at that moment, a plane roared overhead, hovering about 100 meters above him. Initially, it would not have caught his attention, but as it neared Wanxiang City, it began its descent, eventually landing gently. Qin Hao, no fool, quickly understood the situation. This was Lu Tianyu's reinforcement, hailing from the Jin army. Fortunately, he had dealt with Lu Tianyu beforehand. Otherwise, they might have successfully rescued him. I hope you all know when to stop, should you continue to harbor intentions against me. I assure you, regardless of the number of you from the Jin army, you will ultimately meet the same fate as Lu Tianyu. With that, Qin Hao withdrew his gaze from the aircraft and proceeded down the terrace stairs. Upon entering the building, the distinct sound of his footsteps captured the attention of the zombies. Soon, several zombies charged into the corridor, confronting Qin Hao. However, their numbers were limited and posed no threat to him. With swift motions, the Qin gang sword struck, leaving behind gaping wounds in the heads of the zombies. For Qin Hao, these zombies were akin to mere ants. Dispatching them was effortless, requiring no exertion. After eliminating 2 or 3 dozen zombies, he finally reached the 15th floor and stood before room 1502. Yet, Qin Hao hesitated, not due to the silence inside, but because his heightened senses detected no signs of life within. Conversely, he sensed 3 life forms in the adjacent room, 1503. Well, it appears you 3 are quite clever. Leaving a backup plan, Qin Hao contemplated, recognizing their cunning. However, such intelligence would ultimately be futile. It would not spare them from death. Inside room 1503, Kai Kuin and his companions stood at the door, motionless, scarcely daring to breathe. Their singular thought was that if Qin Hao entered the adjacent room and found it empty, he would simply leave. They exhaled in relief as they spied through the scant peephole, realizing Qin Hao was indeed about to open the door. A simple action, yet it embodies the very sign they yearned to witness. It was imperative to understand that this indicated he had not yet discovered their presence. As long as he remained oblivious, once the formidable figure in the adjacent room failed to uncover their hiding place, he would depart, thus granting them the possibility of survival. Although none spoke, the glances exchanged among them shimmered with pride and exhilaration. However, in the next moment, a smiling visage abruptly materialized within the peephole. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in their ears, declaring, "I have found you. Are you not utterly surprised?" Stunned, Kai Kuin and his companions were rendered speechless. They could hardly believe that Qin Hao had indeed detected them. Yet, they remained motionless and silent, pondering how he might have discerned their presence. Nevertheless, they could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. With the sounds of a click and a bang, the door swung open, and as they stumbled backward, Qin Hao stepped inside. "How did you know we were in this room?" Kai Kuin could not help but inquire. "Do you truly think such petty tactics could deceive me?" "You must hold yourselves in high regard," Qin Hao replied, dismissing the need for further explanation. "Enough with the idle chatter. Now that I am here, your fate is sealed." He paused momentarily before continuing. "In light of your name, Kai Kuin, I shall grant you a choice of death. Either leap from the window, or I shall break your legs and deliver you to the zombies outside. The choice is yours." His words were blunt and unequivocal. After all, he had many other matters to attend to, and wasting time on them would be a grave misfortune. Upon hearing such resolute intent to kill, Kai Kuin and his 2 companions could not suppress their trembling. Then with a thud, 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 they all knelt before Qin Hao. "Master, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Please spare us. We were merely boasting. To kill us over mere words seems excessive. Master, I beg you, treat us as insignificant as dust. We shall never dare again." With their knees on the ground, they groveled in desperation. Regret washed over them. Had they known their words would lead to such a fate, they would have refrained from boasting about this formidable figure, even at the cost of their lives. But the opportunity for repentance had slipped away. "Very well, since you have failed to choose your method of death, I must decide for you," Qin Hao declared, unwilling to squander time on their pleas. Upon finishing his sentence, he summoned the Longdan gun, which flashed into view, striking Kai Kuin and his companions with lightning speed. Moments later, their agonized screams echoed through the air, akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs as they fell to the ground, each with a bloody wound at their ankles. A sight too gruesome to behold. "Shout, the louder the better, lest the zombies invade the room," Qin Hao remarked without a shred of sympathy. Ignorance must be met with punishment. There was no room for compassion. As his words fell, Kai Kuin and the others hastily sealed their lips, acutely aware that their cries could lead them to the gallows. Realizing the futility of their situation was too late, Qin Hao shrugged indifferently, which left Kai Kuin and his companions momentarily stunned. However, they soon comprehended the reason behind his nonchalance, for 6 zombies had already arrived at the door. Upon seeing them, the creatures surged in like ferocious beasts, lunging at Kai Kuin and his companions. 2 of the zombies initially charged toward Qin Hao, but quickly redirected their attack, joining the others in their assault on Kai Kuin and his 2 cohorts. A chilling cacophony of gnashing teeth erupted, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Yet, as Kai Kuin and his companions succumbed to their fate, only the horrifying sound of feasting remained. Simultaneously, an alert from the system resonated within Qin Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing Kai Kuin and his companions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of not being ignorant in the presence of the strong. Beginning with the elimination of Kai Kuin and his companions. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a choice of rewards. Please select from the following options. 1. A full barrel of alluring liquid. 2. 10 attribute points. 3. An area isolation artifact from mysterious space. Chapter 74. I do not wish to be a good Samaritan in the apocalypse. There is nothing more to be said. The task rewards are at hand, and thus, a decision must be made promptly. The first option, a barrel of alluring liquid. What on earth is that? He knew very well what it entailed and held it in disdain. Did he, Qin Hao, truly require such a thing? Moreover, the system had been presenting increasingly bizarre options lately, indicating it was not an entirely pure system. The second option, 10 attribute points, was always a solid choice when no better alternatives presented themselves. The third option, an area isolation artifact from a mysterious space, was remarkable. Once deployed, it could isolate an entire region, allowing those within to exit freely while preventing outsiders from entering. This was precisely tailored for his task of local domination. To achieve this, not only must he eradicate all zombies within the small store area, but he must also prevent external zombies from infiltrating, a daunting challenge indeed. However, with this artifact, it would be akin to shooting fish in a barrel. I choose the area isolation artifact from a mysterious space. Qin Hao made his decision without hesitation. As his words faded, a rope, approximately 2 meters long, appeared in his hand, reminiscent of the kind used in playful bondage between couples. Nevertheless, he thought little of it. As long as it served its purpose, that was all that mattered. Host, the area isolation artifact will remain effective for 1 month. Please use it wisely. The system's voice informed him. A month? That was more than ample time. He activated it immediately, for if he could not clear the small store area within the next month, he would not be worthy of possessing the system or his powers. Instantly, the rope shimmered with light, ascending into the air and expanding at a visible rate until it surpassed the eye's capacity to perceive. It then descended like a veil, ultimately vanishing as if it had never existed. Although it appeared that no change had occurred, the system's quality was assured. Once this barrier descended, it would irrevocably separate the small store area from the outside world. Now, the zombies or survivors outside would no longer be able to breach the small store area. This would allow Qin Hao to conduct a thorough cleansing of the zombies within. He brimmed with anticipation, envisioning the extraordinary rewards awaiting him upon the completion of this task. However, having recently claimed 2 rewards, he pondered whether he had fulfilled his previous commitments. As an owner of abilities and a system, one must uphold their word. Promises made must be honored. After exiting the building, Qin Hao hesitated not for a moment, employing his magnetic control abilities to swiftly arrive at the convenience store beneath Building 8. From the convenience store, he retrieved several woven bags and filled them with the food inside before stepping out. This time, Qin Hao did not enter the building from the rooftop, but rather through the main entrance. After all, in addition to agreeing to provide food, he also needed to ensure the surroundings were clear. Upon entering, he locked the door behind him and ascended the stairs. His footsteps, unrestrained, immediately attracted the attention of the zombies within the building, who emerged from various corners and lunged at Qin Hao. However, such attempts were futile. In merely half a minute, he had exterminated all the zombies in that unit. He soon found himself at the door of a room, the very one belonging to the woman who had provided the addresses for Kai Kuin and his companions. He knocked on the door. To express my gratitude, I have brought you some food. You may open the door now. As Qin Hao's voice resonated, the door swung open, revealing a woman behind it. Her features were exquisite, her skin as pale as snow, and she possessed the tall, slender legs that Qin Hao adored. It was no exaggeration to assert that she was a rare beauty. However, hiding behind this stunning woman was a small boy, around 4 or 5 years old, whose face was etched with fear as he repeatedly called for his mother. Well, It seemed this beauty was a young mother. Upon realizing this, the allure of the woman before him intensified. "Here is your food. Allow me to bring it inside." After the young mother and her son moved aside, Qin Hao carried the provisions into the room. Although not abundant, if they were frugal, it would certainly last them about a month. Moreover, all the zombies in this building have been eliminated, so you may venture out occasionally. Having said this, Qin Hao prepared to turn and leave. He had completed his task and saw no reason to linger. "Wait." The woman suddenly called out to Qin Hao. "Is there something else?" he asked, turning back in surprise. "Sir, may I request a favor of you?" the woman asked, somewhat shyly. "What is it? Speak freely." Qin Hao was not averse to spending a few more seconds of his time. "Could you take us back to your villa community? As long as you can guarantee my son's food and safety, I am willing to do anything." Her voice trailed off, almost inaudible. However, this posed no issue for Qin Hao. With his heightened intellect, not only had his perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals, but his senses of smell and hearing had also improved. Previously, he might have been indifferent to her son's age, even if he were 10 years old, given the woman's evident allure. However, now he replied, "I am afraid I have no interest in any favors you may offer. If you wish to survive, I suggest you contemplate alternative strategies." After speaking, Qin Hao turned and departed. It was absurd. He could have any woman he desired at this point, and he had no inclination to take on the responsibility of a woman with a child. After leaving, Qin Hao activated the intercom. "Wang Jinmei, I am on my way to you now. Stay safe and do not become a zombie by the time I arrive," he stated. Instantly, a cacophony of voices erupted once more. Did the boss take care of those young men too? Of course, with the boss's strength. Dealing with anyone is as easy as drinking a glass of water. "Boss, may I become your woman? I truly do not wish to die. Boss, I used to be a flight attendant and a model. Please save me and allow me to serve you." Although the clamor continued unabated, at least there were no more repulsive remarks. It seemed that demonstrating strength had been effective. As for the flight attendant and the model, with Juju and Reba already among his beautiful subordinates, what worth did they hold? However, just as Qin Hao was about to turn off the intercom, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted. "Are you the boss? Did you kill Lu Tianyu?" Chapter 75. A familiar zombie. What is this? Who is this? After a slight pause, Qin Hao quickly deduced that it must be someone from the Jin army. They must have found Lu Tianyu dead, and, having been informed by Lu Tianyu of his intentions to deal with Qin Hao, it was only natural for them to associate his death with him. "Yet, are you certain you wish to avenge Lu Tianyu?" he asked coldly. "Indeed, Lu Tianyu was one of ours. It seems you learned about us from him. Of course, before I killed him, he mentioned your group. So, after he revealed our identities, you still chose to kill him?" "Naturally. Why should I spare someone who carelessly exposes irrelevant individuals?" "You're seeking death." The voice erupted in rage, and even through the intercom, Qin Hao could sense the animosity and murderous intent. "You dare speak to our boss in such a manner, brat? You have no idea why flowers bloom so vividly. Damn it, how dare you provoke our boss?" Another fool emerges. "Do you think this scoundrel can live much longer?" "Boss, let's not waste words and simply eliminate this ignorant fool." The crowd's outrage surged as they clamored for Qin Hao to act. "You fool, I am a member of the Jin army. Do you wish to die? If you have the guts, then continue. I will gladly accommodate you." As the previous voice continued to resonate, the once boisterous crowd fell silent, too frightened to utter another word. The Jin army was a formidable warlord faction in this chaotic era. Killing them would be akin to squashing ants. "A bunch of worthless fools." The voice resumed its derision. "Brat, killing our people typically warrants your demise, but I offer you a chance. Comply and return with us, and I may spare your life. Resist, and you will meet your end." The words dripped with cold menace. Had this been in the past, Qin Hao would have felt trepidation, but now he dismissed the threat entirely. "You think you can kill me? It seems you will end up worse off." Qin Hao retorted. "By the way, I am heading to Zhujiang Hotel right now. Are you not interested? I will be waiting for you there," he added. Recently, he had encountered nothing but minor players, and he was eager to confront a true powerhouse in this world. "Fine, we shall see you there. You will learn the true strength of the Jin army." The voice responded defiantly. "Let's meet there then." After Qin Hao concluded, he turned off the intercom. He was en route to the hotel now. As for whether the Jin army would indeed show up, he could not be certain. After all, he had just revealed his intent to kill. If they were wise and feared for their lives, they would likely refrain from appearing. However, he could not rule out the possibility of their foolishness. If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. They should be eliminated without hesitation. It must be understood that he has fallen into their clutches, and they would show him no mercy. No longer contemplating the matter, Qin Hao disconnected the intercom and stepped out of the building. To save time, he harnessed his ability to manipulate the magnetic field, soaring towards the colossal tank like an unparalleled master. In merely 2 breaths, he landed atop the giant tank, entered through the hatch, and activated the controls. Approximately 20 minutes later, Qin Hao maneuvered the massive tank to the vicinity of the Tongji Ren group. This was an essential route to reach the Zhujing Hotel. However, Qin Hao furrowed his brow upon observing several grotesque corpses of zombies littering the sides of the road. Each one bore a ghastly appearance, as if they had endured the savage assaults of hellish demons. Most troubling was the sight of a gaping wound in the skull of each deceased zombie. It was evident that these were the handiwork of the mutated zombies. Judging by the scene, it was clear that mutated zombies had indeed appeared here, and not merely 1 or 2. Qin Hao immediately formed a judgment in his mind. Nevertheless, he harbored no intention of lingering in search of and exterminating those mutated zombies. On one hand, even if he stayed, he might not be able to locate them. On the other, even if he did find and eliminate them, it would not guarantee the completion of his task, which required him to slay 10 mutated zombies. He seriously doubted that there were 10 here. It was best to focus on the task at hand first. Qin Hao resolved to temporarily disregard the potential presence of mutated zombies. Well, not merely potential, they truly existed. As Qin Hao gazed in a particular direction, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a chill flickered across his expression. He beheld a zombie lunging at 5 others that were wandering nearby, swiftly toppling them and tearing into their necks to devour their cores. The speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of the mutated zombies he had previously observed. This particular mutated zombie was rather extraordinary, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. As it turned to face him, he quickly understood the source of that familiarity. It was none other than Chen Zhengxiong, the first to perish at his hands, who had a peculiar penchant for being called father. How could it be? He had transformed into a mutated zombie, and a significantly more formidable one at that. Was this not a testament to his own handiwork? Qin Hao found himself speechless. This was indeed absurd. Were he to encounter another zombie, he might have chosen to ignore it, but facing this particular mutated zombie, he could not turn a blind eye. Since it had become a mutated zombie, it must be terminated here and now. Cursed mutated zombie, no matter how powerful you are now, you shall meet your end here. A resolute glimmer shone in Qin Hao's eyes. He then drove the colossal tank directly toward Chen Zhengxiong's mutated form, hoping to reduce it to mere pulp beneath the tank's weight. However, this was still a mutated zombie, and a notably stronger one at that. As the tank charged forward, the mutated Chen Zhengxiong leapt into the air with the grace of a spring-loaded mechanism, easily evading the collision. Qin Hao was not disheartened, for he had never expected a single impact would suffice to vanquish this zombie. He halted the tank, opened the hatch, and emerged atop it, fixing his gaze on Chen Zhengxiong, now a good 10 meters away. To his astonishment, the mutated zombie bore an expression of rage and hatred, as if retaining memories of its human past and recognizing Qin Hao as its enemy. Yet, despite its fury, the mutated zombie did not immediately charge at him. Instead, it exhibited signs of unease and fear. Indeed, unease and fear. This was the first time Qin Hao had noted such emotions on a zombie's face. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The world had undeniably transformed from what it once was. Qin Hao silently mused. He then soared into the air, the longed-in gun levitating above him, its barrel aimed directly at the mutated Chen Zhengxiong, emanating a chilling aura. There was nothing further to discuss. Being a zombie, it was to be slain without hesitation. With a swift motion, he unleashed his magnetic manipulation ability, propelling the longed-in gun like a bolt of lightning toward Chen Zhengxiong. It struck the wall behind him with a resounding thud, but the mutated zombie had once again evaded the attack. There was no denying it. Compared to the mutated zombie he had previously defeated, Chun Jingxiong had indeed grown exponentially stronger. It was evident that by slaying numerous zombies and consuming their cores, Chun Jingxiong had acquired his current formidable prowess. Those deceased zombies had merely served as his pawns. Enough of this. It was time for you to perish. Qin Hao had no desire to squander more time with this mutated zombie. Now that he could control two metallic objects simultaneously, he would unleash his full power to eradicate the mutated zombie before him. Yet, in the next instant, Chun Jingxiong, the mutated zombie, unexpectedly turned and darted away at an astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. What was happening? Zombies were capable of fleeing for their lives. Qin Hao could not help but feel exasperated. Without hesitation, he utilized his magnetic manipulation ability to pursue the mutated zombie, moving with the swiftness of lightning. However, Chun Jingxiong was simply too fast. Despite Qin Hao's utmost efforts, he could not close the distance between them. As someone endowed with a system and extraordinary abilities, failing to catch a single zombie was undeniably frustrating. Had he foreseen this, he would have allocated more attribute points to intelligence. Though the inability to catch and slay this mutated zombie left him disheartened, it was beyond his control, and he could only relent. Once Chun Jingxiong vanished from his sight, Qin Hao returned to the colossal tank. Next time, when they crossed paths again, regardless of how formidable he had become, there would be no chance for him to survive. Qin Hao silently vowed. He then re-entered the tank, restarted its engines, and continued his journey toward the Zhujing Hotel. At the Zhujing Hotel, in the room where Wang Jinmei and Zhao Long were located, the intercom remained active, with the lively chatter of the group echoing within. I just spotted the boss's colossal tank again. Wherever it goes, the zombies are reduced to mere mush. I tell you, the boss just clashed with a peculiar zombie. And that creature was astonishingly powerful, escaping like a martial arts master. What? There's a zombie as formidable as the boss? Brother, are you dreaming? The brother upstairs, the one lost in dreams, is likely you, is it not? Powerful zombies have already emerged, and it is rather unsettling. My dear, my sisters and I are truly frightened. Allow us to follow you. Even serving tea and water would suffice. As these voices echoed, Wang Jinmei could not help but display a flicker of unusual emotion in her eyes. This world is becoming increasingly perilous. Without a formidable protector, we are bound to meet our demise at the hands of those zombies, or perhaps even unknown monsters in the future. And what are you pondering, mighty one? Zhao Long's dissatisfied voice reached her ears, continuing, Do you wish to be one of those women vying for the affection of that leader? Zhao Gongzi, you misunderstand. I harbor no such intentions. For me, merely being in your company is the utmost bliss. Regardless of Wang Jinmei's inner turmoil, she promptly reassured him with conviction. As she spoke, she reached out her delicate hand, but Zhao Long brusquely swatted it aside, coldly insisting, Let me give you one last warning. You would do well to avoid any errant thoughts. Otherwise, I shall ensure your torment until death, and you will regret not having perished before the apocalypse struck. Do you understand? Zhao Gongzi, I comprehend. I would never dare betray you. Wang Jinmei nodded repeatedly in fear. Well, consider yourself clever, Zhao Long conceded, finally releasing her. By the way, are you prepared? Rest assured, Zhao Gongzi, I am ready. Once that so-called leader opens the door, I will ensure he becomes our prey. Excellent. If you accomplish this task, I can assure you, no matter how powerful I become in the future, you shall remain by my side. Thank you, Zhao Gongzi. However, at that moment, a cacophony of sound from outside the room reached their ears. There was no need to elaborate. It was undoubtedly the leader who had appeared and commenced the extermination of the zombies outside. Instantly, Zhao Long and Wang Jinmei fell silent, particularly Zhao Long, whose breathing became notably subdued. Soon, the clamor outside ceased, and distinct footsteps came to a halt at their door. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking followed suit. You go and open the door. Remember our plan. Zhao Long reminded Wang Jinmei with a silent gesture. She nodded vigorously, inhaled deeply, and approached the door. This was pivotal for their survival and future. She had to exercise utmost caution. Success was the only option. failure was not permissible. Chapter 77. The role of mental control. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a young man standing at the threshold. Qin Hao. You must be Wang Jinmei, the one who sent me the message, he inquired. Greetings, esteemed leader. I am indeed Wang Jinmei, she replied, her expression tense. Qin Hao, unfazed by her anxiety, acknowledged her with a nonchalant response. He then unleashed his ability to manipulate the magnetic field, causing bags at the entrance to soar into the room, landing swiftly within. All right, I have delivered the goods. I have also cleared the zombies outside, as per our agreement. I must take my leave. With that, Qin Hao turned it apart. Wait, Wang Jinmei called out urgently. Her scheme had yet to unfold, and she could not allow him to leave so easily. Is there something else? Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Leader, please don't rush off. It is quite frightening for me to be alone here. Could you not come in and keep me company? We could even share a drink. As she spoke, Wang Jinmei playfully lifted her long skirt and bit her lip in a flirtatious manner. One must admit, it was rather enchanting. Yet, it was prudent to discern her true intentions. Very well, Qin Hao acquiesced, halting his steps and turning to enter the room. If she wished to play, he would indulge her. Upon his entrance, Wang Jinmei promptly poured red wine into a goblet and presented it before him. Look, everything is prepared. Esteemed leader, this is a rare vintage in the apocalypse. Please savor it. Noticing that Qin Hao did not immediately drink, Wang Jinmei leaned closer, suggestively stating, If you don't mind, I could feed you the wine with my lips. No need, I can manage myself, Qin Hao declined outright. I would prefer not to partake in anything you have touched. He then tilted his head back and consumed the wine in one swift motion. Done, he declared, shaking the empty goblet 10 seconds later. Observing that the goblet contained not a single drop of wine, Wang Jinmei's lips curled into a relieved smile. Her gaze then shifted to the other room. Zhao Gongzi, he has consumed it. With excitement, she dashed into the adjacent room. Moments later, Zhao Long emerged, arm around Wang Jinmei. Ha ha ha, what a farce. What of your esteemed leader? He has fallen in my trap. How does it feel now? I assure you, if you do not receive the antidote within 3 minutes, you shall succumb to a grotesque demise. Zhao Long loomed over him, brimming with pride, continuing, Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you wish to survive, divulge your secrets to me and grant me the power of extraordinary abilities, or prepare to meet your end. In his mind, he believed he had Qin Hao cornered. After all, everyone fears death, especially the prospect of dying in unimaginable pain. Yet, to his bewilderment, Qin Hao remained unresponsive, gazing at him with an air of indifference. Not a trace of agony marred his face. It is known that poison induces excruciating pain upon entry. No one could maintain composure under such circumstances. Damn it, why do you not appear in pain? Zhao Long could not help but glance at Wang Jinmei. Zhao Gongzi, he has indeed consumed it. He is merely feigning calmness, she quickly explained. Enough. I thought you possessed some remarkable means, but it appears you resorted to simple poisoning. Qin Hao shook his head in disappointment. He had initially hoped for some flair, a touch of color to the drab existence of the apocalypse, but it seemed he had overestimated them. Regrettably, you have been misled. I did not consume any of that wine. He gestured toward the nearby trash bin, where traces of the wine poured out were clearly visible. Damn you, you deceived me. Zhao Long's expression shifted dramatically, and he struck Wang Jinmei to the ground. Zhao Gongzi, I did not deceive you. I was watching intently. I did not see him pour the wine into the trash. Wang Jinmei was utterly flabbergasted, unaware of the unfolding events. Of course, she was oblivious. Earlier, Qin Hao had employed his mental control abilities on her, under its influence. She lost all sense of self and would naturally not remember the moment he disposed of the wine. In truth, he had long been aware that another presence occupied the room aside from Wang Jinmei. He had overheard her use the word "we" during their earlier conversation on the intercom, and he recognized that she and her companions harbored ill intentions toward him, intending to poison him with the wine. His enhanced intellect had sharpened his perceptive abilities to an extraordinary degree. At the outset, Qin Hao truly had no desire to engage with them, for without a mission assigned, he was reluctant to squander his time. However, their relentless persistence compelled him to reconsider, if they were so intent on courting death. You might as well play the role of an altruistic lay phone. Enough, let neither of you blame the other. It seems now is not the time for such discourse. Qin Hao's voice turned icy once more. As his words fell, both Wang Jinmei and Zhao Long felt a tremor in their hearts, dread and terror manifesting upon their faces. They were not fools and knew full well that Qin Hao harbored intentions of ending their lives. Thud, thud, without a moment's hesitation. Both of them knelt before Qin Hao in unison, their foreheads touching the ground in supplication. I beg your pardon, my lord. I truly apologize. It is all this vile woman's fault. Had it not been for her, I would never have dared to entertain such thoughts about you. Please spare me, considering I am not the main culprit. My lord, it was not my intention. It was young Master Zhao who urged me to act thus. Please, I beseech you, spare me. I would do anything for you if you would only grant me mercy. Yet, regretting and pleading at this juncture was ultimately too late. If you wish to survive, perhaps you should inquire if they will allow it. As Qin Hao's words echoed, for zombies staggered into the room from the doorway. Very well. It appeared that Qin Hao had not entirely cleared the area, leaving a few zombies behind, which now served their purpose. Upon sighting the people in the room, the 4 zombies surged forward with frenzied excitement, as if driven mad by their hunger, lunging towards Qin Hao and his companions. However, under the influence of his mental control, the 2 zombies that had aimed for him immediately altered their trajectory, now lunging towards Wang Jinmei and Zhao Long instead. No, don't come near me. Help, please. I don't want to die. Their screams mingled with the grotesque sounds of tearing flesh. Yet, the wails were short-lived, for soon after both ceased to breathe. Only the sound of ravenous gnawing remained. Thud, thud. The sound of the Longdan gun ringing through the air as it pierced through the zombies echoed repeatedly, ultimately leading to the demise of the 4 undead. Without casting another glance at the corpses, Qin Hao produced a walkie-talkie. To those of you in the Jin army, I am currently at the Zhujiang Hotel. When may I expect your arrival? Chapter 78. The might of the regional isolation artifact upon the rooftop of the Wanxiang city. A plane was stationed, belonging to the Jin army. A middle-aged man, his expression darkened, stared at the walkie-talkie in his hand. Just then, Qin Hao's voice resonated through the device. Captain, this scoundrel truly disregards us. We must teach him a lesson. Indeed, does he think that possessing special abilities makes him invincible? We must impart a profound lesson to him. 2 others beside the middle-aged man spoke with indignation. What? Do you wish to confront that individual? If so, I can send you over and provide you with an opportunity to showcase your strength. The middle-aged man, Du Wei, replied coldly. As his words fell, the 2 others immediately fell silent, their faces pale. To confront that individual was tantamount to seeking death. Cease your empty bravado before me. Do you understand? Captain, we understand. We are sorry. It will not happen again. Very well, board the plane. Although the 3 of us may not be able to do anything to that scoundrel. Once we return, we will commence the countdown to his demise. With that, Du Wei ceased further discussion, and they boarded the plane, activating it to return along the path they had come. Upon their return to the military district and reporting the situation, they would march towards their target. An individual with extraordinary abilities was a prize they could not afford to miss. Through in-depth research on this person, they might discover a method to enable more individuals to become endowed with such powers. They could then ascend as the rulers of this world. While they indulged in their lofty dreams, a red warning suddenly flashed on the aircraft's display. The urgent, blinking red light signified impending danger ahead. What is happening? What's going on? Du Wei's face changed dramatically, confusion and bewilderment evident in his expression. Captain, we do not know. The system indicates an obstacle ahead. What shall we do now? Should we turn back immediately or prepare to land? The 2 others looked to Du Wei for guidance. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, Damn it, there's nothing in sight. Accelerate and push through. I want to see what will happen. Although the 2 were apprehensive, they dared not defy Du Wei's command. Yes, Captain. Understood, Captain. They complied, disregarding the increasingly insistent warning from the display, and surged forward like a primordial beast. In an instant, a thunderous crash echoed, akin to colliding with an impenetrable wall, followed by a violent explosion that illuminated the sky, engulfing the aircraft in flames. Soon, the plane plummeted like a fireball. Upon crashing to the ground, a deafening roar ensued, scattering debris, ensuring that Dewey and his companions met their end. The commotion was so great that many survivors took notice. What is happening? Why did the plane just fall like that? What on earth just happened? It felt as though that plane crashed into a cliff, yet there was nothing there. Damn it, could it be that in this apocalyptic world, besides ordinary zombies and mysterious undead, there are unimaginable threats? Is this truly the onset of the apocalypse? Like these survivors, Chin Hao also observed the destruction of the aircraft. After a moment of surprise, he quickly deduced the cause. It was evident that the regional isolation artifact from the mysterious realm had activated. What he had not anticipated was that not only did it prevent the zombies outside from entering, but it also barred the plane from exiting. Above and below, the area was entirely sealed off into a confined space. System? Chin Hao connected with the system. Rest assured, host, as the owner of this system, you may enter and exit this enclosed space at will. The system discerned Chin Hao's thoughts and responded accordingly. Very well, I shall take comfort in that. Although Chin Hao did not mind being isolated within this small district, remaining unconfined was indeed a preferable outcome. Opening the data panel, Chin Hao sought to review the status of his upcoming tasks. As his words fell, the data panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Host, Chin Hao. Strength, 18, normal, 10. Speed, 18, normal, 10. Intelligence, 40, normal, 10. Ability 1. Time stop. Duration increases with intelligence. Current duration is 15 minutes. Effective range is 50 meters around the host. Cooldown period is 10 minutes. Superpower 2. Magnetic field control as intelligence increases. The number of control targets and the range of effect expand. Currently, 3 targets can be controlled within a radius of 50 meters from the host, with no cooldown period between uses. Superpower 3. Mental control. As intelligence increases, the number of controlled targets, duration of control, and range of effect increase. Currently, 3 targets can be controlled for 10 minutes within a radius of 50 meters from the host, with a cooldown time of 10 minutes between uses. Items. 3 free superpower refreshes. Task 1. I am a powerful being, beginning with the extermination of 10,000 zombies. 5980100000. Task 2. Continue to progress by leading subordinates to eliminate 1,000 zombies. 259010000. Task 3. Achieve partial dominance by controlling all structures in a small district. 2108. Task 4. I have become a savior, starting with the defeat of 10 mutated zombies. 010. Task 5. As a man of familial standing, commencing with prompting the women around me to seek out the first woman for me. 01. Task 6. From this point, solitude shall no longer concern me, beginning with acquiring 10 subordinates. 510. Once the data panel appeared, Chin Hao immediately focused on it. Although unintentional, both the first and second tasks had made considerable progress, especially the first task, which required the elimination of only about 4,000 more zombies to be completed. Initially, the thought of killing around 4,000 zombies seemed unfathomable, but now, with an increasing array of superpowers, the task had become exceedingly manageable. Not to mention the assistance of Liu Qianqian and Lin Mushi, who acted as supportive allies. Without further ado, he resolved to complete this task. Having already entered the giant tank, Chin Hao emerged once more. Since he was already tasked with exterminating zombies, there was no reason to leave this location. Chapter 79. The function of the survivor detection device. As Chin Hao climbed out of the giant tank, the surrounding zombies descended into a more frenzied state, roaring and lunging toward him. However, due to the presence of the giant tank, these zombies could not lay a finger on Chin Hao. Undeterred, they continued to struggle, attempting to climb the tank in hopes of devouring Chin Hao. Yet, they would find no sustenance. With a mere thought, the Longdan gun shot forth, striking the head of a zombie. The sound of penetration echoed continuously. Remarkably, a single shot pierced through 4 zombie heads. Furthermore, under the influence of his magnetic field control ability, 2 daggers lying on the ground shot up like serpents. joining the Longdan gun in the pursuit of zombie extermination. Instantly, the sounds of penetration reverberated in Qin Hao's mind, akin to raindrops falling into water, a relentless cascade. As the sounds continued, one zombie after another collapsed to the ground, each rendered motionless, their heads or necks punctured. In a short span, a considerable number of zombie corpses lay before him, roughly estimated to be around 200 to 300. However, this was far from sufficient. It was necessary to eliminate approximately 4,000 zombies to fulfill the task of defeating 10,000. Even with the assistance of Liu Qianqian and Lin Mushi, he needed to increase his zombie kill count. Urging the zombies to come forth with greater ferocity, Qin Hao felt a sense of optimism. Fortunately, there was a steady stream of zombies approaching him, facilitating his task. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. Without further delay, Qin Hao continued to exert his magnetic field control, propelling both the Longdan gun and the two daggers with lightning speed, continuously reaping the lives of the zombies. As the number of fallen zombies in his line of sight increased, he drew closer to completing the task of eliminating 10,000. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Hao checked the progress of his task once more. With the assistance of Liu Qianqian and Lin Mushi, the pace of task completion had significantly accelerated. Remarkably, they were nearing the completion of the task after eliminating around 200 more zombies, thus enabling him to claim one of 3 rewards. A smile crept across Qin Hao's face as the speed of task completion pleasantly surprised him. As for the final 200 zombies, even if he were alone, he would accomplish it in a timely manner, especially with the ongoing support from Liu Qianqian and Lin Mushi. Finally, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on exterminating 10,000 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. I am a powerful being starting from the elimination of 10,000 zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 3 options. Please choose from the following 3 options. 1. 10 attribute points. 2. 1,000-strong zombie army. 3. A survivor detection device from a mysterious realm. Immediate decisions were required. The first option, 10 attribute points, was a versatile choice, entirely contingent upon the evaluation of the other options. The second option, 1,000-strong zombie army, promised to significantly enhance the efficiency of zombie extermination. However, as his superpowers grew more formidable, it appeared less remarkable. The third option, a survivor detection device from a mysterious realm, was akin to the area isolation device. Yet another artifact from an enigmatic space, clearly designed to assist in the completion of the small district domination task. Given the considerable effort expended to complete the small district domination task, utilizing 2 3-choice task rewards and potentially many more in the future, it was evident that upon the task's conclusion, he would receive an unimaginable reward. Filled with anticipation for this forthcoming reward, Qin Hao decisively chose the survivor detection device from the mysterious realm. Without hesitation, he made his choice, envisioning how this device would expedite the completion of the small district domination task. As his voice fell, a compass-like instrument appeared in his hand. Though diminutive, it was remarkably intricate, with an array of chips no larger than a fingernail. Since the purpose of this device was to detect nearby survivors, he wondered if it could indeed identify them at present. With no pressing matters at hand, he resolved to test it. Following the instructions, Qin Hao activated the survivor detection device. Upon opening the switch, the display revealed sporadic red dots, numbering around 10. These dots undoubtedly represented the survivors scattered nearby. Unsure of their authenticity, he decided to verify the closest 2. Qin Hao's finger touched the nearest red dot. Suddenly, the display on the dial transformed. It was no longer the prior scene showcasing a dozen red dots, but rather a small map marking the positions of these red points. Moreover, akin to a mobile map before an apocalyptic event, as Qin Hao moved, the light indicating the red dot incessantly shifted in accordance with his steps. Curiosity piqued. He decided to witness this marvel firsthand without further hesitation. Following the light's guidance, he proceeded directly towards a nearby convenience store, the small map indicating that the red dot was situated within. At that moment, within the establishment known as Lao by Jiazhu, A middle-aged couple and a child of about 10 years were peering through a crack, observing Qin Hao's approach. It was evident from the expressions in their eyes that an air of anxiety and fear had thickened around them. In this apocalyptic world, a powerful human could often be more terrifying and dangerous than a zombie. "Honey, what should we do? If that person discovers us, he might truly kill us." The woman whispered, her voice trembling. "Daddy, I'm scared. I'm really so scared." The boy whimpered, burying his face in his father's embrace. "Do not fear. Regardless of what that person intends, I will not allow him to harm you in the slightest." The middle-aged man reassured them, his resolve firm. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he would protect his wife and child at all costs. "Xiangzi, you must hide. No matter what happens outside, do not come out. Understand?" As he spoke, he and the woman tucked the boy into a wardrobe and secured it with a lock. Having completed this task, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, followed by a knock on the door. It was Qin Hao knocking. Knowing that survivors were inside, he deemed it prudent to announce his presence, a habit cultivated before the outbreak. Chapter 80. Warnings from the intercom. Though unable to see the situation within the convenience store, Qin Hao's heightened senses assured him of the presence of survivors inside. He was determined that if they did not open the door, he would enter by force. After all, he had reached the threshold and needed to ascertain the truth with his own eyes. However, upon knocking, a voice from within immediately invited him in. This took Qin Hao by surprise, but a smile graced his face. Regardless of who was inside, it was clear they were intelligent. With a smile, he pushed the door open, revealing the middle-aged couple before him. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" The man inquired. "Indeed, sir, if you require food, you are welcome to choose anything from our supplies," the couple said, their faces adorned with forced smiles, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable fear and unease. "Are you the only two here?" Qin Hao casually asked, knowing there were still 2 red dots nearby, suggesting the presence of another hidden survivor. However, he had no intention of seeking this individual out. It was merely a casual inquiry. Yet his words caused the couple's expressions to stiffen, their anxiety palpable. "Sir, what do you mean by that?" the woman asked nervously. "Yes, sir. As you can see, there is no one else here apart from us," the man added, their bodies shifting to obscure the wardrobe behind them. Concurrently, both the man and the woman discreetly placed a hand into their pockets, a gesture that signaled impending danger to Qin Hao. "You're overly tense. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to ascertain whether there are other survivors here." Qin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Then what exactly do you intend to do?" the woman pressed. "Indeed, sir, if you seek to confirm the presence of others, it stands to reason you have ulterior motives." The couple's wariness deepened, their demeanor growing increasingly serious. "I have already stated, I possess no ulterior motives. I simply wish to know if there are others." "Very well. Remain here. I shall take my leave." He offered one final explanation before preparing to depart. Yet, as he reached the door, he abruptly halted, turning to address them once more. "Just so you know, you always have the option to leave this little shop. So prepare yourselves." After casting a final glance at the wardrobe behind them, Qin Hao turned and exited, leaving the couple in a state of bewilderment. What does he mean? Why should we prepare to leave? They pondered, but they soon set aside their concerns, focusing instead on the importance of living in the present and cherishing their current existence. After departing the convenience store, Qin Hao ventured towards several nearby red dots, for truth requires repeated verification through practice. He was elated to discover that the system lived up to its reputation, providing him with invaluable tools. Indeed, with this mysterious survivor detection device, no hidden survivor could evade his search, no matter where they concealed themselves. Upon validating the device's functionality, Qin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Without this detector, locating survivors hidden in various rooms within such a vast area would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an unfathomable challenge. However, with the emergence of this detection instrument, he merely needed to press a button, and all nearby survivors would materialize within his line of sight. A sensation that was immensely gratifying. Nevertheless, a dilemma loomed before Qin Hao. Once he identified all the survivors, would he truly expel them from the shop district? After all, such an action could potentially plunge them into the depths of despair. Among these survivors were men, women, the elderly, children, both villains and heroes alike. What am I worrying about? He chided himself. In this cannibalistic world, self-preservation is paramount. As long as I can grow stronger, why should I concern myself with the fates of others? When circumstances shift, no one will care for my survival. Shaking his head, Qin Hao dismissed these chaotic thoughts. In this post-apocalyptic realm, he could no longer afford to hesitate. However, it was prudent to forewarn them. Realizing this, he no longer hesitated and retrieved the intercom. In this world, communication via intercom was the only means available. Of course, with not everyone possessing an intercom, some would inevitably remain uninformed. But there was little he could do about that. He would do his utmost to provide some forewarning. As the intercom activated, the clamor of voices flooded Qin Hao's ears once more. I just witnessed a powerful figure eliminate those zombies. It was like a scene from a movie, truly remarkable. I wish I could be the companion of such a formidable person, but alas, I am trapped in a male form. Have you not noticed those powerful and peculiar zombies? Upstairs, I have taken note of the situation. Just an hour ago, a horrifying zombie passed by not far from me. Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a grave sense of concern. In this world, the number of mutated zombies is increasing alarmingly. Yet, why did they not appear before? Only to surge now? Regardless, it is futile to ponder the reasons at this moment. Even if he were to uncover the truth, there would be nothing he could change. He soon dismissed these thoughts, recognizing that more pressing matters demanded his attention. Qin Hao spoke into the intercom, urging everyone to quiet down, as he had something important to convey. The moment his voice fell, as if enchanted, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Clearly, in their eyes, Qin had become a deity not to be disobeyed. I wish to address those in the Shaodian area, he stated plainly. Once silence enveloped the room, Qin Hao got straight to the point. From this moment forth, you must always be prepared to evacuate the Shaodian area, for you never know when you will be forced to leave. If you prepare in advance, you will have a greater chance of survival. Otherwise, your path will lead only to death. Chapter 81. First, complete a passive task that concludes my message. If anyone has objections, now is the time to voice them. Qin Hao, in a display of consideration, granted them an opportunity to express their opinions. After all, he had firmly insisted they be ready to leave at any moment, and it was only fair to allow them a chance to speak. Indeed, one must not be overly harsh. After a brief silence, a cacophony erupted from the intercom. Why? Why must we leave? I refuse to abandon this place. If we leave, we will surely perish at the hands of the zombies. Boss, this is our home. We have fought hard to survive until now. You cannot force us to leave. Indeed, boss, we admire and respect you, but you cannot make us leave. We want to stay. Exactly. We are human, not zombies. We must live life on our own terms. Despite their simmering anger, the might and bloodlust of Qin Hao silenced any extreme words they might have uttered. Have you finished? Qin Hao's voice cut through the air. The crowd fell silent, clearly having expressed their thoughts. Since you have nothing more to say, I shall proceed, Qin Hao continued after a brief pause. I am aware of your opinions and thoughts, but I must inform you that keeping them to yourselves will not change the fact that when the time comes, you will still need to leave the Shaodian area. If you do not, even if you do not perish at the hands of the zombies, I will not hesitate to end your lives myself. His tone was not loud, yet it resonated with resoluteness and an undeniable chill, imbued with an air of lethal intent. Once again, the crowd fell silent. However, one could sense the undercurrents of anger and discontent flowing through each individual. Had it not been for their fear of Qin Hao's formidable power, they would have surely erupted in vehement protests, hurling the most scathing insults. Yet, some murmurs of dissatisfaction still slipped through the intercom. Boss, you haven't given us a chance to express our thoughts. Boss, I don't understand. I truly don't comprehend why you must do this. The Shaodian area is vast. Staying in our own little corner will not affect you. Will it? Yes, boss, considering we are all survivors of the city. Could you not be so heartless? Boss, when that moment arrives, do you intend to force us all out of the Shaodian area? Qin Hao had no desire to waste time on their queries and thus refrained from offering explanations. Enough. I have said all I need to say. What you choose to do is your prerogative. Just remember not to regret your decisions. With that, He ended the intercom call. He had already warned them and informed them of the consequences. What they chose to do next was their own affair. However, different choices would yield different consequences. And with every decision made, they would bear the weight of their choices. Disregarding the matter, Qin Hao redirected his focus to his tasks. For it was through their completion and the rewards they offered that he could grow more powerful. Among the tasks at hand, one captured his attention: to have Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan actively seek a woman for him. Although he could not directly complete this task, it was certainly not overly burdensome. If the two of them applied themselves diligently, they might swiftly fulfill it. It was imperative to remind them. Resolutely, Qin Hao retrieved the intercom and tuned it to a channel they had agreed upon. Once connected, he heard, "Master, where are you now? We wish we could rush to your side." "Yes, Master, we truly miss you. When will you return?" Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan exclaimed, a mixture of eagerness and anxiety in their voices. "Have you forgotten the terror of last night? Are you eager for me to return and allow you both to experience it once more?" Qin Hao joked, relishing the light-hearted banter with the two exquisite beauties. A delightful reprieve from the monotony of life. "Master, what are you saying?" I couldn't comprehend your words," Lu Qianqian stammered, flustered. "Master, how could you jest with us? We promise not to act that way again." Their voices were tinged with shyness. Even through the intercom, Qin Hao could vividly imagine their bashful expressions, which undoubtedly radiated charm. "Enough of the jesting," he said, focusing on the pressing matter at hand. However, he found it somewhat difficult to broach the topic of having them find a woman for him. It felt rather odd. Yet, it was necessary to address. Is there something you are hiding from me?" Qin Hao opted for a more indirect approach, attempting to convey his intent. Once he finished speaking, a noticeable silence lingered on the other end of the intercom. After a moment, Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan responded with confusion and unease. "Master, what do you mean? We would never dare to hide anything from you." "Indeed, Master, regardless of what occurs, we will inform you immediately. We would never, nor could we, keep anything from you." It was evident they had yet to grasp the implications of Qin Hao's words. Determined to clarify, he decided to provide them with a hint. "Qianqian, Zihan, you may not realize it yet, which is why you say such things, but there is indeed something you are concealing from me." He paused slightly, choosing to reveal a clue, then continued, "Moreover, this matter involves a woman." Upon hearing this, the intercom fell silent once more, though this silence lingered longer than the previous one, indicating they were contemplating something. "Master, I believe I understand what you are referring to." "Master, I see it too. If it is that matter, we did not intend to keep it from you. We merely wished to surprise you." Qin Hao did not afford them the opportunity to discuss the matter. Instead, he directly admonished the two of them, stating, "Enough, do not utter another word. Regardless of the circumstances, you must hasten to accomplish your tasks. In this apocalyptic world, if you conceive an idea, it is imperative to bring it to fruition. Otherwise, by the time you wish to execute it, the opportunity may have vanished. Do you understand?" "Master, we comprehend. Rest assured, we will attend to this matter immediately." Following Qin Hao's instruction, Lu Qianqian and Chun Zihan promptly assured him of their commitment. "Listen closely. This is settled. It is not as troublesome as one might have imagined.